So, hey guys, how are you all? So welcome back to everyone on the channel. So in this video, it is about what if Naruto and his team were going back to the past. Well, if you want to listen to what happens in this story, stay tuned to this video, and this is the full part of this video. And guys, if you want more videos like this, make sure to subscribe to the channel. And if you haven't liked this video, so like this video, and without further ado, let's get into the video. Kakashi looked at the scroll in his hands with great interest. The man who had hired them for Rango's very dangerous but rather tedious mission had not had enough money to cover the fee, but had promised them some valuable scrolls to make up the difference as much as possible. Some of it had gone into the fifth's hands to do as it pleased, but this was too interesting to pass up. "What is it?" Naruto asked impatiently. "Have you been looking at that thing?" "During the last hour," he said. "I haven't done it," he lied. Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei is right." Sakura took her teacher's side. Kakashi gave him a look of gratitude, but she hadn't finished. "It's been an hour and 3 minutes looking at him," she finished with a satisfied smile. "It's a YouTube powerful," Sasuke asked. "Because if it's not, I have better ways to waste my time," he said. "At least it's not for no reason." This time Sakura tried to be positive. Sasuke snorted. "I wouldn't be so sure," said Kakashi. Ignored his three students, trying to decide whether or not to share this with them was very irresponsible of course, and if someone had thought to do so, it would also be very illegal. It was clear that the man who knew he was hired had no idea what this scroll was coming off of. "It contains a YouTube for time travel," Kakashi said seriously, deciding that since Naruto had finally fulfilled his old promise to kick Sasuke's ass and bring him back home by stopping Madara and saving the world. In the process, none of them were really the world-conquering type, and since Naruto didn't believe in revenge, Sasuke had already gotten his and Sakura hadn't really had anything too horrible happen to her by ninja standards, it was reasonably safe to share a travel jutsu. "In time," Sakura repeated skeptically. "I've never heard of something like that. Even if it were possible, the energy needed to use it would be..." She broke off, unable to think of a way to describe it. Kakashi shrugged. "That's the truth. Another reason why I'm telling you, if the four of us do it at the same time, it should be powerful enough, assuming of course Naruto uses the kiwi," said Kakashi. "What time would we return?" asked Naruto. "Whenever," answered Kakashi. "Each of us has to choose a moment of his life that you would like to relive and start over from there. I must warn you not to go back too far, because then you will be stuck reliving your entire childhood as an adult, and that would get very old very quickly. However, there is no way to back to the present, so think carefully before you decide you want to use this." "Of course, yes," Naruto shouted, pumping his fists in the air with enthusiasm. Only in all the people he could help, he could save Haku the old Hokage to assume, and he could help Gaara and Neji and well almost all my other friends with their various problems much sooner, and I could kill Orochimaru." "Ditch Naruto." "Well, it's good to know you have a plan," said Kakashi, feeling that Naruto was probably getting a little ahead of myself. "I guess it would be nice to see if I can make a difference by not being useless at the beginning when everything started to go to hell." Sakura reflected. Sasuke. Kakashi interrogated. "The last member of his initial team." Sasuke smiled. "I'm sure he could think of some way to occupy me," said the Uchiha, choosing not to push for get answers, lest he hear something that makes him reconsider. Kakashi smiled brightly. Not that anyone could make it out under the mask of course, but what really counted was the thought. "Let's do it." So Kakashi said. Kakashi knew exactly where he wanted to be as soon as he saw the words time travel. He knew it, and he had had so many memories of that day over the years that he was sure he could do it well if he weren't 20 years older and more experienced since then, and they had not been Rin, and he always agreed that if Minato-sensei had been there, things would not have ended so tragically. Of course, he would miss his characteristic Sharingan eye, and if he lost his left eye again, there would be a real hell to pay, regardless of how everything else worked out, but the life of death would be worth it, and it's not like there wouldn't be a lot of unused Sharingan eyes in a few years if I was really desperate. "Are you listening to me?" he asked angrily. "Nor even a little bit," Kakashi confessed. A smile crossed his face despite himself as he stood up. Apparently Obito had knocked him to the ground. It's not surprising if he knows about the infamous conversation about Rin's rescue. "I can't stand you," Obito shouted furiously because his heart felt pleased to go rescue Rin didn't seem to even deserve the commander's attention. "That really hurts," Kakashi said, half seriously. "Do you know what hurts the most?" he asked. He rhetorically avoided the idea of us abandoning Rina to her fate. He said, "Of course. We're not going to abandon Rin," said Kakashi, surprised. "You can't expect these guards to find logical reasons to keep her alive and do so," Obito told him. "They could kill her at any moment. We don't have time to finish the mission and come back and wait for her to be there," said Obito. "I totally agree," said Kakashi solemnly. Poor Obito was so surprised that he practically fell. "What you are?" he asked, finally wondering what the trick was. Kakashi nodded enthusiastically. "Definitely," said. "What happened with the N in the ninja world? Those who do not obey the rules and regulations are trash." He asked suspiciously. "That's true," Kakashi allowed. But on the other hand, those who don't care about their companions are worse than trash. His smile grew. Quoting the words that Obito had not yet spoken, but that had changed his life. Well, who are you and what have you done with Kakashi? Obito asked. I don't know what you're talking about, Kakashi said lightly. You just said we should leave Rin just 2 minutes ago, pointed out Obito. That's why I hit you. Said that I did accept Kakashi. I've changed my mind, he said clearly, muttered Obito. Why isn't it that I don't support this change of mind? Because I definitely do it, but I don't understand it, commented Obito. It occurred to me that my father was actually a true hero after all, Kakashi explained, and it wouldn't be right to embarrass his memory by letting Rin die, right? Kakashi asked Obito. He stared at him. You just decided that in the time it took you to get up after he punched you? Uchiha asked. Kakashi nodded. It's unexpected. Well, let's go after Ring, then declared Death. You know, he had a whole speech planned, he complained, avoided as they approached their destination. Are you imagining things? Lied Kakashi, wondering vaguely if he should have worried about how well he remembered what was happening. He wasn't that obsessive, right? Who was he trying to kid? He relived that day at the monument every time he went, which was every day. Actually, it would be a little strange if he didn't remember it, too. I found them, he breathed. Death. When they saw the cave Rin was in, what's the plan? He asked. Kakashi thought for a moment and then thought that since it had worked last time, they could try again. The fewer variables, the more chances he had to control the situation. Result: go ahead, a little, act as if you were trying to be stealthy, but failing. There are two, so since they think we are a group of children, one of them will go out while the other stays with Ring. I can kill whoever comes out by, said Kakashi. Okay, Commander, accepted Death. It was nonsense of course, and his authority had been acknowledged many times over the years, but hearing it in Death was nice. I hope to earn that respect in the next few minutes because I really wasn't sure I could bear to lose it again. Again, they weren't even that close when Obito was alive, something he was determined to rectify as soon as the hostage crisis was over. But it had had a huge impact on his posthumous life, not to mention that even though he still felt guilty, that his hesitation at the time going after Rin the first time could have played a role in Obito's death, that was nothing compared to how hard it would affect him if he knew it was going to happen but didn't avoid it very well. Come on, Obito said, approaching. Where did he ask? The Seti materializing right behind Obito as Kakashi knew he would quickly. The newly minted eye approached them and put a kunai to Pisaki's throat to rescue our teammate. He responded as he slit the enemy ninja's throat, feeling quite satisfied that he had managed to avenge his eye. All these years later. Wow, said Obito with wide eyes. He didn't even have a chance to react. He said that was the idea, said Kakashi dryly. Now when we get in there I need you to free Rin and get out. Be careful with the falling rocks and leave me alone, said Kakashi, who asked. I avoided being confused, the enemy ninja explained Kakashi, because you know his name. Obito still didn't understand it. Because I'm incredible obviously, said Kakashi coldly, or rather because he had obsessively reconstructed everything he could about that day in the following weeks is not the word I would use, but let's go, said Obito. Ran towards the mouth of the cave and immediately compromising Keiko. Kakashi whimpered. That I told him is as bad as Naruto, thought Kakashi as Obito was apparently busy. Kakashi rushed to Rin's side and quickly dispelled the illusion and untied her. Rin blinked blurry. Kakashi's eyes opened wide to find his other teammate. Obito's eyes at a quick glance confirmed him that Obito had just awakened his Sharingan. He had completely forgotten about that in his effort to quickly turn off Taseki and not lose his precious eye. It would still be better if he gave him a hand. Are you okay to walk? Kakashi asked. Yes, Rin nodded. Getting to his feet shakily, he waits near the exit for us, Kakashi instructed. It shouldn't take long. Without waiting to see if he would listen to him, which he would. Of course, he turned towards the battle and threw a shuriken towards Keiko, who dodged it easily, but that gave him a chance. Death, the opportunity to knock him down. We did it, Death. He smiled when he didn't get up after several moments, knowing that Keiko was pretending or that he was going to regain consciousness shortly. Kakashi shook his head grimly. No, not yet. No, Chidori shouted while killing the possible Death assassin. Minato-sensei said not to use that, Obito pointed out. I have completed it, Kakashi responded, in one day. Obito couldn't believe it. Is that harder to believe than the fact that I changed my entire belief system over the course of a knock? Kakashi asked rhetorically as he and the very much alive Uchiha walked out of the cave that wasn't collapsing. Guys, Rin came forward. As much as he hates to interrupt, now that you two are getting along well. Reinforcements showed up. Rin sat earth style, earth palm. The vision said several of the many reinforcements putting their hands on the ground, recognizing that YouTube as the one that had led to his death. Kakashi quickly grabbed both of his companions and sped out of the way of the cave that was collapsing. Once it was clear, he grabbed Minato's special kunai and threw it. With a little luck, his sensei wouldn't take long to appear, and there he was. He had a Really fast response time, but since he wasn't supposed to know what he was doing, kunai had a strange shape. He probably figured Kakashi wouldn't use it if he didn't run out of options. Wow sensei, that's impressive, Rin said, watching Minato take down one opponent after another and show them exactly why he was known as the Yellow Lightning of Konoha. Do you think he's cool? He asked Obito. You should try. To see it with a Sharingan, that's impressive, he said. I know, Kakashi nodded, remembering several times when he had done precisely what he asked. Obito, I said I'm still waiting. That gift that I became a Jounin, said Kakashi. I am very proud of all of you, Minato told them as they camped for the night. Rin, although you were captured and tortured under Genjutsu, you did not reveal anything to the enemy. Obito, you found your courage, you awakened your Sharingan, and proved yourself to be a shinobi with really capable blade. And Kakashi, I honestly never thought I would say this, but you have learned the true meaning of teamwork. Congratulations, Minato. What's up with our mission? Rin asked. How we forgot about that, said Minato, smiled warmly at them. Unexpected delays happen all the time on missions. I have eliminated the shinobi I needed, so I will be able to join you on your part tomorrow, said Minato. The cannabis bridge was going to fall, declared Vito boldly. I bet I'll destroy it first, Kakashi challenged impulsively. Oh, very well, said Obito hotly. Oh, that reminds me, said Kakashi, suddenly turning to his teammate, Rin. Obito is totally in love with you, said Kakashi. I wasn't going to. Letting Obito die without telling him what he felt again was really doing Obito a favor, who asked Rin in surprise. Kakashi shouted Obito and lunged at his friend. Kakashi smiled to himself as he ran away from the enraged Uchiha. That had worked very well, better than it had. What she had even expected was that not only was Obito alive, but they were on their way to becoming friends, and they reminded her so much of Naruto and Sasuke's rivalry that it was ridiculous that he didn't die by death for the sake of rings she didn't know. He would become depressed and go on to kill if Obito could be convinced to leave the Uchiha compound before the massacre. He knew the date as he had dealt with Sasuke for years and was not above resorting to kidnapping to keep Obito safe that night. Maybe Obito could even take Sasuke in so that he would stop brooding so much about not having a family. He wasn't really sure what to do with Minato, but since he knew about Madara, and that was the only reason why the Kyuubi attacked, he had somehow many years to think about something. If he couldn't always take Naruto in, if there was nothing to do for Minato thinking about his former future students, he wondered why they had taken advantage of their opportunity to travel in time. Surely they used it for a noble purpose like him for another side. Maybe it was better that he never knew when Naruto found out about the possibility of changing the past. The first thing he thought was, well, my childhood was so I better skip to my gaming days. However, he realized something, though the fanaticism of Sakura was annoying, mostly because he was no longer blindly infatuated with her, and now liking her as a person was nothing. Compared to the fact that Sasuke was depressed about revenge all the time, it's more having to waste 4 years of his life tracking her down. Sasuke was a bit annoying, and he didn't want to go through that again, and what the hell had the boy been thinking to go after Orochimaru after all the people? So instead of starting at 12, Naruto chose to start at 8. Surely he could bear some a measly 4 years of still being alone, not completely alone. If he played his cards right with Sasuke, the massacre was going to happen if the ridiculously diplomatic third Hokage hadn't been able to stop it. An 8-year-old outcast like him sure wouldn't always be able to follow Sasuke until the other boy accepted that they were friends, in which case he might not be so bitter growing up and be less inclined to try to kill him later and leave with blade. Last time, Sasuke hadn't accepted it until he decided that if Naruto was going to try to stop him, then he might as well get a Mangekyo Sharingan from the deal. Naruto walked around the city while he was reflecting and finally ended up at the Ichiraku Ramen bar. He smiled, glad to see his favorite restaurant before Hayam went crazy and turned it into a Tsukman bar. Of course, he could easily turn it back into ramen, but it was quite troublesome, and there he always yelled at me every time I did it. When entering the food establishment, Naruto looked idly at his around when he really froze. Kakashi is on a date with Anko. Hey, you two look familiar to me. You weren't dead, Naruto blurted out. What do you mean by Anko? Asked Anko mischievously. Who else was I going out with? Because I swear to God, attack that if you cheat on me, threatened Angos without finishing the last part. Kakashi swallowed hard. I would never do something like that. I already have the most incredible girlfriend around here, she said. That's better, she said, Anko sounding satisfied. Well, the second most incredible actually, said a man who looked vaguely like Sasuke and Naruto. I was pretty sure I'd seen it before somewhere, but not personally. After all, she's not a ring, said Obito with twitching eyes. Anko took a kunai. Don't pay attention to her, interceded gently Rin. It's clear that she's biased, he said. Now that that's resolved, there's something I need to talk to Naruto. It shouldn't take long, Kakashi promised as he stood up and practically dragged Naruto to an empty corner of the room. Well, you have something to say for yourself, Kakashi asked. What do you mean? He asked. Naruto, only half feigning ignorance, you seem surprised to see me with Anko, when you should know that we've been dating for a little over 6 months, and that when you saw Rin already dead, you said that they were supposed to be dead, Kakashi pointed out with his eyes deadly serious. Naruto's eyes opened wide when he realized, your eyes said, my eyes, Kakashi repeated neutrally, you don't have a Sharingan, Naruto breathed, trying to get over how strange it was to see his former teacher without a protector covering his eye, or even a Sharingan eye. Kakashi just blinked with a shocked face. Naruto asked hesitantly, I thought we had already established that you knew who I was, Naruto told him wondering. If he would have to somehow prove his identity, that would be easy enough since Kakashi already knew about that, but I shouldn't have known exactly yet. I don't mean. Kakashi shook his head, trying to put his words together. You're back too, I was expecting a different timeline, the man said, realizing that his teacher was being the same. Lazy enough that he at 8 years old wouldn't realize what Kakashi was talking about unless he knew exactly what he was talking about. Kakashi. Naruto managed a small smile, me too, I guess since we all did it together, we both ended up in the same place. Sasuke and Sakura have already returned? Naruto asked. Kakashi shook his head, not that I know of. And believe me, I've kept an eye on all 3 of them. Sakura probably won't come back until she at least takes up gaming, because the worst thing that has happened to her before that was that they picked on her because of insecurities about her forehead, and she wouldn't really like to relive her childhood, so I don't think she's crazy enough to try to change something about Sasuke's situation and always fix things for when he comes back to me. As for Sasuke, I honestly don't know where he is. I was hoping he would want to be here today, but maybe he doesn't think he can change it either, and I wouldn't blame him for not wanting to alleviate the aftermath. That's why you're here, not the massacre, asked Kakashi. Naruto laughed sheepishly. Well, yes, but we'll get to that in a minute. First tell me what you did. They were your teammates, right? You managed to save them, asked Naruto. Kakashi nodded. I saved Obito, thanks to that at some point Ring didn't die, explained Kakashi, and they got together. I thought you told me once that your team was like ours at the beginning. The happy boy likes the girl who likes the emo boy, pointed out Naruto. Kakashi felt that again. It's true, however, after Obito died and made me promise to take care of Ring, I always saw her as what I loved, Obito, and it's not like I could change that after these years. With time Rin realized that I was never going to be interested in her, and over time she fell in love with Obito, said Kakashi. And you went with Anko? Naruto, not yet. I could believe it. Are you crazy? Asked Kakashi. Shrugged his shoulders. We are all crazy. Naruto is part of the job description. The most normal of all of us was Sakura, and look at how useless she was until Tsunade took charge of her and began to spread her madness. In fact, I have a theory how much the crazier the ninjas are, the more powerful they are, said Kakashi. True, Naruto admitted, but I repeat. Anko isn't a little young for you? Naruto asked. I'm not that old, you know, Kakashi responded with a slightly attentive look. Anko is only 2 years younger than me, and there's nothing. It's bad for a 22-year-old to date a girl. The man said. Whatever you say. Naruto didn't seem convinced, but decided to let it go. He discovered that he didn't really need to know. Any other changes in life that he should know? Asked. Kakashi considered the question. It had been a little over 10 years in the past, and many things had changed in that time, yet Naruto had said that life changed. So well, you're not an orphan to begin with, Kakashi said. Naruto's eyes widened. I have a mother, he asked everyone. The world has a mother, Naruto, Kakashi said condescendingly. Honestly, it's like no one gave you the talk, the man said. Naruto glared at him. That reminds me. I don't think I'll ever forgive you for letting Jirai give me that talk. Seriously, if not, I would have sworn revenge would kick your ass for that, said Naruto. Well, thank goodness you did it, Kakashi asked happily. Anyway, to answer your real question, your mother is still dead, just like she died before, shortly after giving birth, because Madara showed up, and don't you dare feel guilty that it wasn't your fault, and God knows you've had more problems because of the club and over the years. No one, said Kakashi. Then Naruto said hesitantly, that means your father? Asked Naruto. Is still alive, Kakashi said, smiling genuinely at the little boy. But what about the Shinigami? They didn't need a sacrifice to seal the Kyuubi. Naruto was confused. Yes, Kakashi admitted, and his smile faded, but the third Hokage sacrificed himself instead of the fourth, Kakashi explained. You killed the third Hokage? Asked Naruto in disbelief. I didn't kill him, Kakashi snapped. He didn't sacrifice himself in the original timeline. So you must have done something, Naruto pointed out rationally. Kakashi sighed heavily. You have to understand that last time no one knew what your father was going to do. He just had a plan. Minato-sensei knew that if anyone knew what he was going to do, they would end up stopping him almost immediately after you were born. He rushed to stop the Kyuubi's advance, and so much he didn't have time to make provisions for you. He told Gabunta to tell Jiraiya to spread the word that he wanted you to be a hero, but the third thwarted that plan by keeping the details of the seal and your parentage a secret. Kakashi explained then that you did. Naruto pressed. I missed what Minato-sensei was planning, and the third decided that he would rather be sacrificed to a Shinigami than come out of retirement. Kakashi explained. Naruto stared at him. Are you kidding? He said. Well, it might be a little more complicated than that, Kakashi admitted. He said that your father was what he needed right now, that he was too old to take the reins again, that you were going to have a hard enough life as a Jinchuriki without being an orphan too, and that you needed someone to take care of you. Minato-sensei didn't like it, but in the end he agreed, said Kakashi. So my father is the Hokage. Naruto reflected. He was saddened by the loss of the third, of course, but he had already accepted it 5 years ago, so it didn't affect him as much as if it would have been, for example, the still very alive, your ship. Does that mean people have to be nicer to me? Naruto asked. Kakashi snorted. When your father said he wanted you to be seen as a hero, he meant it. His determination that your sacrifice would be honored, and the fact that your parentage was in the public domain as well as Minato's own hero status, enhanced by his defeat of the Kyuubi, means that this time you don't need to resurrect half of the blade to have your heroes welcome, said Kakashi. Well, that will make the next ones 4 years will be easier, Naruto decided. However, you're going to have to tell me about my father. If he's been raising me all these years, it's probably expected that I know a little more about him than the scraps of information I managed to gather from you and Jiraiya, Naruto said. Of course I will help you with any questions you have, Kakashi promised. However, I have to go back to a date. So what are your plans for tonight? Kakashi asked. What are yours? Naruto replied. I don't think you went through all this effort to save Obit. Only to lose it now, said Naruto. A thought suddenly hit him. Wait, many other things have changed. Will there even be a coup? Did it? Asked Naruto. Kakashi nodded solemnly. Your father is many things, Naruto, but he doesn't perform miracles. The seeds of the Uchiha rebellion were sown before Madara left Konoha. And of course it doesn't help that your father saw him hanging around on the day of the attack. However, he didn't recognize him. He only knew that he was in Uchiha, and as expected, that Madara is dead. That gave people a lot of reason to be suspicious. Unlike the third, Minato-sensei refuses to let the council bully him into going along with them, but with Danzo having his little minions stalking the Uchiha, and with the evident distrust of Koharu and Homura, the coup is supposed to occur sometime in the next week or so. Minato-sensei postponed the order as long as he could, but in the end, avoiding another great shinobi war is more important than an Itachi clan will kill them tonight, he said. Kakashi, what's wrong with Sasuke? I mean, we all know that Itachi won't kill him, but he can't be left alone again, not after what happened last time. Doubt so. The clan, he never told him his plans for fear that it would be discovered. He doesn't know about the coup. And he definitely doesn't know about Itachi's mission, so Minato-sensei made it clear that this Obito should not be harmed, Kakashi explained. I'm going to keep Obito away from the compound this time. Night, so he doesn't get in the way. In fact, I have found his own house and he is in the process of moving, and as for Sasuke, Obito will probably end up taking him in since he will be the only member of his family still in Konoha, and so we can both keep an eye on him and hopefully prevent him from going off the rails regarding revenge, Kakashi explained. Then what the hell am I here for? Asked a frustrated Naruto. I didn't come all this way just to serve as moral support for Sasuke, which he won't need when he comes back anyway, Naruto exclaimed. But he smiled as an idea occurred to him. Hey, what happened to Orochimaru? I know my father wouldn't forgive him out of feeling like the third did, so he died. He stayed in Konoha. He left and joined Katsuki again. What happened to him? Naruto, Kakashi asked. He frowned, unsure at the sudden change of topic. When Orochimaru's betrayal was discovered, your father fought him and managed to expel him from Konoha. He would have killed him, but Orochimaru used his summon to start attacking with a blade, and by the time your father took out his own summon and he returned his attention to the battle, Orochimaru had managed to flee. I see. Naruto's smile was downright evil. What are you planning? Kakashi asked reluctantly, almost sure he didn't want to know. Actually, I don't know Itachi very well, but if I don't, I'm sorry that he has to spend time with Madara. Naruto willingly shuddered, a complete idiot. And on top of that, he's absolutely crazy, and considering all this, he really didn't deserve what happened. And Sasuke probably wouldn't have been so traumatized by the massacre if it weren't for the fact that it was Itachi's doing, and if he had a good reason to hate Orochimaru, he wouldn't have gone to train under his command. He would have gone to the and started to work for Akatsuki, said Naruto. What are you saying? Kakashi asked carefully. Let's blame everything on Orochimaru, suggested Naruto cheerfully. Later that night, Naruto was starting to regret his plan. Of course, it was still his best chance to change something, but since the Sharingan could see through illusions and he would have to trick Itachi or face some very uncomfortable questions, he had to really transform. The only technique he had to do, it was sexy Saiatsu and its variations, so he had arranged to transform into Orochimaru as a girl. Orochimaru had been a girl before, in fact he was pretty sure Orochimaru had been a girl when he killed the third, but it was still strange. Of course he really had better things to worry about than that, but it was better than reminding himself again that no matter how much he wanted to, he couldn't help the people he saw screaming for help as Itachi methodically cut them down. It was finally over, and just in time too, since Naruto he heard the distinctive sounds of an angry mob approaching the street. He wondered what Kakashi had come up with to bring a bunch of witnesses to the Uchiha compound at 3 in the morning, but he figured he'd probably find out soon. Itachi stood up. Head startled. The Uchiha district was pretty isolated from the rest of Konoha, half the problem really, and there was no reason for anyone, much less anyone, to be here. Just in time Naruto jumped in front of Itachi just as the first of the crowds came into view. Sure enough, Kakashi was being chased by a large crowd of angry people, most of them women. Itachi started, "How dare you come into my house? The spy on me," one of them shouted. "How come you always get me into this kind of thing?" Situations. Orochimaru lamented, death stunned. "What the hell are you doing here?" asked Anko. "Dear, has it been too long?" Naruto greeted her without taking his eyes off Itachi's. "How is the curse seal going?" "Someday problem," asked the fake Orochimaru. "Naruto, you have too much courage to come back here after what you did," growled Anko. Yes, I understand that you're upset. We'll fix this later. Right now I'm here for one reason, and one reason only," Naruto exclaimed. "And that's?" Itachi asked in low voice, getting into a defensive stance. Naruto marveled at the fact that Itachi rushed to defend the village that had asked him to kill 318 members of his family not even 2 minutes ago, and his best friend before that to get the necessary power, the Sharingan. "Of course," Naruto explained patiently, "with it I could learn any jutsu at any time with very little effort on my part. Of course, those pitiful fools had to charge at me, trying to arrest me for treason or some other nonsense and then I killed everyone, but it doesn't matter. I'm sure your eyes will be more than enough," the fake Orochimaru explained. "You killed the Uchihas?" Kakashi asked, sounding horrified. "You're a monster," he said. "I'm above it. Such commoner labels," he snorted. Orochimaru had to give Itachi a shove. Aside from a slight widening of his eyes, the Uchiha didn't give any indication that he was as confused as the rest, but more, because he knew what had really happened to his clan, and he knew. Kakashi knew it too. Now Naruto didn't really remember what Orochimaru used to fight, other than using dead and summons, but since he was supposed to go after every jutsu he figured that gave him some leeway. He thought he could start with the earth clone technique that he was pretty sure he had seen Orochimaru use after fighting Itachi for a few minutes. The crowd snapped out of their stupor. They remembered that most of them were ninjas and started attacking Orochimaru too. "Sorry I'm late," Naruto heard Sasuke's voice a little breathless from the back of the crowd. "What's going on?" he asked. "What is this?" another Uchiha asked. Orochimaru sounding positively delighted. He was so afraid that he had managed to kill them all. "Everyone, that this boy would be my only option as a host, but now I see that there is a spare one. How wonderful. This is getting crowded, so I'm leaving. But don't forget that I, Orochimaru of the Sunning, I will return to steal your body. Remember my words," he declared before use the body blink to start his life. Once he got far enough away he transformed back into himself and headed to the compound. "Hello guys, we're at a party," Naruto asked happily. "Not my whole family has just been murdered," he snapped at him. Sasuke looked sick, and now the world is spinning with it. Sasuke fell to the ground, passed out. "I should probably go report this to the Hokage," Itachi finally said, no doubt wondering if this strange new development meant he was still going to have to go into exile or not. "Great idea, me, I'll go too." Kakashi nodded. "Obito, do you want to take Sasuke with you to your new house? He really can't stay here, all things considered," Kakashi asked. "Of course," Hito nodded, picking up the little boy and leaving. "Naruto, I'm not at all sure why you're up so late, but you have to go straight to bed, okay?" said Kakashi sternly. Or did he absolutely accept Naruto and would do it as soon as he saw the end result of his meddling? "Itachi didn't expect to see you again. Is it done?" he asked Minato with heaviness. When Itachi appeared at the Hokage tower he sounded sad. "Kakashi, what are you doing here?" asked Minato. "I'm just accompanying," said Kakashi, shrugging his shoulders. "Yes," he answered Itachi, "they are all dead except me, Obito and Sasuke," explained Itachi. "Your brother?" Minato asked. "He's only 8 years old. He has no idea," Itachi explained. "I see. Well, I guess he doesn't pose any threat." So Minato decided there was some problem. The blonde asked. "I'm not sure," Itachi confessed. Minato's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean no are you sure what happened?" he asked. Just after he finished Kakashi appeared, followed by a large crowd of angry women, Itachi explained. Kakashi raised his hands in defense. He had completely forgotten that was going to happen tonight. He lied. Kakashi. Minato looked skeptical, but he nodded. Then he asked. "Then Orochimaru appeared, said he had killed everyone and was planning to steal my body. We fought. And then he left after he showed up." Sasuke said. "Now he had a spare in case that he couldn't possess me," Itachi explained, sounding slightly indignant at the idea of Orochimaru doing that to his little brother. "Orochimaru?" Minato's eyebrows rose. He took credit for killing everyone in front of a large crowd of witnesses. Are you sure it was him? Asked Minato. Itachi coughed. Well, actually it was a woman, but there was no illusion and angle identified as his former mentor. Itachi said. I see. Minato went blank. But why would Orochimaru take the blame for this? Asked Minato, who is said to have wiped out almost the entire Uchiha clan. He sure earns a fearsome reputation, suggested Kakashi. Maybe it was after that he said maybe he allowed Minato. Still, I guess we can deal with that later. For now, since Orochimaru has generously offered himself as a scapegoat. You are of course free to stay in with Leaf, Minato said. I'm sure Obito will be happy to have you in his house, Kakashi offered. After all, you're only 13 years old and he'll probably want custody of Sasuke. He said. Okay. Itachi said slowly, realizing how lucky he had been. Well, this isn't really how I imagined today would end, Minato confessed, leaning back in his chair. Still, maybe it's for the best. Sasuke, of course, was looking for revenge. Naruto had helped him see that it was not fair to take out his pain and his desire for revenge on everyone who lived in Konoha. And that would also make the Uchiha massacre meaningless. That did not mean that he did not consider 3 people responsible. They should. Dying the third had also been involved of course and had been the one to give the order in the end, but since he had been the most reluctant and had ended up protecting Sasuke over the years, Sasuke decided that he could let the fact that the third was one of the strongest shinobi in the village and the fact that he was just a child and that the mysterious death of a Hokage deserved an intense investigation did not influence his decision much, no matter how much Sasuke wanted to see his parents again now. Other members of his family had long since realized that as long as the factions that followed the teachings of the Senju were in charge, his clan would always be at odds with the government, with having led the Kyuubi to attack with Blade, the which he certainly couldn't effect since he was less than 3 months old at the time. Things only got worse. If Itachi couldn't stop the coup attempt, then he certainly couldn't, and it wasn't worth the chance to see his clan again for having to watch Itachi destroy them and abandon him again. So Sasuke had decided to go back at age 11. His life after the massacre wasn't really anything worth repeating, but he wanted to go back a little before graduating to have some time to return to familiarizing himself with his past and changing anything he didn't like, not to mention brushing up on his jutsu and working on accustoming his body to his more interesting jutsu, while Saz put the finishing touches on the Danzo suicide letter he had realized was missing. Homura and Kaharu were too set in their ways and couldn't lead with Leaf in the future, but he didn't want to be tried and executed for treason, so he was going to die with them and deactivated his Sharingan. He mentioned that there really shouldn't be, it had been so easy to poison the council, and the future sixth was actually doing Konoha a favor by not only removing some dangerously old-fashioned and extremely influential leaders, but letting the village know that their security had failed and hopefully inspiring them to correct it back to normal. His apartment, he ran into the most annoying person he had failed to kill. Hello Sasuke. Naruto greeted him cheerfully. What are you doing out at this time of night? He asked. What are you doing? Sasuke replied. Midnight Ramen run. Naruto explained. I always forget to go during the day, he said. I see, said Sasuke. If it was anyone else that would have been completely ridiculous and obviously false, but since it was Naruto, that was actually one of the most likely explanations. I'm going home, said Naruto. Threw him an incredulous look. You're going the wrong way. Not for that unless you want to take the really scenic route, said Naruto. Don't be ridiculous, my apartment is this way. I disagree, Sasuke, and really how would Naruto know anyway, and why he was being so friendly? On the other hand, maybe it was just that he was really responding to the blonde boy when he had really been 11, he would have just grunted, possibly said something derogatory and left. No, unless Obito kicked you out, Naruto replied, and I probably would have found out. That's what he said. Who is Obito? Sasuke asked. Automatically Naruto's eyes opened wide. Who is Obito? Sasuke. Why do you hate Orochimaru? Naruto asked. Who said I hate Orochimaru? Sasuke asked with neutrality for the case. Who said that I have met him? Asked the Uchiha, a smile on Naruto's face. Sasuke, you are back, he said. Back? Sasuke repeated, feeling a little out of it. Yes, you have finally decided to appear. Kakashi came back 13 years ago, and I 3 years ago, Naruto explained. Sakura hasn't shown up yet, but Kakashi and I are betting that will happen next year when we play games, Naruto said. I see, said Sasuke. So we're on the same timeline? Asked. Yes, Kakashi. I was quite surprised, too. Luckily, after a few weeks my memories of the alternate timeline started to come back, because when I came back for the first time I was very confused, as Kakashi had been changing things left and right for a decade. For example, did you know that when that Kumakura ambassador tried to kidnap Hinata, Kakashi was there to incapacitate him without killing him, so that Niji's father wouldn't have to die? Naruto asked. Why? Did Sasuke wonder. Naruto shrugged. Because he knew what was going to happen, I guess, plus I have a Feeling that he got tired of listening to and complaining about how fatalistic she and he were all the time before I used my therapy YouTube with him, and since most of his change followed Hinata's father, explaining what really happened that day, he imagined that this incident was the main cause of Niji's complex, Naruto explained so he did it because Niji's pain bothered him, Sasuke summarized he. Basically agreed Naruto, but well that's why I ended up coming back not for anyone, but because your sulking was very annoying, and I didn't realize that you would follow me here said Naruto. I'm not angry Sasuke told him Naruto snorted, keep telling you that Sasuke said, and there's no such thing as YouTube for therapy, Sasuke reminded him really I think you'll find out that yes there is. Naruto corrected, apparently Obito is also good at that, and Kakashi gave him my name, so in the last 13 years, it has become quite well known. It's true that I'm no longer the creator, but since it's official I feel vindicated anyway, he said. Naruto would you do it besides that is changed to as Obito because I'm supposed to hate Orochimaru, and what have you done Sasuke shot Obito is your cousin started Naruto Sasuke blinked I have relatives, but the massacre commented Naruto Obito originally died 2 years before when we were born I was on Kakashi's team, and as such I was on my father's team continued Naruto when he died he gave his Sharingan to Kakashi became a little obsessed as you've probably noticed and came back to save him as he was on the team about my father. His family realized that he had a lot of loyalty to Leaf and didn't tell him about the coup and Kakashi had to keep him out of the compound that night, Naruto said. I have relatives, Sasuke repeated, trying to understand this basic fact. Or relative, whatever, he said. As for Orochimaru well, I already told you that I didn't want to deal with your anger, right? Naruto asked. I went back to the day of the massacre so I could be there for you afterwards or whatever, so that you hopefully grow up less a Momo. I ran into Kakashi and he put me on the phone. Stream of what had happened as a habit I would probably end up taking you in, since you were somewhat lacking in family, I decided that I didn't want my trip to be useless, and we ended up blaming everything on Orochimaru, said Naruto blame Orochimaru for what Sasuke asked confused Naruto's smile widened the massacre said, you know he was speechless, you blamed Orochimaru for the Uchiha massacre like. Why and what happened to Itachi then asked Naruto use sexy jutsu to turn me into the Orochimaru girl Naruto began as he saw Sasuke flinch he continued, I know how disgusting right, but it had to be done trying to explain why he was framing Orochimaru might have led to some awkward questions and the Sharingan can see through illusions, so he had no choice option as to why well if it hadn't been for the stupid curse seal you wouldn't have been more grumpy and crazy than normal, and if it hadn't been for him killing the third one your brother wouldn't have come back to protect you and would have left catatonic, not to mention that he was the one who offered you a place outside of Konoha to begin with. The way I see it, if it hadn't been for him, it wouldn't have been for you, said Naruto, even so, it was my choice, he felt obliged to point Sasuke Naruto's eyes. Blank, you're my best friend and he was crazy, plus I'm supposed to blame you for what happened, Naruto asked. I guess Sasuke didn't concede, no matter how hard it was to believe that he was a 13-year-old prodigy who devastated the clan, a student at the academy. 8 years above average would have been much more ridiculous not to mention that Itachi would have found a way to take responsibility and talking about him what happened if people believe that Orochimaru is responsible what happened to him, Sasuke asked after he killed the clan, says that Kakashi I gathered a large crowd of witnesses and chased him to the Uchiha district where I claimed that he had killed them all I attacked your brother I mentioned how much I wanted a Sharingan and that I would come back for your eyes or Itachi's and I left summarized Naruto since everyone thought that Orochimaru was responsible and your brother had heroically managed to reject him there was no need for him to leave so he lives with you at death and with Rin he is still very stoic every time you are not in the room and he doesn't like to talk of the Uchiha or the massacre, but it's not as bad as before, said Naruto Sasuke stared at Naruto don't take this the wrong way, but I think I love you, said the Uchiha Naruto laughed I won't do it don't worry, but Kiba could take it like that no could understand why what was he so determined to bring you back after you acted like an idiot, so he finally decided. That he was in love with you Naruto said with disgust Sasuke shuddered I never liked him I was going when you two got together, you were 5 times as mean Sasuke said sorry, to hear that, Naruto said without looking embarrassed at all, especially since you're going to see a lot more of him, since your brother is dating his sister, Naruto said, what did you just say, Sasuke asked. Sure he heard the other boy wrong. Your brother is dating Kiba's sister Hana said Naruto again. Why did Sasuke ask Naruto shrugged, who knows how love works Obito married his other teammate Rin, and Kakashi is dating Anko, said Anko Sasuke closed between eyes trying to remember her weight. It wasn't her that crazy producer of the second stage of the exams, asked Sasuke yes he smiled Naruto didn't want to propose until you or Sakura arrived and in fact he will get married once the team is reunited again. Anko scares me a little, but he's pretty impressive he can make a weapon out of anything they'll get along pretty well. Naruto said what we could have in common Sasuke honestly couldn't think of anything, and why do we know each other, he said well she's the guy's girlfriend your best friend and They go out as a couple a lot, but she was also Orochimaru's apprentice who he gave a curse seal to and abandoned. They often have long, deep conversations about how much they hate him and plan various scenarios of revenge, offered Naruto, and believe me when I say that it bothers others a lot, he said. Well, it's true that I haven't forgiven Orochimaru not only for bragging about taking my body, but for interrupting my fight with Itachi and leading him to death from exhaustion much faster like that. I guess I can work with that, said Sasuke. Of course I do. Is it really even possible for you to be happy without having someone you need to get revenge on? Naruto asked. I don't know, Sasuke confessed. But why play with success, he asked. Because it's a bother. For the rest, Naruto complained, talking about that. Why did you decide to come back? It had something to do with revenge. Naruto didn't ask, but of course, Sasuke seemed surprised that Naruto had to ask, although he reluctantly admits that maybe the citizens of Konoha deserve peace after the massacre. The council and Danzo didn't say Sasuke you killed them. Naruto was surprised they were meeting to discuss Konoha politics. I poisoned their tea and then used a Sharingan to forge Danzo's suicide note, he explained. Sasuke, for the love of God, Sasuke, you know how people are going to react to that. You can't go around killing the village elders whenever you feel like it, Naruto burst out. I just did it, Sasuke pointed out, but don't worry, I feel like justice has been served by Konoha in regards to the massacre, so I don't see any reason to go after other elders or the Hokage. Madara however commented. Sasuke, well said Naruto, because if you're going after my father, I might have to rethink the no revenge thing, he said. Naruto, your father? Sasuke, surprised he's not dead, asked. Kakashi interfered, and that's why the third sealed the Kyuubi, explained Naruto. Kakashi killed the third? Sasuke couldn't believe it. Naruto smiled. That's what I said too. He claims the third made his own decisions, talking about people making their own decisions. Whether you like it or not, your brother made his too. You're sure you're going to be fine facing him again? Because remember, you're not supposed to know that he's the one who killed your clan, and neither am I. Just my father. Kakashi, Jiraiya, they should know since you killed the unholy alliance, Naruto said. Sasuke blinked. That's Kakashi, my codename for the council, and Danzo, Naruto explained, since they are always at odds with dad, and they are always on each other's side. Said, I think I'll be fine. Sasuke decided right or wrong to forgive Itachi, after finding out that Konoha had ordered him to do it, so as long as he doesn't make a mistake and mention that I know it was he should be fine. I don't see why we would talk about the massacre, even if I knew, because I still don't feel that they deserve to die, so it would end up being very awkward, Sasuke said. It's probably for the best, agreed Naruto. Madara, he's really good at framing his explanations so that he immediately changes long-held beliefs in the course of a conversation. It's kind of like Miyutsu from therapy, but the other way around. YouTube of giving people problems. That's not so catchy, said Naruto. Yes, Madara was quite good about that, Sasuke agreed. However, he was very crazy. Seriously, the moon? Asked the Uchiha. I know it, said Naruto. It is kind of a wonder that someone so crazy managed to have enough composure to convince so many other people to follow him. Naruto said, well, most of those people were crazy too, Sasuke pointed out. True, Naruto granted. So do you have any more questions for me, or do you want to go back? He asked the blonde. What is our relationship supposed to be like? Sasuke inquired, sincerely curious. He was sure that Naruto had tried to befriend his younger self, but he was equally sure that the little boy hadn't. I would be very receptive, the same as always, I guess, Naruto decided. In this timeline, I always knew Kakashi since he was my father's student, and after my return I accompanied him when he went out with his death, and so he was eventually forced to admit that we were friends. We will probably never act like normal friends, but they don't either, and No and Sakura, and they managed to be functional. Naruto said, that would depend on your definition of functional, Sasuke said dryly. Then you plan to do something about the fact that I killed them? Asked Sasuke. Naruto sighed. I don't approve, obviously, especially since this was a murder. There's no other way to look at it. We'll have to tell Kakashi, obviously, but other than that I guess I'm glad you stuck to the agreement we made not to try to destroy anymore. But leave, commented Naruto. Thank you, Sasuke said sincerely. Then an idea occurred to him. Hey, since I'm not going to have new memories for a few weeks, what is that cousin of mine? Asked Sasuke. Well, he looks a lot like me for starters, Naruto answered. When the two boys arrived at the strange house that Naruto swore he lived in, he found Kakashi sitting at the table with Itachi Uchiha older than him. He assumed it was Obito. Where they have been, he asked Obito without bothering to wonder why Naruto was with Sasuke. Apparently they really were friends. I was on a ramen run at midnight when I ran into Sasuke training. Naruto lied. I made him come with me, but we were delayed when he burned his mouth and swore revenge, said Naruto. I see, said Death. Apparently that wasn't news. Oh, Kakashi? Asked Naruto. Sasuke finally decided to show up, said Naruto. Did? Kakashi raised an eyebrow. He certainly took his time, didn't he? Asked the man. Now you have no excuse not to propose, Naruto informed him. I'll do it, Kakashi insisted. Hello brother, he said, not really knowing what else to say. After all, the last time they had been on anything resembling good terms had been the day before the massacre, but he had been so tense then he was probably trying to decide Whether or not he could kill his little brother Itachi smiled at him, swearing revenge again. Sasuke, one of these days, that's going to get you in trouble, Itachi said. I don't know, Sasuke muttered, still, I'm sure I can handle it, and if not, you'll get me out of trouble, no. Sasuke asked, Itachi always promised, and what did Kakashi ask Naruto in a low voice as they walked away from the rest, ended the unholy alliance, answered Naruto. Kakashi blinked, that's it, Kakashi asked, I know, I was surprised too, I trust Naruto, I can't even say that's it. Something bad considering what we know Danzo is capable of doing and how absolutely useless the advice always was, Kakashi admitted. I wonder who Minato will name to replace them. Kakashi wondered. Well, he did say he was looking for a way to get grandma back for something more than his semi-annual inspections at the hospital, Naruto pointed out. As for the other one, I don't know. Jiraiya would seem like the obvious choice, but his spy network is like it's held together personally by him, so Naruto said. Shikamaru Nara would be a good choice, mused Kakashi, seeing that he is probably the smartest person in the village and a tactical genius as well said, so it seems that Sasuke's revenge tendencies really had a positive result this time, said Naruto sounding almost amazed. Yes. But we should never tell him this ever if he's bad about it. Now imagine how bad it would be if he was encouraged in the first place. Sakura wasn't even sure she wanted to go back. Of course there had been some difficult moments in his life, especially the period when Sasuke was in Atogakure, Naruto was traveling with Jiraiya and Kakashi was absent without leave, but for the most part things had turned out well in the end. The chances of Sasuke returning after all were already quite astronomical, but combined with the recovery of Tsunade, Konoha's resistance and Naruto's survival was a miracle, plain and simple, and he did not want to go back to try to fix things and accidentally ruin them, however. Kakashi, Naruto and to a lesser extent Sasuke, they seemed to be so convinced of the idea that she couldn't help but accept it. After all, the three of them were going to disappear from her world and she would be doomed to be left behind again. Her life before graduating from the academy had only been notable for its simplicity in a group where chakra deformations, demonic possessions, seal slavery, clan slavery, family massacres, and the quest for revenge were the norm. Her mundane life with her family and friends made her a rarity after all. She was willing to abandon her best friend for a silly crush on a barely pubescent boy. Luckily she had realized how stupid that was and she would have to fix it immediately if she was going to relive her bullying days. It made no sense, she wouldn't have much chakra and she came back before she became Tsunade's apprentice and would have to train a lot to recover her taijutsu to normal levels. But Sasuke, Naruto and Kakashi had moved on when she looked for the fifth one. So go back to that time would be like not bothering to go back. Sakura still didn't understand what exactly had happened in regards to the massacre, and I doubted that anyone would ever know the true story since Itachi had died Danzo and the council claimed my ignorance and Madara was practically a liar pathological. Couldn't do anything about that. All of Kakashi's problems seemed to come from before she was born and he would have no reason to be interested in her even if there was something. Naruto had been abandoned his entire life. Sakura woke up early the day after the graduation exam and when she absent-mindedly ran her fingers through her tangled hair, she was surprised at how long it was. She let a smile cross her face as she remembered not telling everyone that Sasuke only liked girls with long hair right after she decided to grow hers. Sakura, just like everyone else, had believed, which was funny looking back on it because as far as she knew Sasuke's two biggest requirements for a girl he could potentially be interested in were not being useless or being a fanatic, which at that moment among the girls they knew only Tenten was. Well, of course, Sasuke barely knew her and she was obviously going to break up with Maggie, so it's not like that would have worked. Maybe even if she hadn't just gotten up and left. Sakura searched her room until she found a half-hidden kunai under her bed. Just like before, she was a reborn kunoichi and she wanted to look like one. She went to the bathroom and, holding her hair over the garbage can, she imitated her initial change from a fairly protected, determined girl. Ninja in training. After straightening the ends a little, she looked at her reflection. It wasn't bad, now it looked much more like what she remembered, even though she was younger. Long hair had always symbolized her days as a fan for her, and she was glad to have gotten rid of it. Unfortunately, her wardrobe left a lot to be desired since the long dresses he had worn for most of his time as gaming weren't really the most practical for the life of a shinobi. However, it was only the day of the team's initial meeting and since survival training would be the next day he thought that it would be okay if she went to buy some shorts after she was fired for the day. Sakura's mother stared at her when she came down to the kitchen. "What's for breakfast?" she asked cheerfully. "I'm starving," she said. "I thought you were on a diet." Her father asked her without looking up from his food, Sakura admitted, feeling a little embarrassed by her childish nonsense. "But then I realized that I'm going to need energy and I'm going to be a kunoichi and all the exercise I'll probably do will burn more than enough." Unwanted calories, Sakura said. What happened to your hair? Sakura asked her mother as she put breakfast in front of her. I cut it, Sakura said. It just seemed obvious. I see it. But why did her mother insist? Sakura shrugged shoulders. Well, today I meet my gaming team and I'm starting my life as a kunoichi, so I could at least try to act like one. Wearing my hair down is begging for someone to try to pin me down by grabbing it, so I thought I could cut it off or wear my hair in a ponytail, and it seems like I'm copying Ino, and that's not going to happen, said Sakura. Sakura's father looked at her. She looks good, he said approvingly. I'm glad you've decided to take being a ninja more seriously. It's a very dangerous job after all. We want you to harm, the man said. Since Sakura's parents were civilians, they had no idea how dangerous it could be, and if Sakura got her way, they would never do it. Last time, the total annihilation of Konoha by pain had been necessary for her to do so. If you had any idea what kind of things he had usually faced, don't worry, I assure you, I'm sure our instructor will be more than capable, she said, even though he was lazy and a pervert and never understood why he wore a mask all the time. She was so used to seeing him with her that when she had seen him without her, she had been scared, but she had seen his photo from when he was on a games team, and then he was already wearing one. So when he had started, and why will I have to go shopping when he returns to get some shorts and things to wear? That won't get in the way, said Sakura, but you do look very pretty in that dress, her mother protested. Sakura rolled her eyes. I'm sure I can look pretty in more practical clothes, mom, but even if I'm not, no, I'm there to be eye candy, Sakura said. Sakura was heading to the academy deep in thought when she bumped into someone. I'm sorry, she said automatically. Don't worry, Itachi assured her with a smile. It was an accident, the Uchiha said. Itachi? Yes, Sakura, I do know you, asked Itachi, tilting her head inquisitively. Why are you here? Sakura asked without answering the question. Luckily she wasn't wearing her usual Akatsu cloak. She probably would have fainted from fright. However, it was close. I'm accompanying Kakashi to the academy since Anko and Obito are on a mission, and if left to his own devices, Kakashi would probably show up at some point in the afternoon, Itachi explained. Sakura managed to tear her eyes away from Itachi's. They were black, not the red of the Sharingan, which it was another surprise, and she saw that not only Kakashi was standing behind Itachi, but also Sasuke and Naruto. The three members of her future team were looking at her curiously. Sakura asked, my fiancé, Kakashi explained. Are you getting married? Sakura asked. Just now. After the Chunin exams, confirmed Kakashi. Hey, Sakura-chan said. Naruto suddenly. Do you think Shikamaru is more likely to end up with Temari Kanino? Asked Naruto. Temari? Sure, answered Sakura. Automatically is in with Leaf too often for her to be just diplomatic, and besides, I think there he doesn't have something with said. He suddenly realized where he was, or rather when, and stammered, I mean welcome to the party. Kakashi greeted him, seeming to be smiling behind his mask. Sasuke owes us to Naruto now 1500 ryo to each one, said Kakashi. I know, Sasuke grumbled, reaching into my pocket and taking out the indicated sum before pushing it towards the winners of the small bet they had going on. The bet against Kakashi pointed out. Well, I thought any day, but today was a good chance, Sasuke said defensively. Maybe if you hadn't run away to go be an idiot, then you'd know Sakura better. Naruto told him. What the hell is going on? Sakura asked, feeling more confused by the second. Don't worry, Itachi assured her. Or did he try? Considering he was supposed to be a ninja renegade wasn't very reassuring. Of course apparently it had never been bad, but it was still disturbing they get like that often. It's like if they were in their own world, Itachi said. We'll explain it to you soon, Sakura-chan promised, Naruto frowning a little. But knowing that he would soon have the opportunity to interrogate them, Sakura followed them into the building. Iruka was standing in front of the class trying to get them to calm down, which was not easy at all, considering that everyone was very excited to finally pass well. So everyone is here, except what are you doing here? Kakashi asked Iruka, surprised. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Sakura had a thousand doubts at that moment. There were two eyes she had. What happened to her Sharingan? What the hell was going on here? Since when Sasuke and Naruto behaved as if they were friends and even knew Kakashi had entered accidentally in an alternate dimension. I'm supposed to test out a team today. You should probably know Iruka, since you were part of the team he assigned me, said Kakashi. You were assigned? Iruka snorted. You demanded your team and wouldn't take no for an answer, he said. Let's not get into an argument about semantics, said Kakashi lightly. And I was referring to the fact that you're 5 minutes late, said Iruka, still with a shocked face at this fact. Sakura looked at the clock. It was true, seeing as Kakashi always used to joking about the only reason he had lived so long was because he kept coming late to death and death got tired of waiting for him and left. This was really remarkable. I don't know what you're talking about, lied Kakashi. I confiscated his books and threatened to give them to him to Anko's and he didn't appear, Itachi explained. You do miracles, Itachi said. Iruka shaking his head in amazement. Sakura was Also amazed why the hell people weren't scared, or at least she was a little surprised to see Itachi. "Here, I have to go," Itachi said, poking his brother in the forehead. "Behave well and don't fail," said. "Yes yes," Sasuke grumbled, rubbing his forehead. Sakura watched how teams 1 to 6 were assigned. The joggers, she observed, seemed to simply be doing their homework. None of the boys were from any ninja clan, and she didn't remember seeing any of them among the ranks of the Konoha shinobi. Were clearly not expected to be one of the 3 teams that passed the 18th teams. However, they were made up entirely of representatives of strong shinobi clans, and the recreation team in Ashikachu was a little suspicious. Sasuke, and she represented the best in the class, so that probably wasn't a coincidence either. Team 7 will be Sakura, Haruno, Sasuke, Uchiha and Naruto Namikaze, and will be led by Kakashi Hatake, Haruka announced, making Sakura close her eyes, confused once again. Namikaze Naruto, clear the truth of Naruto's parentage, had come to light over time, but that was years ago, because now it was public knowledge if he saw his son again, Kakashi was going to kill him for having given him a defective jutsu. Of course he had ended up in the past, but he wanted to return to his past, not to that of an alternative universe. "Well, let's start by introducing you," Kakashi suggested once they arrived at the meeting point. "We all already know who we are, but it wouldn't be good to start the team with the wrong foot this time, right? Let's go with likes, dislikes, dreams for the future, and what they changed when they went back in time," said Kakashi. "When we went back in time," Sakura repeated without understanding. "Then it hit account, we ended up in the same timeline, and I'm the last one to come back, and that's why nothing makes sense," Sakura asked. "It's your fault for choosing not to come back until the last moment," Sasuke told her bluntly. "If it weren't because apparently you were all changing things turned around every time, it wouldn't have been necessary to go back any further," Sakura defended herself. "Don't worry," Sakura-chan smiled at her. "Naruto, in a few weeks, your memories of this timeline will come back in. I don't think things should be so different with you since our changes only affected you peripherally." "Oh yeah, I made Sasuke declare that he could never be with someone who would give up his friends for him, so you there, they don't keep talking. But actually that's probably the biggest difference for you personally," he said. "Naruto, you did that." Sakura couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, I was wondering how I could fix that," the girl said. "Well, that and the fact that since I already knew everything and Sasuke is as competitive as I am, we are tied for the best in the class, and the only reason we managed to avoid graduating early is because we didn't show up to take the final exam a few times," Naruto said almost as an afterthought, "which is why Kakashi had to fight so hard to get the 3 of us without me being the one last to balance you two people said. Our team was stacked. Fortunately he has a relationship with the shit," said Naruto. "Since I was the first to return, I will go first," announced Kakashi. "My name is Kakashi Hatake. I like masks, books of Jiraiya-sama, and being late. I hate that someone uses one of the first 2 against me, especially if it is to make me get somewhere on time. My dream for the future is to get the 3 of them to pass the Chunin exams on their first attempt, since that hasn't happened since the years when I came back 14 years ago. I saved the life of my best friend Obito Uchiha, so I didn't receive his Sharingan later. My other partner Rin also survived, and I let the 3rd Hokage know that Minato-sensei was planning to sacrifice himself to seal the Kyuubi, so he decided to sacrifice himself instead," Kakashi explained. "Did you kill the 3rd?" Sakura asked. Horrified, Sasuke and Naruto exchanged smiles and held out their hands to Kakashi, grumbling. "The Yanini gave him some money for the last time. I didn't. The 3rd, he made his own decisions, and I should be remembered as a hero, not as my victim," said Kakashi. "Well," Kakashi started, "Naruto, I can really see your point of view, but seeing as Sakura, Sasuke and I had exactly the same reaction, I would say that you are surpassed. You killed the 3rd," said Naruto. Kakashi seemed to want to strangle the blonde, but he managed to contain himself. "Since you were the 2nd to return, because you are not the next," Naruto asked. "Okay," said Naruto with satisfaction. "My name is Naruto Namikaze, since my father is still alive, and it's Hokage I like. Ramen and YouTube therapy is considered a legitimate shinobi tool, and I dislike revenge and the idiots who chase her at the expense of everything else. My dream for the future is of course to be Hokage, and also to be able to help all my old and future friends." When I returned, I posed as Orochimaru and took responsibility for the massacre of the in front of a large crowd of witnesses that Kakashi had managed to gather, which caused Sasuke to become obsessed with taking revenge on the snake. "Until he came back," Naruto explained. "So that's why Hitachi is here?" Sakura asked. "And no one runs away in terror?" asked. "Yes," Naruto confirmed. "He and Sasuke live with Obito and his wife Rin, whom Kakashi and Minato kept out of the whole massacre thing," Naruto explained. "My name is Sasuke Uchiha." Sasuke began. "I like revenge, getting stronger and tomatoes. I dislike sweet things, fangirls, and people who forget to tell me that Tsunade found a way to reverse the corrosive damage caused by Mangekyo with a relatively simple that you do within a few seconds of using it, and my dream is to take revenge on everyone who I feel has wronged me in some way, including Orochimaru, Kabuto and Madara," said Sasuke too. "Be fair," Kakashi said to us, "we were worried that you would use it in front of someone when they are not supposed to have it yet. If we did not want you to go out of your way seeking revenge against shinobi without being healthy enough before you had graduated," said the man on our first mission outside of Konoha. "Naruto is going to having a near-death experience. I don't want to have to hide the Mangekyou now that there really is no downside to using it," Sasuke said flatly, "as long as it's heroic," he agreed. "Naruto, maybe I can sacrifice myself to save you, that it would put us both in a good position," said the blonde. "There is no mention of dance or the council," asked Sakura, intrigued. "Half the reason you wanted to destroy with Blade was because you wanted to kill them. You have overcome it," she asked, sounding skeptical. Naruto snorted. "Sasuke, overcome something? That's funny, it wasn't over," said Naruto. Sasuke stared at Naruto. "When I came back last year, I poisoned Danzo and the council and forged a suicide note from Danzo claiming that he had killed the council for the good of the village since the new Shikakunate council are not evil and that being a member of the council forced Tsunade to stay in Konoha to find out how to deal with the Mangeo Sharingan. I stand by Danzo's statement and you will never convince me otherwise," Sasuke said. "Danzo's statement?" Naruto repeated. "You wrote the note," said, "which might explain why I agree with him," Sasuke pointed out. "I see," Sakura said, trying to take in all the information. Her teammates had certainly been busy, she couldn't wait for her memories. They came back to try to make sense of all this. "My name is Sakura Haruno. I like people who believe and inspire others, and I also dislike revenge-obsessed idiots who throw everything overboard in their quest. My dream is to become the best medical exam I've ever seen and never be left behind. Since I arrived this morning, well, I got my hair cut and I plan to get a more appropriate outfit for tomorrow," Sakura said. "That's it?" Sasuke asked in disbelief at Sakura's timid nod. He snorted. "So even though you went back in time with the sole purpose of not being useless when it came to making the changes, you ended up being quite useless," said the Uchiha. "I've only been back for a few hours. Let me rest," Sakura complained. "I saved her life from death an hour later." Having returned, Kakashi told him, "The moment I was back for the same amount of time as you, he had framed Orochimaru for the Uchiha massacre." Naruto added, "The moment I returned for 20 minutes, I had eliminated 3 village elders," Sasuke pointed out. Sakura crossed her arms, annoyed. "I really hate them. Sometimes they know." The next day when Sakura left her house to head to the training grounds where the bell test was going to take place, she found Naruto leaning against a tree. "What are you doing here?" asked Sakura. "I'm not here," answered Naruto. "Sorry," asked Sakura. "I'm not here, I'm at the raiment stand," and Shiraku explained. Naruto, "Are you sure?" Sakura asked. "Because it looks like you're here," said. "I'm a clone," Naruto explained. "I figured Kakashi wasn't, he was going to show up soon, so Sasuke and I decided to stake out his house. We actually planned on arriving 6 hours later than we were supposed to find him. So we decided to go to Ichiraku's house. And I thought that if we left you alone for 6 hours you would probably kill us, especially me." Naruto said. Of course Sakura did accept Raymond and Shiraku. It will be 6 hours later. Team 7 finally assembled, headed to their training field for their final exam. Of course they knew that Kakashi would pass them either way, and the father from Naruto, who apparently was still Hokage, would surely be angry if his son was failed by his former student, but it would still be nice to get those damn bells once and for all, especially since Sakura was sure that Kakashi had made sure he was completely up to date with Uraya's novels so that Naruto couldn't threaten to ruin them and have to get the bells that way like last time. "You know what to do," said Kakashi, sounding bored. "I have 2 bells you have to take before noon or they will fail." He bent down to caress the bells tied to his belt, only to realize that they weren't there. "Where are they?" "You mean these bells?" asked Sakura, innocently holding the 2 bells. "How did you get them?" asked Kakashi. "Did I steal them during lunch?" explained Sakura. "The test hadn't started yet," Sakura reminded her. "Kakashi, in the shinobi world, playing fair won't get you very far," Sakura replied. "I got them before noon and what's more, I'm going to give them to them. To my teammates since I don't want them to fail with it." He put one in Naruto's hand and the other in Sasuke Kakashi's hand. "I whimper, you know, if you had told us that you had them in the restaurant we wouldn't have had to come here." "Okay, whatever, come on. I'm sure you're all surprised," said Kakashi. "How useless was I this time?" Sakura asked triumphantly. Team 7. Minato greeted them when they stood in front of him to receive their next mission. "They've managed to fail all of the rank missions that they have. We have to say in your favor." "Ask, that requires talent." Naruto volunteered. "Naruto," said Minato sternly, "have you ever tried to fail any of them?" Naruto replied. "How did we manage not to find Itora?" asked Sakura. "Since we actually found Itora," said. "That cat hasn't been the same since they brought him in, and from what I've heard he practically has a panic attack every time he sees one of you." Minato pointed out. "That's very strange," Sasuke said neutrally. "Surely they can't babysitting because the children invariably insist on throwing kunai at the people around them to practice target shooting. They cannot go shopping in a neighboring village because they compete to see who can get the cheapest deals and so end up haggling all day. They cannot help with farming because Naruto clones eat all the food. You can't help paint the berries or the buildings because that would start another painting war. Minato Kakashi recited. You shouldn't be, I don't know, trying to make them pass. They currently have the record for the most failed ranks in history, said Minato. Kakashi smiled. He knew they had it also, if you really think about it. Takes a lot more effort and creativity to fail so many consecutive rank missions, said Kakashi. Minato sighed, but in reality, there are no more wing rank missions to opt for, the man said. Then I guess that means it's time to graduate to the C rank missions, Kakashi said happily. Failing the C rank missions is a bit more serious than failing the C ranks, he told them seriously. As their Jounin instructor, you have the right to ask them to go up to the C ranks, but I need to know that all of you will take them seriously, said Minato. Sakura nodded. Of course, said Sasuke, grunted in signal okay. I ask for any escort mission to the country of waves, said Naruto. Minato blinked. It turns out that there is an escort mission to the country of waves. Naruto, have you peeked at the mission scrolls again? Asked Minato, did not deny Naruto, sounding too innocent to be believed. Kakashi. Minato asked, we will take it. Kakashi replied, okay, I will let Tazuna know, said Minato, writing down his equipment on the mission list and calling the old bridge builder. What is this? Tafuna asked, taking a drink from his sun bottle. All a bunch of super brats, especially the short one with a stupid face, said that's my son, you know. Minato informed him, sounding amused. I mean, I trust that with leaves he will be able to provide me with competent strength to protect me in my trip home. He backed away immediately. Tazuna. Naruto smiled at him. Oh sure, we can protect you from any ordinary bandit you come across because that is within our capabilities, said Naruto. Great, said Tafuna, looking a little nervous. Very well guys, let's meet at the village gate tomorrow at 9, Kakashi ordered. I'll be sure to let you know, Anko, Minato assured the three gaming players. So tomorrow is your first day out of Konoha with your brats, Anko mused out loud when Kakashi arrived at his desk. Apartment that same day. How did you know? Kakashi asked, a little surprised. The Hokage called me and asked me to make sure you arrived on time. He honestly explained. It's like every time you're late for something, they hold Obito or me personally responsible. If I had known. That would be your personal alarm clock. I would never have agreed to go out with you, said Anko, but now you're stuck with me. Kakashi said smugly. It's the mask, Anko insisted. I love being the only one who knows what you are like without it, she said. Even more so since you started giving everyone who asked a different description, Kakashi agreed. Although the current most popular theory is that I have a bad third-degree sunburn that I hide out of shame, which is completely ridiculous since that's how hard it is to get sunburned. Sun on her face when she is always covered by a mask, but Kakashi said if they stopped asking me I would stop giving them false information, Anko said defiantly, crossing your arms. You must be happy. Hey, your dream team finally has the Anko asked. Oh, I don't know, Kakashi replied. Seeing them plot new ways to fail in all the rank missions they were assigned was quite entertaining, Kakashi said. I bet so. Anyway, why did you insist on having him? Those three asked him. Anko, that is to say, about Naruto and Sasuke. I can understand it because of Minato-sama and Obito. But what about Little Star? What is her name? Anko asked. Sakura said. Kakashi said, yes, he nodded. I have seen her a few times and from what I've seen she's a Sasuke fan. And although I'm sure she'll grow out of it, you specifically wanted her, she said. Many girls are at that age, Kakashi pointed out. Even Hinata Hyuga, the only one who graduated who wasn't a Sasuke fan, is infatuated with Naruto. So I couldn't choose a Kunoichi based on that, and Sakura reminds me a lot of Rin, in fact, said Kakashi. It's better not to tell her that until Sakura overcomes the fanatic stage. I warn her, Anko, or she'll hurt you, he said. I'll take note, Kakashi said dryly, and she has improved a lot in the last month. It's like she has years more maturity, and she hasn't fallen into fanatic mode even once. It seems like she's taking this seriously, Kakashi said. A tribute to your teaching skills. I'm sure. Anko said sarcastically. I see where they don't want me, Kakashi snorted. I guess I'll have to take my underrated teaching skills somewhere else, Kakashi said. You know he's lost without me, Anko scoffed. After all, Obito has enough tardiness problems without making you arrive on time. Just commented Anko. I don't know, said Kakashi thoughtfully. Last month when they were both on a mission, Itachi did an incredible job of getting me to where I needed to be long before I felt like I had to be there, commented Kakashi. It's true, he conceded. Bench, but what would you prefer, the threat of losing your precious but replaceable with no or a happy fiancé? Questioned the woman looking at the fishnet top and appreciating the fact that she had taken off her trench coat. Kakashi's decision was easy. A happy fiancé. So this is your first time leaving the village on your first C-rank mission, Minato said at dinner that night. Naruto rolled his eyes. Dad, don't tell me you're going to be nerdy with me. Naruto said, I wouldn't even think about it, he promised. Minato, even so, it's not just one milestone but two, and after only 1 month Jiraiya-sensei didn't let us leave the village for 3 months, Minato began. Naruto snorted, it's because he didn't want to leave her the comfort of Konoha 11, and more specifically, the women's area Naruto partly admitted Minato, but unlike you, when we moved on to rank missions, he left because we were prepared for them, not out of necessity, Minato said. If Kakashi didn't think we were prepared for it, he would have stopped us before we got blacklisted by at least one of them. The Rango missions have stated nah. Minato looked at him in disbelief, probably amended the older blonde, so why the country of the waves? Minato asked curiously. Asked Naruto, you said you wanted an escort mission, and then you specified that you preferred that out in the land of waves. Minato reminded him, oh sure said Naruto, so maybe he had been periodically checking the incoming missions to see when the Tazuna one would come out so that he Sakura and Sasuke could go at their own pace on their failed mission and could demand a C rank at the right time. Well, I heard that the situation in the country of waves is quite bad right now, and if this guy needs an escort it must be quite important. Naruto did not explain. Possibly Minato accepted, and if he is important and capable of help the country of waves we will be improving things there, and also Naruto smiled shamelessly, he is a bridge builder right, so if we manage to save his life in our mission, he will be so grateful that he will have to name the bridge after me. I can already imagine the great bridge about Naruto. Said Naruto, I never understood why you decided that that was one of your goals in life when you were 8 years old. Minato started because when I was 8 years old, it occurred to me that that would be impressive. Naruto answered, I forget about the factor impressive. Minato said ironically, that was more or less when you decided that you wanted to be Hokage. Not at first, you only saw all the paperwork he had to do and the long hours he put in, and you declared that you wouldn't even get close to 5 people. What made you change the position of opinion? Minato asked. The fact that he had always wanted to be Hokage ever since the third had explained his job to him all those years ago, and he had realized that if he were Hokage he would have respect, but he confused cause and effect. However, he couldn't. Saying that, his father had been suspicious enough during those first weeks that he couldn't remember his life in this timeline. But fortunately he had the easy trauma resource of seeing the final results of the massacre and the massacre, and yes, but that was something else that Naruto finally decided on a reason, but then Orochimaru came and killed the Uchiha and he destroyed Sasuke's innocence, and I don't want something like that to happen to anyone I care about ever again. I want the power to protect with a blade and all my loved ones that make it up. Becoming Hokage seems like the best way to do it, Naruto said. Minato smiled at him, and Naruto could tell he was satisfied with that answer, plus he couldn't resist adding all that paperwork. He won't stand a chance against my army of shadow clones. So tomorrow is your first mission outside the village? Itachi asked rhetorically. That night they were alone since Obito and Rin had gone out to dinner. Sasuke looked up from his food in surprise. How do you know? Sasuke asked. I know everything, Itachi said mysteriously before Sasuke's skeptical look. The Hokage relented. He contacted Obito as reinforcement. In case that I still couldn't get Kakashi to show up on time tomorrow, Itachi said, with everyone running to make Kakashi show up on time, it's a miracle that I can't be late for anything anymore, Sasuke pointed out. Itachi nodded effectively. Most people would see his lateness as a sign of laziness, but these days the amount of effort he has to put in is simply ridiculous, said Itachi. How old were you when you had your first mission outside the village? Asked Sasuke. 7, answered Itachi. It was 2 months later I graduated from the academy, and a local village was having some problems with wild animal attacks, so we had to eliminate them, Itachi said. Kill your first C-rank mission? Sasuke asked with displeasure. On the other hand, he had never killed anyone until he was 16, obviously being Captain Ango at 13 and committing the massacre at the same age. Things were different for Itachi, but 7 years old he was still a little young. Itachi shrugged his shoulders. Better wild animals than humans for your first time. It is likely that your mission does not involve either of the two, since it is a simple escort mission, but you never know when a mission will take an unexpected turn. You cannot account for everything, and the clients do not always. They will be honest with you, Itachi said. Sasuke nodded. He had learned that particular lesson the hard way when he thought Kakashi had gotten him killed the last time they had this mission. I hope the mission goes smoothly, but according to Naruto, the situation in the land of waves, it's quite serious, so who knows, even said Sasuke. So you're very happy with your team? Asked Itachi, changing the subject. I've known Kakashi and Naruto for years, replied Sasuke. They may annoy me to the extreme, but I'm used to it to them. I guess Sakura has outgrown her fanatic tendencies remarkably quickly, so even working with her isn't really a problem. Although if they don't drop the whole revenge thing, then I simply can't be responsible for my actions, said Sasuke. Itachi looked at him seriously. Do you still hate and seek revenge on Orochimaru for the massacre? Itachi asked. Sasuke shuddered internally. He really didn't want to talk about the massacre, especially with the person who had actually perpetrated it, despite what most people thought. Of the people in the new timeline, he also believed how he was going to assure his brother that he didn't hate him when in fact he hated Orochimaru and he wasn't supposed to know what had really happened. I consider Orochimaru responsible for the destruction of my family. He said slowly and more in a sense since the Snake Sunin not only had it induced him to abandon his team just when they were finally coming together as a team which he was still not sure if he regretted or not, but it had also manifested itself during his fight with Itachi and it had brought him closer to his death from exhaustion. Sasuke carefully chose his next words, I have every intention of seeing him pay for that. The massacre, I never saw it coming. I don't know why it happened, and him not knowing, he not understanding is killing me. Everything, it seems so pointless. But it's not just that Orochimaru is crazy. From what I can tell, he's brilliant, but no one can deny that he is crazy. The experiments he has done with people, the ones he will do with people he releases bodies like snakes that he likes so much, and if he is not stopped he will continue to wreak havoc on the world, said Sasuke. Even so, given the situation, downplaying that and focusing on the things he had seen in his time in Atogakure and in the invasion of Konoha itself was probably the best option. Best way to handle it. Tomorrow I'm leaving for mission, Sakura announced to her parents. How nice, her mother said absently. What is this time? Gardening, babysitting. The ninjas are so versatile, said the woman. No, said Sakura happily. We've already gone through all of them, so let's go to one escort mission, said Sakura. An escort mission, asked her father. Does that mean you are going to leave with Blade? Asked Sakura. Nodded. Let's escort a bridge builder back to his home in the country of waves. It's just a C-rank mission like this, which should be pretty basic. You just have to be careful with bandits and attacks by wild animals, that kind of thing, said Sakura. Supposedly yes, her father repeated. Does that mean he won't ask? Sakura shrugged her shoulders. I don't know, she lied. I shouldn't, but it never hurts to be prepared, and it could kill me if I wasn't, so Sakura commented. Killing you? Her mother jumped alarmed. I'm not going to get myself killed on my first rank mission. See, mom assured her. Sakura, or on any rank mission I know if I can avoid it. Kakashi sensei, Naruto Ino, they wouldn't let me live it. Even Sasuke would probably have something to say about it, Sakura said. Sakura, her mother doubted. Are you sure that being a ninja is what you want to do? She asked. It's a little late to ask me that now that I've graduated and I'm a registered kunoichi, don't you think? Sakura pointed out. I know, her mother acknowledged, but it's one thing to know that one day your only daughter will face life or death situations, and quite another for that one day to be tomorrow, the woman pointed out. I know you're worried, mom, but Kakashi sensei is fine. Qualified, and I only have Kunlai and my classmates. I will face tougher challenges than carrying an old man home in one piece, and myself, I will come back from it in one piece, I promise. Plus I would be hopelessly left behind if I changed careers now, Sakura said lightly. We may not understand the life of a ninja very well, his father told him seriously, but don't forget that we are proud of you, darling. The next day, to his surprise and slight horror, Kakashi was already waiting at the gates of Konoha when the 3 gaming machines appeared. Like hell, I managed to be late, Sakura asked. My house is 20 minutes away and I left 45 minutes early, she said. Don't you be late, said Sasuke, sounding like he was shocked too. Kakashi came early, said. You know, it's a very sad day when we get somewhere after Kakashi does it. Naruto shook his head regretfully. Rihin's all you want, Kakashi told them, but he wanted me to arrive on time and she can be very persuasive, said the man seriously, asked Naruto with a raised eyebrow. Kakashi nodded with joy. Yes, but you're too young to listen anymore, he said, as if we wanted to, said Sakura. Making a face. Do you really accuse us of being too young? Naruto asked seriously. After all, asked Naruto is right, said Tazuna. The 3 of them barely seem old enough to have reached puberty, especially, she said. The old man. Sakura automatically raised her fist, but Naruto restrained her. Already, Sakura-chan whispered. If I couldn't kill him, you couldn't either, plus the country of the waves needs him. Remember, he said. Naruto reluctantly. Sakura retreated. She knew that Naruto was right, but honestly, given that the man was lying to them about the danger of the mission and that he could very well have caused the 3 Gamingers just out of the academy to die. Particularly her, since she was useless at the moment, and Naruto, since he had confided in her that he couldn't properly use his chakra until he accessed the Kyubis, which made it ironic that Sasuke was the one who almost died, would have made his decision to move on much easier. Once the truth was discovered, they left with that. Okay, Kakashi said after they camped for the night. Is Tetsuna sleeping? Asked. Sakura nodded. Tomorrow he will be gone for a while and quite hungover. So that will do it. More irritable, said the girl. Insults me, and I'm still going to yell at her, insisted Naruto. Sasuke snorted. Please, did you see how she reacted when your father mentioned your relationship? In any case, she'll start messing with Sakura like she did this morning, Sasuke said. If he insults her, I'll be present to prevent me from killing him, Naruto swore. That's the spirit, said Kakashi. Now I can't believe we forgot to do this before leaving, but we have to make a list, said Kakashi. A list, Sakura repeated. Indeed, even though this was more than a year ago. A decade and a half for me was still 6 years ago for you Sakura and a time in between for the boys therefore, unless we pool our memories, it is unlikely that we will be able to use our future knowledge to our advantage, concluded Kakashi. So what do you remember asked Memory. Sasuke tried to commit suicide when we met Zaruza, Naruto responded immediately. Well, I remember that Naruto stood there like an idiot the first time they attacked us and got poisoned, he replied. Sasuke, which I then heroically neutralized while bravely declaring that he wanted to move on, replied Naruto. If you had been anyone else you would have bled to death Sasuke pointed out, but he wasn't so I didn't, replied Naruto sticking out his tongue. We met up with Zabuza before. The battle that took him to death, Kakashi summarized. I think I remember that I used the Sharingan excessively and I fainted due to chakra exhaustion. Very embarrassing, Kakashi said. We tried to see under your mask, but you were like 5 Sakura added. They deserve it for trying to abuse my trust, Kakashi snorted. Trust, Sasuke repeated. You didn't trust us, you just fainted, Sasuke said. But you gave me confidence because of my faith in you, Kakashi replied, and then they attacked us too. We realized because it's been dry and they were puddles. Something else, the man asked. I remember that Naruto got scared and scared that poor rabbit to death, Sakura said, looking at her blonde teammate. Hey, you like it, Naruto implored, raising his hands in self-defense. That was a mistake. Zabuza's distraction and the way we knew he was there said I awakened my Sharingan for the first time since the massacre and heroically but stupidly sacrificed myself for Naruto. Sasuke offered thank goodness also, since that was one of the few things that convinced me not to. You were a complete idiot after running away with that snake, said Naruto. Sasuke made a look of circumstance. You're making it look like we had an affair, he said. I don't need to hear about your time in Atogakure. Sasuke said, Naruto. Virtuously and then hid behind Sakura when Sasuke lunged at him. It was also when I first accessed the Kyuubi's chakra and began to learn how to properly use my own no, and I met Jaku in the forest and I thought she was a girl. Naruto said. Who is Haku? Kakashi asked without understanding, perhaps having less of an idea of who Haku was than before they returned, the boy in the mask who pretended to be a ninja hunter. When you were going to kill Zaruza, Sasuke replied. He trapped us in those ice mirrors, his son said. Story was very sad, said Naruto sympathetically. I'm glad that Zabuza realized that in the end I was more than a tool to him. He said the story of Einer, and it was also sad, said Sakura. I don't remember all the details, but it was something about how Sarum and adoptive father was sentenced to death for cat terrorizing the villagers into submitting to him, and that's why Inari was all traumatized and like. Sasuke said Sakura, but unlike Sasuke, it only took Naruto to yell at him and then save his life, to that he overcame and recruited the villagers to help confront the catmen who then fled before the civilians armed with gardening tools. Kakashi remembered, when you get them that cheap, you have to expect a decrease in quality. So that's what Kakashi asked, I think. Yes, said Sasuke, or except that we should all stay away from the water when Zabuza is near, or he can trap us there with an almost embarrassing ease like with Kakashi, Sasuke said. You know, Kakashi said, looking at him seriously, you're lucky. I'm not that kind of person or I would totally swear to take revenge on you for that, said the man. Oh shut up, replied Sakura. Are you sure they are willing to protect me? Tafna asked nervously a few days later. Of course yes, answered Kakashi softly. With Leaf he wouldn't have assigned us this mission. Rango is fraught with dangers such as bandit raids and squirrel attacks, said Kakashi. Squirrel attacks, Tizona repeated with skepticism. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. I've seen it happen. He said. Well, Tafna said clearly. Deciding to let it go. It's not that I doubt Konoha, but I heard that they haven't managed to pass a mission yet, said the man. Who told you that? Asked Sakura. Quite a few people actually responded. Tizuna seemed to think it was some kind of achievement, said it is, insisted Naruto. Of course, I managed to make us fail more than Sasuke, which is typical, and in most cases something bad, Sasuke interrupted. It's not that we failed at them, we just used alternative methods to carry them out, and not everyone had it. Success, said like what Tizuna? I wasn't sure, I wanted to know. Like that time we decided to try to fight fire with fire and ended up burning the house down much faster, said Sakura shaking her head regretfully. In our defense, it was Kabuto's house, Kakashi added. Without that, did it really mean anything to the old bridge builder? Or that time with Taurus? Sasuke, was it really necessary to use the Tsukiyomi so he could see what it was like to have an army of the daimyo's wife suffocating him? Naruto asked. Yes it was, said Sasuke crossing his arms. He needed to see that his situation could be worse and that scratching me is not acceptable. I don't regret anything, he said. You never do it, sighed Naruto. Hey everyone, be careful with this puddle. It's always easy to overlook the days when it hasn't rained in a week, said the blonde. If it hasn't rained in a week, why are there puddles? One sensibly asked. Magic, Naruto suggested. Genjutsu. Sasuke offered ninjutsu. Sakura tried it. I'm dead, Kakashi said while the chain of shurikens hit him. I cut it in two, good try, but the trunk was already dead, Sasuke said flatly. Naruto quickly created 4 shadow clones to contain each of the 2 attackers, while the so-called demon brothers struggled to free themselves. Sakura punched one of them in the face. Leaving him unconscious. Perhaps he used a fire jutsu on the other, causing severe third-degree burns. I would say that was an exaggeration, Sasuke said Kakashi as he reappeared as if nothing had happened. But I know you just wanted revenge. Naruto's stab wound, said Kakashi. Stab wound, asked Izuna. Wasn't he stabbed? Said Kakashi. Shrugged. It happened a while ago. The man answered. Sasuke's eye twitched, but he didn't say anything even though these two were almost ridiculously out of it. Of our league are still more than just bandits, and I strongly suspect that they are not squirrels. However, they could be working for the squirrels. Is there any reason why a squirrel might want to kill you? Kakashi asked gravely. No, but Cat, yes, confessed Izuna. Cat, asked Naruto. Do you mean that guy who is slowly crushing the life of the country of waves? Asked Naruto. Yes, said Tafna, surprised. Have you found out about our situation? Asked. Am I the Hokage's son? Answered Naruto easily. I have heard a lot. Said you should know then the great threat that my bridge represents to Geto. If we manage to finish it, if there is another way for people to travel and trade in and out of the country of the waves, my town will no longer need to go through Geto, and she'll lose a lot of money. She sighed. Make one heart. I can see how they might be tempted to abandon me. Then my poor beautiful daughter would be alone in the world, said Izuna. Good try, Sakura told her, but Kakashi is engaged, and his fiancé is one of the scariest people I've ever seen. Acquaintance, said Sakura, and my pretty grandson will swear revenge. Izuna tried again. We will do it, said Naruto practically before finishing the sentence. The last thing this world needs is more people looking for revenge. Agreed. Kakashi agreed. Nodded Sakura. Seriously, go die, Sasuke said flatly. Sasuke, I thought you were over this, Kakashi said, sounding disappointed. I can always play my therapy YouTube again if you want, Naruto offered, trying not to sound too anxious. Hey, Sasuke, think fast, Naruto said before throwing him. The kunai had just arrived after a very long and boring boat trip, and apparently Naruto decided that throwing deadly weapons at his best friend with little warning was a good way to relieve that boredom. Sasuke turned away quickly. Get out of the way. What the hell, he asked. Good aim, said Kakashi looking at the Snow White rabbit that Naruto's kunai had stuck in the tree. I guess this means Zabuza is around, he asked, rolling his eyes. Sakura's moved quickly to free the scared creature. Better be, or I'm going to take out my annoyance for unnecessarily traumatizing this poor creature on Naruto, said Sakura. Naruto gulped and quickly looked around. There, he said, pointing to a tree. Indeed, Zabuza was standing on it. Kakashi, the fallen man, said Zaruza. No wonder the demon brothers were no match for you. They say you know more than 1,000 subs, and that you never leave anyone behind, said Zabuza. I like my old nickname better, he said. Kakashi absent-mindedly. Sasuke snorted. Kakashi didn't actually do anything against the demon brothers, Sasuke said. That's not true, I faked my own death, Kakashi corrected. That's not very convincing. Sakura tricked you last time, Kakashi pointed out. Last time, we were idiots, replied Sakura. I'm not going to argue with that, muttered Kakashi. So the Mist Demon, commented Kakashi. I see you've heard of me, said Zabuza, sounding satisfied. Demon, Naruto asked skeptically. Doesn't he look like a demon? Said he killed his entire graduating class, Kakashi explained. And Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He has red eyes, he can grow claws or fangs, and he has a seal to prevent the demon from being released. He is called that because Kurigakure was jealous of not having a Jinchuriki, asked Naruto. Wasn't he previous Ambi container, the fourth Mizukage Yagura, asked Sakura. Zabuza growled at the name, and also because they were ignoring him is the one you tried to kill, Naruto asked sympathetically. Don't feel bad for failing, he was literally possessed, said. I'm going to kill them all very slowly, and I'm going to enjoy it, Zabuza informed, drawing his gigantic sword in response. Naruto summoned his Rasengan. Kakashi created a Chidori. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Sakura concentrated her chakra into her fists as Kakashi was about to strike. The final blow about 5 minutes later. A Senbon whizzed past him and hit Zabuza in the neck. I was about to do that, Kakashi muttered. Thank you very much for wearing down my target for me, Haku said from the top of a tree. I have been looking for him for quite some time, he said. You wanted to kill Zabuza, asked Sasuke. In fact, he is quite important to my people, answered Haku. Why didn't you wait 2 seconds for Kakashi to finish him off? Then Sasuke pressed. He didn't want there to be any possibility of him escaping. Haku lied. Well, said Kakashi, examining the corpse. Doesn't move and doesn't seem to be breathing, so it's very likely he's dead, said the man. Just a good chance, asked Sakura. Isn't that the definition I don't know of being dead? People don't can live without breathing, you know, said Sakura. Kakashi shrugged. I've seen it happen, said Kakashi. Is right, said Naruto. Could suddenly turn into a zombie quickly. Let's cut off his head, said Naruto. It's really not necessary, said Haku, moving quickly with his mentor. However, if it makes you feel better, I will make sure to do it when I get rid of the body. Thanks again for your help, Haku said, and with that he left. So where are you going to? Your house, Kakashi asked Tafuna what she was doing standing frozen. You are amazing. He finally managed to say, well, of course you are, said Kakashi matter-of-factly. You are my students after all, he said. I had no idea you were so good, Tafuna said, shaking her head in amazement. Kakashi, he shrugged. I was in both for a while. Of course I wasn't really suited for it, but he said, why didn't you ask? Sakura, well, I came with my own mask, which was an advantage, but since everyone already associated it with me, it wasn't much use. To hide my identity, Kakashi explained. Then directions. Inari, say hello to these people. They are the ninjas who protected your grandfather. Inari's mother told him. Tsunami, when Team 7 returned home, it had been an hour or more, but mom, all these people are going to die. He protested, and no one is making a fuss. That's no reason to be rude, Sakura told him sternly, everyone dies. We've known a lot of people who have died. In fact, a good friend of ours died once. Of course, he recovered. But that doesn't usually happen. Sakura said, there is no way you can win the contract, she insisted, and Mary, no, there is no way you as civilians can win against the cat, Sasuke corrected, we are trained ninjas, and we can take on any average mercenary who is sufficiently strong. Cheap enough to throw us, said the Uchiha. Zabuza and Haku are a little more difficult, added Kakashi, but nothing we can't handle seriously. Here there are trained girls, pointed out Naruto. We will save the country from the waves, I promise, said the blonde. You are stupid, Inari scoffed. Yes, he responded. Sasuke automatically glared at him, but Naruto didn't say anything. Heroes don't exist, he insisted, and Mary, in fact, you could argue that half the people I know are heroes, Naruto said absent-mindedly. If you don't want to die, go away, Inari said impassively. Before leaving, I like him, Sasuke decided. Sakura snorted. Yes, because he is like the living image of what you used to be, said, and what turned out well, said Sasuke. There was an awkward silence. Kakasito's eye, who did it, said Sasuke. Back, you must be kidding. If we want to be in good shape, way to defeat Zabuza and Haku next week, we have to train, said Kakashi happily, but climb trees up to I had them mastered years ago. Naruto pointed out that I don't know, and what kind of Yonin sensei would I be if I didn't give you a basic exercise of chakra control like this, asked Kakashi rhetorically. A healthy one, Sasuke suggested, and therefore useless, Kakashi agreed. I will go first to show you. Slowly Kakashi walked to the top of the tree. Now try it, you said, rolling his eyes. Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto headed also to the treetop. Very well, Kakashi encouraged. They have the basic fundamentals very well learned, the man said. What do you mean by the basics, asked Sakura, having a bad feeling about this. Well, you can't reasonably claim that you've mastered something after using it just once and without understanding it well. No matter how possessed your eyes make you see, right? Sasuke asked Kakashi. Sasuke doesn't know I'm worthy of answering. So how long are we going to do this? Naruto asked with some certainty. Restlessness the next 2 days, said Kakashi happily. After that you can come to the bridge with Tazuna and help in the construction. Since all the workers are quitting, remember Naruto that we will count on you with several dozens of you, said Kakashi. Understood, understanding, nodded. Naruto, now let's get to work, ordered Kaka almost happily. Why are you still here, asked Inari, annoyed. At breakfast a few days later, they accompanied the grandfather home. You can go now, said the boy. We could accept Naruto, but then he would die, and that would make the whole business of escorting him home safely is pointless, said Naruto. All of this is pointless. Inari said mockingly as he stood up and climbed back up. Your attempts to reach him aren't working, Sakura asked hesitantly. Sympathy, not really, moaned Naruto. Is so stubborn, said. Why don't you use your therapy YouTube on him? Sasuke asked. The air quotes impossible to miss would do it, said Naruto, except it loses most of its effectiveness when not accompanied by violence physically. And I don't think I'm allowed to hit the client, Naruto said, especially if the client is an 8-year-old boy, Kakashi agreed. Naruto's eyes suddenly opened. One of my clones has dissipated, he said, since arriving at Tafuna's house. Naruto had left 2 clones out all night. The first was to impersonate him, training so much that he fainted, and the second was to hide and then dissipate. If Haku met him, go after him, ordered Kakashi. And Sasuke, why don't you go too? You haven't had the chance. I won't get revenge for anything in at least a week, said Kakashi, and if I don't, Sasuke asked out of habit as he stood up. I thought today we would start walking through the water, Kakashi replied. Sasuke and Naruto practically ran towards the door. What are we going to do? Well, they are gone, asked Sakura. Kakashi raised an eyebrow when she saw her. No, you really mean that we are going to practice water walking, right? Sakura asked. After all, it has been almost a week. He could attack at any moment. We have to keep an eye on Tazuna, she said. I agree, said Kakashi innocently. Really? Sakura asked suspiciously. Absolutely, said Kakashi with an air of superiority. That's why it's lucky that this bridge is like most bridges built over a large body of water. Said the man. Why do you hate us? Sakura asked desperately. What have we done to you? She asked. Well, for starters, they spoiled the ending of one of Jiraiya's books for me. Kakashi told him that was Naruto. No. I pointed out. Sakura, I didn't see you trying to stop him. Then you ruined my test. The bell. And finally it was to say that I hate you. Maybe I'm just trying to prepare you for the upcoming tuning exams, Kakashi said in his best instructor voice. Don't mess with the bell test in progress, Sakura said to herself. This is the plant you want? Naruto clone asked Haku as Naruto and Sasuke arrived. Jaco nodded. Thanks for helping, he said. Sure, you work early. Naruto was speechless. Sorry, I'm not always the best with genders. My first instinct is that you are a girl, but I've spent too much time with Niji Itachi over the years to make assumptions, and for that matter I'm still not sure if Tadara was a boy, said Naruto. Haku smiled kindly at him. I am indeed a boy, he said. You're not saying that to make me sound stupid by referring to you as a boy, right? Naruto asked. Because I've known some androgynes who have done that, you know, he said. It's very possible that we won't meet again, so why would I do that? Haku asked Naruto. He shrugged. Why, he asked. I can only offer you my word that I am indeed a boy, said Haku. But since you don't know me, I don't know how much that is worth, said Naruto. Looked at Haku carefully. I believe you, he said finally. I'm glad. Then why are you here so early? Jaco asked kindly. I fell asleep outside, Naruto explained. My teacher makes us climb trees until we pass out. He's a bit evil. He calls it training, Naruto said. Training? And that forehead protector could be a ninja? Haku asked, sounding vaguely interested. Yes, if you want to do something exciting, you have to be a ninja, Naruto explained. Although I guess working at Ichiraku wouldn't be so bad, the blonde said. Where are you from? Asked Haku with a leaf. The best place on earth, said Naruto with pride. Is it now? Haku asked, smiling a little. Oh yes, in fact we haven't had a bloodline massacre in it must have been 4 years already, said Naruto happily. With Leaf has bloodline massacres? Asked Haku alarmed. He believed that with Leaf was a shelter safe for those with a cake, and Haku said, or is it? Naruto assured the other boy that was complicated and the work of a renegade ninja, said Naruto. I see why you are training, Haku asked. Changing the subject because Kakashi threatened to make me spend 3 days watching all my acquaintances eat ramen non-stop so as not to let me eat, Naruto explained, and then he said something about squirrels, but I was too horrified to really listen, he said. I see, said Haku. And also because I want to protect the people I care about, said Naruto, but immediately to be here was the no ramen, said the blonde. So you have someone who is important to you? Asked Haku, choosing not to focus on the obsession with ramen. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Yes, that's right, I have many people precious to me, losing them is hard, and I don't think I would survive the loss without other precious people being there to try to fill the void, said Naruto. When a person has something important to protect is when they can become truly strong, declared Haku. I agree, said Naruto solemnly. Let's meet again, Haku ever said, standing up slowly. I know you'll get stronger, he said. You're a fool. You whisper to the real Naruto or shut up. What am I supposed to say? Naruto also replied to me. Like Haku said, God knows why if he tried to kill you, Sasuke muttered. It's not very difficult, Naruto replied, and I wouldn't be talking about attempted murder, Sasuke, since you had to have Orochimaru convince you not to kill me, Naruto commented. Do you want to stop that already? Sasuke demanded. Sure, as soon as you stop calling me an idiot because I graduated last in the class, Naruto promised. Sasuke snorted. You didn't even graduate. It was an act of God, the Uchiha said. I imagine you would call Orochimaru God, Naruto replied with that. Sasuke and Naruto. They decided that Haku had enough of an advantage over them and they followed him to Zabuza's hideout. The path was slow since Jaco was very cautious, but they finally made it. I feel 3 other chakras besides Haku's and Zabuza, Naruto said in a low voice. Do you think it's a cat? He asked. I have no idea what a chakra is supposed to be like. But who else could be there? Sasuke asked. Is it times like these that I miss Karen? Karen said. Naruto repeated. Isn't she the one who tried to drug you? Naruto asked. Maybe not. I miss him so much, Sasuke said with his eyes fixed on the man who had just come out of hiding. He and Naruto followed them in silence until they were a mile away from the enemy ninja. And then they attacked. Naruto cut the throats of the 2 guards with a kunai. Sasuke broke Kat's neck with a well-placed blow to the back of the head. Wow, Sasuke didn't even know you knew how to fight without the Sharingan, Naruto said, sounding deeply impressed. Sasuke frowned. And didn't know you could fight someone without try to save yourself, said the Uchiha. That only applies to ninjas and some other civilians that I have become attached to, Naruto explained. The mercenaries are on their own, Sasuke said. He crouched down next to Kat. Let's see if he has any writing samples. After searching for a moment in the dead man's pocket, he found a perfectly half-finished letter, he said, activating his Sharingan. Sasuke sat on the floor, took out another piece of paper and started writing. So what are you doing? Naruto asked when Sasuke continued writing. 20 minutes later, a will, said Sasuke, as if it were obvious, or to whom did he leave everything? Naruto asked, curious. He left the entirety of his bad life fortune and trust, said Sasuke, so that he could use it for the express purpose of returning the country of the waves to its former glory, said the Uchiha Naruto. He looked at him intently. Are you sure this is a good idea? Asked Naruto. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. The way I see it, if he is happy in the land of waves, it doesn't bother us, he said, and now he can be one step closer to make Kurigakure what he thinks it is with a blade, because he will have experience in reforming a place, and with the power that the money will give him, the Mizukage will not dare to go after him, Naruto exclaimed. I just hope that his power doesn't go to his head, said Sasuke. Shrugged his shoulders again. It's not our problem anyway, said Naruto. Glared at. Then we don't live in a vacuum, Sasuke. What happens in one nation affects the others, said Naruto. Save politics for someone who cares, said Sasuke, signing Higatowa's name, and two names that he knew, but couldn't place as witnesses. Now pick up the body, and let's go, Sasuke said quickly. They headed to Zabuza's hideout. Before they could reach the door, Haku opened it and stood looking at them. Can I help you? He asked, easily recognizing to Naruto since they had separated just an hour ago. We did think you would like this, Naruto said, leaving the body of Gatowa at his feet, although we were a little surprised by the content of the will, commented Naruto. Haku asked without understanding. Here, Sasuke said, pushing the paper into Haku's hands. Go start a revolution or something, Sasuke said. It's been a pleasure seeing you again, Naruto said, and if you could not attack Tazuna again, that would be great. After all, no. It should ruin the economy of your new country. Cat is dead, Sasuke announced upon returning to Tazuna's house for dinner that night, and that took them 10 hours, Kakashi asked skeptically. We weren't practicing the rest of the time, Naruto explained. We never have the opportunity to fight properly, and that's why we couldn't miss this opportunity, right? Naruto asked. Cat is dead, he repeated, and Mary, it's impossible that idiots like you managed to kill him. The boy said. We did it, he confirmed. Naruto, it wasn't that difficult, it actually helped that we'll catch him with the guard down, said Naruto. That means the mission is over, asked Sakura. Or should we stay until the bridge is complete? Asked. Should it only be a few more days, offered Tazuna. Let's vote, Kakashi said. Everyone in favor of leaving now raised their hands. Everyone in favor of staying and helping Naruto and Sakura raised their hands, as I abstained to be impartial. It's 2 against 1 in favor of staying. Sorry, Sasuke said. Kakashi. Sasuke sighed. Whatever, with such that when we get back we can tell everyone that I got the Manbikyo. It would probably be easier to stick to the truth of what happened before with Haku, except that Naruto got them for me and not the other way around. It's pretty simple and could happen easily, he said. Sasuke is fine, Naruto said. Although my death is a little pathetic, at least I have heroically dealt with the attack that was directed at you, and that could have killed me, Naruto commented. You didn't kill the cat, he insisted. And Mary, stop lying, the boy exclaimed. Because it's so hard to believe, Sakura asked softly. I mean, I wasn't there, but I know Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't lie about something like that if they say he's dead. It's because he is, she said. No one can kill him, he's too strong, she insisted. And Mary, Naruto launched his classmates a look that clearly said that someone share a sad story. I would do it myself, but technically I don't have any here. Besides losing a mother that I don't remember the day I was born. Naruto's looks tended to be very expressive. Sasuke just returned the look, impassive look, and Sakura technically hadn't lost anyone either. Kakashi sighed, knowing it was his turn. He still didn't like to talk about what had happened, but it had become a little easier for him after meeting his father in the afterlife. That time he was dead for an hour or so. My father died too, you know, said Kakashi, talking. He didn't die like your father, who was a great hero. But he could have been. He was a hero and an inspiration to everyone until he took a mission and he had to choose between completing it or saving his companions. Kakashi began. Inari did not say anything, but it was evident that he was listening. Everyone, they turned against him. Kakashi continued. His friends, the villagers, even the same people he had saved, said that choosing lives over the mission made him trash, and in the end he took his life. That affected me a lot, and for a long time I became obsessed with no one, thinking I was like him, and I became obsessed with the rules and regulations, said Kakashi. Inari seemed skeptical. Really? What happened to change that, asked the boy. My best friend told me my father was a hero, Kakashi said simply. Only then he wasn't my best friend. He was just an annoying boy I was stuck with on a team. Then he almost died trying to save our other teammate, and she forced me to choose her too over the mission. In the end we were both able to rescue her and complete our mission, but it was close and even. If we couldn't, I wouldn't regret it. Your father confronted Cat because he believed that what he was doing was wrong and that someone had to do it, and it was clear that he inspired people. Cat killed him to try to crush that courage, and you know it worked. It would be a shame if your father had died for nothing. If things go back to be like before or worse, that's how it will be. There is no worse death than a useless one. There are heroes in this world, and no one in your father, he was one of them. Things will get better, Kakashi said, and Nari didn't say anything for the rest of the meal, but he seemed strangely thoughtful. So this is it, so he said, tapping the finished bridge with pride. Now I just need a name for him, he said. You know, since we had to face a S-class ninja, we ended up saving her. Entire country, you really owe us a lot more than the C-rank mission pay, Naruto said seriously. Without mention the wages you owe us for the construction of the bridge, said the blonde. Tazuna seemed nervous, but the bridge has just been finished today, it will be quite a while before we can start paying, said the old man, but Naruto cut him off with a smile. I think we can be persuaded to give up the extra pay if you name the bridge after me, said Naruto. Tazuna thought about it for a moment. Well, you accelerated the construction of the bridge, they protected me, even though I lied about the danger I faced, they killed Kat and inspired Inari. Why doesn't Naruto's sword sound good to you, asked Tazuna. It sounds fantastic, said Naruto seriously, you know the dream of my whole life has been to have a bridge with my name, said Naruto. Really, asked Tazuna. Is it a strange dream, said since I was 8 years old, confirmed Naruto. And what can I say, I was a strange child, commented Naruto. I'll believe that, muttered Sasuke. It's a little strange that the ninja who tried to kill me has suddenly gotten hold of all this money and has decided to play at being a benefactor, Tazuna reflected. Sasuke shrugged shoulders. I wouldn't hold a grudge, it was just a job, and now that he no longer needs the money, that's completely in the past, Sasuke said. Naruto looked at Sasuke surprised. Sasuke, telling someone not to hold a grudge, Naruto asked, and no one hesitantly approached Kakashi. I've been thinking about what you said, the boy said, or asked Kakashi, and no one nodded. Yes, I have decided that you are right, Dad. Did not want us to live in fear, and since he died for us, the least I can do is honor him. He may be afraid, but no, I'm going to let that stop me, said Inari. Kakashi smiled fondly at the boy, who still couldn't be distinguished by the mask, however his eyes gave him away a little. I'm glad, he said. You know, it's strange, said Sakura, once everyone finished saying goodbye, it feels like we really wouldn't have done much here, said Sasuke. Snorted. Maybe you didn't. Kakashi used a non-violent form of therapy. Ouch, you, but I killed Kat and saved Zabu's eye, said Sasuke. Don't worry, Sakura-chan, said Naruto encouragingly. I'm sure at the end you will find something to do. Sakura shuddered when Team 7 returned from their first official rank C mission. Minato and his team insisted on coming to the new Team 7 for dinner so they would find out everything. Itachi and Haruno did that, and Momoko went too, invited, but Sakura's parents felt that they would be much happier, not knowing the kind of danger their daughter was facing, now that she was old enough to do it, regardless of what they thought, and they declined the invitation. Invitation? I trust you haven't found any problems, asked Minato. Sakura coughed. Didn't Kakashi give him the Hokage-sama mission report, asked Sakura. Minato laughed. Yes, Kakashi won't have that for a good 2 weeks, I'd say. Why did Minato ask? It turned out that Tatsuo lied when he said it was a rank mission, and we had to fight 3 renegade ninjas, explained. Minato turned to look at his student. Kakashi laughed nervously. I haven't mentioned it, asked. No, you didn't, said Minato. Kakashi is trapped, he smiled. Dead? I'm sure he has a good reason, said Rin, or at least a reason, although it's very possible that he simply forgot. She said your support is touching, Kakashi said dryly. We tried, Ring said sweetly. What happened, Kakashi asked Minato. It all started again, in a fairly basic way, Kakashi began. However, a few days later we were attacked by the demon brothers of Kurigakure, who I would say had a medium level of chunin. Naruto immobilized them while Sakura and Sasuke eliminated them, apparently in one fell swoop. Threatened the domination of the economy of the country of waves by a tycoon called Gato with his bridge, so Gato was trying to kill him. We fought Zaruza, said Kakashi. The demon of the mist, Minato interrupted, looking at Naruto, as if he expected him to be secretly mutilated or something like that. Yes, Kakashi agreed. We managed to scare him away after a long and arduous battle. And then just when he was about to finish him off, a Senbon came out of nowhere and incapacitated him. It turned out to be his student, posing as a ninja hunter. Kurigakure, who actually saved him and cured him, explained. Kakashi came for you again, Rim asked. Worried? No, Kakashi shook his head. He probably would have, but by the time he recovered, Kat had died of natural causes. He said. Natural causes? Naruto snorted. His neck was broken, he said, or they cut his throat. No, those were the bodyguards, the blonde thought. I think dying. Once you break your neck, it's very natural, in fact, especially considering all the people I know who wouldn't die under the circumstances, he defended himself. Kakashi anyway, Kat's will left his fortune to Zabuza for some reason on the condition that he use it to rebuild the country of the waves. Zabuza appeared willing to try, so here we are. Finished, Kakashi. Wow, said Obito, shaking his head. You can never do it. Get a normal mission right, said. I know, Kakashi agreed. It's strange, although at least there were no squirrel attacks, commented again. No, Sakura started but stopped when she saw the look of death. He seemed traumatized. So many squirrels, musician Obito. It's okay, they're gone, Rin consoled him. Do you mean that really happened? Sasuke asked in disbelief. Of course it happened, Kakashi said, sounding almost offended. Do you really think I would make something like that up? He asked. I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer other than that of inform you of my decision, Naruto said flatly. So that's all that happened, Minato asked. You don't know anything about this sudden change of regime in the land of waves, the older blonde asked. Not really, my uncle Sasuke, but something strange. It happened with my Sharingan, said Itachi, spoke sounding worried. Yes, he nodded. Sasuke, it's like it was different, now you see with it he activated his Mangekyo U Sharingan, someone died other than Kat and his guards on your mission, Sasuke asked Itachi abruptly. Sasuke feigned confusion, I don't think so, I mean when we were fighting Zabuza as Simban was heading right towards me, but Naruto jumped in front of me. We thought he was Zabuza's accomplice who was posing as a hunter ninja who tried to hit Zabu. He failed because we were moving, Sasuke commented, and what did the Senembal do? Once he hit Naruto, Itachi pressed. Sasuke looked down, I thought he was dead, he stopped moving, he stopped breathing, he was dead, and it was my fault because I didn't notice the Senembal and Naruto did. And even though it's annoying, optimistic idiot is still my best friend, said Sasuke. His name is Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi explained quietly, it can only be acquired through guilt and the pain of watching a loved one die, and blaming yourself is extremely powerful but corrosive, so we're lucky that Tsunade-sama found a way to counteract its effects, Itachi said. That was significantly less traumatizing than Itachi's initial explanation, but since he was only a few meters away from his parents' still warm bodies before, he guessed that it had to be. You have one too? Sasuke asked innocently. Yes, Itachi answered, I'll teach you how to use it later, he said, the massacre Sasuke provided, although he didn't want to talk about it. He couldn't mention the Shisui's tragic suicide, and since everyone knew Itachi was there when Orochimaru was there, that would be the most logical time for it to have happened. Itachi was spared from having to say anything when Obito spoke. Contact, you're lucky, Sasuke has wanted one for a long time, but Kakashi he fakes his own death so often that I'm already immune, said Obito, talking about it. Said Kakashi, taking out a kunai, I think I'll give you another chance right now, he said, it won't work if you announce it, Obito groaned, don't you dare, Minato said with a look. Evil, we have to talk, he said. Talk about what? Kakashi said, nervous. I don't think there is anything we have to talk about, in fact, I'm almost sure there isn't, however he's coming back tonight, so I should go, said Kakashi. When exactly you were planning to mention the fact that you let my son die? Minato demanded. Well guys, it's time to go, said Obito, quickly standing up towards the door. The rest of the group had enough common sense to follow him. Since the return of Team 7, he had been working almost non-stop on his taijutsu, and in the case of Sasuke and Sakura, increasing their chakra reserves, it became a bit of a chore. After 3 weeks, but there was really nothing else to do since they were prohibited from taking ranks immediately, he was hesitant to give them another, so soon after his mission, Rango has become in the land of waves. Look at that bird. I guess that means it's exam time, Kakashi announced cheerfully. The foreign delegations won't be arriving very soon. Sakura asked as before they should arrive because all the other nations find out about this before us. We live here, the girl said. I knew when the exam was offered. Naruto. Sasuke rolled his eyes, and that you're the Hokage's son and not, you can mind your own business. It would be strange if you didn't know, said Sasuke. I'm going to go register them, Kakashi told them. Unless of course you want to wait another 6 months until the next exam and continue working on your taijutsu, the man said. It's not okay. Said Sakura quickly. We can handle it, said also they will get to me, they won't see reason, added Naruto. You won't be able to convince them that you understand their pain so easily, now that apparently you don't have any, said Sakura. It's okay, said Naruto easily, only that those who do it, said no. Sasuke said bluntly, I prefer to do my anguish in silence, thank you very much, Sasuke said. If Orochimaru invades the village, which he may or may not, since Jiraiya-sama says he is still part of Akatsuki, then you would have a chance with Gaara anyway, pointed out Kakashi. Wait, Orochimaru is still part of the Akatsuki, asked Sasuke, surprised. He only left because he tried to steal Itachi's body and failed. Do you remember, Naruto asked, and since Itachi is still in Konoha and is not around to scare him because it was not going to be member, said Naruto. It's true, Sasuke accepted. Well, if you're sure, then I'm going to nominate you. Remember, kids, Kakashi said happily. If you don't all pass on your first try, I'll sign you up for morning training next year, Kakashi said. Looking quite pale, the 3 future Chunins nodded in agreement. How do you think the exam will be? Sakura asked once Kakashi left first. It should be easy as long as you don't inexplicably try to give up and make me give an inspiring speech to stop you again. Naruto decided. Hey, Sakura blushed. I was just trying to help you and protect your dream, she said a little stupidly. However, Sasuke pointed out, taking into account that the other nations would never have tolerated some of their gaming, more promising people could never be Chunins, because with Leaf he wanted to make his exam more interesting, commented Sasuke. Leave me alone, I was 12 years old, protested Sakura. And the smartest person there besides Shikamaru, pointed out Sasuke. The second phase, it should be easy as long as we stay away from Gaara, and if for some reason Orochimaru comes after me again, I'll just catch him and Mitsukiyomi, said Sasuke. Why with that fire thing to Maxeru, asked Naruto. Amaterasu, Sasuke corrected distractedly, and we will be in a forest, so it would be a spectacularly bad Although I would probably kill him, said Sasuke. Of course the only problem should be the finals in which even if you win you may not pass, said Naruto. Actually I passed the first time I showed up for the finals, Sakura pointed out, when I took the test with Shoyano while you were away he said, and I passed the first time my fight lasted more than 5 minutes, Sasuke added. So really only you managed to fail, said the Uchiha. Naruto said. He shuddered. You passed the same exam as me, said Naruto, or that was funny, Sakura River, you at 17 years old, being two of the most powerful ninjas there are, facing a group of scared 11 and 13-year-old children, Sakura said with a laugh. It's not so funny, Naruto grumbled. We almost didn't pass because everyone we faced in the finals quit, he said. Fortunately our fight it was enough to convince them, Sasuke said. Of course Sakura told them everyone knew they deserved the rank at that point, it was really just a formality, said Sakura. Naruto suddenly turned around for the last time. Konohamaru, the rocks are not square, nor do they have eyes, said Naruto. Yes they are, responded a muffled voice beneath the imitation of a rock. The rocks don't speak either, continued Naruto, nor do they follow me, said you have us trapped, said Konohamaru coming out from under his costume with his two friends. To play ninja with us, the boy asked. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Why not, it's not like we have something else to do anyway, he said. Yes he jeered the Konoham team. Why do you keep inventing playing ninjas when we are already the real ones, asked Sasuke. Why is it that are more chakra control techniques, said Naruto flatly. Also with Ohimaru. It's great, he said. Have you heard that, Konohamaru whispered excitedly. The boss said I'm great, he said. It's kind of adorable, Sakura decided with Ohimaru looking at her. Hey, I've been wondering, are you the boss's girlfriend, asked Konohamaru. Isn't she my teammate, explained Naruto. Are you that guy's girlfriend, asked with Ohimaru shaking his head toward Sasuke. We all decided not to go out until after we were done, Sakura said hurriedly before Sasuke had a chance to respond. So it's a love triangle. Konohamaru nodded wisely. It really isn't, Sasuke told him, but Konohamaru wasn't listening. Sakura and her companion sat in a chair. Tree, he sang with Ohamam running away followed by his two friends. I'm going to kill him, Sakura said emphatically. Don't do that, I implore. Naruto is 8 years old, he said. Okay Sakura, I'll just throw him away with it. She went after him, leaving Sasuke and Naruto with no other option but to follow her. When they arrived at Konoham, he was being held off the ground by an angry Canulum. Look where you're going, why don't you do it, growled Kangaroo. My god, is that what I think it is, Naruto asked, horrified that I would probably defend what you do you think it is, replied Sakura, not knowing what Naruto thought. What was she doing wrong? Naruto shouted, pointing with a trembling hand in the direction of the Sand Brothers. It's pure evil, said Kangaroo and Tamari, who looked with concern at him, who was impassively observing the scene. Boss asked with Ohimaru. Stay away from him, Kono could eat you, Naruto warned Kangaroo. He was so surprised he dropped the boy. Look, he just dropped you, evil eye tell you, Naruto insisted. Wait, you mean me, asked incredulously Kangaroo. Naruto nodded vehemently. Why are you afraid of Kangaroo? Of all people, said Tamari. He, when Gaara is standing 2 feet behind him, was not said. Of course 3 words, said Naruto breathing deeply. Evil heartless puppets, said Sakura nodded at her understanding Naruto. He had always been a little scared when Kangaroo decided to use Sasori as his new puppet. Kangaroo had insisted that he needed a new puppet since Sasori had broken the previous ones and that it was just an extremely powerful puppet, but Naruto had remained firm in his belief that it was essentially the corpse of his opponent. Naruto has problems with puppets, Sakura explained, not that serious, but Naruto did want to be dramatic. Who was she to stop him? Me too, by the way, Sasuke said with reluctance. Say no, I'm going to run away in terror like Naruto is about to do, but they're still quite disturbing, said yes, asked Sakura. Didn't know, she said yes, she confirmed. Sasuke, my brother and my cousin Shisui took me to a Barako theater. One, suffice it to say that it was the most traumatized I have been since the massacre, and the second most traumatized since that snake attacked me in the forest. Even now he is high in the ranking, said Sasuke. Naruto seemed confused, however Shisui would have died before the massacre. Don't you mean death? Asked Naruto. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Yes, Naruto. I've mixed up 2 of the cousins I've spent the most time with. Who do you take me for? Asked the Uchiha. Hey, Naruto, he protested. I may not have expressed myself perfectly, but I was referring to that before the massacre. It was my most traumatizing memory, it was the second most traumatizing after the massacre, the third after the snake attack, and so on, said Sasuke. Are you afraid of me, repeated Kangaroo to a stunned man. Yes, please don't come near more, Naruto begged. But what about him, Tamari asked, nodding her head at her much more intimidating younger brother. Why should we be afraid of him, Sakura asked innocently. Why is he? Tamari started. Automatically a good Jinchuriki, Naruto provided. How did you know, asked Kankulus. My Jink senses, they were tingling, said Naruto. Sasuke rolled his eyes. He has no sense, Jinchuriki said. Then how did he know he was a Jinchuriki, challenged Naruto. Then why have none of us ever heard of these Since his Jinchuriki Sasuke counterattacked because I'm the only Gimpsu with a blade and I've never met a fellow Jinchuriki Naruto lied in this timeline he hadn't done it too, you're a Jinchuriki Tamari looked downright terrified yes, Naruto smiled at her, and you too knew about this Tamari asked the non-possessed members of Team 7, everyone knows it answered with ohimum, although it wasn't addressed. To him everyone asked Kangaroo, and don't they care asked why would we do it with Ahamaru my grandfather looked confused the previous Hokage sealed the Kyuubi in him, so he wouldn't kill us all he saved us said I swear I'll never get used to that said Naruto quietly looking pleased when your father is the Hokage a hero and determined can achieve most things he said Naruto so no one has tried. To kill you, Gaara inquired, finally deigning to speak. Naruto shrugged a few people here and there. It wasn't because he was a Jinchuriki, but because my father has many enemies, but the Ampu always stop them. So it's not a big problem said Naruto let's see if I understand it, Kangaroo said finally you are possessed by a demon, but my puppets scare you, he asked your evil soulless puppets Naruto corrected, and everyone is fine with having a container of demons between them, Kangaroo continued ignoring him, we have been surrounded by things worse, Sasuke replied nonchalantly, yes. Demonic possession really doesn't compare to the flames of youth. Sakura agreed, this place is crazy. What about the rookies? Minato asked. Kakashi, you feel that your team is ready, the more than ready man questioned, Kakashi responded, they have only been out of the academy for 4 months, Iruka protested, Kakashi shrugged his shoulders, they learn quickly, plus C ranks are really all they can do at the moment, and those are mainly for Chunins anyway, Kakashi said, that wouldn't be a problem. If you hadn't let them fail all the rank missions, Kurenai pointed out. Kakashi crossed his arms. You're just jealous because I don't have to supervise anymore. The village Shore said he's not like that Kurenai insisted, although I also want to enroll my students she said anyway, I confess to some getting Shikamaru to do something other than introduce himself to those is usually more trouble than it's worth and getting him to show something it might be easy, but it's expensive and don't even get me started on Ino's scolding. I'll go in too, I just hope I have enough time to convince Shikamaru to show up. Asuma said seriously. Iruka said Kakashi to the academy teacher. If I make them do more training, I think. Honestly, they are going to be revealed. Also this year it is in Konoha where we will all be to make sure things go well, and I am sure that Minato-sensei prefers to kill the rivals in person before allowing one of them to do him any permanent damage. To Naruto what's the worst that could happen, Kakashi asked famous last words Iruka muttered starting to get a very bad feeling, are you sure you want to go through with this, Minato asked his son the morning of the Chunin exams, it doesn't matter if I wanted to or not, Naruto said with a bad face. Kakashi threatened to make us train with Kai. For a year if we don't, Minato said. He made a gesture of sympathy. Well, I don't want you to get involved in something you can't handle, he said. Man don't you think I can handle this Naruto asked a little hurt Minato shook his head no, it's not that's just this is dangerous really dangerous you could die and I know you faced death in that Rango mission you took, but Kakashi was there for protect you and now you're alone said. Minato I'm not alone Naruto corrected I have Sakura and Sasuke with me and we're going to kick ass, said Naruto is that like that Minato asked sounding genuinely amused Naruto declared and also since I've recently achieved my lifelong dream of having a bridge with my name, I need to become Chunin to advance in my other lifelong dream of becoming Hokage, said the blonde Minato raised an eyebrow. You have a bridge with your name this was in the land of waves tell me about it, said the man mom dad, I'm going to take exams, so I won't be going on any missions for the next 2 months or so, Sakura announced Momoko looked bewildered, you're doing more exams, I thought you'd be done with that when you graduate, said the woman I laughed to Sakura, but this it's to see if I'm ready to be promoted he said I'm sure you'll do well he told her he did that with confidence you've always been good at exams, said the man thank you smiled Sakura heading to the door, maybe and I'm not actually home tonight or for the next week or so, and if that's the case, it's because we're doing a survival test, so don't be scared or anything Sakura said good luck she called her daughter, are you nervous asked Itachi. Sasuke stood up the side of his breakfast as today was an important day he was eating tomatoes, despite its status as a food that is not usually a breakfast, if Naruto could have ramen for breakfast every day, Sasuke could have tomatoes from time to time, no said Sasuke Itachi looked at him with real skepticism, he asked what is the worst that could happen, asked Sasuke rhetorically people have to. Stop asking that said Itachi shaking his head with regret and you could die for example or fall into a coma or be permanently disabled oh, thanks for the vote of confidence, Sasuke interrupted, a little petulant, relax, Sasuke, Itachi told him with a small smile. I'm not saying it's going to happen to you. It's just that it could happen in the exams. In fact, I'm sure you'll do well. Itachi said. Then why? You think I should be nervous? Sasuke counter-attacked. Itachi shrugged. Everyone is nervous on their first tuning exam, right? He said. Even you? Asked Sasuke, surprised. You realize I was 2 years younger than you when I took it, right? Itachi reminded. Itachi, your little brother, you still won, Sasuke pointed out. It's true, but even if you don't, you could become a chunin. You just have to give them a good show, Itachi advised. I have to go, Sasuke said, standing up and taking the last piece of tomato to him. Hitachi's mouth also rose to hit him on the forehead. Do it well and don't fail. Hey, Kakashi was asking me something, Obito said slowly. What did Kakashi answer? Do you know that game teams have to complete a minimum of 8 missions to qualify for the exams? Obito began. Kakashi nodded. You wouldn't think that just going shopping or babysitting a couple of times would qualify. But I guess that's why this is the first time in 5 years that newbies have come in, Kakashi said. Your team took quite a few missions, which is why. I admit, Obito continued, but they only ended up approving the mission to escort the country of the waves, even though it was technically a rank mission. It only counts as one. How are they allowed to compete? Obito asked. Kakashi froze. That's a very good question. He found all the lost pets that they had to find. Even if Sasuke ended up traumatizing them, and since they didn't lose, they mutilated or killed the children who were watching, that would count even if they are no longer allowed to come within 3 meters of those missions. Said Kakashi, or it could just be blatant favoritism since Naruto is Minato-sensei's son. You are his student, and Sasuke is my jokey cousin. Let's get to the first thing, Kakashi said, firmly ready for the big exam. Asked Anko, approaching them. I think my students, they are properly motivated, Kakashi responded, and he will also let me off the hook when it comes to punctuality. He said, you're never going to get off, Anko informed him seriously. If you think it's bad. When you're dating or engaged to someone, he asked. I rhetorically avoid wait until this is over and you get married. It's like Rin has made it her mission in life to make sure I end up where I need to be on time, said Obito. He has given me a lot of advice as an engagement gift, Anko said happily. Kakashi groaned. He knew that I should have stayed single. He said, what was it? Anko asked, pulling out a kunai. I love you. Kakashi offered weakly. That's what I thought. Anko said sweetly. He realized that with his chronic cough it could make his job more difficult. He said, Anko, I volunteered for that, Obito responded. In fact, I was the one who convinced Yate that it could be a problem. Invigilators do not necessarily have a very important role in the exam, especially in the exam part. Tournament, but in life or death situations the match has to be called quickly, and if he suffers a coughing fit, someone could die, said Death. That would make us look really stupid, decided Kakashi. So they're both producers, huh? I feel a little excluded, said the man. You lost the opportunity to be a supervisor when you registered your boys for the exam, Anko told him. Also the only part that would be left would be if there was a preliminary round and you wanted to do it instead of Obito or the written part of the exam, but Ariki really is the best option for that, said Anko. I don't know, said Obito thoughtfully, although I agree that Vicky is much more intimidating than Kakashi. Probably Kakashi would manage to annoy them and make them lose their composure more easily, thus reducing the candidates. After all, one idiot with a never give up speech is enough to pass Vicky's final test, and that wouldn't really work with the final test of dealing with Kakashi's eccentricities, said Death. As certain Anko agreed. However, already it's a little late and Team 7 is in the exam. We should recommend it for the next time it's held in Konoha. She said, they're the worst friends ever, Kakashi said flatly, but you'd be lost without us. He smiled. Death could easily replace you with a rock, Kakashi insisted. A memorial rock, but still. Team 7 entered the second floor and saw a considerable crowd standing around a slightly strengthened Izumo and Getetsu beating the gate team. It's unknown how they thought that would be discreet. Naruto of course approached the Chunins in disguise. Excuse me, can you move, asked Naruto. Sorry boy, we are eliminating the weak ones, he told him, and Zumo, if you want to enter the exam room, you will have to pass for us, accepted Getetsu. Yes, that's great, but you're blocking the way to the ladder, replied Naruto. Ladder, repeated one of the grass ninjas, who may or may not still be associated with Orochimaru. Look, just because Konoha seems a bit eccentric doesn't mean we have a system. Different labeling, Sakura said warmly. I applaud your dedication to eliminating those unworthy of becoming Chunins, especially if you believe that some of the applicants are not able to distinguish between the numbers 2 and 3. Sasuke added. All the gamings around them suddenly found the floor and ceiling extremely fascinated. Well, I guess your team at least approves, he decided, and juice, not that we would have expected anything else from the stack team, muttered Getetsu. You just wish your team had been as impressive as our undercover examiners, Naruto stated. They said they were undercover examiners, asked a Mega Cure. Aiming, I have to go, Getetsu said as he made him quickly leave. Excuse me, what's your name, he asked, and when he approached Sakura on the way to the right room, Sakura Haruno replied. Sakura, and you are, he asked. Roly Lily told him with a smile. Would you like to go out with me? I will protect you until I die, he said. That is certainly very thoughtful. Sakura said tragically, needing to be protected is one of my biggest pet peeves, and my classmates, and I decided that puberty would be a lot easier to handle if we didn't date until we became chunin. So I have to decline, she said. Then if you become a chunin. And I become a chunin. We can go out, she asked, and with hope, if we both become chunins. Ask me again after I've had a chance to get to know you better, Sakura said. I'm not the type of girl that he will go out with someone because he is cute, cool or strong without knowing him first, said Sakura. Since when did she ask, and not clinging to Sasuke? You almost ended our friendship because you didn't believe that friends could be rivals, remember? The blonde asked, luckily. Naruto and Sasuke long ago convinced me otherwise, Sakura said softly. So you're in this exam too? And he didn't ask Sakura. Yes, she nodded and no, and that other team that graduated with us said, and it's not really that hard to remember who we are. Asked what was going on, also appearing with his team. We only had classes with you for 4 years, said the boy. If my precious Sasuke-kun was on your team, I'm sure I would remember you, he snorted, and no, I would be careful about ruling out teammate, and Naruto didn't warn him. They have Chinese set and said no without seeing the need to worry. Does Bugs explain Sakura, you don't want him on your bad side, let's say, Sakura said, and she didn't make a face. The bugs are so disgusting, she said. Please don't be so annoying that Chinese can hear you saying that. Shikamaru advised him it wouldn't end well for you, said the Nara. Sakura like that boy. Lee pointed at Sasuke. Then I will challenge him to a fight to prove that I am a worthy competitor for his heart, Lee said. You will do it by beating my teammate before. About what? Start the tuning exam, Sakura asked skeptically. Your faith, it's really moving, Sasuke said sarcastically. As for the fight, I would do it for real, but I don't think anyone here needs a preview of my skills, and unless you get to the inevitable one-on-one part 1 of the exams, the simple truth is that you won't be worth my time, said Sasuke. I'll be there, said Lee with determination. Do you plan to leave soon? Asked Sasuke, irritated. No, he said, and not happily. Sakura, how angry would you be if I used Sasuke started? Don't even think about it, said Sakura sternly, and she's not my best friend, even though she's a fan, said Sakura. Well, Sasuke grumbled and used a substitution jutsu instead. A log complained, and no, it's not fair, Sasuke-kun, she said, although for the record, Sasuke said quietly, your fandom is mine. It was never as hateful as watching the Kunoichi competition that helped Naruto convince me to return to the blade, turn into a foolish girl who would break her most important ties for a handsome boy, he said. Sasuke, yes, good, thank you for not leaving me, said Sakura, a little embarrassed. So you're no longer a fanatic? Tenten asked. Why not? I got over that a long time ago, Sakura explained. Well, said Tenten vehemently, because for any serious ninja, a fanatic is almost the worst thing you can be, and I don't want to having to save the reputation of the Konoha Kunoichis on my own, said Tenten. And Hinata asked Sakura. She doesn't like Sasuke, said Tenten, raised her eyebrows. Have you seen the way she looks at Naruto? Asked. Good point, Kibikin, Sakura conceded. I think Shoei wants to eat your dog. You should be careful with him, Hinata said in a low voice. What was he shouting? Is that true? The Imizuka asked. Maybe he admitted. Choli, I'm hungry, he said. Just eat one of your boxed lunches, I advise. Shikamaru, you have brought more than a dozen, he said, but I might need them to strengthen me between the exams, Choli protested. If you try to eat Akamaru, it is very possible that he will try to eat you too, Kiba warned. You can try not to act like you are 5 years old, Niji asked, moving away from the group as much as she could without being rude. I agree, said Kabato, approaching them. They should be calmer. They just left the academy, he asked cautiously. Who are you? Asked Chinese. I'm cautious, answered Kato. But don't worry about that. Look around you, said the future 11 of Konoha. Sasuke looked around, a good number of people looking at them with contempt. Those guys behind you are from Mega Cure. They have a short temper. Everyone is nervous about the exam. Calm down before they cause a scene, he advised cautiously. If these people can't deal with a little noise, so there's no way they're qualified to be chunning, Sasuke said coldly, and if they start a fight, they'll just be kicked out of the exams. I don't see any reason not to make noise, Sasuke said. Hey Kiba, it's me, this one guy smells like a snake, asked Naruto. Sniffed. You know, you're right, it smells like a snake, said. Yes, asked Kabato, apparently puzzled. That's strange, said. I don't like snakes. Naruto told him snakes remind me of vampires, and vampires, they're bad, said the blonde. So it's also your first time, he asked, and no, don't be offended, but you look a lot older than us, she said. Oh, not really. This is my 7th time, Kabato told them, looking a little embarrassed. Wow, you do stink, he said. I was going without teachers. If I don't pass in 5 years, I will resign myself to being a failure who can't beat a group of 12 and 13-year-olds, and I will drop out. He said he was going. Not everything is bad, he insisted cautiously. I know a lot about the exam, and I have information cards. Ninja of all present, he said. How it would help you to retake the exam repeatedly to get information about the people who are taking But now for the first time Shikamaru asked lazily, well, that someone wants to see the cards, he asked, holding them up. I said Kangaroo as he approached them with Temari not far from him. He pointed to Naruto, tell me about him, and his teammate said Kangaroo. Kabuto took out 3 cards from his deck. The first is Naruto. Namikaze is the son of the Hokage and is a good Chiriki, has a level of ninjutsu, very tall and is above average in Taijutsu, although his Genjutsu is almost non-existent, said Kabuto. Then there is Sasuke Uchiha. He is one of the 3 Uchihas who were left alive after the massacre 4 years ago. He has strong ninjutsu and jutsu, and exceptional Genjutsu as well. Having already obtained the Sharingan and having evolved it to its 2nd level. Finally, one who is doing shifts at the hospital to be a doctor with a decent Taijutsu ninjutsu and a very high Genjutsu. Her sensei is Kakashi the man, and together they have failed in every Rango mission they have ever been on and have been permanently banned from all future Rango missions. There they completed it successfully. He finished cautiously with a somewhat trembling voice. You don't have to have passed 8 missions to take this exam? Temari asked. The Hokage's son will probably receive special treatment. He decided to Kangaroo. How did they manage to failing the rank missions are the easiest thing in the world. He pointed out that Naruto smiled proudly. It took us a lot of effort to plan it, but we did it and now we are banned for life, said Naruto, as if it were a good thing, he said, not looking at him strangely. Well, it is quite an achievement, Sasuke informed him with a smile. We are the first team that has been expelled from the ranks of E, he said, and we will never have to do any of them again, Sakura concluded, beaming. I hate the guys, she announced that she was going. No more ranks of E, she asked Shikamaru if he planned how to suspend them, would they carry it out so he wouldn't have to do them again. Nothing, in a flash, he responded, and no, promptly, to his masons, and he would still take us to the barbecue, Jolie asked. I'm sure he would be very excited not to have to supervise those tasks, Shikamaru assured him. I mentioned that this place is full of crazy people, Calculation asked. I think so, Temari answered. Well, I would like to reiterate that, Kangaroo said. Who is he? Hinata asked, pointing at Kangaroo. He doesn't seem very open-minded. Said let's see, said Kabuto, drawing another card. That's Kangaroo. He's the son of the Kazekage, and he has completed 8 C rank missions and 1 B rank mission. I would say that's very impressive, but Sasuke's team made a B rank 1. He mainly uses puppets in his fights, said Kangaroo. Soulless evil puppets, asked Choji, opening her eyes. Sakura looked at Naruto confused, but he was hiding behind Shikamaru. Hide me, begged Naruto. This is so annoying, she sighed. As long as I don't really have to do anything, said Naruto. He came back a few years ago, and at some point he gave everyone a big lecture on why puppets were bad, Sasuke explained in a whisper, although I think it was when the girls were picking flowers or something, the Uchiha said. It was more than just picking Sakura flowers. And she looked indignant. Although we did do it, she said. How can you stand having such an evil brother, asked Naruto. Adamari gave a quick glance of Gaara. Practical, she said. Hey, which side are you on anyway? Complained Kankuro. I'm sorry for you, Naruto said to Gaara with frankness. Gaara, he looked at him suspiciously. Why did Gaara ask? Because your evil older brother hates everyone who is younger than of course, Naruto replied. I am more than capable of handling his hatred. Gaara responded impassively. That doesn't make it right, Naruto insisted seriously. How can't he love children? They are adorable. Naruto asked. Hey Naruto, your friend smells like a raccoon. He announced that it was better than smelling evil like a kangaroo. Camera, murmured Naruto started, and then smiled. Those are exactly my feelings, he said, and remember, outside the second task killing equals disqualification, so please wait to satisfy your bloodlust until after the exams ended, and Vicky explained the exam code of conduct, but Gaara wasn't disqualified last time because he fought against me. Whispers that to Sakura. So how did he manage not to kill anyone during the preliminaries, asked Sasuke. Sakura remembered he fought Lee. You remember he left him crippled and he had to undergo that life-threatening surgery and rebuild all your abilities from scratch, she said. Sasuke shook his head. No, I had my own medical issues I was dealing with back then, he said. Instead of your current seats, you will be assigned a number, he explained, and Vicky, please form a single file, the man ordered. Once again everyone was divided, and again Naruto sat next to his fellow rookie. However, unlike before, it wasn't Hinata. Yes, Naruto was happy. The best seat ever, he said. Why, where are you sitting? Sakura asked. Am I next to Chinese? Naruto explained happily, and that makes it the best seat in history, Sakura asked again because she knew that with or without curiosity, Sasuke was never going to do it. Of course she nodded. Naruto, Shino makes bugs after all, she said. We already know without God make the need to remind them, so you should see why I love it. My seating arrangement, answered Naruto. Just tell us. I'd Sakura. Termites are a type of insect, informed them. Naruto. You mean yes, nodded Naruto happily. Chinese is my ultimate defense from the kangaroo, he said. For God's sake, no. You need protection, Kangaroo burst out from a few meters away. Naruto was quite loud after all, so he had heard half of the conversation. You're not bad, Naruto asked in disbelief. Temari, I applaud you for staying sane as long as you have, Temari said, raising her eyebrows. And now my sanity is being compared to the cameras, the girl said. Very well, look. Their seats ordered and Vicky as they found their seats, Sakura pushed Ino away and no, if you use taijutsu on me, I'm going to give you an impromptu haircut like mine. If you use it on Sasuke he'll probably go on a revenge date with some other girl, Sakura said. Aren't you going to warn me to copy Naruto? He asked and didn't flinch slightly at Sakura's threats. I would, Sakura admitted, but if you tried it with him, the Kyuubi could very well eat you. So I think I'll let you use your own judgment, she said. The dangerous one with a clearly pale appearance and did not decide to choose another team to cheat. Team 7 did not pay much attention while Vicky tried to psych them up and insinuate that they should cheat while advising them not to do it carelessly. Sakura briefly wondered why, seeing that they practically announced that you could cheat 4 times with relative impunity. Someone would cheat more than that. Of course that meant getting only 4 answers. But the only important thing was to make sure you didn't get a 0 or everything that was supposed to be important. Start, said Vicky, and the race began 20 minutes after starting the exam. The most competent had just realized that they had to cheat when Saku threw his pen triumphantly. Finished, he said. Wisely turning over his paper. And staring there not to minimize the possibility that someone could cheat Sasuke and Naruto. They didn't say anything, but they started writing faster. Another 10 minutes of the exam passed, and Sasuke also put down his pen after to thoughtfully write some advice to the examiners. If they want us to cheat, they should try to ask us more difficult questions, of course only. Sakura and assumed Shikamaru if he had bothered he would have been able to answer the questions like gaming, but for those who had already passed the exam alone, it had been a matter of getting the job done. Be grumpy, Naruto finishing 5 minutes later. Because I'm always last, he said. Because you suck, Sasuke said bluntly. Shut up back there or we'll take you away, points warned, and Vicky should probably take points anyway, since the conversation could very well be encrypted, but the girl had only said 1 word, and both boys had only started talking after they had finished. Right after Naruto finished, Kangaroo suddenly had to going to the bathroom, and Naruto's puppet senses declared very clearly that it was a puppet handcuffing him and escorting him. There was creative, he guessed, and bold. But given the fact that he had puppet lines, how could Kangaroo honestly not realize that they were letting him get away with this, or was that part of the lousy security Orochimaru had convinced them he had with Blade to persuade them to invade? Finally, and Vicky seemed to decide that she was done. They had eliminated enough teams now. The 10th question. Let me say that you do not have to answer the question, however. Once you agree to ask it, you will have to answer it, he said. What happens if we decide not to take it? Temari asked curiously. Then obviously, said Naruto, enjoying his complete and total lack of desperation. Otherwise, what would be the point of having a 10th question if you didn't have to answer it and there was no penalty? It's for not doing so, said the blonde. Effectively the boy whom his teammates managed to beat in the exam is right, Vicky said. Hey, I did it without cheating. How many other people can't say that? Naruto asked. Kabuto raised his hand. You're practically an old man, Naruto said with contempt, and this is your 7th time, so you don't count, he said. Not only will your teammates fail if you fail, but if you ask a 10th question and you are wrong, you will never be able to become a chunin. Your teammates will never be able to show up again in 6 months, however, he told them and Vicky. But Naruto didn't say that. This Kabuto guy, he took the exam 7 times. He questioned what was going on. How does it work? That he said. I haven't been a proctor in the other Kabuto exams this year. I am, so I can basically do whatever I want, declared, and Vicky, looking like she was going to burst into maniacal laughter, added, any moment. No one wanted to be the first to quit. So no one said anything for a minute. I'm leaving, finally announced one of the undercover chunins with a look of supposed anger. His teammates followed him to the door. Another undercover chunin also said something, and I was disqualified. A gaming. It was really a bit exhausting to see how one team after another that had even traveled with leaves backed out at the first sign of difficulty. Finally there were only 17 teams left, including of course the 4 teams from Konoha. Team Kabuto, Team Galara, potentially secret Team Orochimaru and Team Itagakure. The remaining 51 are absolutely sure they want to do this, and Vicky seriously asked them for the 30th time. Look at your cunning plan to bother us into quitting is pretty brilliant, I admitted, Naruto said tiredly. But our sensei makes bothering a hobby, and he already threatened to make us train with Gai in the morning until he showed up if we didn't pass, he said, and Vicky blinked. Kai, no. He starts training at 4:30 in the morning, the man asked. Better take advantage of the hours of youth. When the sun has just risen, he confirmed, and with enthusiasm, we can't stand that. Per year, Sasuke confided. So no matter how many times they ask us, we won't. Let's take it, said the exam supervisor, made a gesture of compassion. That's the spirit. Anko jumped out of the window and threw several weapons at the gamers who were still sitting, as if you weren't going to get your revenge. Anko asked, I would really like you to. Don't encourage him, Anko, said Naruto, shaking his head. There's nothing wrong with a little encouragement when it comes to achieving your goals, Anko replied innocently. There is when it comes to Sasuke, Sakura muttered. Anko, she hadn't finished the exam yet, she told him briefly, however. Since the first part of the exam is clearly finished, you pass, he said, and I don't gasp. Why did he ask? And Vicky opened her mouth to explain herself, but he was ahead of her. You'll take too long. He told her frankly, they were supposed to cheat. Unless they were some kind of genius or had been a gaming for too many years. If they were bad at cheating and got caught being obvious 5 times, they were out. If they agreed to take the exam or dangerous mission, then at least they had the broader characteristics of a chunin, and if they were too scared to do it, then they didn't deserve the title, said Anko. Who are you, asked Calculus, and why have you launched deadly projectiles at us, asked my Anko, and I will be your second exam supervisor, announced Anko. As for why, well, if you let yourself get hit, then you wouldn't be prepared to be Chulin, she said. So you tried to kill us, Kangaroo repeated. Oh, good point. They haven't signed the waivers yet, Hanko mused. Well, follow me and we'll get on with it, he said. It's too late to leave it, he asked. Cautiously, yes, I blurted out, but don't worry, you'll have a second chance after the second exam, she said. That won't be very useful if we die, he pointed out cautiously. So don't die, honestly, boy, if you're so worried maybe you should. Having given up a long time ago, Anko muttered, heading toward the forest of death and waiting for the Chunin wannabe to follow her. And how do you think they're doing? Minato asked. Kakashi looked up from his ever-present book. Apparently the various changes that had made Minato that Naruto was a part of his life, that he was forced to spend time in Konoha, had had enough of an impact on Jiraiya for his books to be different. Doesn't mean they were really better or worse, and definitely not more appropriate, but it was nice not to have to wait until they got to the point where the author had originally died to get some new material. My minions, asked Kakashi. Aren't your minions, Kakashi, they're your students, Minato said, trying to sound severe and really failing. Because when Obito and Ring joined us to form a team you sang a song different, replied Kakashi. It was Araya sensei who called them my henchmen, and then said something about that he was going to write a spy novel, Minato reminded him. You haven't corrected him, Kakashi insisted. It's Jiraiya, sensei, Minato pointed out. It really would have been of some use to do it correctly, Minato said. I guess he didn't concede. Kakashi was a good book that he wrote about it, although it bothered me a little. Little that the character that was based on me didn't get the girl, Kakashi said. Well, to be fair, you didn't get the girl. So if he wanted to be precise, he had to have the deceased character end up with her. Minato said naturally. True to life, Kakashi snorted. Have you ever read those books? Minato-sensei asked Kakashi as Hokage, who must set an example for his village. I'm afraid I can't answer that question one way or the other, Minato said virtuously. Yes, set an example, okay. Kakashi shook his head. You know, there's a reason Naruto calls all the other shinobi he knows Mario perverts, Kakashi said. I'm starting to think there's a correlation between ninja power and perversion, Minato confessed, as the only one. Another way to explain the fact that all powerful ninjas are raging perverts is some kind of social problem that might have been forced to be addressed, said. I can definitely see the connection, Kakashi said quickly. You just want to be able to read your books in peace, Minato accused Kakashi. Limited himself to shrug your shoulders. It's true, I never answered you about my henchmen. I think they'll be fine, said Kakashi. You're sure? And Vicky is the first examiner, you know, Minato said anxiously. Kakashi rolled his eyes. He didn't. He's going to torture without a waiver, and Anko said he'll hand them out in the second exam, so don't worry, Kakashi said. There's always psychological torture, Minato pointed out. He actually said he doesn't believe in giving up and making him doubt himself. It'll only make him come back 10 times. More strength, assured that almost his mentor. I know, but I'm still not sure he's ready. I mean, a lot of the exam it's about teamwork, since solo missions are usually a jogging thing, and he's known Sasuke for a long time, years, so they should be able to work together without problems. But what about the other Haruno? Sakura asked Minato. Never interacted with her before you wanted her on your team, said. You met her at dinner, remember, asked Kakashi. It may have taken a while, but she and the guys are very clear about camaraderie, said Kakashi. It took a long time, Minato repeated. They have been a team for 4 months, he said, and it has been 4 months, Kakashi said, so she's not a fan. Most of the Kunoichis I've seen have had that age, although by the time of their first Chunin exam they usually have passed it. Minato acknowledged. She has passed it too, answered Kakashi. Ring, she was never a fan, not even when she was in love with me, said Kakashi. Minato shrugged his shoulders. I think it was the war, he said. Let's hope we can keep the peace as long as we can, Kakashi said soberly. Especially with all the sacrifices we've had to make, Minato said, nodded. I agree with you that the Chunin exam, it's a great time to attack with all the foreigners running around, and I hope our increased security is enough to make sure that if anyone tries something they don't make it, Minato said. One last piece of advice, Anko said. After finishing explaining the rules and lightly teasing him, here goes she couldn't keep her mouth closed and got a kunai wound on her cheek that she had to lick. Don't die, she said. That's good advice, decided Naruto. Since we haven't signed the waiver, can I sue her? I was wondering what was going. That depends on whether the waiver says it covers actions that occurred before you signed it, Shikamaru told him. Read the fine print. He said he was looking slightly scared. On the other hand, I'm sure I can challenge Naruto when this is all over, and his therapy YouTube will get me through this. Her sensei is committed to her, so I'm sure he's been slightly teased before she said she was going. Naruto flinched. I don't want to talk about it. So wow, what did you think of the first part of the test, she asked. Naruto was easy, said Gaara. It was, he accepted. Naruto, I didn't even need to cheat, he said, which is lucky, since you wouldn't have thought to do it anyway, Sasuke pointed out. That was one time, Naruto protested, and your morals wouldn't have let you do it, even if you thought of it. It would have happened, Sakura added. You know, I'm this close to defecting to Gaara's team and letting them take care of Kangaroo for 5 days, Naruto threatened. Please do it, Kangaroo, he begged. Coward, Temari accused. You can't, you'll wake up Alakier, Naruto said, shaking her head. Why didn't you ask Naruto? Your father would probably be angry, since he's the boss of Konoha, she pointed out, and that it's a bit of teenage rebellion. Naruto asked rhetorically. If you're not there, we should meet that man. I can't guarantee that Sakura will be enough to stop him from. I killed him on the spot, Sasuke contributed. Naruto grimaced. I'm sorry, Gala, maybe next time, Gaara said, saying that he hadn't expressed his opinion about Naruto's team change one way or another, and that he wasn't even sure that was allowed. Blink. Next time I thought you intended to pass, said Gaara. Exams? There are Jouning exams, asked Sasuke. I have no idea. I trust Naruto. Do you guys live in Konoha? Asked Sakura in disbelief. Everyone at her door. Uko's voice rings out through the crowd, interrupting the conversation. I have to go, guys, said Naruto, saying goodbye to the Sand brothers. Good luck, Temari said. Why did she ask? She. Do you think I'm weak? Asked Naruto. Shook his head. But you're going to be stuck there for a while, 5 days with your psychotic little brother. Still, at least you'll have Gaara, said Naruto. First I'm evil, now I'm psychotic. I'm never coming back here again, swore Kangaroo. Gaara, meanwhile, I was considering building a vacation home there. These people were clearly much healthier than the ones he had left behind in his Nagakure. I have to go to the bathroom, Naruto announced once they had been in the forest for about an hour. See you later, he said. Wait, I suggest we first think of a code word, Sasuke said. In case anyone tried to impersonate you, said the Uchiha. Naruto made a face. You just want to try to fool me with one of those stupid epic poems again. He didn't ask Naruto's stupid epic poem, Sakura repeated in disbelief. It was only 5 or 6 lines, she said. Well, it seemed longer, Naruto said to the defensive, and someone could be spying on us, so it doesn't make sense, said Naruto. So what do you suggest we do? Sasuke asked with sarcasm. Ask you something that only you would know, he actually said. Considering all the things, that would probably be the best plan. Sakura mused. It wouldn't even have to be something personal but rather recent. After all, we have an advantage, said the girl. I'm glad we've worked that out. That said Naruto, heading to the bushes again. See you later, he said. So you think that we're going to meet that boy loving snake? Sakura asked, chatting while they waited. Sasuke sighed. I really wish you wouldn't call him that, sounds weird, said the Uchiha, and I really wish you hadn't. I ran away with him, Sakura replied, but you know what they say, you can't always get what you want, she said. When are you and Naruto going to stop the whole I had an affair with Orochimaru thing? Sasuke demanded. Sakura raised an eyebrow. That depends. Was that an admission? Sakura asked. No, Sasuke protested. Then you continue denying reality? Sakura, I'm not in denial, Sasuke insisted. Sasuke paused. Although I realize that in itself constitutes a denial, said Sakura. Laughed. Whether you do, whether you don't, you do, and I will leave it when you put aside all that about Sakura being useless, she said. I'd love to stop that. Really? Sasuke said innocently, and I'll do it the moment you actually do something, the boy said quickly. Sakura pulled out a kumail. I can do something right here if you want, he threatened. Mockingly, Sakura-chan, there really is no need to be so violent, right? Naruto asked, coming out of the bushes, especially towards our teammate during the exam, said. Naruto will be fine, Sakura said with contempt. How long? He asked. Wait, I'll take care of this, Sasuke interrupted. Tell me about our first kiss, said the Uchiha. Naruto turned red. Sasuke, don't try to trick me. When was our first kiss? Honestly, you. No, we never did, said Naruto. Wrong answer, Sasuke said softly, throwing a shuriken at the boy who he had decided that I wasn't his teammate the day we graduated. We kissed technically, Sasuke said. Oh sure, he remembered. Sakura, I gave Naruto a concussion, he said. Very smart of him to find out. Said no, Naruto returning to his true form. Actually no, said Sasuke, easily watching Sakura trail behind her possible attacker, is that you are very bad at impersonating people, as it was an embarrassing moment for both of them. I could easily see Naruto denying that the event has happened. But you're not even, Sasuke said. I started, the boy began before feeling a touch on his shoulder. He automatically turned in time to see Sakura's fist flying toward his face. Sakura crouched down to look for a scroll on his unconscious opponent. Doesn't have any reported when he finished his search. Probably left it with his teammates while playing infiltration, said smart move, commented Sasuke. Yes, accepted Sakura. And guess who finally did something, asked Sakura. Sasuke snorted, it's taken you quite a while, said hi guys, I'm back, announced Naruto. Hi Naruto, how many times have I kicked your ass, asked Sasuke. That doesn't count, Naruto responded heatedly. Were you using your drag form, he said. My crawling form, which he repeated uncertainly. Yes, he nodded. Naruto, you know the one you have for the hiki, he said. That was my curse seal form, you could even call it my demon form, and you wish it's not a crawling form, said Sasuke firmly. Are you sure, he asked Naruto innocently. Because I could swear I saw lipstick, said Naruto. If it's the Sakura River, then Naruto, what would you have said if we asked you about the first time you were going? That they kissed the Kunoichi, asked Naruto. Turned red. That never happened. It happened, he said seriously, because I seem to remember it, started Sakura. It never happened, Naruto shouted, sounding almost desperate. Sakura shook her head, amused. Very well, okay, she said suddenly. They were attacked by leaf-shaped projectile weapons, or for the love of God, we just eliminated someone, Naruto complained as he took cover. Don't even start. You weren't even there. Sakura said as she headed in another direction to do the same. You guys play around. I'll take care of them. The enemy ninja said to his friends. Companion Sasuke looked for the companion closest to him, Sakura. Once the attack was over, what did I tell you just before abandoning you, asked Sasuke. Thank you, Sakura said quietly. Okay, now for Sasuke. He started to say no, so quickly cut Sakura off. That was vague enough, like it could mean anything, so answer me this. Who did you attack at the summit when you got there? Sakura asked, practically grumpy. Hello guys, Naruto said happily as he ran towards them. What did you say to Tsunade-sama after your godfather's death? Sakura asked. Naruto gave her a look of bewilderment. Jiraiya is not dead, Naruto said. Wrong answer, Sakura told him flatly. So you figured it out, the fake Naruto. Number 2 shrugged shoulders as it melted into its current form. That won't be enough to save you, said. Eat this stupid snake, Naruto shouted from a little far away from them. A Sengen, there goes a giant snake. I'm sure, Sakura pointed out. The two of us, we're looking for a scroll. No, you have a scroll from Earth, and I have one from heaven, said the imposter, raising the scroll to his lips. Wait, said Sasuke suddenly. I know you are Orochimaru, said Sasuke. Orochimaru paused and smiled. Very impressive, Sasuke-kun said. Don't call Sasuke that child molester, Sakura said angrily. This is not the time, Sasuke told her. I'm not a child molester, Orochimaru insisted, sounding offended because people keep saying that. Orochimaru asked, or I don't know. Maybe it's your tendency to look for young boys. Give them a pacifier and then take them to live with you, suggested Sakura with sarcasm. They are not pacifiers, they are seals, and I am interested in their powers and bloodlines, not their bodies or Orochimaru. Well, that is not entirely true, but I don't want to bother them, she said. You give them the seals through suction of the neck, Sakura pointed out before Orochimaru's surprised look explained. We no, Anko, said Sakura. Orochimaru, Sasuke drawing attention to him again. You killed, said. Hello guys, I'm back again, Naruto informed them, jumping towards them. Time, Naruto. God, we've already talked about this, Sasuke complained. When someone is in the middle of a dramatic moment, don't interrupt. Unless you're going to increase the drama or if he's evil and really making you angry, Sasuke said. I'm sorry. He apologized. Naruto. Can I go back and wait? Until you're done if you want, said Sasuke. He gave a sigh of contempt. Don't bother now that you're here. Just keep quiet and let me do this. Okay. Sasuke asked. Okay, Naruto said pleasantly. Just try to keep the sexual tension to a minimum. Agreement, asked Sasuke, flinched and opened his mouth to say something about how he and Orochimaru didn't have any sexual tension when he suddenly stopped and smiled. Why did he ask instead? Jealousy, said bastard accused. Naruto is not an answer, Sasuke pointed out. If they don't hurry up, I'll tell you. Here it goes, Sakura threatened. I could do it anyway, she said, turning pale at the thought of telling the only boy who persisted in believing that they were secretly in love about their current conversation. Both boys left. Sasuke abruptly cleared his throat and turned to Orochimaru, who simply looked at them in disbelief. He was evidently not ignored by the preteens who knew who my name was, he said dramatically. But Sasuke Uchiha, you've killed my family. Prepare to die, Sasuke said. No. I did it, Orochimaru burst out unexpectedly. Sorry, Sasuke asked. I didn't kill the Uchiha. I haven't killed an Uchiha in years, Orochimaru stated. My family died years ago, Sasuke reminded him. But I didn't do it. No one believes me, Orochimaru demanded. Possibly because you said this is another Uchiha. I was very afraid that I managed to kill them all, so this guy would be my only option as a host. But now I see that there is a spare one. How wonderful this is, getting crowded like this. I'm retiring. But never forget me, Orochimaru of the Suzunin. I'll come back to steal your body. Remember my words, Naruto said kindly. I guess I could have gotten a password after all, Sakura muttered to herself. Ah well. That still carries the risk of being overheard, she thought. That wasn't it. I wasn't near Konoha that night. Orochimaru insisted. There are a large number of witnesses who say the opposite, Sasuke said flatly. They showed up to see that your brother and I are only between us. The corpses, as you know, he didn't do it, Orochimaru challenged. Sasuke laughed bitterly. What do you think? Itachi killed everyone? I'm sure the next thing you'll say is that they ordered it because let's see, they were planning a coup. Did it? Said Sasuke. I don't know what happened because I wasn't there, said Orochimaru, clearly frustrated. I'm being fooled, he said. Because someone would frame you? Sasuke asked, sounding skeptical. I don't know, but I don't like being known as the one who wiped out such a valuable bloodline, Orochimaru announced. Does that mean you're after it? My body or my brother's? Sasuke demanded. Orochimaru bowed his head and smiled. Now that you mention it, yes, he said. I see, said Sasuke, staring Orochimaru in the eyes. Let me tell you what I think of your little proposal, he said slowly. Well, he activated his Manjutsu Sharingan, his Kyuumi, in less than 5 seconds. Orochimaru fell to the ground. Have you really beaten him? Sakura asked doubtfully. In fact, I It knows as that with smugness while quickly launching the jutsu to counteract the corrosive tendencies of the completely copied Mangekyo. Naruto complained too. To be fair, Sasuke admitted he probably didn't have any experience with the Sharingan if Madara keeps pretending it doesn't exist, and he definitely wouldn't expect me to have the cuff or Sharingan from what I know. This is how Itachi defeated Orochimaru when he went after him before abandoning Kitsuki. If we face him again, it won't be so easy. Sasuke said. Great, he has a scroll from heaven. Naruto was happy, picking up the aforementioned object. Just give me that. You lose it, Sasuke insisted, snatching the scroll from Naruto. Naruto glared at him. They think we should contact someone. And let them know? Sakura asked seriously. Sasuke shrugged. Because we would have to. They already solved it before and they can do it again, plus I should be away for a while, and we don't want to risk being disqualified for contacting them. With a reluctant appearance, Sakura accepted. Then which of the gaming machines did you bother this time? Kakashi asked his girlfriend during lunch. It wasn't Naruto again. True, because Minato-sensei is worrying about that, said Kakashi. I'm not bothering you anymore, Kakashi insisted. He just waited. It could have been the dog boy, he admitted even reluctantly, but in my defense I was being an idiot, said. I really hope that's covered by the waiver, said Kakashi. Anko shrugged. If these guys are okay with dying, then I'm sure they won't put too much effort into what some might call being too forward, said Anko. Oh, abuse, translated Kakashi. Angle also ignored that boy. Nara told Dog Boy that he would have to actually read the waiver to see if he could sue, and Dog Boy decided he would rather make Naruto help him with his problems later. She scoffed. Problems, please, a couple more years and she will be begging for someone to do it, Llama, said Anko. Someone that really shouldn't be you since you're twice her age and you're my fiancé, pointed out Kakashi. Don't worry, Anko assured him. Don't worry me. You're interested in dogs, Kakashi said, giving him a hurt look. Or leave it. Dog invocations are different, Anko told him. He threw the last of his dango sticks at the same tree where he had thrown all the others. Perfect pattern of leaves. He smiled. How long did it take you to learn how to do that? Kakashi wondered. Anko shrugged. A couple of weeks. When I was younger I went through a period where I refused to eat anything but dango, and since I practiced every time I ate it, I became very good very quickly, Anko said. Something so Naruto and his obsession with ramen, Kakashi said. Yes, but he seemed to tone down a lot when he turned 8. Anko reflected. I always thought it was something strange. He said. Well, traumas can do strange things. Kakashi offered without enthusiasm. Big problem. Anko-sama announced one of them. The Chunin examiners appearing on the scene with a cloud of one. Mizuku. Anko asked what happened. Asked bodies, 3 of them, and they are rare. Mizuku told him how rare. Anko asked. Maybe it's better that you come see for yourself, said Mizuku with doubts. I'll go too, said Kakashi immediately, as they headed to the place where the bodies had been discovered. They saw several of the examiners gathered around the corpses. After examining their papers and personal items, they seemed to be the shinobi of the hidden grass that were hiding. They took this exam, but as you can see they don't have faces, they are blank like if they were melted, she explained. She looked horrified. Show me the photos of these 3 people, said the Chunin. He rushed to do what she asked. Are you okay? Asked Kakashi in a low voice. He is back, Anko responded with the same calmness. The last time I saw him, he had just annihilated the Uchiha. If he was playing stealing the body of an 8-year-old or a 13-year-old, how could he be okay? She asked. My mask. I had a feeling that this was going to happen, said Kakashi, looking deadly serious. Of course, that seemed crazy. So I couldn't tell anyone, said Kakashi. Your mask, Anko repeated. That's what I said, said Kakashi. She's psychic now. Your mask, asked incredulously. I don't know. But you want me to? I asked him, Kakashi asked dryly, or he doesn't answer so it won't be of any use, or if it will and I may have to accept the offer of therapy that Minato-sensei made me a long time ago, said Kakashi. Why haven't you done it? If he's so worried, he asked himself. Anko, well, it doesn't make sense, right? Kakashi responded rhetorically. We can't talk about anything confidential, and that's where half of our various problems come from. What we need are therapists. Ninja, said the man, as he died, said Anko or Naruto when he grows up once the photos were in his hand. His mood did not improve, so even then before the exam I saw him talking about his thirst for blood and he kept using his tongue like an appendage. More I should have known, I mean seriously, who else does that, asked Anko. You probably would if you could, Kakashi muttered. It's true, he admitted, but I'm not part snake like he seems to be nowadays. This is one of the bad guys. Someone is going to tell Hokage Sama that Orochimaru has returned and infiltrated the exam. Sent some people. Captains to the Forest of Death. I'm going to get him right now, Anko said. Let's go for him, Kakashi corrected. Anko didn't bother us to argue, but he limited himself to directing the path towards the forest. Look, it's Gaara, Naruto said excitedly. Hey Gala, Naruto said. Gaara greeted the newly arrived with a nod. Naruto said, so you have another scroll too, asked Sakura. Is it the one you needed, asked Temari, who was retrieving the scroll. Quickly checked it. Yes, it is, said. Do you guys want to go back to the tower with us? Naruto offered. Will be fun, said. Don't come all the blood that is there and the crushed corpses scattered, asked Kangaroo. Of course yes, said Sasuke. Why? Are you asking the Uchiha question that I don't know? Does it bother you, asked Kankulus. We are ninjas, Sasuke shrugged. Besides, we signed the waiver. He said. What is needed to convince them that my brother is bad? Kankulus asked. Gaara's lips thinned a little at that, but he didn't have to worry. Evil puppet boy. It's not very good that you try to use poor Gaara as a scapegoat to try to make us forget how evil you are, Naruto retorted. Why don't you try to defend me? He asked his sister Temari, shrugging his shoulders. I have come to the conclusion that Konoha is simply crazy, and besides Gaara hasn't shown any signs of wanting to kill us, and that can only be a good thing in my book, said Temari. Kangaroo groaned theatrically, but let it go. However, as they headed together to the tower, Temari pulled Naruto to the side, then between, do we really think Calculus is evil or crazy? Asked the blonde. She wears makeup and a cat suit, Naruto said emphatically. Good point, Temari acknowledged. What about the evil part? Naruto asked. I smiled at her. Does it really matter? I'm not going to stop. Sighed. Neither, said Naruto. Temari sighed. Guess not, said he. Figured Gaara would manage to accidentally befriend the craziest people in the place, or at least he hoped they would be the craziest. A few hours later, after braving the dangers from tigers and snakes, Anko and Kakashi finally stumbled upon the still comatose Orochimaru. I guess someone else neutralized him, Anko finally said. It seems that whoever it is left a note, Kakashi commented, picking up the paper which had been folded twice and placed on Orochimaru's chest. Unfolding it read, Dear responsible girls of Konoha, congratulations on making it this far. Before that man recovers from Mitsukiyomi, I would like to take this moment to thank both Itachi and Naruto, since without them, I couldn't have defeated him. Itachi, of course, he taught me how to use the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Naruto died for me. Sakura, as always, didn't do anything, but she did hit someone before. Sincerely, Sasuke. Since you can summon people because we've only seen it used during the exam, Naruto asked once they made it back to the tower. I mean, I guess my dad does something similar with his special kunai, but you'd still think that something would happen. So useful it would be used more, said Naruto. What do you mean? Why can't you have a summoning contract with a person? Sakura asked. At Naruto's nod, she answered. Probably because unlike summons, people don't want to have them drop everything and get yourself out of a battle. A better question is why a Togakur exists, since Orochimaru wasn't expelled from his little criminal club, said Sakura. Naruto shrugged. It's clear he likes the idea of ruling a village. Konan and Nagato run one, and although it is not exactly a village from what I see, it could benefit the Akatsuki anyway, and they have never given the impression of being a united group anyway, said Naruto. Let's hurry up, said Sasuke, opening the two scrolls and throwing them out. Hello guys, how long has it been since I saw you? Iruka greeted you when he appeared in a cloud of smoke. Let's see, you have finished the exam, and Lucas interrupted himself while looking at his watch. In 6 hours. No one finishes the exam in 6 hours, said the man. Of course, what happens, said Sasuke, pointing to the Sand brothers who were talking to their own Chunin. Summoned a Mizuki, apparently not evil, I guess, Iruka said slowly. Still, congratulations. Not only have you passed the second round of the exams on your first attempt, but you have also done it ridiculously quickly. The test, it doesn't end for another 4 days, so you will have to return here then to receive instructions on the third and final exam and compete in the preliminary battles. If many teams pass, they are lucky to have finished so quickly, since they will be in full, while everyone else is exhausted from their time in the forest, Iruka said. If they wanted time to recover, they shouldn't have dallied, Naruto said decisively. I'm not sure the reason it's taking so long. Maybe you're wasting your time, Yuka said. Then we can go, Sakura asked. Almost, Iruka said. The reason why they called me here was to help you understand the Chunin motto written by the third Hokage himself, Iruka said. The Chunin motto? Sakura asked kindly. Yes. You lack the sky, seek wisdom, prepare yourself, acquire knowledge and prepare for missions. If you lack earth, run through the fields, seek advantages. Iruka recited these rules will guide the extremes of a person. Know what it means? He asked. If we said no, maybe we passed, Naruto asked. Iruka nodded. Yes, but tell me anyway, he said. You have to be in good shape, insane and in body, and therefore. If you are weak in one of the areas, you have to work to improve so that your missions are more fluid. Sakura explained. Very well, Sakura praised. So remember, you have to come back here in 4 days and be careful. You know I worry about you, said Iruka. You can worry all you want, Sasuke told him, but you will see how capable we are when we clean the ground with everyone and we become Chunins, said the Uchiha with a rather sentimental appearance. Iruka smiled at them. I'll take you at your word, said the man. Victory is ours. He shouted that he was running behind them, running towards the tower with his 2 teammates following him. Kiba asked Sakura, surprised how they finished so quickly. Dangerous One asked. How did you do it? If not, it attacked. We were lucky and found someone who had the scroll we needed. Sakura replied. We also asked them. Hinata informed. Well, in a way we found it in a clearing where there was a lot of blood and body parts everywhere, said the Hyuga. You didn't check if there was any other scroll that would help eliminate the competition? Kangaroo asked his sister. I was going to do it, he insisted, but then the crazy Genings from Konoha showed up and I forgot about it, said Temari. So I guess you'll be with me tonight, he said. He was going to Sasuke. Sasuke blinked. Tell me how you came to that conclusion, he said. My parents told my sister and me that no circumstance less serious than an invasion or the death of the Hokage. We had to bother them. Anniversary today, so my sister is going to dinner with your brother. I thought he was going to be busy with the test, but since I'm not, I'm going to accompany her. I guess that will make you the 4th wheel. Kiba smiled. Someone up there really hates me. No, Sasuke asked rhetorically, although not as much as they should. Sakura pointed out that Sasuke is going out with Kiba tonight. Naruto complained. I want to do something too. I know. Now you want have dinner at my house tonight, Naruto asked. Gaara just blinked at the unexpected invitation. Are you sure this is the best idea? Temari spoke. Or are you also invited? Naruto assured him. And the guy with the evil puppet can come too. I guess I wouldn't want to be rude after everything, said Naruto. Not sure, he didn't mutter. Kangaroo, but without puppets, warned Naruto. If you bring them, I simply can't guarantee they will survive the night, said the blonde. You know, at least Gaara has never threatened to kill my puppets. Earlier, Kangaroo whispered to Temari. No, but it's not enough to threaten to kill us, she whispered to her brother. We'll have to ask our sensei. Temari started in response to Naruto. We'll be there. She cut the camera. Great, said Naruto enthusiastically. My father is the Hokage, as you know, so, no. It shouldn't be so difficult to find our address. It will be fun and diplomatic, Naruto said. My parents don't expect me to come back today. So I'm going to go with you, Sakura informed Naruto. I would go with Sasuke, except, no. I wouldn't want to be the 5th wheel or be a witness when Sasuke inevitably breaks out and tries to kill Kiba, said the pink-haired girl. Anyway, my father isn't too sure about you, so that would be great, Naruto said easily. Sakura raised her eyebrows. He's not sure about me. Why didn't she ask? It's nothing personal, Naruto assured her. It's just that our team includes me, who he's known for 12 years, Kakashi, who he's been training since before I was born, Sasuke, who he didn't really know who he was until 4 years ago. Years, but he spent a lot of time with him since Obito got custody. And you're just a little overprotective, said Naruto. I see, said Sakura, and if not, this will be an interesting dinner, much better than trying to figure out the best way to say I face to a child molester who was trying to possess my teammate. Sakura said. That's true, Itachi asked as soon as he was alone with Kakashi. What Kakashi asked automatically. Orochimaru is really arrested and he really confronted Sasuke, he clarified. Itachi. Kakashi nodded. The note Sasuke left, stating that Orochimaru's comatose state was the aftermath of Satsukiyomi, seems to indicate that, but I haven't had a chance to ask him about it yet, said Kakashi. Sasuke confronted Orochimaru and is still alive. Itachi shook his head in agreement. Disbelief. He even won technically. I never thought I would say this, but thank God for the Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi said. How did you find out so quickly? Kakashi asked. Itachi gave him a look that implied that this was a very stupid question. The confirmation of Orochimaru's capture can't be everything you wanted to ask me, Kakashi realized. If you couldn't ask Sasuke about that, and it seems like you like him more than me, said Kakashi. Right, Itachi responded to both points, but he spoke to Orochimaru. He had to do it. I only met him once, but he seemed very talkative, said the Uchiha. And this is a problem because he asked Kakashi before realizing it. Are you worried that he will tell Sasuke the truth about the massacre, said Kakashi. Can you blame me? Itachi asked rhetorically. I shouldn't even be here. That kind of mission couldn't be admitted and a scapegoat was needed. I knew it, Itachi said. If Orochimaru was willing to take the responsibility or the credit, rather, in the world of girls. Forsaken back then, why do you think he would suddenly confess now? Kakashi asked. I admit I never could figure out why Orochimaru was in the village in the first place, or how he knew what was going on, or if there were he was just passing by, he saw an opportunity, either way, he must have had his reasons, said Kakashi. Itachi nodded. I know, and I'm not saying that he's declaring his innocence before the world, but if he entered the exam, it's clear that he's chosen to go after Sasuke. Itachi said, that's it. Meaning since he's just a gaming no matter how exceptional he is and you're a Yanin who used to be an Abu, Kakashi pointed out, because Hokage-sama kicked me out of Anbu after that. Itachi asked. Kakashi shrugged. I guess Minato-sensei had decided that he had already sacrificed enough, Kakashi replied. Itachi just shook his head. If Orochimaru can convince Sasuke of the truth, or at least planting the seed of doubt in his mind, could turn him against Konoha. And if he gives him a curse seal, it will get into his mind and might convince him to leave, Itachi said. We don't know if Orochimaru knew it was ordered or about the plant hit. Kakashi reasoned. No, but finding out the truth about me. Itachi was speechless. It might be enough. He said. No. You want me to hate you, Kakashi commented. As expected, Itachi did not respond. Even if Sasuke gets a curse seal at some point, he won't abandon ship so easily, Kakashi said, and it was even true. Sasuke had not defected until after meeting his older brother again. Ironically, trying to make sure he stayed safe from being beaten up and left in a coma for weeks after experiencing a particularly cruel Tsukiyomi, I would so easily discover that the almost complete annihilation of his entire clan was not an impulsive act of a madman, Itachi replied. Even if Sasuke realized the truth, he spent too many years hating Orochimaru to go to him now. Maybe he really hates Orochimaru so much that I'm starting to hate him. Worrying about why I would listen to anything Orochimaru has to say. He has no proof one way or another, and unless he gets it right, he secretly knows that you go around killing people, because he has no reason to believe that about you, and believe me, given the Sasuke's strong revenge tendencies, I think you would know if he secretly hates you, said Kakashi. You're right, Itachi said, looking only ever so slightly relieved. Thank you, said Kakashi, briefly wondered why Itachi had chosen to have that conversation with him of all people, but again keeping in mind that his only other options were the Hokage who had ordered him to do it in the first place, and perhaps it wasn't too surprising as Gaara had decreed. The Sand brothers arrived at Naruto's house. Promptly at 6:30 Sakura was already there. She had simply followed her friend home to begin the operation, convincing the Hokage that she was at least as sane as the rest of the team and was not useless, no matter what Sasuke says to her. Slight surprise, Baki was with them. Of course he wanted to make sure that the sons of the Cake Cafe didn't spill anything classified to the Hokage. It didn't matter if they let something slip about his possible involvement in the invasion that might not happen. Ah, you must be the one. Sensei of Naruto's new friends greeted him. Minato, I saw your profile before, body right? Asked Minato. Baki nodded. Indeed, Hokage-sama, we were going to eat squid, but Naruto insisted that after such a distressing experience as the second exam, I simply had to eat ramen, he explained. Minato, leading the way to the dining room after hearing that he faced one of our most dangerous renegade ninjas. I decided that he deserved it. I hope you don't mind, said Minato. The ramen, it's okay. I informed him that Mary is not very popular in her Naruto, so we don't get the chance to eat it very often, she said. Naruto, who was about to start eating, dropped the chopsticks and looked at her with his mouth open. Breathe, Naruto advised Sakura. No ramen, asked Naruto weakly. Is he really that obsessed with that? Asked incredulous Canculus. Yes, they said simultaneously. Sakura and Minato would sell their soul for a bowl of ramen, declared Sakura, or at least he would rent her, added Minato. Hey, whose side are they on anyway? He asked. Naruto didn't know there were sides, Minato told his son. Of course there are, Kangaroo, USA puppets, Naruto, so Minato nodded understandingly. I see, he said, is it bad to use puppets in Konoha? Baki asked. He didn't really answer. Minato, he has serious problems with puppets. I'm sure why, but it's something that comes from a long time ago, Minato said. The two adults quickly got involved in their own conversation about the exams, which the people who took them didn't give a damn about. So Gora, do you think that we'll need to have foreplay? Sakura asked, trying to draw the silent boy into the conversation. It doesn't matter if we do it. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way, Gaara replied seriously. You can try not to kill any of my other friends, Naruto asked. I like them, he said. You're not friend of half the people who are still in the exam? Asked Mari. Didn't answer Naruto with ease. Just you, Gora. Sakura. Sasu, Kiba, Hinata. Chinese Shikamaru. I really don't care, said Naruto. A list would be useful, informed him. Camera right now, I'll get on with it, proclaimed Naruto. So I won't make the cut, he asked. Calculation. You see me as much as you see my brothers, he said. Yes, but puppet, said Naruto. Just don't worry, Calculation, you can be my friend, Sakura assured him, and possibly Sasuke, although he usually likes to pretend that he doesn't like people who aren't on his team or who don't live with him, she said. I found out that Orochimaru showed up for the exams. Rin decided to bring up what everyone was thinking about. All full, it's a good thing he didn't escape, but I hope he regains consciousness soon, so we can know what he's up to, she said. I can't believe he has the courage to come back here, Obito practically growled. First he betrays Konoha, then he kills almost my entire family. And now he's coming for Sasuke, said Obito, and I still haven't gotten over what he did to me, Anko added. I wish I could remember why he abandoned me. She said, maybe she didn't. Kakashi suggested, maybe she left him. He said, maybe, Anko said with contempt. Although it was quite young, so I doubt she would have been strong enough. He said she has always been strong enough. Kakashi said loyally, have you already spoken to Itachi or Sasuke about Orochimaru? Rin asked. His Obito shook his head. No, Sasuke is already traumatized enough, and he has to deal with Orochimaru trying to steal his body. Itachi not only has to worry about Sasuke, but he was there when everyone died, so I'm really not sure what to say, Obito said. Sometimes there isn't nothing to say, Rin answered. There was a contemplative silence that they have corrupted. Have you heard about the note of those that after he somehow managed to incapacitate Orochimaru, it was read as if it were an acceptance speech, Anko said. Obito snorted, taking into account the great feat. But it was everyone's hatred towards Orochimaru and the blatant favoritism we have received since the massacre. I wouldn't be surprised if he won some kind of award for this, he said. Death, although heaven help him and Sakura finds out who called her useless again in the note. Kakashi shook his head. But she's really useless, he asked curiously, because I've seen her in the hospital and she seemed to know what she was doing. He said she wouldn't have had to deal with all those protests about how I can't stack the team if she were useless, answered Kakashi. Although given the results of her exams, she still would have gotten them, he said. Then why does Sasuke keep saying that, he asked Anko. Probably for the same reason why he keeps calling Naruto an idiot to bother his classmates, Obito guessed. And there's also that more than anything. I think it's that since he's one of the only Cuba 3 with a Sharingan since the massacre, and Naruto is the son of the Hokage. Sakura's civilian origin makes her stand out as the normal one of the team, pointed out Kakashi. Were you going to say 4 people with a Sharingan? No, Obito said knowingly. No, Kakashi cursed his slip. He really had no reason to know about Madara, but Danzo is dead, so we don't have to worry about him, he told him. Obito grimaced. I still can't believe he took out Shisui's eye like that. No, it was enough for the poor boy to drown. Don't you have any other friends you can hang out with? Hana and Nusuka asked with such late notice that would be rude. He said he was going virtuously, and we can't allow that, he said. You know what else is rude? Hana asked rhetorically. Spoil your brother's date, and that goes for both of us, Hana said. This is my house, Sasuke pointed out, and I would have just gone to Naruto's house like apparently everything the world was doing, but Naruto specifically made sure to tell me that I wasn't invited and that I should spend time with the family, even though he's letting Sakura come with me, Sasuke said. We can make the most of it, Itachi said calmly, and we can hear how things went the first 2 exams, he said. What are you doing outside the forest so early? He had heard but you can't leave until the 5th day, commented Hana. You just have to stay until you pass, he said simply. And we did it, he said. Johannes are no surprised impressed, he asked what was going on smugly. To be honest, I'm surprised you passed, Hana admitted. There's already 2 of us, Sasuke muttered. They ended up literally tripping over a scroll. Sasuke said, well, if someone is going to be careless enough to leave one lying among a pile of dismembered corpses, no. I see why we should take advantage of it. He said he was going hotly. And what do you mean, you're surprised we passed? You don't have any faith in your own brother? He asked what he was going. You mean it's surprising because you graduated from the academy very recently, Itachi interjected before an argument could break out. Normally, Jounins wait at least a year to enroll their students, as Gai did 5 years ago, when rookies like you take the exam. And the ones that do it never get that far, Itachi said. So maybe we're just amazing, Kiba suggested. Hana snorted. Yes, I'm sure that's exactly what she said. She was going to choose to ignore her sister's sarcastic tone, and instead he turned to Sasuke. It's a good thing they finished as quickly as they did, he said. He was going. Why? Sasuke asked cautiously. Because otherwise poor Sakura would have been trapped between you, Naruto, and your sexual tension. Unresolved, Kiba smiled. Sasuke wondered how much Itachi would complain, and his girlfriend stabbed herself. Here she goes right there, Kiba scolded Hana. There's no need to be so rude, he said. Rudy was trying to be honest. You haven't seen them together, and from what Sakura told me about the conversations they had during the exam, Kiba denied with Sasuke, realized that maybe Sakura was more serious than he thought about not being called useless. Although I guess having to deal with 2 people who are obviously in love is less horrible than having to deal with that snake guy, Kiba, Sasuke pointed out. He noticed Itachi stiffen slightly. But the 2 of us without sugar can't face a class criminal. That's a little more than what should reasonably be expected of us in the Chunin exams. Sasuke said, I'm surprised you didn't Build once you had him at your mercy he actually confessed that he was going it didn't occur to me, Sasuke lied, that is to say no matter how much I hate him and want him dead, I'm only 12 years old and I want to postpone my first murder until after I become a Tunane at least also so with Leaf he can see why he was here or if it was just because of me, Sasuke confessed and said it all with a look of circumstance plus you confronted him about what happened, Hana asked curiously Sasuke rolled his eyes I tried we separated and Naruto came back in the middle of the chat and ruined the atmosphere Sasuke said, then he didn't say anything to you, Itachi pressed he kept talking about how he wanted my body, but that didn't actually make him a stalker like Naruto and Sakura seemed to think he was. Explained Sasuke also started to say something about how the massacre wasn't his fault, but I didn't need to hear his excuses, said Sasuke Itachi relaxed a little crisis averted, or at least put on hold, until Orochimaru woke up, should we do this again sometime said Naruto standing in the door when Sakura and the Sunagakur delegation were about to leave, even I forgot about being terrified by Kangaroo after the first half hour said Naruto it was probably the lack of puppets suggested Gaara very true agreed Naruto of course next time I see him, it will be armed again, but it was nice not to have to worry about them for one night he said, thank you for your hospitality and for a very stimulating discussion, Baki said kindly the pleasure was all mine, said Minato pleasantly, it's nice to hear. About other parts of the world said Kangaroo he pushed Sakura aside, you're his teammate right you have to know said Kangaroo, having to know what Sakura asked, puzzled why does he keep doing that Kangaroo for God's sake they're puppets, can't they? Being so worried about them, he's not afraid of Gaara, so why is he making a fuss over me? Calculation asked. Sakura shook her head towards him. You really don't know? She asked. If she knew, she wouldn't be asking. Kangaroo, replied Sakura. She sighed she'll probably yell at me for spoiling her fun, but Naruto is a Jinchuriki said Sakura said, I know said Kangaroo sounding confused, but I thought Havana here cared she said to us no confirmed Sakura, but Asanagakur apparently yes she said, I don't have any problem with Naruto other than his insistence that I am evil and neither is anyone present at the exams, Kangaroo said to him, but do you mind if your brother is, Sakura pointed out, Kangaroo looked at her. Yes, but he kills people frequently and not just the ones he's supposed to do, Kangaroo said. I imagined it anyway. I think the fact that he responded so strongly to Naruto being around bothering you is something revealing. Don't you think? Sakura asked and sadly, she said, that's how it will be. Apparently he wants me to. People talk to him Kangaroo still sounded lost, how does that translate to Naruto avoiding me he asked calculation, maybe Naruto doesn't have to face any prejudice on a day-to-day basis, but he could see from the minute we met them that Gaara does have to face it, Sakura explained. I know he kills people and it's not my place to judge, but Naruto doesn't like it when someone is rejected for something they can't help. And the fact that Gaara is a cool guy like him only makes it resonate more. Sakura explained so you're saying Kangaroo was speechless insecure Naruto treats you like he sees you treat your brother Sakura confirmed, although with less real fear and more exaggerated since it's Naruto we're talking about Sakura said, I see Kangaroo finally said I appreciate the clarification very well I have half an hour before I have to be there for the end of the second part of the exam Minato announced Orochimaru had woken up at some point in the night and Minato wanted to be there for the pre-torture interrogation and actually, Irito and Itachi wanted it too, but Minato was too worried that Orochimaru might say something about the massacre not being his doing, and the last thing any of the Uchiha needed was for the truth to become a story. Family secret as Minato claimed that Obito had too much personal interest in the matter to exclude him, Hitachi could not attend either however Kakashi decided to accompany him, ostensibly it was because he could, but in reality, he wanted to see if the confrontation in the forest had raised the Snake Sunin's suspicions, or if he had any real idea about what had happened the night of the massacre and Vicky nodded in understanding, he said, although Ibiki didn't know the truth. He had been in that line of work for too long to do anything. Anyhow, in case the topic arose, he opened the door to the containment room that contained Orochimaru. Greetings, he said pleasantly. My name is Vicky and I will be your interrogator for today. I advise you to cooperate since this part does not have to be painful. Ibiki said. Orochimaru said. He just stared at him Minato you look good he said, I wish I could say the same, but it seems you have sold your soul to a snake demon, Minato responded with equanimity we will start with an easy question, and we will continue from there reported and Vicky to his prisoner, what is your name he asked. What is my name Orochimaru repeated if you didn't know why the hell have you arrested me, do you think I'm an imposter if I was going to disguise myself, why was I going to choose the appearance of someone susceptible to being arrested, if not directly murdered in Konoha asked Orochimaru what is your name, and asked again Orochimaru sighed, there really wasn't much point in antagonizing them over the basics Orochimaru said how old are you asked, and Vicky Orochimaru snorted, why aren't you going to try to ask Tsunade that question? I'm sure you could provide us with your age too, as she replied and Vicky calmly replied, how old are you? He asked again. 51, replied Orochimaru. Why are you a ninja? An old fool. Minato is a young fool, and I wouldn't touch a damn necklace, Orochimaru responded promptly. Sign up as I didn't become Hokage. The fourth Hokage had a problem with he will experiment on the people of Konoha and wouldn't touch a cursed necklace, advised Kakashi. Why are you back? And Vicky continued. I felt Orochimaru told us nostalgic, he repeated, and Vicky why of the landscapes of attacking pubescents asked, and Vicky the forest of death was always a favorite training ground for me and my snakes, insisted Orochimaru, and when I found out that there was an exam I decided to participate. Is that so bad? Asked the snake Sunan. Have you killed 3 gamings and you could very well have started an international incident, Minato pointed out, not to mention the paperwork. It really is. Good thing they signed those waivers or I would still be busy with it, he said. I killed them before they signed the waivers, Orochimaru replied. That will never leave this room, Minato said in a warning tone. Why did you go after Sasuke Uchiha? Asked and Vicky. Well, how was it anyway? In the exam I decided to go for it. It was just luck that led me to Sasuke-kun's team, Orochimaru said. Sakura is right. That makes him sound like a child molester, Kakashi muttered. It's on record that you said you'd come back to try steal one of the bodies of the remaining Uchiha. Now you're back and it's been for one of the Uchiha, commented, and Vicky. Well, the other 2 would be Jounins. Orochimaru didn't ask rhetorically, so I guess the smartest thing would be to go for the youngest and most malleable one, said Sasuke. He's only malleable if you offer him a new person to seek revenge on, added Kakashi. And what's that about me being recorded saying that? Orochimaru asked. As far as I know, I've never made such a statement. Well, I did it when talking to Sasuke-kun a few days ago. But not before, said Orochimaru. You did it, he answered, and Vicky the night of the massacre, said Orochimaru's eye was Christ. For the love of God, how many times do I have to tell you that I am innocent? Asked the man. Could be a little more convincing if you weren't so unrepentantly evil. I trust Kakashi, whatever it may be. We are not here to talk about the massacre, Minato and Vicky intervened. I don't want anything he says on that subject to reach the records. Minato said, yes, Hokage-ma accepted, and Vicky. And that's because Orochimaru mocked you. Do you want to protect your precious student and your son's teammate from the knowledge that Itachi killed them? Orochimaru asked. Do you want to deny the involvement you so proudly proclaimed just 4 years ago to blame one of the few survivors? Minato asked in an impassive tone. No. I want such a thing to reach his ears because I would only claim it from someone with malicious intent like you and Vicky. Let me know if he says anything else, Minato ordered. Where is Kakashi? Sakura asked later. Sasuke answered shortly. That's it. Really so surprising? He asked. No, it should be like that, said Sakura, but in reality she has been on time for all the official things and I think I'm getting used to it, she said. Not by choice, she hasn't, smiled Naruto, although that happens to her for having people in her life besides of us. Of course we had our own problems and Gay was too easily diverted from the rock paper scissors competitions that Kakashi didn't even have to look for, said Naruto. You know, said Sakura slowly, it just occurred to me, lucky we are that Kakashi didn't get Shikamaru like gaming, she said. The 3 of them took a moment to silently contemplate the horrors of having possibly the laziest person in history, especially before Asuma's death and Kakashi of all the people paired up. So you were asking about Kakashi, said Naruto finally. He and my father are witnessing the beginning of Ibuki's interrogation. They always ask a few questions before doing something to see how cooperative the person is going to be. Victim, my father is there because he is a threat to the safety of the village, and Kakashi went to make sure that Snake doesn't know anything, said Naruto, other than the fact that we claim that Naruto's godfather, who we all know as Jiraiya, was dead. I don't think so, we haven't revealed anything, Sakura said slowly. The fact that Sasuke has a Mangekyo using a Rinnegan isn't public knowledge, but it's not exactly a secret, she said. You know, without a god, so the need to point out if you would have let me kill him like I wanted. We would have to worry about this, Sasuke said. Sasuke, if we let you kill everyone you wanted you would be classified as a natural disaster, said Naruto flatly. I'm not that bad, Sasuke argument, Sakura asked. Naruto outnumbered 2-1. Sakura informed Sasuke. I hate them, both informed them. Oz, seriously, that's what we heard, Naruto said with an air of superiority. Besides, you've already seen how surprised everyone is because you just managed to put Orochimaru in a position to be captured, Sakura reminded him. Imagine how they would react if you managed to kill him. We just don't need that kind of scrutiny, she said. No one would have to know it was me, Sasuke said. I'm pretty sure the Yamanaka have some kind of YouTube that works posthumously, Sakura replied. Well, if I destroyed the brain, there wouldn't be a problem, she insisted. Sasuke yes, but then everyone would start going crazy because there would be a renegade class ninja dead and some other mysterious and possibly nefarious vigilante lurking, answered Naruto, and then they could either cancel the exam or at the very least make us give up. And do you remember what Kakashi said, that if we didn't pass the exam? Asked Naruto. Sasuke couldn't suppress a shudder. Yes, I agreed. To let him live for now. No, said the Uchiha. I never thought I would see the day when something was more important to Sasuke than revenge, said Sakura, shaking her head in amazement. Even if that something is avoiding Guy's training, I think he's making progress, she said. I don't know, said Naruto. He already killed the unholy alliance in this line temporary and everyone he wanted to avenge in the previous one. The fact that he has already gotten revenge could explain why he is more patient when it comes to getting it again, Naruto said. Sasuke decided to ignore them since one and not disheveled, he chose this time to jump on them. Is back, Sasuke-kun. I'm so glad you passed. And I didn't smile at him. Not that I had any doubt, of course. I'm so glad I got out of that forest after 5 days. I honestly can't believe I survived 5 days with Shikamaru and Choli. Honestly, those two would be lost without me, he said. And no, if you haven't bathed in 5 days, please let me go, Sasuke said, removing his arms from his neck. Hey, you mean that you have bathed? And I didn't blink in surprise, but like when he asked, she comes from being incredibly amazing and finishing the exam in 6 hours. That's right, he declared that he was walking towards them calmly, or because he was Sasuke. Hey, your brother doesn't talk much, right? He asked what he was going, don't you think, right? Sasuke attacked Sakura against me. I'm very glad to see that you've made it through the second round, said Lily happily, shaking his hand now. We're one step closer to the path of chunks and true love, he said. I said I'd think about it, Sakura corrected. And only after we're friends first did he say what youth, he exclaimed. With you in the finals, declared Lily looking at Neji. Sasuke responded monotonously. If that is destiny, said Lily. Tenten. They immediately looked at their teammate, but he did not pay attention to the comment. Hey now Temari over here, called Naruto. The brothers of the arena they headed towards were the 9 rookies in the gate team. We're waiting, these guys are great, said Naruto on behalf of the Sunagaker team. Even the evil bearer of the soulless puppet asked. Well, it's decent, admitted Naruto. Hello Naruto, said Kangaroo pleasantly. I see you forgot to greet me. Don't worry, I know these things happen sometime, said Kangaroo. Sakura asked Naruto dangerously. Yes, she asked innocently. Why? Kankuro smiles at me knowingly, asked Naruto. Did I haven't noticed, Sakura lied. I know it's impossible for her to have realized. As soon as Sasuke doesn't care enough to inform her, and I don't think he's even met Kakashi. Have you told him? Naruto asked. Sakura jumped. Maybe, she said. Sakura. Naruto yelled that he was just trying to help. Sakura insisted. You know, so we can speed up the healing. I hate seeing them like that, she said. Naruto snorted. Whatever, you're not going to apologize to Kabuto for the fire incident later, right? Naruto said. No, Sakura said, sounding surprised. I have limits, you know, she said. So they are the new ones, huh? She asked. Tenten. New guys, Temari repeated. We are not new, we are just from Sunagaker, she said. She seems that Naruto insists on collecting friends, explained Tenten. People can try to resist, especially Neji, but in the end it is inevitable. Or you become his friend or you die trying not to be, he said. Tenten, that's a bit morbid, he pointed out. That Mary, only if you're one of the stubborn ones, he responded. Tenten, holding out his hand, I'm Tenten. By the way, the girl said. Temari introduced herself, taking the hand. Offered. Please don't take this the wrong way, but I think you are the sanest person I have ever met here, said Temari. It happens to me a lot, confessed Tenten. Hello everyone, my name is Obito Uchiha, and I am the supervisor of the 3rd exam, as the time limit is officially past. The 21 who are here have technically passed the 2nd exam, announced Habit. What do you mean by technically, asked Chinese. 10 bouts and a half would take too long, so we are going to have preliminary bouts. Obito explained that is not fair. He protested that he was going. Yes, we have passed the 2nd stage, we should move on to the 3rd, he accepted. And no, the 2nd exam is not over until we say it is over, Obito said sternly. And if you're really going to complain so much every time you hear something that doesn't suit you, like they are not prepared to be, Chunin said wisely. Everyone else decided to refrain from objecting. Great, now, since we have an odd number of people, that would mean that any of them would have to fight for themselves, he informed them. Demise, and although this it's not always easy for most people, nor for the judges who try to determine if the person won or lost. I've seen it done, he said. Couldn't the stranger have a goodbye, asked Kabuto sensibly. There are no free rides, Obito declared. If you want a promotion you have that. Having said that, someone wants to choose this moment to resign, preferably 1, 3 or even 5 of you. There is always the possibility that the one who is fighting wins, and we are left with an odd number for the 3rd exam, although that it can also be done. It doesn't reflect well on your mental health, and we have minimum sanity requirements that must be met for promotion, he said. I can see why that could cause problems. Kabuto nodded wisely. Well then I'm out, he said cautiously. Hey Kabuto, you know this is like the 7th time do you take the exam? Naruto asked. Yes, Kabuto responded. I have a theory. Why is that? You give up at the first opportunity. Naruto shouted. I don't. Kabuto defended himself. The first opportunity was before the 10th. Question, said the boy. However, you tried to give up when White appeared, pointed out Sasuke. Can you blame me? Kabuto demanded. Hey, it's not even you, that annoying Kiba shouted. You still haven't gotten over that? Asked Sakura. It was traumatic. He stated that he was going and problematic. Shikamaru contributed. I'm starting to think we could replace you for a button that says problematic when you press it, Tamari told him. If it weren't so annoying, investigate that. I probably would, Shikamaru replied. Giving up on the second chance is different from the one. First, he held cautiously. Whatever will help you train for your 8th exam, said Naruto simply. Then this means we can have 10 normal fights without trying to unbalance any of us further, asked Choli. Obito nodded. But first, a few words from our Hokage, said. Where is he? Asked Kangaroo. Here, said Minato, entering the room with Kakashi on his heels. You're late, sensei, said Sakura automatically. I'm sorry. I was coming here when I decided to try to stalk Vicky. It was an experience, said Kakashi, looking distant. I'd like to know if you're lying, said Sakura. It's probably better that we don't know, Sasuke assured her. I see that quite a few of you have made it through the forest of death, and let me congratulate you on it. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, Minato. Naruto began, snorted quietly. Time constraints, please. Waited 3 hours for Sasuke on that occasion. Naruto thought, we have no choice but to do a preliminary round right now. Normally everyone you would be on equal footing as you would be fresh after 5 days of survival training, but this time almost half of the remaining applicants finished unreasonably early, but being well rested is just your reward for doing well in the exam this year. There are some of the most talented gamers I've seen on exams in a while, so I'm sure that with a little extra training, everyone will be able to pass an exam in the near future. Although that exam is not necessarily this. Obito, do you want to announce the fights? Asked Minato. Of course, Hokage, said Obito respectfully as he approached the computer. The computer will match them all at random. Let's go over them all before starting the fights. So if they are scheduled to go first, don't worry, you still have a few minutes to prepare. Teamer and Country no Yamanaka. Sakura Haruno against Hinata Haigaki. Michi against Shilo Aburam. Kangaroo against Najiji, he shouted, falling to his knees. What's happening now? Asked Niji. Am I? Lastly said, sounding heartbroken. Well, you have to learn to be patient. Sooner or later, Sonanigi, as if he was trying to convince himself. Goro. Kangaroo asked tentatively. Are you okay? He asked. Oh yes, answered Gaara. Saku is not on the list, said Ready. Sasuke asked blankly. Don't you want to know? Said Sakura. Sure, this doesn't bother you? Asked Kangaroo, raising his eyebrows. Baby steps, said Naruto firmly. Could Temari no Yamanaka stay here? Well, everyone else is moving away from the battle, Obito asked, and he's not going to fall so much that it's not even funny how badly he's going to lose, Naruto commented. Well, Team 7 was going to a semi-isolated place to be able to talk freely about the fights. That's not true. You know it. Argument. Sakura. After all, I'm the only person on record who has defeated her mind-changing jutsu, and I don't think Temari has a borderline split personality like me. Sakura said. Yes, but last time and it didn't tie with you, and you didn't really know anything that they wouldn't have taught you at the academy, while Temari defeated Tenten. It wasn't weak at all and was trained by Guy of all people, Sasuke pointed out. Hey, Sakura protested. I wasn't that bad. She said. Yes, you were, more or less, Naruto told her. But don't worry. I was the same, and now we both don't stink, said Temari. She was probably the worst opponent except for Gaara, since he uses item or projectile weapons and has his fan, Sakura informed them, although Shino can't find a way to immobilize Adamari. The change jutsu of mind will never work, said Naruto. Laughed. Gaara is probably the worst opponent for anyone. Poor Saku. What happened to him? Originally he didn't face Gaara because Lilo did so. I don't think anyone died during the preliminaries, asked Naruto. Orochimaru didn't sacrifice him and that sound girl to bring back the first and the second Hokage to harass the third, asked Sakura. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. I think yes, many of Orochimaru's YouTubes involve human sacrifices, said. Meanwhile, Ino and Temari were staring at each other. I have to win to show Sasuke that I'm made, she declared, and not bravely. Temari rolled her eyes. A fangirl fighting for her idol. I see, with that attitude, it's impossible for me to let you beat me, even if you have the necessary skills, she said. Temari. And why not? And didn't she challenge? Because that type of thinking is shameful, Temari responded honestly. If I can clear your doubts when I kick your ass, I'll be doing you a favor, she said, not appreciating being called a disgrace. And the Sunagaker Kunoichi did not charge at Temari, she only raised her fan and sent a strong gust of wind to push there, not back, surprised, and she did not try again with similar results. The kunai she threw shot towards her, and she had to crouch down to avoid being beaten up. I can't go near her with that damn fan, and I don't know how to take it off, Ino said, trying to think of a plan. Her eyes lit up when she finally came up with one. You know, maybe you're right, she admitted slowly. Maybe I haven't been necessarily the best example of kunoichi, said Temari. Snorted. You think if you're Bad with your hormones now. I really don't want to see what you'll be like when you're older," said Tamari. "Yes, you're a few years older than me." "No," said Ino thoughtfully. "I guess that explains your more mature approach. I only graduated 4 months ago. I haven't killed him yet. I still tend to obsess over cute boys." Ino's eyes hardened. "But that's all going to change. Sakura was just like me, and even though they put her on a team with the 2 boys, the most beautiful girl in our class has grown up a lot and no longer seems worried about getting a boyfriend. I can't lose to her, and she won't agree with you about me." With that, she took out a kunai and cut her hair to the length of her ponytail. "I'm more than just a superficial girl who only cares about her looks," and her popularity with it. She threw the hair she had removed into the air and saw it rest around the 2. Tamari looked at her in disbelief. "You just gave yourself a spectacular haircut. I approve of the feeling of starting to act like a real kunoichi. But now is not really the time to have life-changing moments. We are in the middle of a fight. Solve your personal problems later." With it, she waved her fan and swept all the discarded hair to the side of the sand. The face of Hennadi collapsed. He didn't say his plan of immobilizing Adamar and imbuing her hair with his chakra and then possessing her. He had just been literally swept away. Without further ado, Tamari waved her fan again and caught their no in a cyclone. He let her spin a little before letting her fall to the ground with force. Was heard crunch when landing. "Hey, didn't it shudder?" My leg groaned. "And didn't Obito came over to check on the fallen girl. It looks like she's broken," he told her. "Do you want to keep fighting or give up?" asked Obito. "Quit," said Ino in a low voice. "Sorry little one, maybe next time," he said to Mari coldly while going to join her brothers on one of the balconies. That last, Sakura commented with a look of concern for Hino, "and quite embarrassing also," she said. "What were you waiting?" asked Naruto. "Made tempt him look incompetent. I know S currently the type of kunoichi quit. Amari can't stand it. Do you think I was serious about taking things more seriously?" Naruto asked. "Probably, given how well it went," Sakura decided, "and since she gave me as an example of someone who has improved quickly while she is greatly, is it really fair to have a rivalry with a 12-year-old girl?" Sasuke asked innocently. "Look, it's not my fault that my rival hasn't returned." "Time with me," Sakura snorted. "And what about Kakashi? He still maintains his rivalry with Kai." She said yes, but she really had no choice in the matter. "Naruto is also gay," she continued. As if that explained everything, and that's how it really was. "Age doesn't matter when you're so young," man said seriously. "Don't say that word," Sasuke ordered. "And what was that about settling your personal affairs after the fight?" "Fights are the perfect time to solve your problems," declared Naruto. "That only happens to you and anyone who spends too much time with you," Sakura explained. "The next ones are Sakura Haruno and Hinata Hyuga," Evado announced after Ino was taken to a doctor to fix her leg, taking into account that Tsunade had run the hospital personally. During the last 4 years, it wouldn't take long, they could both come. Obito asked here. "Hey Sakura," said Naruto when Sakura made a movement to go down to the sand. "You know you're one of my best friends, right?" The blonde asked. "Continue," said Sakura, without being sure where she was going. "This good Hinata is too very important to me. I know you're probably going to hit her, but if you do it as humiliating as Niji did, I won't forgive you," said Naruto sternly. "I won't promise." Sakura, "I like Hinata," said. "Okay." Naruto smiled. "And for the record, I'm rooting for Hinata," he said. Naruto, "How is that?" Sakura asked. "Because she could use the boost of confidence," Naruto answered easily. "Besides, Sasuke can encourage her," she said. Both of them turned to look at Sasuke, who returned their gaze impassively. "He will be rooted in the inside," stated Naruto. Sakura simply sighed and went down for her fight. "Hello," said Kakashi from behind them. "How is it?" Sasuke asked immediately. "Didn't Kakashi fast?" "I'm glad to see you, Kakashi. If it weren't for you, I'd still be melancholy, because everyone is still mad at me for abandoning them to run away with a stalker, and after killing him ran away with another." Kakashi asked Kakashi, pretending to be hurt. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Only Danashimaru knew something. He said he was quite frivolous in his answers. He trusted Kakashi was, of course. He didn't take his status as a prisoner seriously and was more upset about his capture and the delay it meant in his plans than anything else, but he made sure to say that he felt your brother was responsible for the massacre, but that it was probably more due to the fact that Itachi was there, and even though everyone thinks otherwise, Orochimaru wasn't there that night, said Kakashi. "So it's a good thing Itachi and Yubito weren't there," said Naruto. "How was it taken?" And Vicky, "That theory asked in regards when Minato-sensei said that nothing about the massacre should be included in the report. Orochimaru didn't say anything about the massacre," explained Kakashi. "Is a professional like that," said the but Hinata. Naruto called encouragingly. Hinata blushed a little and smiled back. "Okay, don't finish so quickly, but don't let him hit me," Sakura muttered. "Thank you, Naruto." "Start," said Obito, given that one of Sakura's areas of expertise apart from medical jutsu and her natural talent with gaming YouTube, which she never used, was beyond dissipation. The jutsu and the soft fist was the characteristic style of the Hyuga clan. The battle began naturally with a taijutsu sparring. If one of them lands a good blow, it's over, Kakashi pointed out, but Sakura should have already been able to land one. Why is she resisting, asked the man. Naruto didn't want Hinata to be crushed, explained. Sasuke is a very good girl, and it's not her fault that Sakura has years more experience. Naruto defended himself. The only thing I know is that if Sakura loses, that's why he was going to kill, and if we have to deal with Guy all mornings, then I'll do it, Sasuke warned her. She'll be fine, Naruto effectively insisted. After almost 10 minutes of non-stop attack, both girls tired quickly, and Sakura aimed a high kick at Hinata's head when she raised her hands to defend herself. Sakura channeled chakra into her fist and hit Hinata's chest. The Hyuga girl flew back and crashed into the wall. After waiting a minute to see if she would get up dead, went over to see how she was. She is unconscious. Confirmed. Congratulations, Sakura. Lily called her. Thank you, she replied, waving for the record. Sakura said. Once she headed towards where the rest of the team was. I hate you, Naruto said. Why did you do well, Naruto assured her. I know, but that was much harder than I expected. What could have been? Hinata may still have insecurity issues, but she's not a pushover, and I don't know if you've noticed how Hinata fights when you've just cheered her up, but it's not fun being her opponent, said Sakura. Well, at least you didn't face Neji, Naruto said, trying to be positive. Right, Sakura agreed. But I must warn you now that if you give me bad luck and I have to face him in the final, I'm going to kill you, Sakura said. How could that be my fault? Naruto demanded. Why would you give me bad luck? You weren't there. Listening, asked Sakura. The following Shilo Abuyaki Michi announced. Habit, I have to fight Sho and complained. Don't you want? Asked Chinese, possibly surprised. His glasses and his coat obstructed his facial expression and his voice sounded impassive, but the mere fact that he asked indicated that he wasn't expecting it. Didn't respond. Choli, I'm only here for the same reason that Shikamaru said, and that's Chinese. He pressed because and it's not very problematic when he doesn't get his way, Shikamaru provided helpfully. I see, he said. Chinese, no, you can quit Joji already, you had the opportunity to do it. He pointed to some. Besides, you really want the poor Chinese to have to fight for himself? He asked. Asuma, no, but Joji started. Also, if you fight, I will take you to eat a barbecue, and if you win I will pay you, promised Asuma. Deal, said Sho, and quickly. Let's go. Multidomeo immediately swelled up human tank ball. With it he rolled himself into a ball and approached Chino. This is problematic, pointed out Shino while dodging Choli. Why does everyone always steal my catchphrase, he wondered. Because it's incredible, he responded that he was going easily. Just dodging is very disappointing, but until he abandons that form, I can't block his chakra, he pointed out, but he summoned 2 clones of bugs of himself and watched as he showed and rolled on them a few times before getting used to the idea that they would always reform reluctantly. Choji unscrewed himself to be able to determine which of the 3 Chinese was the real one. When that happened, China took the opportunity to send a swarm of bugs towards showing what this is Choji, and he shouted, what are the bugs doing? Asked Chinese. Didn't say anything. Waiting a while passed and Show and he started to sway slightly. After a minute or so the boy had fainted. You know, Naruto said reluctantly, although I think I could beat him if I didn't. It's still making people's hair stand on end, said the blonde Chinese. It scares everyone, said Sasuke. Possibly grabs, said at least no one was seriously injured in that fight. Who's next? Sakura asked. The next match will be between Neji and Hyuga and Kangaroo, Vito answered accidentally. As the two headed to the arena, Sakura turned to Kakashi. Oh yeah, I can't believe I forgot to ask what happened to Orochimaru, asked Sakura. We already covered this, Sakura replied. Kakashi, seriously, you should pay more attention, he said. I was paying attention and you didn't mention it at all, Sakura protested, and if you were talking about him while I was fighting, then the only way I could have heard you was if you were talking loud enough for everyone to hear, and we can all agree. That's a bad plan, said Sakura, especially because I'm not even sure I should mention any of this to anyone, Kakashi added, but I don't feel like talking about it again. So the bottom line is that he keeps saying that Itachi killed everyone because he doesn't know who else was there that night since he wasn't there, but he doesn't really know anything, said Kakashi. Sakura nodded. Thank you, said Kangaroo is going to fall, said Naruto enthusiastically. I agree, said Sasuke, and it will probably be a lot of fun, said Son. Horrible, Sakura rebuked. Come on. Sakura-chan is a puppet user, Naruto reminded her. I thought she had gotten over that, Sakura said. Naruto shuddered after what happened with Sasori. I'll never get over it, Naruto said. You're very melodramatic, Sasuke informed her. Naruto snorted. You're not one to talk, he said. I didn't say I was, Sasuke replied. I'm just making sure you realize that about yourself. It wouldn't be right to not have self-awareness after all, Sasuke said. I'll keep that in mind. Naruto said with naturalness. You can't expect to beat me, said Nell, and bluntly you should give up right now. He said that you don't know that, replied Kangaroo. You haven't even seen me fight, said Kangaroo. I know you use puppets, answered Neji, and no puppet will take down a real Hyuga. The boy commented. It's a fact, he asked. Kankilo, it's more than a fact, it's destiny, Nell replied. I thought Niji was done with all that destiny stuff since Kakashi saved her father, Sakura said curiously. She's still a member of the branch house raised by a father who hates the main house because a quirk of fate made him the younger twin and is such a member of the branch house, explained Kakashi, although from what I can tell you less vehement about it. He said that's good, Sakura said before he was a little psychotic about it. The girl said, so if you end up facing him, you'll kill me less, Naruto asked hopefully. Sakura pretended to consider the question. No, Sakura said. Chanmeiji quickly activated Sub-Yakugan when even though Kangaroo had a puppet with him, he didn't show any sign of use it. I see, muttered Iniji, slowly surrounding his opponent as he passed by the puppet wrapped in calculation. He suddenly hit it with a powerful blow because it attacked the puppet. Sasuke asked. Is he trying to make sure Kangaroo can't use it or something, asked the Uchiha. No, that's Kangaroo, don't you remember, asked Naruto. Sasuke gave him a blank look. Right, you were unconscious for most of the previous preliminaries, isn't that right, Naruto asked rhetorically. Well, I don't remember much from the Kangaroo fight, but I remember that his opponent thought he had killed Kankuro when he broke his neck, and then he started talking, and the most creepy thing about the exams apart from Chinese, but Chinese is impressive, and Kangaroo uses soulless evil puppets, said Naruto when Niji's attack pierced the wrapping. He immediately dealt another blow to what was inside, and Kankuro, or his Karasu puppet, rather immediately collapsed on the ground since his handler was probably unconscious. It was the weakest fight I have ever seen, but the winner is Niji Hyuga, said Obito, shaking his head. That was very unyouthful, Niji reprimanded Gay, but don't worry, he was quick to assure him, and you can continue being my eternal rival, Kangaroo said. Are you sure we're related? Tamari asked. Once Kangaroo had regained consciousness, that was even more embarrassing than what I did to that fanatic. The blonde said. You called her a disgrace and broke her leg. Kangaroo objected, but the fight lasted more than half a minute. Tamari pointed out. She's right, Gaara said. Kangaroo turned to him, but your fights rarely last more than half a minute, he pointed out, a little unsure, and if any of those people survived, I'm sure they would. I would be quite embarrassed, Gaara replied before heading to the arena for their fight. I just disagreed with Gaara, and not only am I still alive, but I haven't even received a death threat, Kangaroo said, sounding a little dazed, and you're not even on the list, he marveled. Tamari, and what is Saku doing? Naruto asked. I have no idea. Sakura replied. I don't think it's past the preliminary meetings. Sasuke asked. She asked. The resident expert on all things Atagakur shrugged. He didn't. I remember, I think Orochimaru managed to sacrifice everyone who had entered the exam before he left, said Sasuke. Has a habit of doing that, no, Kakashi asked rhetorically. Makes you wonder how he has followers. He actually said recruitment was never a problem. Yours, from what I could see, said Sasuke. He was a real Pied Piper, now that I think about it, Sakura said, shaking her head contemplatively. Wasn't he the real Pied Piper, some kind of child molester, Sakura asked. Is that it? A theory Kakashi accepted seriously. Then what would be one, decided Naruto. Sasuke sent everyone a withering look. Oh, shut up, he said seriously. Sasuke, this lack of denial is starting to scare me, Sakura said, sounding worried. What Sasuke was going to say next was cut off by gasping. Of the people who were actually paying attention to Gaara's fight, turning their attention back to the fight, they saw Gaara looking at a smiling, sandy Saku. I have a feeling we've gotten lost. Something, Naruto pointed out. Hey Kiba, what happened, he asked. Weren't you paying attention? What was he calling again? Not even a little bit, answered Naruto truthfully, because not only is Saku not dead, but he's not even a shaking mess, asked Naruto. Gaara sent his sand to Saku, and he used air pressure to push her away from him. Kiba replied, well, that was unexpected, said Sakura. Do you think Saku has any chance of winning? Asked Sakura. Sasuke snorted. Not at most. Gaara will have to put some effort into it. Real effort in this, not much, but something, said the Uchiha. Gaara actually does more than use sand and transform before Naruto uses his therapy YouTube on him. Kakashi wondered out loud why he would have to take Saku by surprise, for the sand would work, and not only would people ask for Gaara's disqualification and release of his Kaku, but if the invasion is still going, then Gaara is a secret weapon. It would be much less secret, said Kakashi. Anyway, it was not very effective since he immediately lost control. If Naruto wasn't there, he would be too stubborn to just die. He wouldn't know how to kill him, and he would have headed toward the forest, Sasuke disagreed. And even though he wouldn't have been able to kill friends from enemies, he didn't seem too worried about it at that time. So, and that's why it was a risk they were probably willing to take, Sasuke said. I don't think Agra would care about the disqualification, Naruto said, but even though the Konoha 11 and Sasuke know about his Jinchuriki status, not everyone knows that way. They will probably try not to, of course, if Saku really manages to land a hit. Well, there goes that plan, said Naruto. Down in the sand, Gaara had completely used up his gourd making 3 sand clones, so he lay down surrounded on all sides. You have run out of sand, Saku gloated foolishly, and even though you have a couple of clones, I still haven't seen you do anything that doesn't involve sand. Besides, I can stop you, he declared, waving his arms as a sign of emphasis. We'll see, Gar responded in a brief blink, and the three clones of the sand dispersed quickly, and the sand that comprised them headed straight for Saku. Saku raised his hands to his left and right and shot out enough air pressure to repel most of the sand. Unfortunately, he only had two hands and couldn't move with enough force. Speed to prevent the third wave of sand from completely engulfing him. Die, he ordered, before the sand crushes him. Well, that was certainly dirtier than any of our other fights, noted Obito, those who have not yet fought. They should be warned to stay away from the blood, it is not very hygienic and it is very slippery. The next one is Naruto Namikaze against I Cry Now Karo, said Obito nonchalantly, or great work will come. Said Naruto as he passed by Gaara as he went down to the track for his combat. The thing about Saku's air pressure was completely unexpected, but you didn't let that stop you, he said. Of course Gaara nodded. Good luck in your combat, said Gaara. I don't need luck, Naruto insisted bravely. I have the thread of a year hole full of spring of youth hanging over my head, said, and that's bad, asked Gaara. Naruto shuddered. You have no idea, said. Once Naruto turned to his opponent he cried and spoke. This is hardly worth my time, said. You know, said Naruto thoughtfully. It's been a while since someone told me that. I actually don't remember when the last time was, although I think it was probably Sasuke who said it. However, I used to hear it all the time. It really brings back memories, not good ones. Naruto said, maybe. The son of the Hokage admitted. He cried, but your lineage alone won't help you defeat me, he said. You know, you're so sure I can't beat you, and I don't even know what you're doing, confessed Naruto. Didn't cry and seemed slightly upset. I can absorb chakra just with touch you, I can suck your physical and spiritual energy. Do you really think you can beat me without letting me? That you? Yoro asked, and to his surprise Naruto started laughing. That's your special ability really, asked Naruto. Now I'm crying, and I was really annoying. Yes really, why am I asking Yoro and Onada is that? Wow, I have a great matchup. If this was the final I might be more worried, but since I just need to beat you, and I don't have to worry about showing off, I could see if I can beat Kangaroo for the idol. The weakest fight in history, answered Naruto. Hey, protested Kangaroo, the moment he leaves the puppet thing, find something else to start talking about me, said Naruto. It's your fault for not taking the fight seriously, Temari reprimanded. It was just the guys. Preliminary, said Kangaroo, and now you're not in the finals, answered Temari. I expected more from you, Naruto, but if you just want to stay there and let it absorb your chakra until you pass out, of course I'm not going to stop you, he declared, crying and rolling up his sleeves. You can try it, said Naruto, extending the arm. Cried and grabbed Naruto's arm and started absorbing his chakra. After about 5 minutes passed, Sasuke called, you're not seriously thinking about letting him absorb your puddle until he passes out, right? Sasuke asked. He's going to be the one. Make him faint? No, I corrected, he cried, but everyone ignored him. In a way I have to do it, Naruto informed him. It's the only way to make this fight better than Kankuro's, Naruto said. Why are you trying to do that again? Sakura asked. Why is it an idiot? Sasuke said. Automatically because I can, said Naruto, shrugging his shoulders. Then basically what Sasuke said, concluded Kakashi. You guys are the worst team in history, Naruto complained. We already established that a long time ago, Kakashi pointed out, but we sure have gotten better, he said. A little, Naruto admitted reluctantly, but that's not really saying much considering things. Naruto said with a shrug. With a cough, he cried and collapsed suddenly. So he cried and fainted from what seems to be a chakra overload, announced Habit. So it looks like the winner is Hokage-sama. I really have to let it go. He literally did nothing but stand there for 10 minutes, asked Debit. Is he still standing while his opponent is unconscious? Minato pointed out. No one said that the preliminary fights had to be epic. In fact, ruling out fights like these in the final is the only reason we have preliminaries, Minato said. Well, he sighed. Death, the winner is Naruto Namikaze, the Uchiha announced. At least I managed to have a fight. Weaker than Kanjuro's? Asked Naruto hopefully. Obito shook his head. Unfortunately he didn't say. Why not? Poor Naruto sounded so disappointed. Because your fight lasted 2,000 times longer than Kangaroo's, answered Obito. Next fight is Shikamaru, said Obito. This is so annoying, Shikamaru complained. Shameless truth, said Asuma. I think he's still unconscious, answered Shikamaru. Come on, he'll never know. He said. Anyway, you could give up, he pointed out. Calculation. Shikamaru yawned, not too upset. He said, how someone as lazy as you has come to the preliminaries. Temari cast one. I bet the next thing you're going to tell them that going down the stairs to the fight is too annoying, said the blonde. Not that I mentioned it, Shikamaru started. This is for your own good, Temari interrupted as she pushed him off the balcony. Because every time that you say you're going to do something for someone's sake, seems like that leads to physically harming a member of my team, asked Asuma. Temari shrugged. I'm from Sunagakure, that's how we move, she said. So since we all know that Shikamaru is going to somehow manage to entertain himself until he tricks Mizumi into getting trapped in his shadow. Do they want to go to lunch? Naruto asked. Are we allowed to go out? Sakura wondered. Kakashi shrugged. If Naruto leaves 3 clones and makes them Two of them who look like you and Sasuke are free to leave, said Kakashi, that's not having permission to leave. That's tricking them into thinking we're still here, Sakura objected, the same thing, actually, Kakashi said with contempt, everything is fine. For you too, but me fighting is next, said Sasuke. You can always stay here and talk to someone else, suggested Naruto. Sasuke thought about it for half a second, let's hurry. Okay, we should probably come back soon, said Naruto after swallowing his 16th bowl of ramen, because that's what Kakashi asked. Sasuke clone just excused himself to go to the bathroom before his fight, Naruto explained. By the way, Shikamaru won, he said, so if you know he's not coming back soon, people are going to get the wrong idea, Kakashi concluded. The door suddenly closed and Naruto looked towards where his best rival was sitting not even 10 seconds ago. Where is Sasuke? Naruto ran away as soon as you mentioned their fight. Sakura replied. I think she didn't even hear what Kakashi said. She said. I guess this means that we should go back too, said Naruto, clearly reluctant, as he left the money on the table. He called, hey, there, if anyone asks, we were never here, agreed, Naruto asked, whatever you say, Naruto, he said, there, me. Distractedly by the time the senior members of Team 7 arrived back at the preliminaries, Tenten was busy throwing weapons at Sasuke, who was blatantly cheating by using the Sharingan to avoid them, of course. When Naruto mentioned this out loud, Kakashi responded, having a cake in Genka, and it's not cheating, Naruto, and even if it were, we are ninjas, that's what it's about, said Kakashi. I'm just saying. That being able to see someone's attack even before they use it and thus dodge it are unfair, not to mention the 72 hours of anything sick and twisted you can think of about fire being so difficult to put out or being possessed by that god, Naruto insisted, and using kiwi is not, Sakura asked. I don't use it every 5 seconds, Naruto replied. In fact, I never use it if I can help it, she said. The blonde then perhaps refrained from using the Sharingan. Unless he needed it, you would agree more? Kakashi asked. Naruto nodded vehemently, exactly. Although one could always argue that your stamina, regeneration and enormous amount of chakras are thanks to the Kyuubi, said Sakura. Naruto ignored that fire-style YouTube fireball, said Sasuke. At the moment there was a pause in the throwing of weapons before launching a huge fireball towards Tenten. When she jumped to get out of the way, Sasuke appeared behind of her and kicked her against the wall. Wow, that attack served a purpose for once, Obito marveled. I mean, he didn't hit anything, but anyway, winner Sasuke Uchiha. The next fight is between Kiba and King Suchi, announced Obito. Are you ready to this? Akamaru asked what was going to Kamara Ladro happily. That's not very nice, Akamaru reprimanded. What was going? Akamaru barked again. Yes, I know it's not a real village, but that doesn't mean you should say it directly, argued Kiba. You just did it, said Kim. What was he going to get up the side? Oh, I'm sorry, Akamaru can be a little tactless sometimes. He said he was going anyway, sighed King. Here I come, he announced, throwing ascendant towards him. When he did, a bell started ringing. Kiba froze. Oh god, didn't he say who? Paused. He had realized what he was planning impossible. He had barely started. I hate the bells. Kiba grumbled. Are you going to do that the whole fight? He asked. Who nodded yes. He said he's allowed to do what he was going to demand. Obito shrugged his shoulders. I don't see why it's not part of his attack, or he just really likes bells, and there are no rules against bringing your own music, said Obito. Well, I should have, muttered Kiba. I have to finish this quickly before I get a migraine. He thought to Kamaru. He transformed into a Kiba clone, and the two started hitting Kim. She did a decent job blocking the attacks, but there were two of them, and she wasn't a Taijutsu specialist like them. Can you even move? She asked, avoiding after she stayed on the ground for a minute. No, admitted Kim. Do you want to give up death? Continued. No, said Kim, sounding horrified. Well, what a shame if you can't move, you can't fight, so the fight is for Kiba and Yusuke, announced Habit. Well, he said he was going means that we can leave. The bells were now becoming so annoying that it was hard for me to move at the end. He said okay, that was a side effect of his attack, Shikamaru corrected him with great help. He was supposed to immobilize you if the fight went on long enough. He said he already knew that. Kiba insisted. Regardless of that, we could stop the bells, asked Obito. Kiba is right, they are getting a little annoying, and we still have a fight, said the Uchiha. Sorry, said Kim, and the sound of the bells stopped. Thank you. Now Roji called the sand orbit. Lily was too excited to go down the stairs and instead opted to jump from the balcony. Once he arrived normally, Lee smiled and pulled off his good boy pose. May the flames of your youth burn brightly in this fight, Lily said kindly. I have no idea of what it means and much less desire to know it, said Gozu bluntly. That's not very youthful, he said, and shaking his head sadly. Then he moved. He vanished, he said, sounding confused in front of him, in time to kick his opponent in the chest instead of giving Dazzle a chance to recover. Leah appeared again behind him. This is not over, she whispered as she grabbed Adozo by the waist and threw him towards the ground. Primary Lotus screamed, and before the spinning cyclone that was the couple fell to the ground. Lee he let go at the last second and jumped away. He wasn't so lucky. Normally Lee was only supposed to use that when protecting a valuable person, but he had seen Zozo fight in the forest and needed to take him out before he had a chance to use his sound attacks. Once he did so there would be little chance of winning, since he had not yet had the chance to train to fight while he was disoriented. He waited a moment, but when all has showed no signs of getting up, he went to see how he was unconscious. He informed everyone is alive, but he has broken a lot of bones. The fight is for Rock Lee announced Ali's death, and it started to rain tears of joy. Lily Gay screamed as he jumped to the arena floor. My adorable student knew you could do it, he said. Kai-sensei shouted, moved, you know, Niji started. A little upset, he gave me a lecture for winning, he said. Tenten, he had regained consciousness quite quickly. He shrugged his shoulders. Lil's form was more youthful, I guess, she said. It's really not humanly possible to be so young, like those two, Niji pointed out. Well, you asked, he answered. Try well by law, Sakura said, smiling. She told him, and there's no way we deserve that. That's what Sasuke said vehemently, pointing to the couple who were still hugging each other. You know, Guy, show the most blatant favoritism I've ever seen, Kakashi pointed out. How come no one pays attention to him, but no one lets me live with Sasuke, Kakashi said, because I really didn't care at that moment. Sasuke offered, because gays are always so happy and enthusiastic. What if someone else tried? To keep up with them the pace would kill them, Sakura suggested, because her other students didn't suck. Naruto guessed he's waited another year to nominate them for the exam. Kakashi protested. If he'd had one more year your Sakura would have been at least half as good. Well, probably maybe, said Kakashi. Well, now that the preliminary meetings are over, Hokage-sama will explain the third and final phase of the exam that will take place within a month. He announced his death because within a month. He asked what was going, because some of you have shown everything that they have in the preliminary fights and need time to learn some new techniques, and others have been injured and need the time to recover, answered Obito. So in that sense, I assume that the fact that Naruto did nothing but stand there, that was a really good idea, Obito said. Of course, Naruto nodded wisely. You want to bet that didn't even occur to him? Sasuke asked. Sakura snorted. Tsunade-sensei may have taught me. That doesn't mean he has his gambling addiction or her lack of common sense when it came to accepting bets, she said. A little support would be nice. Team Naruto snorted that. Sakura innocently, we don't argue that it was a smart move, we just don't think it was intentional, she said. Saying this, if someone does something without inspiration in the final, I'm telling you now, it's not going to happen. Obito fought for the most tactical way of expressing it very well. Minato accepted. Now the third part of the exam is a knockout-style tournament. This tournament will be open to the public, and many important foreign leaders will also attend, which is another reason for the delay. Even if they do not win their fight, if the judges, among whom I find myself and the cafe cake, consider that they are qualified, they will approve. This means that between 0 and 10 of you could become Chunin. But winning is a good idea since you will have more opportunities to impress the judges, and the winner usually comes out better in the fight. However, remember, brute strength is not all that is required to be a tuner as well. You have to demonstrate some skill in strategizing and handling the unexpected when it is better to temporarily withdraw, and above all, you have to meet a minimum requirement of sanity. I know that many of the best shinobi are usually quite unbalanced, so the bar is not very high, but we have learned the hard way that dangerously unstable games that become dangerously unstable chunks and have access to more power are rarely never a good thing. Any questions? Explained Minato. What exactly is the minimum requirement of sanity? Gaara spoke. We frown upon the spontaneous killing of allies. Manic laughter, a personal issue that you usually let get in the way of your fights, and anyone younger than Mito Game. Minato answered. Some other question, the man asked. No one said anything, so after a moment he continued. If you are going to come with a box full of pieces of paper, each of you must take one out, and the number you have will determine your matches in the tournament. Minato said, don't worry. Gaara assured him. Naruto Onko med RMC. I'm barely sure, but still, he said. RMC asked Tamari. Minimum sanity requirement, answered Naruto. Onko walked forward with the aforementioned box and headed to the 10 gamings that were still in the exam and made each of them choose a number that was going. He tensed noticeably when she approached him, but Anko did nothing but smile at her, probably because both her fiancé and the Hokage were looking very closely. One by one, I want you to tell me which number you chose, and Vicky will tell you where you are in the tournament. Minato told them once they had finished one. He started. Chinese 9 said he was going 3, said Naruto 7, said Sakura 10, said Sasuke 4, Lee, and shouted. Niji rolled his eyes. 8, said 6, said Tamari 2, Gaara said. Shikamaru yawned. 5, said okay, he said. Ibadi completing the people's names by their number. That means the first round is Silo Aburam versus Gaara. Naruto Namikaze versus Rock Lee. Shikamaru Nara versus Amari Sakura Haruno vs Najiji Naruto gulped and quickly stood on the other side of Sasuke, but Sakura was too busy opening her mouth in horror to do anything to him. To give him bad luck for the moment, at least the winner of the first match will get a break, and Vicky started to say wait, I thought not there were breaks. Kangaroo interrupted, didn't the supervisor say that when the other guy quit? Why wouldn't they have to fight themselves, he asked. Is that only if there was an odd number? Obito explained. 10 people is a good even number, so a break is acceptable in this case, he said. You're all crazy, Kangaroo said flatly. Tamari nudged him. Be more polite with people who can make our attempts to become Chunin much more difficult, Tamari said. Why did you ask, Kankilo? I'm already out, he said, but I'm not. I am, Tamari reminded him, and I have to fight the laziest person I have ever met. How am I supposed to make that fight awesome? She asked. I'm sorry. Kangaroo apologized, as he was saying, and Vicky continued, directing a dark look at Kankuro for daring. To interrupt him, the winner of the second match faces the winner of the third, and the winner of the fourth match faces the winner of the fifth. After that, the winner of the first and last match of the second round will face each other, while that the winner of the second gets a break, and then the two who are still in the competition will face each other, said. Be it. Sasuke swore. What's wrong, Naruto? Asked, still hiding behind him. If I win all my fights, I have one more fight than my opponent, Sasuke explained. What, sorry for you, said Naruto lightly. Sasuke turned and stared at him. I wouldn't be so indifferent with my human shield if I were you, said Sasuke. Naruto risked a glance at Sakura and saw that she had recovered enough from the Chucky was advancing, threatening towards him. I'm sorry, please. Don't let him kill me, Naruto asked. So all your boys made it to the finals, Obito observed as they both sat in Kakashi's living room. Once the exam had officially stopped for a month, Kakashi sighed sadly. Yes, they did, he said. That's a good thing. It reminded him. Death reminded him. You wanted them to do it, didn't you? He asked. Of course, yes. Kakashi got a good laugh because for a second I started to worry that you were trying to infect them with spring of youth, and if that were the case, well, Obito interrupted himself dramatically. I think I wouldn't have met you anymore, said Kakashi. Rolled his eyes. I'm not evil enough to wish that on someone, said the man, although forcing them to do it is another matter entirely. Obito said with sarcasm, choosing to ignore the sarcasm. Kakashi nodded. Exactly, said. Then why are you so upset if you got what you wanted? Obito asked. They can't pass the exam if they are not in the final, Obito said. Sasuke can beat Kiba without a doubt, Kakashi explained. I think Naruto can beat Ali, but even if he can't, he will put on a good show. Sakura, however, it's not that he doesn't have faith in the girl, because he does, but it's that facing Neji is the only way. It would be worse if he faced Gaara, said Kakashi. Well, that's something he didn't say, Death trying to be optimistic. I guess, Kakashi conceded, but he's going to lose, and in a bad way, he said. You haven't told him, right? He asked. I avoid with anxiety, because even if you think he doesn't have any possibility, animals much more productive than discouraging, said Obito. Unless the person being encouraged is Sasuke and the topic is revenge, Kakashi said. And then it is a very bad idea indeed, no matter how much I still want a kindred spirit, said Kakashi. So no. You told him, right? He repeated. Habit. Kakashi shook his head. It wasn't necessary. Why do you think he attacked Naruto after the pairings were announced? Kakashi asked. Obito shrugged his shoulders. He didn't pass the minimum sanity requirement, questioned the Uchiha doesn't, Kakashi assured him, especially after integrating that split personality of his, he said. What is this split personality thing? He asked. I avoid being worried. Nothing, there's nothing to worry about. Kakashi insisted. If you say so, he said. Death, still sounding suspicious. She's quite sane, Kakashi said with contempt, but he still said. He seemed skilled from what I saw, Obito agreed, but again their fight ended in 2 hits. So it's entirely possible that that guy from Sunagaker was really pathetic, Obito said. It's not, Kakashi informed, and it's not just that in her. And be incredibly good, he said. Then what is he, asked Obito. Is the student of Gay, answered Kakashi. Or did Obito say knowingly, you don't want to lose against your eternal rival? Pointed out Obito. Kakashi groaned. I don't want to sound like a Neglio, something like that, but it's seriously starting to appear that I'm destined to be Gay's rival, Kakashi said. You're the one who ignored his speech about youth when they met, and you convinced him that you were fashionable, Obito pointed out. What can I say? Kakashi asked rhetorically. I was feeling nostalgic, he said. Nostalgically, he asked, puzzled, and if that were not enough, Kakashi said out loud, ignoring the question. Naruto is fighting Ali, who is also a student of Guy, and is also his protege. If any of them lose, I will never experience this, Kakashi said. Obito was silent for a moment. Should I start looking for long-term missions now or closer to the task itself? Obito asked. Kakashi threw him a pillow. Tsunade-sama. Sakura asked, approaching the one who was her mentor and hopefully soon will be in her office. Hospital yes, asked Tsunade gratefully looking up from her stack of papers. My name is Sakura Haruno, and I have reached the final part of the exams began. Sakura confronted me with Hyuga Niji and I'm really going to need all the help I can get, said the pink-haired girl. Why come to Tsunade asked me neutrally. I'm a doctor, and that won't be of much use against a Hyuga, Tsunade said, no. If he has any rules of ethics, no, he won't, Sakura accepted, thinking cautiously. But this isn't just for the exams, she said seriously. Tsunade raised her eyebrows. I think I recognize your name, you are on Kakashi's team right? She asked her ship. Sakura nodded. That's right, she said. I have heard that you are intelligent and have a strong spirit, Tsunade commented, and also that if you don't make Chunin, she will force you to train with Guy for a year. That seems like a pretty strong incentive, said Tsunade, the strongest incentive, Sakura admitted, but that's not my only reason. If I don't pass this time there will be other times I would really like to pass this time for my sanity, even if it is, but I can handle it if I don't, though I intend to be a doctor, and I know you are the best, even if you can't help me with Maggie, you can help me help my team when this is all over, said Sakura. Tsunade studied her for a moment. It's not easy. Train a medical ninja. You know medical ninjas require different skills compared to ninjas who focus on fighting. You must have every aspect of your chakra control refined to perfection, study a wealth of specialized knowledge, having the ability to apply that knowledge, and never give up, said Tsunade. I know, Sakura said seriously. It's not that I don't know anything about the subject. I've studied a lot and I've worked many hours at the hospital. Since I graduated. In short, I'm pretty good at it, but I could always be better, and I need to be because God knows Naruto and Sasuke don't really understand the meaning of you can't do it. Are you going to get yourself killed or are you in your head? Sakura pointed out. A small smile appeared on Tsunade's lips. That's it, Sakura asked. Nodded vehemently. Oh, you have no idea. And now with Orochimaru chasing Sasuke, I know he's under arrest, but I can't help but worry, they're so reckless, it's like they're trying to get themselves killed, and it's my turn to try to stop them, Sakura said. Agreed, accepted your ship, I will train you, but I will not make it easy for you from now on, the blonde warned. Sakura smiled excellently. At the end of the day, the finals are in a month, said my classmates and I passed the preliminaries, announced Sasuke Itachi. He looked up from the scroll he was reading. Congratulations. He said, you don't seem very surprised. He pointed out. Sasuke, I'm not. You're very talented. You don't seem very enthusiastic. Itachi replied. It's just the preliminaries. Sasuke explained. I'm going to have to fight Kiba, then them. Sakura, then Gaara and then. Against Naruto or all of this in a couple of hours, Sasuke explained. You don't have to win the tournament to pass, you know, Itachi pointed out. You did it, Sasuke exploded, on your first try. When you were 10 years old, he said, I also went gaming. For 3 years versus your 3 months or so, Itachi reminded him. But this isn't about what I did, it's about you, Itachi pointed out. Sasuke sighed. I know I really need to get through this desperately, he said. A small smile crossed Itachi's face. That's what I've heard. I've also heard that you have a month before you're ready. Do you want me to help you? Itachi asked. Yes, Sasuke said practically before his brother finished offering. Some things never changed. Train me. Naruto ordered. I'm not interested. Said Jiraiya scribbling on his notes. You're my godfather, you have to be interested, said Naruto rolling his eyes. I don't remember signing anything, Jiraiya insisted. That doesn't necessarily mean you haven't done it, stated Naruto. For all you know my father handed you the form. Well, you were busy looking at the girls in the onsen, said Naruto. That sounds more like something Kushina would do, Jiraiya used. Naruto shrugged. Well, how godparents make up their minds generally before the baby is born, presumably she had a say in it too, so that could very well have happened, said Naruto. I have to investigate. Have your father train you, said Jiraiya. My father is kind of busy being the Hokage and orchestrating the exam, said Naruto. Then have Kakashi train you again, Jiraiya. He threatened to send me to the closet, pervert, Naruto complained. I've seen it's not that bad. Jiraiya felt obliged to defend his perverted partner, even if he was locked in when it comes to the basics. No, but I've already mastered that since Naruto informed him a while ago. So what do you want me to teach you? Jiraiya challenged. The cool things, Naruto responded promptly. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. The cool things, huh? He asked. Naruto nodded enthusiastically. And I want to sign a summoning contract, he said. You have great ambitions, boy, Jiraiya said fondly. So, will you do it? Naruto asked hopefully. I'm going to need some incentive, Jiraiya hinted. I'll show you my sexy YouTube, Naruto offered. No way, Minato interrupted. I'm not going to let you. My son is going nowhere with someone he could only convince to train him through seduction, especially not my 13-year-old son, said Minato. No, you're funny, snorted Naruto. Minato rolled his eyes. Forgive me for being a responsible adult, said the blonde older. Yes, that's very annoying, Naruto complained. Just train him, okay? Minato asked. He may be around for a while, but things are very hectic right now. Minato said. Jiraiya sighed. Okay, but if he wants to sign with the Toads, I'm going to have to get him drunk. You know what it's like, said Jiraiya. I'm going to have to be there to supervise that. Minato warned. You don't trust me? Jiraiya asked, looking hurt. You know I do, sensei. On the other hand, you're really not the best with children, Minato said. Minato sensei, Kakashi called, running towards the man. Vicky and Kakashi. Minato looked a little confused. What's wrong? Orochimaru asked. Kakashi said briefly. Minato and Jiraiya concentrated a lot more, while Naruto stayed quiet and hoped they didn't remember that they shouldn't talking about those things in front of him. Something happened with the interrogation, Minato demanded. They found something, he asked. That's it, we never finished it, said Ibiki. Why not? Minato pressed. I left the room for something, and when I returned all the guards were both dead and Orochimaru had disappeared. He related, and Vicky. Orochimaru managed to escape? Jiraiya asked, alarmed, and Vicky shook his head. No, he just said sadly. What do you mean? Minato asked. I found this note on the interrogation table, he said, handing said note to Minato. Dear Shinobi, Minato read out loud. Toby needs the snake, so Toby went to look for him. I'm sorry if you need him too, but this doesn't mean that Toby isn't a good boy. Sincerely, Toby. What the hell did Jiraiya say eloquently? If Orochimaru has an accomplice powerful enough to get him out of the interrogation and torture department, then it's probably the Akatsuki, Kakashi theorized. They would be much more powerful than his little collection of lost boys, he said. But they're planning? Asked Jiraiya. Suddenly seemed to remember that Naruto was there. Hey boy, I'll train you, but now is not the best time. Meet me here tomorrow, okay? Asked Asuni. Okay, agreed Naruto reluctantly. Before leaving, Madara had returned. Naruto wasn't sure why, what exactly, but I knew it couldn't be good now. What was the best way to break the news to those who without triggering their impulse for revenge? Have you already found out if you have been promoted? He asked. What did he do to his daughter Sakura? He shook his head. The exam isn't over yet, she said. Then you shouldn't be doing some kind of exam, asked Momoko. Are we going to have a month off before the finals, which is a knockout type tournament? Explained. Sakura is open to the public, so if you want to go, don't hesitate to do so, said Sakura. Her parents exchanged a look. I'm not sure, Sakura said. Momoko, slowly, you could get hurt, Sakura said. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. That's something that comes with a job, Mom said. I know, she exclaimed. Mucus, but knowing and seeing are very different things, and that would only make me worry more, said the woman. On the other hand, this seems to be something very big, and I have heard that all kinds of dignitaries are coming. She pointed out that she made that. How do you think you are doing it so far? The man asked. My team and I have done pretty well, Sakura said modestly. But the next part tests us individually and I have to face Nijiga, Sakura pointed out, and that's bad. Momoko asked cautiously. She has incredible talent, she replied. Sakura, but I'm going to give it my all anyway, and I hope that even if I lose a show it's good enough to pass anyway, said Sakura. You should have more confidence, she told her. I'm sure you'll do well, she said. Yes, you've worked really hard these last few months, and you should be proud of yourself, accepted Moko. I better do something more than well, said Saruka, if not so much spring of youth will haunt me forever, pointed out the girl who is the spring of youth, was wondering what made her. Sakura shuddered. Believe me, you don't want to know, she said. I'll never understand ninjas, Momoko declared, shaking her head. It's probably for the best, Sakura told her. Now I have to go since Naruto called a team meeting before I had to meet with Tsunade-sama, she said. I probably should have already gone, but Naruto had brought the topic to her attention, and she was just as unsure about how to break the news to Sasuke. The doctor asked, what did she do that she is training you? Asked Sakura, smiled triumphantly. Yes, she said. What thing in the world was so important that it couldn't wait until after training? Sasuke asked. Kakashi wasn't there yet, but he didn't have all day, so he figured they could start without him since Naruto was the one who called the meeting. Well, Naruto ran out words. Yes, it's really big, said Sakura, and the truth is that we're not really sure how to let you know. She said they could try to spit it out. Sasuke suggested we could agree, Naruto, but with a topic as delicate as this, it may not be the most tactical way to handle it. The situation, said Naruto. Sasuke snorted. What do you know about tact? He asked. Not much, Naruto admitted, so even I don't think it's the best way to handle it, he said, without mentioning that we're not sure how you'll react, added. Sakura paused. No, cross out. We're almost sure that we know exactly how you're going to react, and that's why we don't want to tell you, she said. Then don't tell me, Sasuke said. Or at least think about how you're going to do it. In the meantime, I really need to start my training, the Uchiha said. No, Naruto and Sakura shouted at the same time. Sasuke raised his eyebrows. What is this? You could almost say that they don't want me to get stronger. They're not afraid that I'll try to go out and seek revenge on someone, right? Sasuke asked perpetually. Sakura replied, but that's not it. Something big has happened and you are going to find out sooner or later, and we prefer that you find out from us, he said. Then tell me, ordered Sasuke, starting to sound impatient. Well, you see, Naruto began sounding quite nervous. Hey look, it's Gaara. Hello Gaara. What? After crossing the bridge they were on, he stopped and turned towards him. Yes, the Redeed answered. How have you been? Naruto asked Gaara. he blinked since yesterday? Naruto asked. He looked a little embarrassed. Yes. He said. I know I can win my fights. Gaara said simply, but don't pass. The minimum sanity requirement would make this entire trip a waste of time, Gaara said, it's not a complete waste. I hope since you met us and were amazing, Naruto, I still want to be a Chunin, Gaara told him, Naruto said. He shrugged his shoulders. It seems fair to me. What were the things Dad mentioned, not being more youthful than gay? I think you're safe with that either. Manic laughter, added Sakura. Do you do that? He asked. She very rarely answered, and not since I've been here. She also said there was no killing allies. How many people have you killed since you arrived? Naruto asked. Gaara thought about it for a minute. The man I fought with in the preliminaries, and the 3 from the Forest of Death. Finally said, well, Saku wasn't from Sunagakure, and if they weren't expecting deaths in the forest, they wouldn't have made us sign the waiver, decided Naruto. But wait, he didn't say what was going on. His team got a scroll from those corpses if he only killed one team. So how did they get a scroll? Sakura asked. Maybe the team had already gotten 2 scrolls, and Temari only took the one he needed, suggested Sasuke. That makes sense, decided Sakura, and the last thing would be, don't let personal matters get in the way of your fight, she said. What does that imply? Gaara wanted to know. Well, Naruto interrupted. Is what it means that if you had a childhood of don't keep bringing it up when you're fighting with people, or if you got a bad hand, you don't stand in the middle of a fight and lecture people about how they should stop trying to fight fate because they are destined to be losers. In your case, I guess that would mean not mentioning any resentment I may feel for being a Linchu, explained Naruto. Ga felt I can do it. It's only a month after all, he said. That's the spirit. Naruto was glad I'm leaving, he said Gaara before to continue on his way. Do you think he can do it? Sakura asked as they watched him leave. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. No idea, but it should be good practice to become sane and hopefully Kasakage in the future, he said. If you're done with it, I would like to remind you that I have a rather unique mind and I still want to know what was so wrong, extremely important. Sasuke brought them back to the topic. We know, Sakura murmured. Hello, Kakashi greeted as he appeared in a whirlwind of leaves. And how did he take it? We need to put someone in protective custody, asked. How did I take what? Sasuke demanded. We haven't gotten around to telling him yet, Naruto admitted. I see it, said Kakashi with a horrified face. Well, in that case, good luck, and I'll be back in 20 minutes, he said. Of course, yes, said Sakura grabbing his arm. You know more than anyone from us anyway, she said. I'm sure whatever it is can't be as bad as the scenarios I'm imagining, Sasuke told them. It's probably worse. Actually, I disagree. Naruto took a deep breath. Madara took Orochimaru out of custody. Said finally. Nah. There was silence for a moment. Sasuke asked Naruto, waving a hand in front of Sasuke's face. Maybe he's in shock, suggested Kakashi. Could you repeat that? Sasuke said with his voice low. I'd rather not do it, confessed Naruto. Sakura sighed and did as she asked. They asked. Madara took Orochimaru out of custody, said. So Orochimaru is no longer in Konoha? Sasuke stated. No, he probably is, Kakashi corrected. We just don't know where he is, and he must have come here for a reason, and unless that is reason was bothersome, and Vicky still has to complete whatever mission. Kakashi said this wouldn't have happened if they had let me kill him. He felt forced to remember Sasuke. How he knew he was going to say that? Sakura asked rhetorically. We had no way of knowing he would escape. Naruto burst out. Nobody he escapes, because anyone could not be captured in the first place, said Naruto. And Madara rescued them, Sasuke continued as if he hadn't heard them. He did, confirmed Kakashi. How do you know anyone saw him? asked Sasuke. Well, he didn't admit, but Kakashi did leave a note. So we feel reasonably sure it was him unless there's a real Toby running around and joining the Akatsuki who acted just like Madara when he impersonated him, Kakashi said. That's very unlikely, Sakura pointed out. Well, Sasuke nodded. If you'll excuse me, he said. Wait, where are you going? Naruto asked, a little scared. I'm going to look for Orochimaru and Madara, and then I'm going to kill them, Sasuke replied as he continued walking. Naruto naturally decided that there was only one thing he could do in this situation. Approach Sasuke. What the hell? Naruto growled. Sasuke, they are dangerous enemies of Konoha, and since they are in the village he wouldn't even have to go out, said Sasuke. You could be able to defeat Orochimaru right now, said Naruto still without leaving his friend. I think you would have a much better chance later to train with Itachi this month, and if the 3 of us are with you, but you could make it anyway. There is no way you can beat Madara right now. Do you remember how hard it was before? And we were 16, we were much stronger than we are now, and the fight could have gone in any direction. Plus Madara has all the power of the Akatsuki on his side. Now you really want to face Orochimaru? Madara Sasori, possibly Deidara Kisame Kaku Konan and Nagato all at once, asked Naruto. Will I be fine? Insisted Sasuke. Naruto moaned. Oh god, is hallucinating, he said. Have you started him on the topic of revenge you were expecting? Asked Kakashi rhetorically. Naruto glared at him. It's not my fault Madara showed up, he said. This isn't just a stupid grudge, said Sasuke. Madara not only ruined my family by creating an antagonistic relationship with the rest of the village by summoning the Kyuubi to attack Just before Naruto was born, causing my brother to feel the need to kill everyone and move on to the next 8 years of playing evil in Akatsuki. He also destroyed half the village. He made Naruto an outcast. He formed Katsuki. He made the blade completely destroyed and he declared war on everyone. He won't stop, he'll do it again, that man won't stop, he can't stop until he destroys with a blade, Sasuke explained. That's very solid reasoning, Sakura applauded, but you keep saying that only because you want revenge, she said. No, I'm not negotiating, maybe we can reach an agreement. An agreement, Kakashi suggested. Sasuke glared at him. Agreement? How can we do it? I want to kill both Madara and Orochimaru. You don't want me to go kill either of them, so I could just kill one of them or something, and let me go, Naruto demanded Sasuke. Not until you promise not to run away, said Naruto stubbornly. I won't leave for revenge until this conversation is over, Sasuke promised. Naruto didn't move and the conversation isn't over until we say it's over, said Sasuke. Rolled his eyes. Okay, whatever, said Naruto, stood up and with a face of great affront, Sasuke stood up again. It's a shame that Killua wasn't here, Sakura reflected, she could have done a lot with that, feeling the full force of the gazes of the two boys. About her, he quickly amended. I mean, it's lucky Killua wasn't here, he would never have let that happen, she said. We could let you kill one and not the other, Kakashi agreed. Once that was taken care of, but that's really just the most basic form, and it's not that we don't want you to kill them, the man said. Sasuke snorted. It's just that we don't want you to kill them right now, Kakashi continued, studiously ignoring him. Whatever they're planning isn't going to take place today, because if they're going to do anything during the exams when there are so much increased security, they are going to wait until the tournament like Orochimaru did with his little invasion. Take this month, train obsessively and then try something you can be there to try search for revenge, said Kakashi. Let me see if I understand. You agree with a plan that involves me searching revenge? Sasuke couldn't believe it. What happened to all that talk about how it won't make me feel better and will only end up causing a circle of hate or whatever? Sasuke asked. Is that chain of hate? Naruto corrected helpfully. I don't care, he said. Sasuke bluntly, I still believe it, Kakashi informed him, but since there really doesn't seem to be anything on the planet capable of convincing you that revenge is a bad idea, although after everything you've been through in your epic search for it, you should be completely convinced of it. This only advocated delaying it until you have the opportunity to become stronger and serve more than just your need for revenge, said Kakashi. It is very possible that they will invade again with Leaf and seek to destroy it, and you think it is a better idea to wait for that to happen than confront them now? Sasuke sounded incredulous. Yes, he said. Kakashi just explained. Sasuke ordered. If that happens, all the best bladed guys will go out to try to minimize the damage and eliminate the invaders, and it won't just be a 13-year-old boy against two of the most dangerous people. What he has produced with a blade, Kakashi pointed out, and God knows that if Kakashi and I did not do everything possible to prevent you from dying in the name of revenge, Naruto would not speak to us again, Sakura added. Especially because we had managed to that you get through in one piece before you come back, she said. Naruto nodded. That's true, I probably wouldn't, said Sasuke. Leaned his head back as he tried to make a decision. On one hand, he really wanted revenge, on the other he didn't want to die before he got it, or after for that matter. Since his life was pretty good at the moment, not to mention he didn't trust his team not to come back again, and this time blame the massacre on some fictitious person, and then have Kakashi kill him, so he couldn't have not even a target for their hatred for the sake of compromise. Sasuke decided. I'm willing to wait until the end of the exam. After that, if they haven't tried anything, I'll go after Sasuke said. Kakashi nodded. It seems fair, but if they're not in Konoha yet, you can't leave until assign you a mission outside the village, because you are not allowed to be a renegade ninja again, Kakashi said. Okay, Sasuke said reluctantly. We just managed to convince Sasuke to postpone his revenge. Sakura couldn't believe it. I postponed 3 years after leaving Konoha because I needed to train with Orochimaru. Sasuke pointed out that it's another month. He said. We're officially miracle workers. Naruto decided. Let's meet up for ramen tonight after they've finished training to celebrate. Kakashi suggested. Hey, it just occurred to me that although you are our teacher and everyone else is an incense and they are teaching their students personally, you have not been able to bother to help us, so we have had to find our own instructors. It occurred to Count Naruto. I offered a visu. Kakashi defended himself, but you already more than made sure that we knew about climbing trees and walking through water, Sakura reminded him, and he doesn't specialize in teaching the basics. Sakura asked. Well, it was a fact that Itachi would work with Sasuke and Jiraiya as Naruto's godfather, Kakashi responded. What about me? Tsunade had no reason to agree to train me, and you didn't even help with that, Sakura counter-attacked. Hey, it's not enough that I'm your cover for everything you know you shouldn't do, Kakashi demanded. As three students exchanged glances, they didn't say in unison. Sasuke called Itachi in the distance. You're almost finished, we have to start training. He said yes. Sasuke nodded as his brother approached him. We're done here. I'm just hesitating, wondering if I should say something. They warned me of that Orochimaru had escaped, said Sasuke. Itachi blinked. He did. I hope you're not planning on going after Said Itachi. Of course he didn't, said Sasuke, sounding surprised. I have to worry about the upcoming exams. I can worry about taking down Orochimaru once I've gotten stronger, Sasuke commented. I'm glad, Itachi said approvingly. That's a very mature point of view you've adopted, said mature, Naruto repeated in disbelief as the two Uchiha walked away. Is he joking? Asked, well, since he doesn't exactly want to be too strong about how much he wants to kill the person supposedly responsible for the massacre in front of the person who really did it, and he doesn't think it's anyone's business, but we're probably the only ones who we can see him obsessed. He's really, pointed out Sakura. In fact, given that he can vent to us, he probably seems quite mature and well adjusted to everyone. Well, Sakura said. Kakashi said what everyone was thinking. That's a scary prospect I should go to, said Sakura. Tsunade-sensei is even remotely as scary as I remember. I don't want to. Naruto baptizing her as a grandmother was relatively mild. In fact, I think she actually reacted more harshly when Naruto was an idiot or insulted Sasuke, and that was before he trained with her, Kakashi said. Yes, he recognized Sakura, but the sanity requirement didn't. He set off until after Tsunade-sensei had taken his leave, said Sakura. Kakashi shuddered at the possible implications. Goodbye Sakura-chan, said Naruto, as he also set off towards where he was to meet his master. However, unlike Sakura, knew that Jiraiya wouldn't care if he was late and maybe wouldn't even notice, depending on whether he felt inspired or not. He really hoped that they wouldn't have to train with Alonson again, since if that was the case Jiraiya would want to have the chance. Opportunity to unleash his not really inner but sometimes thinly disguised pervert, and if not the first day wouldn't be one with a lot of downtime. Why are you following me? Naruto asked without bothering to turn around. Kakashi shrugged. I don't have it. Nothing better to do, he said, because you don't bother teaching your students anything, Naruto accused. It's really my fault that all my students already know the basic skills they must have to become Chunin because they are time travelers, Kakashi asked rhetorically. Naruto then stopped to stop. Okay, maybe it is, Kakashi conceded, but since as you've so kindly pointed out, I'm probably not doing much in the way of your training this month. I should meet with your father to see what he wants me to do about Orochimaru's escape and make sure everyone is convinced that the Akatsuki are involved, because other than Bahia, I'm really the only adult who would have any way of knowing about Tobi's connection to them, Kakashi said. That's worryingly responsible of you, Naruto pointed out. But then I suppose the prospect of a massive Akatsuki invasion is serious enough to justify. That's what Naruto said, indeed. Yes, Kakashi nodded. However, that still doesn't explain why you're following me, Naruto pointed out. If there's any chance that you'll get the summoning today, and as such you're forced to get completely drunk, your father is going to be there, Kakashi pointed out. So by following you I can see him. Kakashi explained. You know, talking about my father, Naruto said slowly, he's supposed to be a super impressive ninja, right? I mean, I've never seen him in action, but his reputation precedes him, said Naruto. I should think you haven't, exclaimed Kakashi, like one of the few responsible adults in the ninja world would have killed anyone who was supposed to be watching. You and would let you get close to a situation that required the use of his abilities, said Kakashi. That sucks, snorted Naruto. I mean, I guess I can appreciate the sentiment, but still. So he said, were you going somewhere with this? Kakashi asked himself. Naruto seemed bewildered. Oh yes, my father is so amazing that his entry in the bingo book says that you have to run away as soon as you see him. Why the hell would Agakure or anyone else? I would actually agree to attack the village he's from, Naruto asked. Your father's Jiraiya Shinoyatsu is much more effective with an ally. So if they can isolate him like Orochimaru did with the third Hokage and the barrier, they would have a much better chance of a real fight. Akatsuki manages to control or replace the Kage Tsunagakure is going to invade it, no matter how stupid and suicidal it may seem to them. You remember the unfortunate tendency that most ninjas have to see themselves as tools to be used, Kakashi asked. Is that true? Naruto nodded. When did you come out with that mentality? Naruto asked. Kakashi shrugged. Well, it started when I decided that my team was more important than a mission before you were born, and culminated when I went back in time and have spent 12 or 13 years. As a personal friend of the Hokage, Kakashi said, that would do it. I guess. Hey, look, it's teammate. Greetings, Hinata, Chinese. Kurenai, said Naruto, waving. Don't you forget someone. Hinata asked quietly or clearly, Naruto realized. Hello Akamaru. How much? Long time no see, Naruto said. He meant me, idiot, he grumbled. Which is he going, or is he the yaoi fan? Naruto said, making a face. I'm not a fan. Kiba insisted. You two are so unsubtle, he said. What are you doing? Naruto asked, ignoring that. Hinata and I are helping Shino, and that he was going to prepare for the finals, Kurenai answered. Really? But they don't run the risk of fighting among themselves, Kakashi asked. That's why most teams that have more than one member find different instructors for the games they meet. They would benefit less from his personal instruction, he said. Let them find their own, Naruto muttered. You said they came with built-in teachers and I offered for Sakura, but she made other arrangements, Kakashi reminded him, due to the nature of this tournament, being that he was number 9 and I was. Number 1 we wouldn't face each other until the final, and the chances of both of us reaching the final round are very small, plus I would fight twice before and on 3, so it's not that any new technique is going to be a secret, and as teammates team we already know each other's fighting style Chinese explained Naruto stood there speechless, are you okay, Naruto-kun asked Hinata sounding worried I've never heard Chinese talk so much Naruto confessed never said hey Naruto, since I'm fighting your secret boyfriend, do you have any advice for me? He asked what was going on, he's not my secret boyfriend, Naruto yelled well, you haven't gone out with me yet responded Kiba then advice he said, even though I want Sasuke to win I guess I could warn you not to do anything that unleash your impulse for revenge since it's also partly for my own good, Naruto said. Kiba groaned, too late for that, although in my defense, our brothers are dating, that's a wonderful opportunity to annoy him, he said. He doesn't sound nearly as worried as Naruto thought he should. But if Naruto managed to keep Sasuke's gaming exposing his impulses for revenge, Sasuke would most likely kill him, so he let it go, because then you won't have a fun fight. Naruto turned to the other member of Team 8 that was in the final, and yes, I don't know that you haven't asked, but for the sake of fairness, Gaara has said that he is going to try not to kill anyone, to have a better chance of reaching Chunin but don't tempt your luck he said Chinese Naruto nodded his gratitude that seems like good advice he said, that was very thoughtful, Naruto-kun Hinata told him smiling Naruto shrugged yes well, I should let them get back to their training after Sakura had arrived, he found out that Tsunade was in the middle of a surgery, so Shizune had given Sakura a very thorough exam on the basics. She could tell that she impressed the dark-haired girl, and then she was quickly shown Asaman before we started Tsunade said, do you have any idea what you want to specialize in we don't have time to becoming an expert in whatever you choose to do, but taking into account how you would like to use your skills is always a smart decision, Tsunade said, the truth is, she didn't confess. Sakura, do you have any suggestions, she asked. Not without seeing you in action, Tsunade said, shaking her head. Some doctors focus on animals. Medical ninjutsu can be used to kill through the creation of deadly poisons, or by using your extensive knowledge of humanity's anatomy to land powerful blows in places. Sensitive I myself have a reputation for being able to cure any illness that comes my way, said Tsunade. I found out from Sasuke that he managed to make the Mangekyo Sharingan safe for him, Sakura said, sounding a little amazed despite herself. Tsunade nodded and Sakura could see a gleam of pride in her eyes. It took me the better part of 2 years to do it, but I did it. She said so what are we going to start with? Sakura asked enthusiastically. You've already mastered the basics, which means we won't have to waste time. With them in place we can work to ensure that you will be able to remain conscious and uninjured long enough to make use of them, Tsunade informed her innocently, however Sakura knew better and her eyes widened. Paired with horror means Tsunade nodded that's right she said happily, let's work on your taijutsu, which means that for the next few days you're going to be my personal punching bag, said the blonde Sakura moaned it probably still wouldn't be enough to beat Niji I heard, you've done extensive taijutsu work with Kakashi these last few months, Itachi began. Of course I'd like to see it for myself to see how much you've progressed. Your speed in particular is very important but first you still have to. Any questions about Mangekyo, Zengen or do you think you have already mastered it? Itachi asked. I have a question about Tsukiyomi. Sasuke said. I know that it is one of the most powerful genjutsus that exist, if not the most powerful. But what can it do? Sasuke asked. Can Tsukiyomi be used to anything really as it traps the target in an illusory world that is completely controlled by the user? Well it only takes a few seconds for the user to complete for the target, it can seem like days I have found that torturing to the target or make him relive a traumatic event over and over again for what seems like days. It is very effective, Itachi told him, so torture doesn't even have to be used, Sasuke reflected, I guess Itachi didn't agree, but it's such a powerful technique and it consumes so much chakra. That unless you need to quickly incapacitate your target or want to traumatize them, it's not worth using for anything else you want to do with it. There are probably less powerful YouTube genu, Itachi said. It really matters. What do you use to traumatize them Sasuke asked because let's say if I felt the need to go after my teammates, I could show him a world where everyone ate ramen, but he couldn't have it or take her back to her fan days respectively, or else if it were Kakashido he could just invade the squirrels since that seems to remind them of some kind of traumatic mission they had in the past said Sasuke, if you knew enough about them, you could definitely do it not Itachi although if they are your opponent, you probably won't have the opportunity to learn as much about them. He paused and one of these days we have to get that story out of them. He said well, I want you to show me what you can do and then if you have improved enough at the end of the month I will tell you. I will teach you how to do the Rasengan, Jiraiya promised. Although your father would probably kill me. Ah well, I have a way to convince him. he said, actually, Arisening. I already know how to do it. Naruto said. Jiraiya's eyes opened wide. How is your father? Too overprotective to teach you myself or to let you come near me anytime I might be drunk enough to try and not remember doing it afterwards. Jiraiya asked Kakashi taught me how Naruto lied. Jiraiya's eyes widened even more. But Kakashi can't do it, Naruto said shrugged he still knew how to show me he said. Show me Jiraiya demanded well, Naruto said forming his Rasen. He quickly threw it against a nearby tree careful said Kakashi who was talking to Minato less than a meter from said tree I'm sorry I can't hold it for long because it cuts my hand, Naruto said what Minato demanded. How did my son learn the Rasengan and modify it? I mean I've made some adaptations along the way over the years, but never in front of him, and none that were self-harming he said. I healed quickly, you see Naruto raised his hand to show the cuts that were already healing my fault, said Kakashi, making sure to back away quickly, but well just I described the basic Rasengan that you showed me all those years ago. The size and the inclusion of his affinity with wind were his thing, said Kakashi. Minato shook his head, you know. Other Yonin instructors teach their children to use their abilities to control their chakra. Minato said I taught them a lot of chakra exercises, didn't I Naruto asked Kakashi smiling evilly Naruto nodded quickly, more than enough said still you are a bit of a strange teacher Minato said. I had to have gotten her out of somewhere, said Kakashi pointedly blamed Jiraiya-sensei, said Minato quickly he is a bad influence he said, and now to cement your opinion that I am a terrible influence if the boy also masters the Rasengan who not only saw room for improvement but actually managed to improve it, he's ready to sign the Toad summoning scroll, Jiraiya intervened. I've brought the serve, Kakashi announced, taking out a summoning scroll and activating it. Minato shook his head regretfully. I can't believe I'm allowing this. I must be the worst. Father of the story said Naruto snorted nowhere near dad Kakashi was slightly drunk, he had wanted to stay completely sober, but since Naruto Jiraiya Gamabunta and even Minato were drinking, he felt obligated to have some too of course he was glad he did, because by the time Naruto got getting drunk, which required quite a bit of serving. Thanks to the Kyuubi would probably have had a panic attack if he was sober Jiraiya and Gamabunta, despite apparently being regular drinking bodies too, they were quite drunk, while the Eliminato were only slightly intoxicated. Minato had refrained from overdoing it, as he didn't want to set a bad example by getting drunk in the middle of the day, well here he was almost only worried that Naruto would end up blurting out the fact that they were from the future. Of course the boy was so drunk that no one would believe him, but Team 7 occasionally acted strange enough that if anyone tried to find out what was going on with them, they wouldn't want Naruto to tell them. I inadvertently pointed in the right direction unless when you died Naruto said solemnly when I died. Jiraiya blinked a couple of times who's dead boy I'm not dead, said Sunny Naruto suddenly laughed. I know it's not cool I love you you're with that he stood up shakily, he stumbled towards his godfather and practically collapsed on his lap. If you were just a girl Jiraiya shook his head regretfully. And not 12 years old, or Minato's son said Gabunta let out a laugh so if it were exactly the opposite of yes, it would be better if you wanted that from someone with less to change, Jiraiya said, he thought about that for a minute. Well, I like blondes, the Sunin admitted. I'm not listening to this, Minato moaned. Jiraiya-sensei likes blondes. He said, don't be bad. Minato-sensei tried to comfort him. Kakashi doing his best to ignore the ringing in his head because he likes almost everything that is feminine and of age and Naruto is neither of the two things, Kakashi said. No, he is not, Minato accepted, however he can. Do the Rasengan how long did it take you to teach him Minato asked or did it take him a good month? I would say I told him what I knew when we went to the land of the waves Kakashi lied. Why didn't you tell me Minato demanded that was 2 months ago he said. You are very overprotective sensei, and I wasn't sure if you were okay with me teaching him such a risky jutsu Kakashi covered himself. Once he had it he couldn't complain Minato argument well a lot he said, and then there's what happened after you found out a little about what happened in the country of waves, continued Kakashi Minato made a shocked face you let my son die that was completely different, Minato replied, maybe he didn't want to take that risk Kakashi snorted, and what you should do is ask Naruto why he didn't tell you. Since he wouldn't get in trouble if you didn't like my teaching methods he said that's it now that was Naruto's problem, Kakashi was even reasonably sure he deserved it since the boy was currently causing him all sorts of problems and then he told me no. I understood why our mistakes they weren't exactly shameful, as if someone was going to have the same exact story it's not enough that we were both orphans, Naruto asked why aren't you an orphan Jiraiya pointed out, remember Naruto orphan means that both parents are dead, not just one Kakashi quickly intervened I know, I'm not stupid, Naruto said, no, but you're very drunk, Kakashi replied, I'm not. Naruto declared, standing up unsteadily, you see, he said, of course, then he fell. Quickly so the effect was quite minor, you didn't teach the Rasengan to Sasuke or Sakura, right? Minato asked, worried because Kakashi had decided to upload and show Rango's YouTube to all the minors with whom Team 7 interacted. It was his first attempt to teach. The someone who hadn't been in Ambu after all. Of course he didn't deny Kakashi. I only taught Naruto the Rasengan because you invented it and he was going to learn it at some point anyway, Minato said, looking relieved. Sorry, I should have known you wouldn't be so reckless, Minato said. However, I taught Sasuke Kidori, Kakashi admitted, and Sakura. Minato seemed almost afraid of the answer. Just the Hayatsu and the increase in his chakra reserves. His control is perfect, but he still doesn't have enough for none from the hard blows, Kakashi responded. Hey Kakashi. Naruto had managed to get back on his feet and stumbled over to his time-traveling companion. You know Chidori is supposed to be a murder thing, Naruto asked. Just as he believes it, the chances of him having that knowledge are pretty good. Kakashi confirmed. That's a no, Naruto asked after trying and failing to understand what that meant. Kakashi sighed. No, that's a yes, he said. No, it's not a yes, Naruto. Either he understood that I do know that the Chider and it's supposed to be a murder jutsu, Kakashi clarified. Then the murders are supposed to be silent because the Chider and it sounds like birds chirping, Naruto asked, surprisingly reasonable considering he says that too exhausted to walk in a straight line. Apparently Jiraiya and Gamabunta had been playing some kind of game since Gamma was loudly accusing the Sunin of cheating as he knows. How does the Chidori sound? Minato asked suspiciously, thinking quickly. Kakashi answered me. Saw showing it to Sasuke. Don't worry Eli Sakura, they were far enough away that they wouldn't be in danger from it, said Kakashi is right that it's too loud for an assassination jutsu, Minato decided. When you murder a person by the time they hear the Chidori they are already dead, defended Kakashi. Sayatsu star also if we can have girls dressed in orange then I can have a nature-oriented assassination technique, said Kakashi. What is wrong with being a ninja dressed in orange, asked Naruto. He's not very stealthy to begin with, Kakashi replied. It needs to be. Naruto was honestly curious. Children used to be like that before they settled down and formed villages, Minato replied. Well, that's stupid. I'd rather be orange then. Sneaky, announced Naruto. It's not a joke, muttered Kakashi. Hey, Jiraiya's head suddenly shot up and stumbled towards them. Naruto still has to get on the Gabunta to see if he passes the test, Jiraiya said. Kakashi looked at Naruto critically. Are you sure it's a good idea? Can barely stand up properly, said Kakashi. Don't worry, you can sit on my head, Gabunta assured him. As long as he doesn't fall, said. I can do it, Naruto insisted. I did it before and I can do it again, he said. We don't know each other, boy, Gabunta told him. Yes we have, it was a long time ago before he came back to Naruto, he started to say before Kakashi covered his mouth with a hand. That's enough, don't you think, he said sternly. I really hope that, Naruto, I couldn't keep my mouth closed while I was writing. The Gabunta. Don't worry, Kakashi, Naruto whispered. I won't reveal our secret, Kakashi said. He hit his forehead at the pace he was going. Brim, why do you and my son have secrets from me? Asked Minato. Kakashi groaned. That was it, Naruto would not be allowed to drink again. Sakura could barely move after her first day of training. She was pretty sure that Tsunade had been gentler on her when she started in the old timeline, but then she supposed that since she had some experience this time the Hanin had thought she could handle it. Not to mention she only had a month to train for the finals, Sakura decided to take the scenic route towards her house to try to see if she could recover enough chakra to heal a little or find somewhere to clean up, since she really didn't want her civilian parents to see her and worry. As she passed by the barbecue place she saw Team 10 without Azuma eating right in front and decided that he could postpone his return home longer and say hello. Hi guys, he greeted them with a smile. Hi Sakura, are you okay? He asked. And not worried, it looks like you just got beaten up, he said. More or less, Sakura admitted. Just tell me who did it and I swear to God they're going to fall, he growled. And no, it's nothing like that, Sakura assured her friend. It's just part of my training for the exam, Sakura said. She really asked, and not with skepticism. Why don't you do any of that, Shikamaru asked, and isn't it a pain? Shikamaru muttered, resting his head on the table. What did he ask? And he hasn't said. It's annoying, Choji repeated with help. I already knew and he didn't insist. Then why did you ask what he said? Sho asked, and reasonably she was being dramatic and she didn't shake her head. My teammates, don't they have a sense of melodrama, he said. No, and my teammates are suffering too much, Sakura replied. I think that's worse. Actually, she said, if you say so, and she didn't sound unconvinced. She hit Shikamaru on the head. If you don't take yourself seriously. You're training, so how do you expect to be able to get revenge on me in the finals, he asked. And no, Sakura froze. Get revenge, he asked. And no, yes, against that Tamari girl I faced in the preliminaries. Shikamaru will face her in the first round, Ino said. Revenge is not the answer, Sask, and she didn't correct Sakura, and she didn't look at her questioningly because of the slip. But she didn't ask about it. I understand that she needed a wake-up call. This exam has made me see more than anything that this is not a game, but of course. Really he had to be so brutal about it, he asked, and no, Sakura shrugged helplessly. Sunagakure is a different world, and no, he said he didn't have to go out of his way to humiliate me like that, he pointed out, and not with being at a disadvantage, he said. I know, but Sakura, it really lasted. You have to use the word revenge, like I have a little panic attack every time I hear that word or any variation of it, Sakura said. Why did she ask Choji, taking another plate of barbecue. Well, Sakura broke off talking to Sasuke about revenge, probably counted how to encourage him, especially because it would be something they temporarily had in common, and he didn't still like it, although she seemed to be making a sincere effort to be more serious. Like Kanoiji, normally you have to tell Sasuke that, right, he asked. Shikamaru, and apparently very often said. How did you know, asked Sakura, surprised. Is the most likely of your team to seek revenge after what Orochimaru did, answered Shikamaru, shrugging his shoulders. It's so tragic, and he didn't faint either. He doesn't like to talk about it, so unless you want to bother him, don't mention it, I advise Sakura. Of course I'm not going to do that, she exclaimed, and no. Because of who I'm more unconsciously, said the blonde. Sasuke was sitting in a clearing in the forest trying to improve his control about Amaterasu, given the fact that if he made a mistake he would have a forest fire on his hands, and it hadn't rained in a while. That was a pretty powerful incentive not to mess this up. I'm telling you, Lee is probably someone doing a YouTube. Niji's voice sounded from a little further back, but Niji, forest fires are so unyouthful, he protested. And you don't agree, Tenten asked. I guess it doesn't matter what I think since we're going to investigate anyway, Tenten replied when the gay team came on the scene. It's my eternal rival, said, and pointing dramatically at Sasuke, Niji raised an eyebrow. I thought I was your supposed eternal rival. He said, be careful, Niji. You seem jealous. He mocked. Tenten, I'm not. Niji insisted, staring at her. Hyuga, you don't deign, Niji. That guy sensei only has one eternal rival does not mean that it is not possible. Having more than one, Lily assured him. Since when am I your eternal rival, Sasuke wanted to know. Since Sakura revealed that she was madly in love with you, of course, she declared. She said that she used to like Sasuke, reminded her, and that we are not going to worry about our hormones until after we do Chunin, she said, and I will fight you since we both reached the final. Lily nodded. I remember that Lil said try the way the tournament is planned. You will only fight Sasuke if you both make it to the final round, she commented. Then I will make it to the final round, Lee decided, and you will meet me there, asked Lil. I definitely will, said Sasuke, but whether I will see you there or not is another matter. History, your first speaker is Naruto after all, and he is my eternal rival, said Sasuke. How youthful, Lily got excited. You will have to get over me first, and I just don't see that happening, Niji intervened. You won't fight until the final round if you make it that far, but I will definitely defeat you if Sakura doesn't do it for me, Sasuke said almost as an afterthought. Niji snorted. The pink-haired girl, I may have beaten Hinata-sama, but I could have done it in a fraction of the time. She's destined to lose that combat, said Melee. 27 minutes, announced Tenten. What, Sasuke asked, confused. Tenten keeps track of how much time they spend, and without talking about destiny explained. I don't believe in destiny, declared Sasuke. It doesn't matter if you believe or not, Mei said. What has to be will be said. That is something so easy to say, said Tenten. After something is already done, it is the easiest thing in the world to claim that there was no other way for it to develop, even if a different choice would have led to a different result, said Tenten. True, he allowed nay, but he didn't know he made a different choice because it wasn't predestined, said Meiji. Actually, I agree with Tenten on this, said Sasuke. I can see too clearly a world where Kakashi didn't lead an angry mob through my house on the night of a massacre, so that everyone, if I knew that Orochimaru was responsible, so I could blame my brother and spend the rest of my life trying to kill him. Just think if Kakashi had taken a different path that night or hadn't bothered so many people, Sasuke suggested. But that didn't happen, he said. Niji with determination. Because that's absurd, said. You're telling me that's what Sasuke muttered. Sasuke and Sakura were already waiting at Ichiraku Ramen when Naruto came jumping in as full of energy as always. Kakashi followed him, putting a hand to his eyes. Are you okay? Asked Sakura, worried. Well, yes, I feel fantastic. In fact, I also feel like I might have to take down an Akatsuki member single-handedly, Kakashi snapped. Don't listen to him, Naruto said cheerfully. He's just in a bad mood because he's hungover from when I met him. We were initiated into the Toad Summoners this morning, said Naruto. Then why aren't you? Sasuke asked. Naruto looked at him strangely. Because I was initiated into the Toad Summoners. I just said that. I'm delighted. I missed being able to summon them, said Naruto. You're hungover, clarified Sasuke. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I don't know fast metabolism, he asked. He's probably the Kiwi, Kakashi ventured. And I officially hate him, he said. Being a good Chiriki isn't all fun and games, you know, lecture Naruto with severity. Although it is almost impossible to experience chakra exhaustion, you have incredible stamina, you heal ridiculously fast, and apparently you Don't have a hangover, said Naruto. That's not the only reason. Kakashi informed him. What have I done? Asked Naruto, clueless. Every time you turned around, you kept mentioning something from the future. Kakashi burst out. I did it. Naruto looked embarrassed. My fault, Naruto said. How could you ask? Sakura was drunk, Naruto reminded him, and it won't happen again. Kakashi swore. Naruto got angry. And what happened? What did you tell them? Sakura asked anxiously, shrugged her shoulders. I managed to convince them for the most part that Naruto was just very drunk, but they can remember this later and put two and two together if we're not careful, and frankly Naruto, you spend a ton of money to get drunk, it's just not worth the risk, said Kakashi. Why did we never tell anyone anyway? Sasuke asked. There was a silence. Well, it's a little hard to believe, Naruto finally said. Yes, but we know enough to convince people that we shouldn't do it, Sasuke pointed out. Naruto shrugged. Kakashi hadn't said anything when I came back, he said. They looked at Kakashi, since he had come back a decade before Naruto. I didn't want to, Kakashi said. Just that's it. Ridiculous, Sakura said. Maybe, Kakashi replied, but it works for us, so Naruto can't drink. You shouldn't either, just in case, Kakashi said. Sakura snorted. My parents would kill me. She paused. Although since we're talking about things, we can't make it seem like Ino is on a revenge plan right now, so we have to keep her away from. Sasuke said. No arguments here, Sasuke agreed, and now we have more things that are more important to Sasuke than revenge, Naruto smiled. I feel like we're really getting to. He finally arrived on the day of the finals of the tuning exams, worried about Minato's safety since not only Orochimaru, but at least Madara had their eyes on Konoha. Kakashi convinced the Hokage to let him entering the box of shits as a guard. Would have been easier to convince Minato that Rin and Obito were there also since they were his team, but Obito was acting as a watchman, and Rin was in charge of curing the Ain's aspirants in his place. Kakashi had managed to convince Minato that Itachi had another guard, hopefully the three of them would be enough in case something happened. Sasuke, Sakura, Naruto, Himari, Shikamaru, Kiba, Neji, Shino were gathered on the floor of the arena to receive instructions from last minute from their supervisor, who would arrive at any moment they were sure. Where is he? Asked Sakura irritably, turning to Sasuke. How would I know? Sasuke replied. You live with him. Sakura reminded him. She left the house before me, Sasuke told him. So honestly I have no idea, he said. What do you think, Naruto asked Sakura. I think I can't believe Sasuke was on time, Naruto said, shaking his head in bewilderment. Because you know last time, he said. Shut up, Sasuke ordered. That it wasn't my fault. The Uchiha said you never told us. Why did you take so long? Commented Sakura. Sasuke shuddered. It's better that you don't know. Believe me, he said. Tell us, Naruto demanded. You know that Kakashi always had the most idiotic excuses to explain why he was late, Sasuke asked rhetorically. Well, it turns out that while he was spending most of that time looking at the monument also got into some of the strangest situations. That poor tree, commented Sasuke. What happened? Sakura pressed, but Sasuke refused to say more on the topic. Frustrated, Naruto turned to Gaara. How was it your month? Asked Naruto. I haven't killed him in 30 days, informed him he won. Actually I don't know when the last time was. I went 7 days without killing anyone, Gaara said. Naruto made a face. That's great, but maybe you don't want to mention that in front of any one of the people involved in the exam, or that could get to my father. Most gaming doesn't kill anyone, so doing it so often could make them doubt, said Naruto. Gaara felt he took note. He said, however, it was quite fun. I trust Temari. Poor Kankuro, still convinced that they have done something, or that they have created a double or something, Temari pointed out. Naruto feigned innocence. I don't know what you're talking about. I noticed you guys, because of those evil kangaroo soulless puppets, and my empathy for you having to deal with something like that every day. I could have been motivated to talk to you, but I love meeting new people. We really treat you like everyone else, said Naruto. Exactly, Temari stressed. That it just doesn't happen, said Naruto seemed confused. Or because you are the children of coffee. Well I'm the Hokage's son. So that's not something that's that important to me either, Naruto answered. It doesn't matter, Temari said, shaking his head regretfully. Did my opponent from the first round fall asleep? She asked. Naruto quickly looked at Shikamaru, who had sat down and seemed to be snoring. That seems like he agreed. This isn't fair, Temari complained. How come I got such a bad opponent? He said. If you think it's that bad, it should be an easy victory, right? Naruto asked him. Easy and impressive aren't necessarily what's same, and there is no way to take down someone who is not even conscious. Now it has been seen as impressive, answered Temari. Well, there will be other encounters. Naruto offered. To be late is not juvenile either, said Lia, distressed. I really want to have my most youthful fight with Naruto said hello to everyone. I'm sorry I'm late, said Obito, entering the arena. There was a tree, and well, it's probably better that they don't know, Obito said. Definitely better if it was what I think it was, Sasuke accepted in a low voice. Oh god, no other story than that. You refuse to elaborate, Sakura whimpered. We haven't even gotten the squirrel story yet, she said. To be fair, I don't know what happened either, Sasuke told him, but I'll do it. So help me, I'll do it, Sasuke said. Okay, before we start, I want to make sure everyone remembers. Contra. They're fighting, said Death. How can anyone forget who they're fighting? Asked what was going. It's not possible for you to specialize your training specifically around your first opponent if you don't know who he is. He said he was going. I don't know who I'm going to fight, he said. Naruto, I know Sakura is fighting Neji. Chinese is against Gaara. Sasuke and Kiba have a grudge match and Shikamaru is. Of Tamari, of course. No, wait, I guess I do know who I'm fighting after all, said Naruto. By elimination process. Chinese pointed. Naruto shrugged. What works, said. You realize what line he just mentioned? I was fighting you, right? Neji asked. Naruto shook his head. No, I must not have been paying attention, said Naruto. So what else is new? Shikamaru muttered. Well, since Naruto just reminded everyone else that they might have forgotten about the fights, I'm going to go ahead and remind you that there are no rules here, except that you have to keep the fight down here and don't shoot at the crowd. You seriously have no idea what that would do to our tourism industry. Obito shook his head when he thought about it. So apart from geographically delimiting our fights and not killing potential clients, everything is valid, he asked. Tamari. Obito nodded. Absolutely. The fights last until one of the parties surrenders or dies. If it is clear that one of the parties cannot continue fighting, I will end the fight. If it does not stop after I do, it will also be disqualified, and at death it seems completely pointless. It will be allowed, but it will really hurt your chances of passing the minimum sanity requirement, so I wouldn't recommend it now unless there are more questions. The first fight is Gaara vs. Jilo Tagurum, so all the other clearance ordered. Death. How do you think Gaara will fare? Minato asked the Kazekage. I have full faith in his abilities, the cafe replied confidently. He may not know much about his opponent, but I'm sure Gaara can be victorious, said the Kazekage. If he doesn't do bugs, announced Kakashi, and although his victory would undoubtedly be fun, I'm still hanging around. Gaara, said Kakashi. Really? Minato looked back at him. But if it's not from a blade, he said. Yes, it seems strange to him that of the 10 finalists there are 2 from Sunagakura and the another 8 are from Konoha, the cafe asked. There are always more candidates registered from the nation that hosts the exam, Minato responded. However, from what I understand, 6 of their 8 are rookies. The Kazekage pointed out. This is simply unheard of, he said. This year we have a group of rookies. Very talented, Minato clearly said the Kazekage to answer his question. Hokage-sama, I bet on Gaara, answered Kakashi. You should have more faith in your village, reprimanded Minato. I have a lot of faith, Kakashi insisted, but I don't see how the bugs they can take down the sand armor. Kakashi pointed out. You also bet on the Kazekage's daughter, Itachi reminded him. Minato frowned disapprovingly. Well, yes, Kakashi sounded embarrassed, but in my defense, Shikamaru doesn't seem to want to be here very much, so I don't imagine he'd be willing. The phase 3 fight, said Kakashi. You are one of the Yonin sensei who has a team still in the exam, right? Asked the cassette. Kakashi seemed slightly surprised. Yes, I am set. It's really fair for you to place bets, so, since you have intimate information about at least one of the games, Kazekage 3 continued. Actually, Kakashi corrected with a touch of pride in his voice. And as far as I'm concerned, if it's legal, it's fair. Plus, I wasn't even going to bet on all of them, he said. Kakashi, let's see if I understand, Minato said, raising his eyebrows. Naruto knows the Rasengan and signed with the Toads. Sasuke knows the Chidar and has a Mangekyou Sharingan, and you wanted to bet against them, Minato asked. Well, with them, Kakashi didn't admit. Sakura, however, is different, but Itachi wouldn't let me. Kakashi complained. You have to have more faith in your team, Itachi insisted. If she finds out that her own self is an incense and doesn't have faith in her, it will have a debilitating effect on her performance, and if she doesn't pass Sasuke, she'll have a year to wait. Very hard, Itachi said. It's not that I don't have faith in her, Kakashi defended. I have, it's just that the man, said Hyuga Niggly. The Kazekage was encouraged. He had heard that he was quite a prodigy. He is the one who defeated my other kangaroo son so easily, asked the cafe mealy. He is quite gifted, he admitted. Minato, I'm glad, commented the Kazekage, from what I've seen. Kangaroo's defeat was embarrassing, so at least I'd prefer that the salesman be skilled, said the man. Sakura defeated Hinata, Niji's cousin, Itachi pointed out, and they're young enough to trust him. Same familiar style, Mei said, and it's much better than Hinata, Kakashi attacked, although you're right, he knows how to beat him. Just whether he can or not is something else, he trained with Tsunade. Let's hope it gave him some results, Kakashi pointed out, betting against himself. Team is much riskier than betting on him, Minato informed him. Why did Kakashi ask? Because if he loses, people will complain and say that he lost the fight on purpose, Minato explained. So I put a little in her favor. The odds are so stacked against her that on the off chance that she wins, I'll strike gold, Kakashi said. Let our fight be honorable and impressive, Shino said politely once the arena floor was clear. From everyone except him, his opponent and the supervisor, Gaara just felt ready. Start, said Obito before taking a step back. Damn if they didn't look at each other for a moment, both preferring not to be the one to take the first step, then Gaara sent a wave. Experimental sand towards Chinese who just stood still. The sand wrapped around me up to my neck and Gar slowly squeezed the sand around him. It can't be that easy, Naruto complained. Come on Chinese, do something, he said. Chinese battles are always a bit boring. I trust Kiba, but that doesn't mean he's going to fall at the first blow, he said effectively, while Gaara continued squeezing Chino's body. He unraveled to reveal that it had been nothing more than a clone of bugs, the real Chino standing 6 meters from his clone. Scattered sent those bugs towards Gaara, only to be stopped by Gaara's automatic sand shield. So wait, the fight is going to consist of Gaara not being able to reach Chinese, because he will exchange them for bugs and Chinese. He won't be fast enough to get to Gaara, boasted Sakura. It seems like she agreed. Sasuke, which won't be very fun to watch, pointed out the Uchiha. At least it might take a while, said Shikamaru. The whole exam is very annoying, said then. Why are you here? Temari demanded. Why deal with Asuma Inui, the scariest thing of all, my mother. If I don't make it, it's even more of a pain, Shikamaru explained with a yawn. I'll show you what a pain is. Temari growled, leave the flirting for combat, Temari advised Naruto absently, the Sunagakura Kunoichi. He gave him an incredulous and furious look, and Naruto quickly ducked behind Sasuke. Hide me, no human shield, Naruto implored. Sasuke couldn't believe that this kind of thing kept happening to him. Stay back, Naruto said to Temari, pushing Sasuke in front of him. He's too cute for me. I said he was going. He was immediately encouraged by this. Is that a statement, asked the Imizuka. Didn't Sasuke say dangerously a difficult fight? What he was going continued without missing a beat. If they can't reach each other, then they can't finish the fight, or even really showing off his skills. After a few more false starts from both of them, he appeared to make a decision. He sent his sand back out slow enough for Shino to replace himself with a clone like he had been doing, but this time instead of just trying immobilizing him, engulfed Chino's clone completely in sand. Before Chino could do anything, Gaara clenched his fist tightly and said sand burial instead of the usual blood and viscera that this technique usually brings. When the sand imploded, it left small black crushed remains of the hundreds of bugs that made up the clone of Chinese everywhere. My Chinese bug said quietly. I may not have plans to kill you, he said slowly, but I have no qualms about finishing completely with your army of insects. If you continue using them as a shield, I will destroy them all. Once I do, I will be able to attack you directly, Gaara pointed out. If not, he was silent for a moment, contemplating the news. Finally he spoke. There is nothing to do. Then why? Because this fight does not deserve the destruction of my colony. I give up, said Chinese. The winner of the first fight is Gaara, announced Habit. The next fight will be between Naruto Amicus and Rock Lee. As soon as we eliminate all the bugs, said Naruto. He met Gaara on the stairs, back to where the rest of the Chunin hopefuls had gathered. Wow, that fight looked so incredibly frustrating that it was bothering me, Naruto said. Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Why does an impenetrable defense like mine become exhausting for my opponents with wine? Gaara, fortunately he cares too much about those bugs of his to carry out a senseless slaughter, or it could have taken even longer, said Gaara. I have realized that you have not made no attempt to kill him until the end. When but you knew he would be a clone of a, commented Naruto. Gaara felt. I have lasted a month without blood. I can last 3 fights, said Naruto. Smiled. I will thank you when I see you in the final, he said. Gaara shook his head again, looking thoughtful. It's strange. The more time I spend without killing, the harder it is. But it's also easier, said the retard. Naruto didn't understand. Gaara just shook his head. It doesn't matter. He said. Bad luck. Chinese said he was going one. Once his partner joined them on the balcony that served as a waiting area, Chinese Kiba actually nodded. He bent down to scratch Kamaru behind the ears. However, I understand it if it were a fighter at Kamaru's life. Well, not even I'd have to thinking about it. He said he was going happily. Sasuke said he was going. Yes, Sasuke asked, wondering why the possibly most annoying version of Naruto persisted in talking to Kamaru. He said that if you try it will go down your throat. He warned that he was going. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Or relax. No, I'm going to hold your dog hostage, said the Uchiha. Yes, Sakura said, because even though people might be okay with being bitten by bugs, dogs are adorable, and something tells me that a title like Killer of Puppies would be enough to scare away even the most rabid of the fans, Sakura said, although if you were going to use it in the fight. Sasuke started instantly. Half the room glared at him. He was joking, he said. You shouldn't make jokes, Sasuke said. Naruto shaking his head. It scares me, he said. Come on, that can't be as disturbing as that you dressed up, Sasuke replied. Especially that you dressed up as that man, commented Sasuke. Yes, that never happened, remember, Naruto reminded him. And don't get me started on your drag, said the rest of the room. Sakura watched him in stunning silence. Read and said. Finally, what kind of things do your teammates do in their free time, asked the boy. How sad is it, answered Sakura. None of that was during their free time, commented the girl. Nella's head and shot in his direction to the arm. Do you want to say it was for a mission, he asked. He had never felt so grateful to be on the gay team. Well yes, Sakura admitted reluctantly, although it really isn't as Bad as it seems, he said. What do you know about this guy? Lee Kakashi asked Minato as the next gaming couple was heading to the arena floor. Is Bai's student really asked? Indeed, confirmed. Kakashi is unhealthily devoted to youth and being exactly like Gai. He can't use chakra for ninjutsu, so he's remarkable with taijutsu, but he tends to risk permanent disability or even death to prove himself, Kakashi explained. There is nothing wrong with taking risks as long as it doesn't happen, the Kazekage pointed out. It's true, but it can't always be guaranteed, and there are too many risks. They could be counterproductive, Minato replied. Then his emulation of Gai and his fascination with the power of youth make him more youthful than his mentor, he asked. Minato. Kakashi considered the question. Not yet. But in a few years, he said, so it will have to happen soon. Minato. What are the chances? Naruto questioned the blonde. I think it will turn out well, Kakashi responded, but Lee is not a pushover, he said, and it wasn't like Naruto could use his sage mode, since the only way they knew to learn it was to spend weeks with the guys. Dodes, which obviously Naruto did not have his timeline, using the Kyuubi's chakra was also risky, since Naruto's control was not the best, and the objective was for him to read and overcome the fight, without needing intensive care and surgery that would endanger his life. Kakashi didn't know much about Lee's life these days, but if the events of the Chunin exam last time were any indication, the boy could really use a break. That's good, Minato said. I don't need Naruto to win the tournament or anything like that, but if not, he does a good job, he's going to be very disappointed, said Kakashi. He must have faith if he was willing to put up money for it, said the Kazekage with reluctance. Well, that and I would never dare to bet on the Gai student, Kakashi confessed. It's not that he's not a good instructor, because he is, although his training methods are completely crazy, but he would never ever let me experience it, said Kakashi. You almost bet on Niji, Hyuga pointed out. Itachi. But I didn't, finally said Kakashi, and that Niji was a student of Gai was really what decided me in the end, he said. Let's have a very youthful fight, Lee said, bowing. Naruto returned the bow. If by youthful you mean impressive enough for a promotion, then I'm listening to you, said Naruto. One question before we start. I know Sakura loved Sasuke, but did she ever harbor feelings for you? Lee asked. Well, he once confessed his love to me, Naruto replied, but that was mainly because he wanted to kill Sasuke. Naruto said. Lee blinked. Sorry, asked. We have an interesting team dynamic, he said. Naruto shrugging his shoulders. That seems to be the case, Lily agreed. If they're done with the talk, Obito intervened, then the second fight of the final can begin, said the Uchiha. But the talk is a vital part of my own ninja style, Naruto protested. Whatever the case, it doesn't seem like that. Iredi needs to be saved from self-destruction, so continue with the fight, he instructed. Death maybe not, but wait until he starts opening those doors. The blonde thought. Naruto didn't remember how many Lee could open at that moment, but he was pretty sure he could already open enough to turn red, which probably wasn't good for him. Lee approached him. Naruto jumped back, so he only grazed him but Lee and didn't give him time to recover, as the hands were suddenly everywhere and Naruto had no time to do anything but block it. Naruto knew that in theory his merciless resistance should allow him to outlast Lily, and if they kept this up, the problem was that not only would it not prove anything other than his power of resistance, but it would also leave Ali in a position to land a blow and do some serious damage. I don't know what this is called, but I saw the creepy kissing lady doing it, Naruto announced. He inhaled wind-infused chakra into the palm of his hand, shaping it of a small whirlwind in the shape of a ball and shot it in the direction of Lily. Naturally, Lily dodged it, and the sphere made a hole in the wall behind him. However, it was close, and the reaction it was enough to make the boy retreat several meters. You know, he lamented. Obito, there's a reason we never managed to secure this place well. It's not that the repairs don't come out of your mission pay. Anyway, said Obito, who is the creepy kissing lady. Sasuke asked. Sakura narrowed her eyes in concentration. I don't remember her name, but she was a kunoichi who attacked us several times when we were facing Sora, she said. Sora? Sasuke asked without understanding. You know that guy whose father infused him with chakra? Kyuubi asked Sakura. Sasuke shook his head. Not really, I don't know. He was probably somewhere else at the time, but let's see if I understand. They encountered a semi-possessed guy and had to deal with some kind of suck-and killer, the Uchiha asked. Sakura nodded. It was a little more complicated than that, but basically, he said. And you're wondering why I left, Sasuke murmured. Oh please. As if that disgraceful doctor wasn't doing even more twisted things, Sakura replied. Yes, she was, I didn't have to see it, so I couldn't care less, replied Sasuke, or that vampire girl. Continued Sakura, who asked. Sasuke puzzled. You know, the one who cured people with bites, elaborated Sakura. Karen wasn't really in America, Sasuke pointed out, and she had to be bitten to cure people, not the other way around, she said. Whatever she said, saw it was weird, and it was creepy, commented. In fact, it reminded me of you when we first joined a team, Sasuke said nonchalantly. Sakura's eyes darkened. She asked. Think about it, they were both obsessive with me, good at chakra control, violent when they got angry with annoying and noisy classmate. Sasuke interrupted himself, although I don't think they would ever roll around in my discarded clothes or make plans to drug other people so they could rape me, but then she was 16 and she was 12, the Uchiha Sasuke pointed out. Sakura said in a tone of warning. Sasuke happily ignored the warning, but there were also some differences. You had pink hair, she was a redeed, you needed to believe in what you did, and she was more blindly loyal. On the other hand, she was never useless, Sasuke said seriously, it's like you want to die or something. It's a wonderful cure. Apparently Lily had taken advantage of the time when Sakura and Sasuke were arguing to reveal her ninja path to Naruto, and that's how you see it, Lil concluded. It doesn't matter that I don't have innate advantages because I'm a genius of hard work, he said, and it's amazing, said Naruto, always willing to listen to a sad story. I'm really inspired. I may not be the most naturally gifted either, but I'm a genius of endurance, said Naruto. There are no natural advantages, Sasuke shouted, and the Kiwi asked, or being the Hokage's son, Sakura added, or the fact that one of the Sunin is your godfather, Kiba joined in, or the fact that he always seemed to know everything before we were taught at Shikamaru. Deigned to contribute. Yes, Naruto said loudly, tall, ignoring his friends, that I didn't do it all. I just pointed out the blonde. Well, then we'll have to see which is greater, my hard work or your stamina, he declared, immediately turning his attention to his mentor. Naruto cursed the fact that he read his friend and so attack him so much when I was distracted during the exam. It would probably be a bad idea. Yes, Gai sensei asked. Take them off, he ordered. Gai Liz's eyes widened. Are you sure? I thought I know, nodded Gai smiling. But it's time to show these people what you're made of, he said. Gai, I'll do it. Liggy nodded determinedly. He bent down and began to undo the weights around his legs. Naruto was really cursing having a code of honor right now. He seriously believes that taking off a few measly weights will give him enough advantage. Temari asked skeptically. I don't know, said Shikamaru thoughtfully. No matter how loud and ostentatious they are, I don't think Gai lag in such a procession for a few kilos. Besides, they are both known for taking things to the extreme, said the Nara, but those things are tiny. He protested that Mary would wait. Can they have asked the topic question and was answered when Leah carelessly threw the two weights to the side as if they weighed nothing, to the surprise of the majority of the stadium. The weights left a huge crack in the ground and caused a large cloud of dust. Temari blinked. I corrected myself, he said. I knew I should have made a bet, Shikamaru said absently. So why didn't you do it? Temari asked. Shikamaru shrugged. It was too troublesome, right? Temari rolled his eyes. Like I knew you were going to say that, he asked. Have you told him more than 2 words? Kibo offered. No one has asked you, Temari blurted out. I don't need to be asked. He declared that he was going to give it his head. You know, you two would make a good couple, he said. Shikamaru would have responded, but he felt confident that the Sunagakure Kunoichi would react. Enough for both of us. I'm 16, he's 12, what the hell is wrong with you? Temari demanded. 13, Shikamaru corrected. That's not much better. Temari insisted. In a couple of years there won't be any difference. He said that he was going with contempt, then come back by then, Agenda ordered, or I will, he said that. He was going with an evil gleam in his eyes. Akamaru barked twice. No, I don't think it's strange that I keep trying to fool all my friends, he barked again, but Hino would really be fine with that guy Angu, and he looks like Sasuke but paler, so he wouldn't even have a problem in that aspect. He objected that he was going, and you have to admit that the idea that I Red has pink hair is enough to cheer me up. Lilia got the girl, she said she was going. Can she really understand all that barking? Niji asked. Chinese shrugged her shoulders slightly. I don't know, but it may not matter. Why? Because that boy already has enough problems, said poor Hinata-sama. To think he's in a team with him. Meli shook his head. And I, who thought Lily was bad, said no, you said something like the first 2 when Naruto tricked you into revealing that you were back, Sasuke whispered. No, my uncle Sakura. Liz was moving too fast for Naruto to see with clarity. He could see the blur, and since if he managed to win, if he managed to land a solid blow, but that was being difficult, given the circumstances. Perhaps for the first time in his life, he wished he had a Sharingan, so he could know where he would attack there, but then he reminded himself that that would be cheating and quickly dismissed the thought. Half jutsu shadow clones, Naruto said, forming hand seals as he dodged Lily's right fist, but was hit by Lily's left foot. Naruto doubled over, automatically grabbing his back stomach. Reads without weights, had a good punch or kick, whatever. He quickly straightened up and glided towards his army of clones. I may not be able to tell which one is the real you, Lily admitted, but it doesn't matter since it just hit, it should dispel the fake ones, and I can take them out quickly, he said. Try it, I challenge a clone. That's why he was the first to leave. Naruto waited silently as Liz moved between her clones and the ones with ease. Fortunately, it seemed like Lil had chosen to start with the clones on the opposite side. From what I read, Naruto headed towards his real opponent last, having already had to dissipate dozens of shadow clones. Lee was getting frustrated and starting to slow down. Naruto wasn't entirely sure That he should use this during the exam, but Gaara had killed someone and Sasuke had used the Chiter and the first time and would most likely use it again, so why wouldn't it do some damage, but it probably wouldn't be close to how bad it would be. Lil had been injured after opening all those doors and being on the receiving end of Gaara's Rasengan Desert Coffin. Naruto screamed as Lee dispelled the clone to his left. Lily's eyes widened and she tried to move away, but it was too much. Late the Rasengan didn't hit him head-on, but it still sent him flying, and his head hit the ground with a nauseating crunch. Obito waited a moment to see if Lee would get when he didn't, he rushed to see his state. Naruto Namikaze is the winner of the combat. Someone bring a doctor, he said immediately. The doctors on duty went to Lily's side with a stretcher. Naruto bit his lip as he hurried up to the balcony to join his friends. Do you think I went a little overboard? He asked worriedly. It could be worse, Sasuke said with a shrug. He may need medical attention, but so did half the people at the preliminaries. Besides, it's not like getting hit will jeopardize his chances of remaining a ninja, Sasuke said. That's something with wine, Sakura remembering. Not even the breaking of half of her limbs was enough to dampen Lily's insane determination that had only worsened her condition in the month before the finals by trying to ignore her injuries. Is the next one, he asked. What was going? That would be me, said Shikamaru raising a hand lazily, although I'm not sure I want to do it. I mean after me there is her, and then Sasuke who really wants to see me fight. Asked him nothing. It doesn't matter who wants to see you fight or not, since you won't like the consequences if you quit and don't give me the chance to do so, said Tamari grabbing his arm and dragging him towards the stairs. You think you know what's problematic, believe me you have no idea, she said, though I admire Tamari's determination. Any match involving Shikamaru that doesn't come with some kind of external time restriction will take hours, Naruto commented. Do they want to go to lunch? Asked, but I have my match after this, Sakura protested. Hours, Naruto repeated. I don't know. Sakura was speechless. I got up after Shikamaru's match during the preliminaries, Sasuke reminded her, and I arrived on time. Yes, but you're in Uchiha, Sakura pointed out. Everyone wanted to see you in the finals. So they weren't going to kick you out of the playoffs. Preliminaries for being a few hours late, she said. Inegi is the promising prodigy of the Hyuga, and they will want to give him the opportunity to shine, Sasuke pointed out. Also Naruto is right, the fight will last hours, Sasuke said, but also lunch, Sakura responded. She was going to say something about being surprised by that. Sasuke actually agreed with me, but then I realized he would just say it would happen more often if I was right more often. So yeah, Naruto interrupted himself. It's kind of pathetic that you can have arguments with me in your head, Sasuke said bluntly, and I don't even win them all the time, Naruto said sadly, shaking his head. Okay, come on, Sakura decided. Kakashi is kind of busy making sure your father doesn't die. So he can't come. Does that mean it'll just be the three of us? He asked. That's not funny, said Naruto shaking his head. His eyes lit up. Hey Gora, do you want to go eat with us? Asked Gaara. Blinked slowly. But what about the combat? Questioned the redeemed. Naruto made a gesture to move his worry. Don't worry, we've done this before. I just have to leave a few shadow clones and then one of them will dissipate and tell me. When the fight is over it's not going to be very exciting, and the only person of us who will need to rush is Sakura. Naruto said okay. He accepted. Camera, where are we going? He asked, and Shiraku, Ramen, Sasuke and Sakura chanted. Naruto scratched his head. I was actually going to suggest that barbecue place, since I was worried that they would get sick of the ramen, but they do insist. Kakashi said he had turned his attention to his team as soon as it was time for Shikamaru's fight, and so he watched them leave. This was going to take a while, lucky bastards, and so the moral of the story is that you should never ever under any circumstances run away with a serpent who has admitted to wanting your body, Naruto concluded. Tuchi and his daughter just stare at him. That's very good, Naruto said. But what does that have to do with your theory that turning Shiraku Ramen into a tsukemen shop would destroy the economy? Asked. The man has everything to do with it, Naruto insisted. Sakura sighed heavily. That is always the moral of all Naruto stories, it doesn't matter what they are about, she said seriously. Asked Sasuke innocently. This has to be the first time I've heard this. Too bad, it seems like a good advice, said Naruto. Made a face. Bastard commented. Turning to Tagusium, he continued seriously, but seriously don't do it, or if you do at least leave your basic ramen of my roast pork fillet, suggested Naruto. Of course yes, Naruto agreed to call, looking at him a little strange. If you could put it in writing, that would be great, Naruto started to say. Sakura hit him on the head. A word it should be enough. Stop obsessing. Also in the worst case you can always combine them manually, she said. I know. Naruto got angry, but it's so don't you dare, Sasuke warned. You never let me do anything, Naruto complained. Gaara looked with slight confusion. The three of them are really friends, he sounded skeptical. Not by choice, Sasuke grumbled. They just wouldn't stop following me and in the end he stopped. I didn't care why, he asked. I had been led to believe that friends acted less. Gaara hesitated. Searching for the word hostile, he asked, or friends. Did Naruto assured him if you don't treat your friends well, they will probably abandon you as a friend, or they have huge self-esteem problems that you will only make worse either way. It's not the best idea, said the blonde. The best friends are different, however, said Sakura. The three of us along with Kakashi have a lot of history, and once that happens the dynamic tends to change since you're more comfortable around others, so you can tease more without having to worry about the other person being offended. And if someone has a problem or an overwhelming obsession, they're kind of expected to open up about it, right? You know, they asked the pink-haired. What did you say? I'm sorry, Sakura. I'm still marveling at how brilliant Naruto's morals were, and I'm wondering why no one had told me before. It could have been useful, you know, Sasuke told her. I don't understand, Gaara admitted. You will, Naruto assured him. I mean, we're your friends, and we've only known you for a little over a month, he said. But why did Gaara press? Naruto shrugged. Since when did he need a reason to add someone to his collection of friends? Something told him that mentioning the existence of said collection probably wouldn't be very well received. Because you're amazing, he asked. Although I recommend that you don't follow our example in terms of not trying to kill any of your friends. I advise Sakura, you have tried to kill each other. Gaara didn't seem surprised. Yes, he nodded. Naruto, Sasuke tried to kill me, and Sakura tried to kill Sasuke, Naruto said. And Naruto tried to kill Sakura, Sasuke added. I'm surprised he was upset because it's not like she was a threat when she came for him. Ichiha said to me that was an accident, Naruto protested. Maybe you made me cry, Sakura declared, crossing her arms. Or come on, you were crying all the time back then, Naruto pointed out. Maybe I had been crying, and I mean tears of right, not those creepy tears of blood, so that might have affected me, although I can't promise I wouldn't have found it funny remembering it, said Naruto. Why cry real tears when you can make it more dramatic by making them tears of blood? Sasuke asked rhetorically. So no, Naruto decided to answer. Anyway, he didn't cry all the time, Sakura objected. Only when something really horrible and traumatic happened did he say it was all the time. Then it reminded her. Naruto turned to Gaara. But don't worry, we're over almost all of that, he said. Almost everything, he repeated. In my defense, I have Sasuke on my team, Naruto replied. Same for me, but with Naruto, said Sasuke, and he dresses in orange, he said, and I have to endure. That's what Sakura said, pointing at the two boys who were looking at her. Naruto suddenly shook. Sakura, it's time, he said. He knew he wouldn't make it in time, Sakura said as she jumped up. You could have left at any time, Sasuke pointed out, and left you too alone with poor, impressionable Gaara, Sakura demanded. Not even remotely, said. Try not to lose before we get there. Do you want? Sasuke asked. Sakura's only response was to close the door behind her. Blink at that with a leaf. It's not normal, she said. I know, no, it's great, Naruto smiled. We should go too, Sasuke asked. We'll get there when we get there, Naruto said nonchalantly. He motioned for him to come back. Can I have another bowl? Kakashi couldn't remember the last time he felt so grateful for the Jiraiya books. Shikamaru's fight had lasted over 4 hours. Strangely, his boys still hadn't returned from their lunch. On the other hand, maybe it wasn't so strange considering that Naruto was at a ramen bar, and Gaara went too, and Kakashi really didn't have the faith in that boy's sanity that Naruto apparently had, so it was always a possibility that he would snap and try to kill them all. I really hope that wouldn't be the case, since that would cause some inevitable delays, some paperwork on his part, and he would be stuck there for hours and hours. Oh, and he would feel pretty bad if his team died, of course, but they could take care of themselves, no problem, probably at least against Gaara, since they had already defeated him once that day. In fact, exactly a timeline. Well, that was certainly something, said Minato, trying to get excited. Shikamaru had a brilliant strategy and teamer, and he certainly had some good moves there, said Temari. Was guided throughout the whole fight for a boy who barely moved an inch and seemed to be asleep half the time, replied the Kazekage. I'm lucky that boy is a certified genius, or his Nagakure would have been even more embarrassed. Still, it was a better show than how Kangaroo did it against the Hyuga prodigy, said the man. Naruto showed that it would be quite difficult to do the worst and at least keep going. No, Kakashi pointed out. If I remember correctly, he will fight Naruto in the next round, and God knows that boy is too hyperactive to stay still for 5 minutes in a fight, and much less for 240, he said. That's it, I guess, the Kazekage agreed. He cheered up. Oh, and it will be my daughter against his Hokage-sama, said the Kazekage. Minato really raised his eyebrows. It should be an interesting confrontation, said Minato. Having himself been temporarily in the Hokage's seat, Kakashi realized that this was nothing more than the Kage's speech to show off. Eternally, this was not going to be a fun fight either. Sakura ran down to the floor of the house. Sand at the sounds of Ino berating Shikamaru. Seriously, what part should I have? Revenge? You didn't understand, he asked. And I didn't. I'm sorry, and I didn't, but I thought you were talking about Sasuke, or that you were Sasuke with your topic. Either way, I assumed Sasuke was involved somehow, and I quickly stopped worrying. I apologized, Shikamaru, but you had her frozen, and you could have made her give up, she screamed. And no, why the hell didn't you do it? She asked. I was out of chakra, Shikamaru explained. How did I explain when I gave up, or am I not the one The only one guilty of not listening on this team said the nothing without chakra, and he didn't blurt out you had enough to catch her. Well, you explained your convoluted plan, and she gave up without necessarily if you had chakra for that you would have chakra to make her give up or knock herself out or something like that, said the girl maybe aloud Shikamaru, but he wouldn't have anything for the next fight he said, but if you won you would have a better chance of promotion he reminded her, and no that's great and no, except I don't want to be here in the first place I don't want to fight in a second round, I definitely don't want to fight someone as troublesome as Naruto, and the only reason there could be to be promoted is to not have to go through an exam like this again Shikamaru. Counterattacked also Tamari said true Kunoichis fight their own battles finish growing up and then challenge me to a rematch or something like that if you're so desperate, Tamari said, I'll do it and he didn't swear, I have a new goal in life, he said, you know, Tamari said absent-mindedly. It's at times like this that I understand why Kankuro hates. Both to the children said Tamari sorry I'm late said Sakura when she finally turned to her opponent finally said Niji sounding extremely irritated you were in the bathroom for 25 minutes, why did you take so long the Hyuga asked well two things one get used to it, because people usually spend a lot of time ridiculous amount of time in the bathrooms, two I'm a pubescent girl, why the hell are you asking me that asked Sakura the boy is right, said Obito it's really better that you don't ask anyway, let the hopeful begin fourth fight between Niji and Hyuga and Sakura Haruno, you are going to lose this fight, Niji informed him very naturally, that you don't know that argument Sakura we haven't started fighting yet he said, and yet the result is predetermined, he insisted on it, Sakura moaned no. More of this Del she said there is nothing wrong with accepting that some things are inevitable, for example you have pink hair and you will never be a chakra power, I am a member of the Hyuga branch and a prodigy these are things about us that we can change, I have no problem fighting a girl, but facing someone as weak as you well, it would just be embarrassing for both of us save yourself. The pain and humiliation your friend Ino suffered and give up now God knows her loss has led her to seek revenge unlike Tamari, I don't live 3 days away and in fact it would bother me a lot if you started regularly challenging me to battles of honor or any other nonsense that you think would make you feel better about yourself. Said Mealy Sakura decided that it would be a lot less difficult if he got it all out at the beginning, instead of stopping every 5 seconds to give a speech about why he thought she was he looked to the top left at the balcony, where the other finalists clearly looked like Naruto and Sasuke. They were there but she knew they couldn't come back yet or Naruto would start giving his own speech as Niji wasn't finished, yet she let her eyes drift to the bottom right before scanning the crowd her parents still they hadn't committed to being in the exam or missing it, and it would have been nice to know maybe after the fight, she could ask Niji to check it out for her if she was done being a fatalist you can't fool my eyes Niji said a little louder perhaps being able to see that she was not listening against my pressure a moment ago, you have floated your eyes to the upper left, this is a sign that you are remembering your past experiences your painful past said Mealy yes, you can know which direction I'm really looking and the power of the Byakugan is great, Sakura said sarcastically and in reality I was just looking for my friends, but tell me what do you know about my past to make it painful my tragically large forehead, because looking back it wasn't really noticeable so much, and I grew up with her, and even if I hadn't had it, I have better things to worry about, and a forehead protector, too. Said Sakura in favor of staying on topic and continuing her psychological assault on the girl with long hair. Rose Niji continued as if she hadn't heard her, and after that you look to the bottom right that is a sign that you are imagining physical and mental pain, basically you are thinking about yourself, and from the entire experience until now you are imagining the results of this fight. Imagining you're going to lose Spit-Eye Sakura snorted please as if I needed to imagine losing my teammates have already been doing a good job of that for the last month said Sakura, I believe in you Kakashi said, not by choice, I'm sure, Sakura replied. Does it matter? It's more than what they give you. Naruto or Sasuke, Kakashi pointed out. See, not even your own team believes in you, Mealy said. That's a little pathetic, she said. What's pathetic is how much my stinks. Team replied Sakura and let's just say that destiny does exist and it's not just an easy justification for how things turned out after the fact how the hell do you know what my destiny is you claim you can see the future now asked Sakura hardly scoffed Niji, that's the kind of thing Sharingan users do said, I feel so discriminated against, sighed Kakashi Itachi gave him a strange look, why aren't you? An Uchiha and don't have a Sharingan Itachi said by proxy he was quick to explain Kakashi for Obito and Sasuke who are busy being professionals or they are not here to say the habit man is not going to care Itachi pointed out, although Sasuke could swear revenge, he said some fights I think I will win them, but I'm not sure Sasuke Naruto and Gaara are all very powerful, and not necessarily they have to keep me in range for my gentle fist style to work Lee, although he is a failure in most aspects of being a shinobi he is a master of Taijutsu, and closing his chakra wouldn't affect him, as much as most even Tamari could use his fan to keep me out of range of blows and you, Niji said with contempt. You are a pink-haired civilian who passed by the force of her teammates' powers, and because Hinata-sama still has a long way to go before she is close to his maximum potential, Mei said. I can't exactly avoid the hair, you know, Sakura snorted. I know, she nodded solemnly. It's destiny, she said, or genetic, Sakura replied. I feel like the next thing you're going to do is accuse me of being a witch, Sakura said, and I feel like this fight isn't going to happen. Nowhere, let anyone do something before I'm forced to take drastic measures, Obito threatened. Well, he grumbled, but after I defeat you, I'm going to hang around your hospital room until I finish explaining to you how and why. You'll never amount to anything, said Melee Sakura. She shuddered. This had just gotten serious. And he approached her quickly from the beginning, and Sakura had never been so grateful that she had learned to predict and avoid an enemy's attack during her stay. As Tsunade's personal punching bag, fortunately, it was almost impossible. Arrogant, and all he had seen of her was her basic Taijutsu fight with Hinata, in which she hadn't even used her monster strength. A clean hit from her should be enough to take Neji down. But then without her managing to block her chakra, she would be left without options due to her lack of a readily available second source of chakra like the one Naruto had used. Although she was pretty sure that Neji could use all of those high-level techniques from the main house. Hyuga that he wasn't supposed to know also knew that he wouldn't waste them on someone he had just called a civilian. Of course, the chances of him landing a really good hit weren't very high, so a couple of hits wasn't so good they would have to be enough. Sakura backed away a few meters. Annoyed, in 5 minutes of exchanging blows Neji had managed to seal half of the chakra points of her left arm. Simply charming, he threw kunai at her that she lazily caught and returned she really wasn't taking it seriously, but at least he had kept quiet about destiny. You see, we've barely started and you've already shown that you're no match for me, Melee said, showing that she had thought too soon. Even so, at least it wasn't as bad as when she had complained to Naruto that she could never understand having a symbol of ostracism, as if anyone outside of the Hyuga cared about that stupid seal. Plus his attempt to kill the most progressive heiress the Hyuga had ever had was also somewhat counterproductive. He had confused at the time, but looking back he didn't blame Naruto for his manic laughter. That's why you haven't landed a blow yet. Not that it matters, he said. That we'll see, growled Sakura, lashing out at him with her fist. Right. Withdrawn, Neji raised his right arm almost casually to block her blow. Sakura had to admit that the look on Neji's face when the blow broke his arm was priceless and almost made up for her monologue. However, it didn't even come close to making up for her dread of more monologues after the match. What have you done? Neji asked her. I broke your arm, Sakura said innocently. How did it feel? She asked. Neji's eyes narrowed. It looked like she had just made him angry. Don't you think we should come back soon? Sasuke asked. Why should we? Naruto asked, putting down another bowl of ramen. Ara had decided to return shortly after Sakura, but Naruto still hadn't finished his third helping of everything on the menu. Well, Sakura's fight can't last that long, and I'm right behind of her, replied Sasuke, and I still have my Sasuke clone and my Naruto clone in place, so when the fight is over, I'll let you know, promised Naruto. That's great, but I'm already late for my preliminary fight, and I don't want to be late again, Sasuke one said to him. After all, that was what killed me the first time, Sasuke said. Sasuke, there is a difference between being 5 or 10 minutes late and not showing up for hours, which forces you to reorganize all the fights and still arriving almost too late to compete, pointed out Naruto. But the last time it was supposed to be the second match, and this time and the fifth before burning in Shikamaru, and whoever else reached the final. Ask Chinese. Sasuke and Kankuro, answered Naruto, but the puppet boy resigned, so that doesn't matter to them. It bought time, said Naruto. Shikamaru's fight bought me up to the last minute, I'm sure, Sasuke agreed, and the fact that you've only been able to fight for 5 minutes or so and that you've shown more and more signs of instability can't have helped your situation either. Because Naruto reminded him of that seal. It wasn't my fault, Sasuke insisted. You still had it and you were still making public the fact that you had problems, even though you didn't feel the need to go into it. Naruto paused. Well, not until your monologue in the Valley of the End said. Oh, you can't complain about that. You wanted to know, stated Sasuke. Really not, Naruto discreet. I just wanted to know why you were leaving, he said, and I told you so, said Sasuke, crossing his arms in irritation. And I couldn't know done that without telling me the whole story of your life, asked Naruto. Can anyone? Sasuke challenged. That's the philosophy you base all your therapy you gossip on, isn't it? Sasuke asked. Good point. We'll come back when I'm done with this bowl. If it weren't for the fact that Neji was fighting one-handed, his increasing cruelty would probably mean it was all over for Sakura. On the other hand, if it weren't for the fact that she had pulverized his hand, he wouldn't be so angry or so tragically messed up. And he had managed to seal several chakra points on his right arm. So lethal blows were out of the question. That didn't mean she was helpless when it came to defensive taijutsu, and in fact it was kind of a blessing in disguise, since she didn't have to worry about him hitting her. At her arm since she had already done it several times if he managed to overcome her defenses and attack her organs, she would be in trouble, so her arms would take as many hits as she needed. Even though he now took her seriously, most of her strong blows required the two hands, so even though she couldn't use chakra through her hands, she wasn't in that bad shape. A break in Nei's defense and the kid saw she aimed a chakra-infused kick at Niji's stomach, and she was glad to hear how several ribs were broken. Melly remained on the ground for a moment and then stood up with difficulty. He seemed to be having difficulty breathing. "Can you continue?" asked Obito. Nejil looked down, speculating for a moment before shaking his head. "No use, it's no use, my lung is punctured," he said slowly. "No. How could you have asked the Hyuga in direct combat?" "I probably couldn't yet," Sakura admitted. "I have a long way to go to get to where I think I should be anyway." Today was a perfect opportunity to have a direct combat, but you have not taken advantage of it. You underestimated me because you saw my pink hair and my lack of ninja clan, and you assumed that I do not take this. I seriously do it. If you want to know people know me, and then do your judgments, feel free to do them sooner and insist that you know people's fate is arrogant to a fault and could be very wrong. Today you should have won. Think about why you didn't do it," said Sakura. "I think I have never been more shocked in my life," she said. "Kakashi, well, there was one time I found that scroll and convinced my team to come back." "No, this is somehow even more shocking," said. "So this turn of events is surprising?" asked K. Coffee. "Less than half a year ago I was a fanatic who was graduating by force of his written exam," explained Kakashi. "I see," said the Kazekage. "Is a big change. He must be a very gifted teacher," said the man. "That seems true," asked Kakashi happily. "Why does it only seem like that?" asked Itachi. "I didn't say it just seems like it," Kakashi lied. "Then why say it seems like that instead of saying it's true?" Itachi pressed. "Because he was trying to be modest," suggested Kakashi. "I don't know, stop being picky," Kakashi said. "The training over the last month definitely helped," pointed out Minato. "Has always been demanding, but a good teacher," said Oh, asked the Kazekage. "That girl was working with Tsunade. I thought she recognized those attacks by channeling chakra through her punches and kicks. It must have been a race against time, since that boy could seal her chakra," said the Kazekage. In fact, Sakura had a definite point about that fight. However, she agreed Minato Niji was controlling most of the fight and Sakura only gave 2 blows, but she made them count considering the ease with which she eliminated Canculus. I have to say that the fight would have gone very well in Nello's favor, and if he had taken her seriously, although using your best moves from the beginning, it is not always wise to goad her in that way. Obviously she has some unresolved problems," he said. "Minato, there is a certain appeal in stopping in the middle of a fight to mock your opponents for all their failures and your own genius." The cafe mused, should out loud, but it should still not be underestimated. If there is a time and a place for everything in half of the Chunin exam, it certainly isn't, said the Kazekage. "I love that none of the rules we teach our gaming players apply once they grow up and start to fend for themselves." Kakashi sighed. "Once they reach a certain level, they know more or less how to stay alive and finish their missions, so they deserve a little leeway," declared Minato. "Well, if we didn't have these rules in place, all the gamings would get themselves killed shortly after graduation, and that would be a disaster," said Minato. "I know it," agreed the coffee. "Should think about all the paperwork," he said. "And the poor innocent dead children, right?" Minato asked. The coffee seemed surprised. "That oh yes, dead children mean you need replacements, and training them can take a long time," said the man. "And people say that he knows is the strange one," said Minato, shaking his head in bewilderment, considering how little the other nations seem to care about their shinobi. "In a way we are," pointed out Kakashi. "However, not everything is bad, since we can do practically whatever we want, and as long as we don't announce it with pride, we easily continue to maintain our title of nice people," said the man. "It's good that your security has increased, Hokage-sama," Itachi told him. "Why?" did Minato ask. "Because apart from Kakashi, the only one who bet on Sakura was Tsunade," Jaime replied. Itachi, Minato and Kakashi exchanged horrified looks, and even the coffee seemed a little scared. "I tell you that we are not late," insisted Naruto as he finally headed to the arena. "But at least my clone of those that would have dispersed and warned me," said Naruto. "Maybe something happened," Sasuke suggested, "because I really don't see Sakura being able to hold Niji for so long," said Sasuke. "Maybe she started Monogar again," Naruto offered. Sasuke stared at him. "Monologuing? Are you serious?" he asked. Naruto nodded. "It used to be pretty bad. With it he almost gave Hinata a nervous breakdown during the preliminaries and then made sure to tell me his life story during the finals right before insisting that he never I could understand what it's like to be an outcast," said Naruto. Sasuke snorted. "You're an outcast, don't even dream of it," said Sasuke. "And in this timeline, you'd be right," said Naruto. "Still, it's quite strange that he was one of the 5 people who didn't know who that was me before I met. On the other hand, I guess people my age tend to miss the adults who go around complaining about me every time something goes wrong in their lives," he said. "They didn't just refer to you as the fox brat and no one. If I didn't know about the Kyuubi, I had an idea who they were referring to," Sasuke or Naruto clarified. He blinked. That was a way to avoid that edict of not talking about the Kyuubi. I guess. But seriously, Niji's monologues were practically infamous after the exams. I'm sure you don't remember. Naruto asked. Naruto, Sasuke said patiently after my preliminary fight. I went through a sealing ritual and was unconscious and didn't appear in the finals until my fight after the invasion. I was busy dealing with the aftermath and our lack of Hokage. And then I was comatose until I left. By the time I got back he had clearly finished monologuing. So how could I be expected to know this? Sasuke asked. Is it your fault for leaving in the first place? Naruto snorted. Sasuke rolled his eyes. That may have been the least convincing reason. What have I heard to stay, said Sasuke. Naruto looked embarrassed. Yes, well, believe me, the fight could very well not have started yet the way Neji can't continue, said the blonde. They passed in front of the stands and were heading to the balcony where they should be when he stopped them. A pink-haired woman. Excuse me, she said, but you are Sakura's teammates, right? Sasuke, Uchiha and Naruto. Namikaze, she asked, are we? Confirmed, Sasuke is related to her, the Uchiha asked, I'm her mother, Momoko Haruno, and this is my husband who did that, introduced Monoko, pointing to a man who was on her left. We've heard a lot about you. He told them he did nothing illegal. I hope, Naruto said half seriously. He didn't laugh. Monoko clearly thinking he was joking, and everything was fine apart from something about an obsession with Ramen and a streak of obsessive revenge, said the woman. I don't even believe in revenge, Naruto objected, and I don't even like Ramen, Sasuke added. Momoko shrugged her shoulders. Well, I don't know what to tell you, she said. We wanted to thank you for having helped Sakura these last few months. She told them what she did. We have never had a ninja in the family and you who are from Shinobi clan. Sakura wanted to be a ninja ever since she met the little Yamanaka and no, but we didn't know what it entailed and we were worried that she got into trouble and got hurt, but now it seems that she faces prodigies and she trains with legendary doctors, said the man. For the role they have played in helping our daughter get to this point we thank you, said Momoko with sincerity. No worry about it, Naruto said a little awkwardly. Whatever part they played made her feel useless, abandoning her for Itagakura and then the Akatsuki are going on a 3-year training trip. Somehow he doubted that was what Sakura's parents expected. That it was her role. We were happy to help a talented girl like Sakura reach her potential, Sasuke said diplomatically. However, I am next, so he said. Of course, said Momoko, tell our daughter that I congratulate her for having we've come this far and we're proud of her. Yes, the woman asked. I guess the fight is over. Then Naruto reflected. It's a shame she lost before we could see their fight. But Naruto blinked as his clones dissipated. He absorbed the memories of the fight. Sasuke, Sakura, not really now, Sasuke said impatiently. I have to go up so they can call me for my fight, he said. It was time for them to show up, Sakura said. Once they reached the balcony, they saw something about my fight, Sakura asked. It's not my fault that Naruto didn't stop eating, or that you couldn't hold Neji back long enough for us to get there, Sasuke insisted. I guess you'll make him monologue. Naruto was sure that would buy enough time, Sasuke said. Well, he was taking a while, Sakura admitted. But then Obito threatened to take drastic measures if we didn't hurry up to fight, she said. Your parents congratulated you and said they were proud of you, Naruto told her. Although I don't understand why you told him that I was obsessed with revenge and Sasuke with Ramen, said Naruto. Or so my parents decided to show up after all, asked Sakura, delighted. Excellent, but I never said that. Sakura said your parents told us that you did it, she replied. I said that Naruto was the Ramen crazy and that Sasuke had problems of revenge, Sakura clarified. Oh, Naruto said that would make more sense. He said I can see how they would be proud of you for making it to the finals, but as for why they would congratulate you for losing, maybe you did well enough for them to they were promoted anyway, Sasuke guessed. They had better be, because if you are the reason why I have to discover the spring of youth, then I swear I haven't lost, Sakura said. Sasuke blinked. What do you mean you didn't lose? Asked the Uchiha. I want. Say I won, replied Sakura. It's really so hard to believe, asked Sasuke, shook his head sadly. Poor Sakura, she must be so devastated that she's hallucinated, she said. Oh, that's it, someone handing me something sharp, ordered Sakura. It bothers me a little that this team is turning out to be more homicidal than ours, Temari confessed, and that apparently they are giving friendship lessons to Yara. I have been waiting for this fight. He announced that he was going since. Yes, I don't care, Sasuke cut him off. I just want to fight Naruto, and Gaara will probably be a fun opponent too, but above all Naruto, said Sasuke. So you have faith that he will win his next fight, said Sakura, irritated. Sasuke nodded. Of course I have nothing against Temari, but Naruto is my rival. I have to have faith in him, because if he sucks that is reflected bad in me, said Sasuke. That's why he didn't want Konohamaru to declare me his rival. Naruto accepted well that, and that he had a tendency to harass me very noticeably, and he's only 8 years old. He Also looks bad if your rival is in his first year at the academy, although I kinda sucked when our epic rivalry started, said the blonde. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. What can I say, I looked under the bottom, said Sasuke. I have to seriously look into recording that phrase, decided Kakashi. They are so stupid, complained Sakura. Hey, it's not don't have an epic rivalry with Hino, Naruto pointed out. I think she's more focused on Temari right now, to be honest, Sakura replied. Well, I'll be leaving soon and you're welcome. She said. Temari, seriously, I don't need her to be obsessed with me. Said the blonde from Sunagaker. It's not. But our rivalry is the same since it started out a little more focused on boys than yours, Sakura added. I think it did, Sasuke agreed, seeing that neither Naruto nor I like boys, he said. At that moment, he started laughing. It amused you. What I said, Sasuke asked coldly. Wow, it's just don't listen to me, the absurdity of what you just said has been too much for me. He informed him that he was going after his laughter calms down to the point of being able to speak again. You try hard to provoke me, he pointed out. Sasuke, why did he ask why? It's fun, Kiba replied. Besides, it's almost as easy to do as provoking Naruto, but twice as fun and good practice for when we're related someday. He said he was going, that day, it'll never happen. Sasuke insisted. Keep telling you that. Sasuke said he was condescending because if I understand the situation correctly, then you can start the fight now, Sasuke interrupted, turning towards Obito. But the additions to our family is something I really need to know, Obito protested. But now is not the time, Sasuke exclaimed. Obito sighed. Well, Starty said death, after what happened with Chino and his poor bugs, normally I would have some reservations about using Kakamaru, but since I have your word that it is not something as pathetic as threatening to kill them and not I surrender, I'm going to go ahead with my original plan. Let's go, he ordered. I don't want you surrender, Sasuke told him, activating his Sharingan. I want to knock you unconscious. While he was going, Camargo smoked and threw it in front of him. Your Sharingan won't be of much use to you if you can't see, he gloated. A bit of goods, better than nothing, replied Sasuke, who saw Kamaru approaching literally a fraction of a second before the dog had made contact and reached out to grab him, coming out of the smoke. Sasuke raised his prize. That was an oversight. Your part, Kiba said. Sasuke, what are you going to do with him? He was going to demand to kill him. You swore you wouldn't. He said he was going. Sasuke rolled his eyes. For the love of God, I'm a ninja, and not the Naruto type. Why the hell would you take me at my word? But it turns out that I have no intention of killing him, Sasuke said. Then what are you going to do? Kiba pressed on with a bit of fear seeping into his voice. Manjutsu Sharingan, Sasuke said by way of explanation. He turned the puppy around until they had eye contact. Tsukiyomi immediately, Akamaru stayed limp in Sasuke's arms. Akamaru, Kiba shouted. What have you done to him? The Imizuka asked. You know, Sasuke said. Sakura using the Tsukiyomi. It may not really be killing him, but torturing the cubs really isn't that good in the eyes of the fans, said the girl. Like if I cared, Sasuke replied, or the minimum requirement of sanity, Naruto said. I didn't torture him, Sasuke insisted. Then you're saying you didn't trap him in an illusory world of your own creation for what seemed like 3 days, Naruto asked. Innocently. Oh, I didn't, confirm Sasuke. I just sent him to a world with a lot of cats he can run around with, said Sasuke. Here, catch him, he said, throwing the inert form of a camera to his partner. Don't you think you're exaggerating with that, asked Sakura. I mean using it on Orochimaru was one thing, and I could even understand when you used it with that cat, but also with Akamaru, said Sakura. If I have had to deal with the circumstances to obtain it, then I see no reason not to use it every time I can. I disagree, Sasuke, and you use it every time. What can you accept? Naruto, if he has any psychological scars from this and needs therapy, I will totally send you the bill. He threatened that he was going to catch the flying puppy. Is there some place where I can put him until the end of the fight? He asked who was going alone. Put him aside and wait for that area. But the wall did not suffer any damage in the course of the fight, advised Death. Sasuke blinked confused. There is therapy with dogs, asked. Of course, were you going or not, surprised that he did not already know, especially the hunters, since they have to deal with the same type of traumatic experiences that ninja said they were going to. We don't even have therapists for people, but we have them for that. Sasuke couldn't believe it. Of course we have people therapists, Kiba exclaimed. Of course they're civilians, so don't go many ninjas, because a lot of information is classified. The therapist would not understand it, and they simply do not want to traumatize a civilian for the reason that he needs therapy. He said he would. Why no one was kind enough to mention this to me a few years ago when I really could have used it, Sasuke asked. The clan's policy was that the Uchiha are above such commoner things as therapy, offered Death. Don't worry, Sasuke, I'm as upset as you are that no one has mentioned it, Naruto assured him, because seriously, that's 4 years of my life that I can't get back. Well, not through any sensible method at least, said Naruto, as if he was really one to judge sanity, muttered Kakashi, or to me for that matter, or to anyone who doesn't suck, as Ninja said, I'm perfectly sane. Minato protested. You sealed a demon in your son, the Kazekage reminded him. And even though I did exactly the same thing and I think it's a wonderful, though unstable, source of great power, I also fully recognize that it's not behavior. I agree, the Kazekage said. No. I had a choice. Minato insisted the village was being attacked. He said with leaves he always has excuses. The Kage said he should with pleasure. You know, I really didn't expect Sasuke to use such a powerful genjutsu on a puppy in an exam fight. Shunin Itachi reflected. I don't think I've ever used him for something so frivolous. He said yes. But Sasuke has problems, Kakashi pointed out, and technically 12. The man said, that reminds me, you think Sasuke is right and that we should have taken him to therapy. Itachi wondered. Okay, I was against it of our usual policy, but since everyone was dead, that didn't necessarily mean anything, said Itachi. Kakashi, he thought about it. Well, he could have helped. But he would never have accepted. After all, since he now knows the possibility, he doesn't. There's nothing stopping him from going to look for her after the exam, but I'll bet you anything that he won't, said Kakashi. He's a ninja now, Itachi pointed out, and Kiba has an envelope that ninjas have difficulties with therapists, he said, only when it comes to business. Ninja and the loss of family doesn't have to be a ninja issue, Kakashi told him, given the circumstances. Yes it was, Itachi replied. If nothing else, he could probably benefit from some good civilian therapy on how to deal with the changes in his family. One, since he really seemed to take the idea of being even indirectly related to Kiba badly, suggested Kakashi. Do you think he's really that upset by the prospect? Itachi asked, worried. Hana and I are a little young to be getting married, but we've been dating for the past few years, so it's a very real possibility. However, I wouldn't want to do anything that would seriously upset Sasuke, Itachi said. Sasuke doesn't like being teased, and it seems like he really likes doing it, but don't worry. It'll be fine if you do it, Kakashi assured him. Although, you might want to make sure you don't leave them alone in a room or there'll probably be blood, he said. It's a pain to get off the furniture, Itachi pointed out, not to mention the floor. I swear, Sasuke, I'll get revenge for the coma. The gamer who was going declared dramatically, he's not in a coma, just let Tsunade see him and he'll be fine, Sasuke said nonchalantly, but you know, I think I've never made someone swear revenge against me before, Sasuke said, what's up with those people like Gakure? Sakura asked. Sasuke blinked. What people from Kamakura? Questioned the Uchiha. What people from Naruto? Interrupted honestly Sasuke. How could you not know who they were? They were angry because they thought you had kidnapped their teacher, and I had to let them beat me up, Naruto said. Well, I wasn't there at that moment obviously, but I strongly suspect that only happened because he was being a noble. Idiot, Sasuke hypothesized. It was true, it was Sakura accepted, and I would also like to clarify for everyone that Sasuke, in fact, he didn't kidnap anyone and everything was misunderstanding, said Sakura. You know, when my team goes on missions we might have to deal with an unexpected attack or two, but at least it's pretty simple. Have they ever had a simple mission? Asked. What was he going to put a pill in his mouth? Sasuke didn't even have to think about it. No, he never said. I think that might say something about you right there, Kiba suggested. YouTube on all fours. The boy got on all fours and a fierce look appeared on his face as his eyes narrowed and he was starting to run away. He's taking stimulants, Sasuke asked Obito. He shook his head. It's not a pill for soldiers, they usually have an interesting effect on Inusuka pointed out. Death? Don't tell me, said Sasuke dryly. He quickly backed away a few meters when Kiba jumped to the wall and then lunged at him. Thank goodness, and when he landed, he trembled and the debris flew out. He didn't even stop as he immediately went for him again while Sasuke continued dodging. He tried to remember. Had he ever seen Kiba fight? Had he faced that girl from Itagakure in the preliminaries? But he had bed with him and he hadn't resorted to a pill soldier against her, so that wouldn't really give him a very good idea of what to expect. Damn this. It's not working, Kiba complained. Suga, with that, he started to spin so fast that it looked like a tornado and headed straight for Sasuke. Sasuke was able to dodge most of them, but he got one of the blows. You hit him hard. He congratulated him. You think he was going? He smiled effectively, confirmed Sasuke. It's a pity that it's one of 20 blows. Sasuke said, he narrowed his eyes. Repeat that. I dare you. He said. I think you'll realize that I don't need it because you're already aware of your difficulty in hitting me. Sasuke said calmly. Kiba jumped in the air to try sub Suga again, but Sasuke smiled. And now it's my turn. Leaf shadow dance with it. He threw here. He goes even higher in the air with a quick upper kick. Sasuke then jumped over Kiba and it started to rain punches on him. Lion combo, said as he finished throwing here. He goes to the ground and kicking him in the chest. He's out, habit announced. So Sasuke. Uchiha is the winner of this fight. Seriously, all these head injuries, we should worry about all the brain damage. What is the next generation of ninjas suffering from? Obito asked. Sasuke shrugged. I wouldn't do it. If it's not brain damage, it's massive emotional trauma. None of us are well adjusted except possibly Tenten, but not enough. About it to be sure, Sasuke said, and thus concludes the first round of the finals of the tuning exams. He announced he avoided the crowd. There will be a 15-minute intermission before the next round of combat begins. Just to remind everyone, Gaara has a break in this round. Naruto is fighting Temari and Sakura is fighting Sasuke. Hurry up to place your bets, because unless Naruto decides to match his teammates and be late, we will start on time, said Obito. Once Sasuke returned to the balcony, the Naruto and Sakura immediately moved to the extreme so as not to have to censor their conversation. This is so weird, Naruto muttered. Actually, let's move on to the second round. I'm worried. Do you think something has changed? Asked the blonde. Sakura snorted. Everything has changed as far as I don't know what you're asking, although try not to exhaust yourself completely or end up unconscious just in case, he said. I don't promise anything when I get to Naruto, said Sasuke. We don't get to fight enough, he said. You guys fight every day. Object Sakura. That's it, sparring, Sakura corrected her. Naruto, there is a difference, said. Who the hell uses YouTube from class during a sparring? Sakura asked. We obviously, replied Sasuke with some condescension. I still have that kunai that Kiba gave me, you know. Sakura warned him. All the amazing people use YouTube, dangerous and potentially lethal in friendly fights, explained Naruto. But hey, at least we check if there is anyone else nearby before we start. Well, usually sometimes when we remember, he said. I think we check one, Sasuke commented, and there was no one there. Naruto, you guys are going to end up killing someone one day, Sakura said, shaking her head with regret. Sakura, I'm sorry to tell you, but we're ninjas. Killing people is what we do, Naruto pointed out. Well, when we're not saving them from themselves, he said. But I suppose you shouldn't kill random people who pass in front of you too while sparring, Sakura protested. I have two very tough fights ahead of me, Sasuke reflected, and I'll tell you now, Naruto, if you lose, hire Mary. I'll fire you as my rival, and I hire her instead. The fact that it's 3 days away from Konoha is a bit problematic, but the fact that I live in Atogakure or just travel has never hurt our rivalry, so that shouldn't be a problem, although it would if I have to do something with Hino since I refuse to share a rival with her, said Sasuke. How can you fire me like your rival, demanded Naruto. You're not exactly paying me, he said. I'll buy you ramen, Sasuke pointed out, and giving him a lot of what you eat. I think it's more than generous, above all, because you also benefit from our rivalry, said Sasuke. Good point, conceded Naruto. Wait, said Sakura slowly. What do you mean you only have 2 difficult fights ahead of you? You are the only one who doesn't get a break, and you face me. Grab, and then Naruto, in case you win the first 2, said Sakura. Yes, but there will still be and Naruto are worthy adversaries. I'm also fighting against you, Sakura, Sasuke pointed out reasonably. Or at least that's what he thought. What part of just kicking Niji's ass does that make you? To think that I'll be so easy to take down, Sakura asked. I'm not really there. I was there in that fight, Sasuke reminded her, and unlike I didn't leave a shadow clone that gave me the memories of the fight, so I know little. And he got angry for not being able to finish those monologues that apparently they are fond of and abandoned, said Sasuke. Your death will be slow and painful, promised Sakura. Probably, accepted Sasuke, but God knows it won't be from your hand, he said. Sensing that Sakura's mood was darkening, Naruto wisely took the hand from Sakura and began to drag her towards the medical area. Let's go and visit Niji. I can evaluate that your therapy YouTube also worked, and after what she said about stalking your hospital room, seeing you will probably give her a panic attack, the blonde said. Hello, he greeted Kakashi appearing next to Sasuke in a swirl of leaves. You couldn't come here like a normal person, Sasuke demanded. Now there are leaves everywhere, he said. If they bother you that much, you just have to ask Temari to make them fly for you, Kakashi said with contempt. And to answer your question, no, I can't, said the man. Sasuke waited for some elaboration, but it seemed that Kakashi was not willing to offer any. It would have wasted valuable time to talk to my henchman or to read my book, Kakashi added. Talking about that, where are Sakura and Naruto? The man asked. Did they go to visit Niji in the medical area? Sasuke replied. Or at least, that's what they said they did. Who knows if that's where they really are, he said. So, stalking his bedside, Kakashi reflected, rubbing his chin. I taught them well, he said. Of course, Sasuke said, and you have no idea how surreal it is to hear people believe. True, and that commented the Uchiha. Well, when the students are incredible, the teacher seems incredible by default, explained Kakashi. Yes, except that you are the type of teacher who thought we were good at going against people like Lee Niji Deemer and arrived after we had taught only one thing, pointed out Sasuke. Had complete trust in you, Kakashi insisted. The only skills we got after graduating was the ability to climb trees. How did that make you think, or are they ready to be chunned? Sasuke wondered. The second stage did take place in a forest, Kakashi pointed out. I've said it, and I'll say it again, there's a reason I left, Sasuke said, shaking his head in annoyance. I know, Kakashi accepted pleasantly. I just thought the reason was that Naruto's status as competent gave you inferiority complex, said Kakashi. Okay, I feel spoken enough, why aren't you going to bother Naruto? And Sakura now suggested Sasuke couldn't do that. Kakashi sounded surprised at the very idea they are visiting a friend in their time of need, and interrupting them would be rude. Did he pause? Not to mention Guy will probably be there, but tell me why you didn't go with them, Kakashi asked. Because I really don't care about Niji's minor injuries, probably healed by the sun, replied Sasuke. I imagined it, said Kakashi, rolling his eyes. But why didn't Naruto and Sakura drag you, asked the man, who shrugged. Probably because Naruto was too busy dragging Sakura, said Sakura. She didn't want to go, asked Kakashi, surprised. That doesn't seem like it. She will also want to tell Tsunade that she has won against all odds, said the man. Apparently Sakura is angry with me, Sasuke revealed, and Naruto wanted to give her a chance to calm down or something. So he said, why the hell is Sakura mad at you, questioned Kakashi. I mean, it's not like you're still on her for being useless, right? Kakashi asked. Sasuke didn't say anything seriously, asked Kakashi. Do you know she beat Niji? Said rumors. Sasuke stated, all I heard was that she is my next opponent and that she received medical attention, said Sasuke. You know she isn't, pointed out Kakashi. Then why do you say otherwise? He asked. Maybe she knows, Sasuke admitted, but fighting people when she's excited she tends to make the fight more interesting. Plus something tells me that once I see her in action, I'll have to stop pretending that she's ace, so I'm trying to get the most out of her, as long as I can, said the Uchiha. Kakashi snorted. That you did, and then you came out, you gave him a soldier pill. And you started the process again, said the man. Sasuke smiled. Details, you know, I appreciate your attempts to keep the peace until the fight, but I don't think it will do much good, Sakura said to Naruto as they headed to the domains of Tsunade, and that because in an hour you will be fighting or your fight will be over, Naruto predicted. It is true. But with Kaka almost up in the Hokage's box, Sasuke and we will be alone together while you fight Temari, Sakura informed him. You will not be alone, Naruto assured her. No. I think Shikamaru is planning to leave, seeing as he seemed to be taking a nap when we left. Chinese should still be there. Kiba could be if he feels Kamaru is up to par with Sasuke, and Gaara will definitely be there since he's still in the exam, said Naruto. Like you said, Shikamaru is asleep, but even if he wasn't, he would bother trying to intervene and separate us if he weren't already touching our shadows, Sakura replied. Or they would do something, period, Kiba could. But then he would be more likely to break our he fights, but provoke Sasuke to attack him. What else? Sakura said. They're big kids now, and one of these days they'll have to learn to deal with people who go out of their way to bother them, Naruto said in a mocking tone as he opened the door to the medical area and entered. I know how to deal with them, Sakura answered, the very essence of open-eyed innocence. What makes me doubt is achieving something like that in a non-violent way, she said. Being drunk helped, Tsunade suggested, looking up from Akamaru. Kiba was watching him anxiously a few meters back. But I'm a little young for that, didn't Sakura ask a little nervously. The last thing she wanted was to be on her mentor's list of possible drinking buddies. Konoha's policy is to allow anyone who is legally of legal age that you became when you became gaming has full access to alcohol, explained his ship. They may have to show identification, but for shinobi, it is enough to wear a headband, said Tsunade. The laws on alcohol consumption exist for a reason, and I don't really feel like I'm physically ready for. Sakura started to protest. Her get over it as they made me drunk when I was signing with them, and nothing happened to me, Naruto announced, and you have deleted it from your system in a matter of hours, he objected. Sakura, you're a Jinchuriki, and you have insane healing abilities. Drinking doesn't work like that for me, she said. Well, you can always drink less, Naruto suggested. Just don't come asking me for mercy when you're hungover, because apparently I'm immune, Naruto said. Some people are lucky, his ship murmured. Although my method of drinking until the hangover goes away, it's surprisingly effective, said the blonde. Plus you remember all the problems Kakashi had to deal with, and because he's Sasuke, definitely you and I don't. We should drink, Sakura hinted. Oh sure, and Naruto nodded once he realized. You better stick to drinking with Shizune or Arisen and Grandma, because Sakura is a total lightweight and would probably pass out after the first drink. She would die of alcohol poisoning or something, he said. Naruto, what have I told you about calling my grandmother, asked her ship. Naruto shrugged. I have no idea, but I'm sure you're about to tell me. Not that I know why you bother, considering I'm not likely to pay you any more. Pay attention that the last 50 million times you've told me whatever you said about it, Naruto said. Good, stop, approved Sakura. Don't call me Grandma, Tsunade shouted. Then don't be old, Naruto shouted again. Whatever Tsunade was going to say next, he was overtaken by Kiba's happy cry. Akamaru, are you okay, he said. I told you I would beat, Tsunade reminded him. I know, and I didn't doubt you, I was just so worried. Kiba gently picked Akamaru up and inspected him. Kamaru's eyes were wide and he Looked terrified that what's wrong. Sasuke said that he only sent him to chase cats if he found out that he had lied to me. Kiba started probably he didn't do it, Sakura informed him, but like most of those experiences with cats, it was Tora. Well, Sakura suggested. Well, she nodded that she was going. I'm going to kill him, said okay, then I'm going to take here. He goes from the category of he will stop the fight by focusing attention on himself, and I will do it in the category of he will join, decided Naruto. I wonder if he could convince Gaara to play peacekeeper, he said. That would be of the most ironic things I've ever seen, Sakura commented. Although the two of them trying to kill a friend of theirs could be a bad example, Naruto continued. We already addressed that possibility today, remember, Sakura reminded him. We made sure to emphasize that following our example in that regard was not really the way to go, she said. It's a team without a small murder attempt, Tsunade intervened. God knows what has often happened in my team. She said she didn't have her team Orochimaru of all people ask, who was going a little discouraged before. The idea that he was trying to kill Hinata, or so they were trying to kill him or the others. Yes. Why did Tsunade ask, and didn't he also have Jiraiya in him? Was he going to press? I don't see what you mean, Tsunade replied. Yes, he can't. I doubt my explanations. It's of some use. He decided that he was going. By the way, Tsunade-sama, I won there, he said proudly. I had to take advantage of the fact that he refused to take me seriously, but I did it, said dangerous girl. In the real world, people usually refuse to take you seriously, especially with your pink hair, Tsunade said sincerely. There's something about a shinobi with pink hair that makes it hard to be taken seriously. Explode. That's an excellent strategy after all. Wait, the sunny slug interrupted. You're saying I just won a bet? He asked his ship. The three gaming machines froze. She bet on me, Tsunade-sama, Sakura asked once she found her voice. Tsunade seemed surprised at the question. Of course she was. What kind of teacher would I be if I didn't have faith in my own student? Tsunade questioned. You know, I think Kamaro is fine now, so I'm going to go see my teammates. Thanks for waking him up, he said. He was rushing as he ran towards the door. Goodbye, he said. Coward, muttered Naruto. I swear to God, if there is an invasion because of this. Tsunade shook her head. But it doesn't matter. That I'm glad that my faith in you wasn't wrong, said the blonde. I also managed to say, Sakura secretly wondering if it really would have been so bad to let Nell hit her and let Naruto deal with his problems. So where did you say that? Naruto asked, also eager to escape the situation. Right back there, Tsunade pointed towards his bed. Be careful what you say. He's awake, but he seems to be suffering some kind of existential crisis, Tsunade said. It's probably a side effect of Sakura's sub-therapy, Naruto declared. Tsunade looked curiously at her student. Can you do YouTube therapy? Since when did she ask? Sakura shrugged her shoulders uncomfortably. Well, you already know my tragically large forehead and all that, she said. Yes. You say it, Tsunade said with hesitation. The pair quickly headed towards Neji as Naruto had predicted. The moment Neji saw them, or more accurately her, he immediately stiffened and his eyes widened in alarm. He clearly wasn't feeling comfortable. Cheers to listen to Sakura tell him all the reasons why she should have won, but didn't because she failed as a person. Or relax, Mel, I urge Naruto. We save ourselves from causing mental breakdowns for people we don't like, Naruto said, and they both liked it. Neji asked, have you ever tried to kill Hinata? Naruto came back. Mealy looked at him strangely. Of course he didn't say so. We don't have any problem with you, Naruto assured her happily. I have a little problem with the whole monologue, Sakura confessed. I'm sure I'll get over it soon, she said. Still, I can't believe I lost, said Melly, shaking her head in bewilderment. I should have won, the Hyuga commented. Sakura shrugged her shoulders. What can I say? Your overconfidence is your weakness. Well, that and your tendency monologue. If it is absolutely necessary, at least wait until you have defeated the opponent, said Sakura. That would be bad sports practice, object Naruto. As much as I hate to say it, I think Sasuke could be right when he was talking about the type of ninja, Naruto said. Sakura incredulously. We really are not obliged to be athletes, she said, but it's just a test, Naruto replied. Sakura laughed. Just a test? People have died, you know, Sakura commented. So what you're saying is that I should stop judging people prematurely because they can surprise me or even end up beating me, and I will be much happier if I stop trying to trust in fate instead of personal responsibility, Neji interrupted. Sakura and Naruto exchanged a look. Of course, let's go with that, Naruto finally said. Get well soon. Sakura told him we really have to come back, he said. As they left they saw Tsunade filling out a betting card again. No, Naruto groaned. It's not bad enough that you won once. Do you really want to risk an event like that happening twice in one day? Naruto asked. No, I don't know, Tsunade admitted. That's why he said that the exam will end with an invasion in the middle of one of the fights, said Tsunade. Welcome to the second round of the finals of the exams, tuning announced Death. The first fight is a break, so could I get down here please, asked the Uchiha. Are you serious, asked Gaara. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. Who knows, you should probably go, said Gaara felt and jumped off the balcony. Okay, let's start the first fight, he said. Death and waited a moment. I see that only a competitor can continue. Like this he will be the winner. Congratulations on reaching the semi-finals, Gaara. How are you feeling, asked Obito, confused and slightly irritated. Gaara answered sincerely, Obito blinking. It's strange, most people are more excited. Ah well, to each his own. The second fight is between Naruto Namikaze and Temari. Could you come down here, please, asked the Uchiha. Well, I'm leaving, said Naruto. Sasuke, try not to make anyone want to kill you. Well, I don't agree, he said. No, I have no idea what you're talking about, said Sasuke. Naruto turned to the supposedly most rational member of his team, Sakura. Save him for the fight, he'll be here soon. Naruto said, heading towards the stairs. He saw that two shinobi from Kusarigama had cornered Temari in these low-level tournaments. Like the tuning exam, they are excellent for betting, many of the ministers are here for that, said one of them, talking. The other smiled. And then you could lose this fight, the man asked. I guess it's all possible, Temari said kindly. I'm glad we understand each other, the first one said. I'm not going to give away the fight, and who the hell is trying to convince someone to do it without offering any incentive, Temari demanded. Listen, girl, we're not going to give you a choice, he growled. Second, reaching for your backpack, I understand that you want whoever works for you to win your bet, but you sincerely believe that the fact that the daughter of the cafe shits and manages to get hurt when going down the stairs is going to look very good. Naruto said, and yes, I know that since this is with a blade, the Hokage has the final say on what his punishment would be, but as whoever works for you could have easily bet the other way, and you decided to go after me, and you probably wouldn't like the consequences, but all that is inconsequential, because if you don't retreat, Temari will force you, Naruto explained. The shinobi of Kusarigama just stared at him before turning around and leaving. I could have done it myself, you know, he informed him. Temari upset. You took care of that, Naruto answered. I just pointed it out, and also, said Naruto and smiled. They were blocking the stairs. I'm just going to warn you now, Temari said in a conversational tone, if you give me a fight that even remotely resembles my previous fight, we're going to have problems, she said. I wasn't actually here at your previous fight, so maybe you could tell me what happened, Naruto suggested. I'd rather not do it, Temari said, but suffice it to say you dragged this out for hours, or you give up right when it's obvious that you're seconds away from winning, then we'll have problems, he said. Don't worry, I don't have the patience for something like that, I assure you, Naruto. I didn't even have the patience to watch Shikamaru's fight, he said, and the ridiculous non-surrender, asked Temari. Were you not paying attention during the last fight, Naruto asked. I have a fight with my epic rival coming soon, commented Naruto. Temari rolled his eyes. That's assuming I don't lose to Gaara, said she. Or Sakura, said Naruto, hoping he would at least mention the possibility of Sasuke not wiping the floor with her or getting away from her bad side. Now that they have resolved that, said Obito, let the second match of the second round of the exam finals begin, the Uchiha announced. I still can't believe you're counting on Gaara coming here like a fight, Naruto said, shaking his head regretfully. I can't believe you don't believe it, it's a habit. We talked about it before. There are no free breaks. Gaara was lucky his opponent was so weak. Out of curiosity, how did you manage to do it? Pass your minimum sanity requirement, Temari asked politely. Obito shrugged. Well, I was promoted in times of war, and the need for more fighters caused the standards to be lowered. Why did you say debit? There is no reason, Temari said, innocently. Turned to Naruto. Are you ready, he asked. Would it matter if I said I'm not? Naruto replied. Temari shook his head. Not really, but it never hurts to be polite, said Naruto. Raised an eyebrow. Even when you're about to try to beat up someone, asked the blonde especially, then confirmed that Mary lifted her Hitachi bed fan. That's not good, said Naruto, as he quickly ducked behind one of the trees in the sand, for no real reason he could think of. Maybe to cover himself. He really hoped that Temari wouldn't decide to finish him off. The mini whirlwinds that had emerged from the Temari fan were everywhere, and the people sitting in the first half of the stadium felt the effects with the same intensity as Naruto installed behind his tree, unless he could see if any of his wind techniques could match hers enhanced by her fan and turn the encounter into a battle to see who had more control over the wind than he suspected would be hers, since that was her main plan of attack and the basics of it were in the shadow clones. Naruto had no choice but to sit and wait it out. Once the wind dissipated, Naruto came out from behind the impressive tree. Said, I would say the same, Temari said dryly, but hide behind a tree is a little disappointing. For my taste, she said. There is nothing wrong with avoiding a powerful jutsu that affects the stadium, she defended herself. Naruto, of course I could have let him hit me or try to counterattack, but wait for it to pass before making my move. It's much more sensible, and I dare say like a chunin, commented Naruto. You're fishing for a promotion, Temari accused. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. We don't all think quickly with it. He threw a kunai at him. Temari raised his fan and blew on it almost lazily. Did you really think that was going to work on me? She asked. Not really, admission, Naruto, and even if you weren't that skilled with the wind, a single kunai probably wouldn't have hit you once you'd seen me throw it, but it never hurts to try, Naruto said. Well, you had yours. Opportunity to counter and you wasted it with a kunai throw that you got up and warned me about, so now it's my turn bed. Hitachi no Yaochube. Naruto decided that it was very lucky that he had just come out from behind his faithful protective tree and quickly dodged the attack by moving once again behind him. He crouched on the ground so that the winds would hit him less. He also knew that attack if he let himself be caught by it, it would destroy his body as if they were hundreds of invisible blades. Stop running away, Teamer, and demanded. Hey, I haven't moved. Naruto defended yourself. You are the one who bothers us to move to force me to move if I don't want to be hit, said Naruto. Tamari sighed. Excuses, she said, since it seems we're operating under a turn-based combat system right now. Let me be next, said Naruto. YouTube. His Tamari shadow clones looked curiously at the 3 clones that suddenly appeared behind his opponent. So you could use them. I know that when you fought counter clones, you attacked him while trying to find the real you, but all I have to do is send some wind towards you and see which ones dissipate. That tree isn't big enough to fit 4 of you after all, Tamari commented. Naruto nodded. You're right, but besides, there's more than one tree available, and who's to say I'd bother protecting them when I could summon more, although all of that is debatable, Naruto said. Really? How do you know? Tamari asked. My clones have their own way of protecting themselves, Naruto informed as the 3 shadow clones disappeared in a whirlwind of leaves and reappeared a few meters behind her and on either side of her, which Tamari began. However, Naruto did not give her the chance to finish, as he and his clones quickly formed a Rasengan, only the unfinished version, because God knows he didn't want to risk killing her, and sent it towards her. Actually, I'm not sure you can redirect one of those, Naruto confessed, but good luck redirecting 4 of them, he said, since the simple fact of being hit with a Rasengan was punishable by causing serious injuries. Naruto put in less chakra than usual and waited for Tamari to dodge at least one of them. Tamari raised his hands, possibly to attempt to shun without his own, possibly to try to avoid being hit by the 4, when a cloud of dust raised by the attacks blocked her vision. As the dust cleared, Tamari was still standing, but it was clear that she had been hit, although she didn't know how many times. What she did know was that her clothes were torn and she was bleeding, leaning on her fan and panting heavily. Are you going to give up? Naruto. Tamari asked her. He shook his head vehemently. It's the semi-finals. How could I give up? She asked. Naruto this time took out a shuriken and threw it against his battered opponent. Again his fan flew, but much slower than before, and he staggered a little once he was no longer holding it. As you can't. I've lost some chakra for sure, but other than that I'm fine to move on. You on the other hand are clearly injured, and you seem to have some difficulty swinging. If it were a real battle, yes, surrender would not be an option, but if it were a mission, tactical retreat would be something much more Chunin than persisting in the attack when you would only get yourself. They'll kill your team, commented Naruto. You say that if I give up, I'll make it to Chunin? Tamari asked skeptically. I'm saying that if you don't, you definitely won't, Naruto replied. You're just trying to get out of having to fight me, Tamari accused. At this point I could probably beat you anyway, Naruto pointed out, and even though I don't have a fan, the wind is also my elemental affinity, said Naruto Teamer, and closed his eyes while he considered it. After a long moment he opened them again and with a look of hatred towards herself, she said reluctantly, she quit. I can't believe I used 4 Rasengan on her, Minato exclaimed. That girl could have died. I know that's a risk in the exam and that everyone signed the waiver, but it's still exaggerated. I mean 4 Rasengan, said the blonde shit. At least he had the common sense to use only the initial form. Kakashi consoled him. Initial form, asked Ixi, trying not to seem too curious. The jutsu alterations are made all the time, Kakashi responded, wondering which one it would be the best way to not have to answer without ignoring the question or directly telling the foreign leader to mind his own business, which would surely not come out well. Size, shape, color, said Itachi. Blinked. Color, asked. Ah yes, it's actually Sasuke's fault that Naruto has been experimenting with that, answered Kakashi. How is that? Itachi. Kakashi sigh. Naruto thinks it's a trap to be able to determine the attack range of a jutsu through color, thing that Sasuke can do. I don't think so. Naruto has to really be bothered because it's not like the 2 of them don't train often enough that they don't know practically every one of the other's moves, and unless things go horribly wrong, they'll never have a serious life or death match with each other. But what can I say, Naruto has a lot of free time, and with his shadow clones he has even more. My son seems to have a very well-developed sense of fair play, Minato noted, although it remains to be seen if this will be an advantage or a burden in his attempt to become Hokage. Said his son wants to succeed him, asked a surprised Kazekage. Minato nodded. I was surprised when I found out, since most people his age are not interested in the position, and he knows that it involves many hours of work, but he is quite determined to become in the 5th or 6th. One of your children is interested in taking over when you leave him, asked Minato. Dying was a much more likely outcome, Kakashi knew, but it wouldn't be very diplomatic to say that directly. The Kazekage considered the question. Would you believe that I honestly don't know? I have never asked him. He would have shown interest in the functioning of the government, and I have often thought that he would do well as a diplomat, but I haven't seen much interest on Kankuro's part, and Gaara doesn't really seem to be interested. Interested in nothing. On the other hand, they are still young, so who knows where they will end up, explained the man. Naruto seems to get along quite well with all his children, although he and Kangaroo had a difficult start, Minato pointed out, so if one of them gets become a Kasek, and one day Naruto would become Hokage, that should strengthen the alliance between our two villages, Minato said. That would be a change from the current state of things, the Kasekage reflected. The Sachikage has been in office since before any of them. We were born and Kurigakure are reserved that we barely know anything about the new Mizukage or what happened to the previous one, said the Kazekage. That is no way to maintain alliances. Minato agreed, talking about our children, however he said yes, the Kazekage asked. It doesn't bother you that my son hit your daughter, right? Minato asked with a smile. The Kazekage didn't lie. Naruto waited with Temari while she was examined and cured. By the doctor who was there. Of course, that doctor was only supposed to intervene in case of a life-threatening injury to the girl that would have to be treated immediately or she couldn't be transported, and Temari should have gone to see Tsunade, but she didn't want to miss the rest of the fights. After stopping arguing with her, the doctor healed what he could and freed her to return to the balcony. Then why have you waited? Temari asked as the couple began the long walk back from where the others were waiting. I mean, it was thoughtful, but I thought you were worried that your friends were fighting, she said. Oh no, I already took care of that, Naruto responded cryptically, and I will confess that possibly I had less than altruistic reasons for waiting, said Naruto. Temari raised an eyebrow. I may need a human shield. Naruto told her. Temari timidly crossed her arms. I just finished a fight, I'm not going to take a hit for you, because you upset someone, she said, or they wouldn't attack you, Naruto assured her. They would only try to take me out from behind you, Naruto explained. Temari was about to ask who had managed to get angry enough to trust a person with a wound as a means of protection when he reached the balcony and saw Sasuke and Kaim Sakura floating a few meters away in cocoons of sand that answered the question. Thank you, Gaara said. Naruto grateful. You are a lifesaver, said the head. I don't think they have called me that before, commented the Rit. Did well today. You have officially earned the title, Naruto assured him. After all, if they got into a fight and jeopardized their chances of becoming Inchunins and consequently my chances of avoiding the intense youth training for a year, then I might as well have killed them. He paused, which would be a bad thing since they are my best friends and Hinata-chan would probably get angry if I told him. If something happened here it goes, Naruto explained, it would be problematic. Shikamaru agreed. Hey Object Kiba, are you saying that you don't consider me a close friend? Asked the Izuka. Naruto chose to answer his question with a question of his own. Do you still think I'm in love with Sasuke? Asked Kiba. Snorted. That's not it, it's going to change soon, he said. Well, there you have it. Naruto turned his attention back to Gaara. Did they have any problems with you? Naruto asked. Gaara shook his head. No, but yes, they have planned very creative ways to kill you. So I would be careful with them, especially with that one. He pointed to Sakura. Sakura asked Naruto, confused. He would have thought that Sasuke would be the most experienced in planning how to kill people, since he had been doing it for over 10 years. What can I say? Asked Sakura. The doctors have a knowledge of the human body much greater than that of most people, and that is very useful. I mean, just look. Akasha said. Sakura. Kato asked Chinese the gaming who gave up before the preliminary round. Asked the Abiram. Sakura nodded. Kiva's laughed. That guy is pathetic. He tried to give up after meeting Anko. Not that I can blame him, but he still said he was going. Pathetic. People can still be bad, said Sasuke, and you can disappoint us. The fight between me and Sakura is going to take place in a minute. And I don't think it will be very exciting without either of them can move, said the Uchiha. Gaara looked at Naruto. Naruto nodded ahead. He said, with that all the sand that had been holding the three gamings as hostages dispersed and returned to the Gamara pumpkin. I still can't believe he did that during the entire fight, said Sakura disconcerted as she landed. What can I say, said Naruto smugly. It's clear that Grab liked it more than the three of them together, said Naruto. Of course not. Sakura insisted. It's impossible for him to. You like me more than Sakura, and I agreed. Sasuke, I mean Kiba, of course, but Sasuke said. Wait, Kiba interrupted, because I didn't. He liked you a lot. He said he was going. He barely knows you, Sakura reminded him. Sakura and I have spent as much time with him as you. Sasuke said to Naruto. If he didn't like me more, why was he going to do what I wanted instead of what you wanted? Naruto challenged. This is so surreal, Temari commented as she and Gaara watched the four of them argue about who Gaara liked more. Honestly, I never thought I would live to see the day when someone would have this kind of conversation. She said. I didn't agree either. Gaara and Leaf is strange, but it's a good strangeness. I don't think I want anything to happen to her, said Gaara. Temari gasped. Gala said. Why would something happen to Konoha? Shikamaru asked sharply. I wouldn't, Temari said quickly. He's just saying it. For future reference, like if I didn't want anything to happen to his Nagakure or you didn't want anything to happen to Konoha, Temari said. I see, he said. Shikamaru, with a look of not being very convinced. The third fight is between Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha, announced. I avoid from below. Could you come down here? Please ask that. Stop the discussion. Try not to kill each other, okay? Naruto implored. Even if it's not me, I would be surprised if Kakashi used the death of one of you so that we don't all become Chunin and make us go through that. Said Naruto. Sasuke smiled. Don't worry, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Yes, that's what he said. Sakura's eye got cold. I don't promise anything, she commented. Sasuke, I had to admit that I was a little curious to see how good Sakura was. I hadn't seen her fight thoroughly in a long time, not since she returned to Konoha. Since her return, I had seen her against Zabuza, but since she was fighting alongside him, Naruto and Kakashi, was a fairly short battle I had seen against Hinata, but thanks to Naruto's request, that was more of a test of dodging and endurance for his teammate. Then of course, there was the fight with Neji. If that took the prodigy to the hospital, it had to involve some effort on his part, but Sasuke knew next to nothing, as Naruto hadn't felt the need to rush his lunch in the slightest. Of course, throughout their entire partnership, Sakura had never been able to beat him, and there really was no way to let start. Now the question was I going to make this fight worth it? Let's try to make this fight at least as long as Kiba's lasted. Sasuke suggested as he and Sakura walked down the stairs together. Sakura stopped and turned to look at him. Do you really think that fighting me could possibly take less time than eliminating Kiba? I mean, don't get me wrong, he's pretty talented and all, but he's only been at this for a few months. I've spent years at this, commented Sakura. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. So you're saying you think you can handle it? Sasuke asked. Yes, I can do it, Sakura growled. Are you sure? Sasuke asked innocently. Because if I'm not sure, I can make Naruto eat time if I have to, the Uchiha said. God knows that will probably end up happening. Anyway, Sakura informed him, seeing what has happened in all the fights so far, well except the last one, but that was because Naruto was really fighting. Although he did it during the deli, she said. That's an excellent point, Sakura answered Sasuke pleasantly. It won't even seem suspicious at all, and there are plenty of options to choose from. You could always say a double meaning involving Naruto and get Kiba excited, or maybe comment that Naruto and Temari are spending a lot of time together and watch how Naruto tries to insist that Shikamaru and Temari will end up together while annoying Temari about the fact that we're all 12 or 13. Of course, that's probably going to get Kiba back in fanatic mode. Sasuke also said. That's not necessary, Sakura insisted, tucking her hair behind her ears angrily. If you're sure, Sasuke agreed, walking out onto the stadium floor. Be sure to let me know if you change your mind, okay? Either say something to Naruto or here goes. I guess for yourself, the Uchiha said. If that didn't make her angry enough to try to kill him during their encounter, nothing would. He asked her briefly what it would be like to have a friendship that didn't somehow involve some kind of homicidal impulse, but quickly he discarded the idea because it was for lesser mortals and for non-ninjas. Very well, you are ready? The two Obito asked them. Sakura and Sasuke nodded with a determined look. In agreement, I would like to remind them both, especially you, Sakura, that although killing your opponent is technically within the rules, the exam proctors are asked to weigh the stability of each potential Chunin for the minimum sanity requirement, and killing my cousin seems like a sign of a mind to me. Really sick, said Obito happily. It could be worth it, Sakura murmured out of the corner of her eye. She saw A accompanying Lil Janelli to the stands. She couldn't hear him, but he seemed to be talking about the power of youth again. But he also said, wait. It's your turn to give your opinion on that. Asked a little alarmed, who else can give an opinion, asked the youngest Uchiha. Obito shrugged his shoulders. Well, the Yonin instructors also give their opinion, like everyone wants their students to advance. It is usually a superficial approval, but from time to time an instructor thinks that his student is one humiliating defeat away from trying to kill his classmates and leave with blade. Obviously these people are not prepared to be chunks, but since the exam must be done as a team from time to time they reach the final anyway, explained Obito. That was something Sasuke didn't have to worry about at least since Kakashi wanted Team 7 to become Chunins even more than his decidedly anti-youth team did. Obito waited to see if there were any more questions. After a while, moment continued. Now that that's settled, start. The moment the words left Obito's mouth, Sasuke found himself with several objects being thrown rapidly in his general direction. Sasuke was forced to activate his Sharingan to avoid them all. Normally he would have activated Tsudoyatsu from the beginning, but bothering Sakura and worrying about who decided exactly how agreed he was had distracted him. On the bright side, Sakura would probably take it as another sign that he wasn't taking it this seriously. Sasuke called Sakura sweetly. Yes, Sasuke answered cautiously. It occurs to me that it would be remiss of me not to let you know in advance that if you used Tsukiyomi on me during the fight, I swear to God that I will withdraw from the exam. Sakura warned. Sasuke crinkled his brow. You can retire. After losing because you know that if I catch you with Mitsukiyomi you will lose the fight, said Sasuke. I know, nodded Sakura, but really I would Alan Chunin if I go to them and let them know that I don't want to be, or failing that to crow maniacally, Sakura asked. Sasuke's eyes, they widened in horror as he realized what exactly she was threatening. You wouldn't do it, Sakura just smiled at him. Wheel. See, she said out of curiosity, why is that girl who threatens to prevent any possibility of doing Chunin in this exam is such a horrifying prospect for the Uchiha boy, the Kazekage asked, somewhat confused. Teamwork is very important to my team, Kakashi stated. Really? Itachi asked skeptically, because Sakura seems quite determined to kill my brother, she said. Ah well. Kakashi said nonchalantly, as long as he doesn't pierce his chest with a Chidori, there's nothing to worry about, Minato commented. That bothered Minato enough to divert his attention from the fight and go to his teacher. Son, you said you hadn't taught him Hachidori, Minato said. I haven't, Kakashi quickly assured him, and Naruto doesn't know either, Minato asked anxiously, because knowing him, he'll try to combine that and the Rasengan and he won't be well supervised, and there will be a massive explosion, said the blonde. I shit in huge piles of paperwork, he added, the coffee, I shit with great help. Exactly, Minato said absently, still looking at Kakashi expectantly. No, I would never be so irresponsible, said Kakashi, sounding surprised, not to mention that he showed someone the Chidori and was wearing time, and it was incredibly dangerous to use it without a Sharingan. Not that Kakashi let that stop him, of course, maybe he was going to go around using his star technique, there was no way he wouldn't, and besides Naruto already had enough jutsu from rank to really, I hate to say this, Minato said slowly looking at Kakashi, but you're trying to say that you think Sasuke might try to kill my son, Sakura asked Minato. Kakashi paused to consider the question, which wasn't exactly the one. Vehement denial that the Hokage expected at this moment. I highly doubt it, said Kakashi. You just doubt it very much, asked Minato. Was quite persistent when it came to Naruto's safety, of course. Kakashi had realized that when he saw that Konoha's attitude towards its resident Jinx went from contempt and hatred to gratitude and admiration over the course of 2 lives. I'm a ninja, Kakashi explained. And I partner with Naruto. I never rule anything out until it's definitely impossible, and even then I hope some weeks before declaring it like that, he said. You seem sure about Naruto and Sakura, Minato pointed out. To be fair, Sakura and Naruto don't really know the Chidori, so it's a safe assumption that they're not going to kill anyone with it anytime soon, Kakashi replied neatly. This is not it. Seemed to reassure the Hokage. Does that mean that you think they will try to kill each other in another way? Minato asked. Naruto definitely didn't say. Kakashi knew that. At least he had spent too much time chasing Sasuke to think about killing either of them. I hope Sakura no, but if Sasuke doesn't, he would have dodged at the last second. That last chakra-infused punch would have probably taken his head off, said Kakashi. So you bet on this fight? Minato wanted to know. Kakashi shook his head in regret for unfortunately, no, if betting on a student's fight is suspicious, betting on a fight with both of them would be just asking for an investigation, said the man. An investigation? Itachi repeated, it would be cheating in the game, not murder, he said. I wouldn't be so sure, Kakashi said solemnly. There are people who take the game very seriously, the man said. You know, you never really answered my question. The Kazekage reminded him. Kakashi blinked. He had a question. I'm sorry, but I just don't remember what he asked. He lied. Why does the girl use the fact of not becoming Chunin as a threat, and why does it seem to be working? The Kazekage repeated patiently. If not everyone becomes Chunin, then I will be forced to admit that guy was right, Kakashi said. He shuddered at this and asked humbly that if that happened then he would help train them for a year. He said extra training. The Kazekage still didn't understand why it's bad. Asked. Itachi leaned over and pointed towards Gai. That's him, the Uchiha, said the Kazekage. He stepped back. I see, that's ruthless, the man pointed out. And as a Chunin, he asked Kakashi. Hopefully maybe the Kazekage allowed it. You know, Sasuke said, chatting. While dodging another fatal blow from Sakura. This is not really the way to make you Chunin, Sasuke said. It's fine, I can always take the exam with Hino and Sho, and in case Shikamaru approves, replied Sakura. Sasuke knew he couldn't block it without risking serious injury, even if he didn't admit it, so until now he had limited himself to dodging. That won't save you from Gai, Sasuke pointed out, unless I have to listen to another rant about youth right now. I think it would be worth it, decided Sakura. Naruto will never forgive you, Sasuke tried. Sakura shook her head. She has forgiven you for worse things, she said. That's why she would be angry if you kill me, she replied. Sasuke paused. Although the training of youth would also affect him, Sakura narrowed her eyes as she still didn't land a solid hit. And speaking of Naruto, I began to agree with him that the Sharingan, it's a trap, La Dangerous commented. Hey, you should be glad that I haven't passed to the Manjutsu yet. Sharingan, Sasuke informed him. After all, the fact that there is no Tsukiyomi does not necessarily mean that there is no Amaterasu Gold, said the Uchiha in such a crowded stadium. Sakura scoffed. That's it. Just asking for a disaster said you know that I can control the flames and that the Susanoo is much safer to use now than when I got it object Sasuke that doesn't fill me with confidence. Sasuke said Sakura firmly it's okay, said Sasuke of nice way that's Naruto's job anyway. He took a deep breath fire style jutsu fireball Sakura stood still for a moment looking at the gigantic fireball that was heading towards her for real Sasuke since when has technique been used for more than just distract, she asked as she stepped away from a jump, sure that it has been used for something else at some point. Sasuke insisted landing behind her after all it is a giant fireball, said Sakura turned quickly to give him a punch in the face, and Sasuke raised his arm to protect his head Chidori Nagashi. Sasuke muttered just before a horrible crack occurred Sasuke being Sasuke he didn't even wince in pain or react at all, but it was clear that he had broken his arm. Sakura moved us, asked Sasuke innocently, she still didn't move I'm worried, Sasuke said, can someone check her? Obito asked obediently went to examine Sakura, it seems like she's paralyzed, he said death that means that I win asked. Sasuke Obito nodded or that I'll let you try to kill an incapacitated opponent, said the older Uchiha don't feel so bad Sakura smiled Sasuke, I'm sure it took you at least 15 minutes, Sasuke said. Shortly after Sasuke and Sakura returned to the balcony, after let Tsunade heal their broken arm and paralysis respectively. I thought you weren't going to use the Chidori with your friends anymore. Sakura said to break the silence. Technically, I only promised not to use it with Naruto anymore. Sasuke pointed out. Sakura rolled her eyes. You know what Kakashi was asking for, he said, it's true, Sasuke admitted, but the Chidori and Nagashi don't kill, they just paralyze, and the only reason I'm not supposed to use the Chidori and normal is because it's supposedly an assassination jutsu, although it will make you give away your hiding place and how long do you use it? Sasuke explained. So if you had to resort to one of a forbidden technique, that means you weren't disappointed in the fight, Sakura asked. Maybe Sasuke admitted reluctantly, not liking the direction this was taking. And that means you're going to stop. Insinuate or refer to you that I'm useless, Sakura pressed Sasuke didn't say anything, Sasuke exclaimed Sasuke sighed theatrically well, although I don't promise anything in terms of references, because honestly before I left Sasuke said, I guess it will have to be that way, Sakura decided reluctantly when they reached the top of the stairs and listened to Naruto one last time. Yes, I'm sure we made sure to mention that trying to kill your friends is generally a bad idea. Naruto said. I'm just worried that you might have use the word generally instead of always explain to Mari I mean for some reason my brother seems to be listening because he likes me more Naruto interrupted. Once he saw his fellow Temari he rolled his eyes whatever and when Gaara tries to kill something dies she said well over the years Sasuke Sakura and I have come to accept that attempted murder is something that is going to happen. Sometimes if it was an actual murder the uninvolved party might complain, but other than that who cares Naruto asks rhetorically. I don't think any of us tried to kill Kakashi, Sasuke added, but I could be wrong. It wasn't for lack of desire on our part, or at least on mine. I assure you, Sasuke said. What are you talking about? Sakura Temari asked them. Din has asked what kind of lessons in friendship have we given Gaara answered Naruto hey when this is all over, you won't be the one who has to deal with the changes you've caused Temari pointed out. I'm just being a worried sister said. I still think you're exaggerating Naruto exclaimed. I mean I've only seen Hager kill one person in the entire course of our friendship, and he was from Itagakure. Naruto explained why does that matter asked Gaara. Why are everyone from Itagakure bad Naruto answered automatically he laughed sheepishly. It's not that I'm biased or anything, Sasuke said. He felt obligated to clear up the misunderstanding. They're not all evil, they just have a creep who has an insane penchant for suicide missions, so he very well could have died soon. In any case, said the Uchiha, and don't forget the waiver he signed, Sakura said, aren't you the next one up? Kiba asked. Sasuke nodded. Yes, as soon as they call me, he said. Now, for the third round, finals of the tuning exam, he announced his death, his first meeting, Naruto Namikaze. He said death or not, Sasuke muttered. Don't worry, this will last less than your fight against Sakura. Naruto promised. Sakura glared at him. What did you just say? She asked. Naruto seemed trapped. Shikamaru lazily approached him. Naruto and pushed him to the ground floor do the world a favor the nothing muttered. How ironic Naruto shouted when he went down the winner is Naruto Namikaze avoidance announced when said blonde arrived at his side. How do you feel when you reach the final Naruto asked. The Uchiha Naruto he shrugged his shoulders I really just want to fight Sasuke if he loses to Gaara. I'm going to be a little angry don't get me wrong, fighting Gaara would be fun too, but he's not my epic rival you know, said Rubio Obito nodded and looked at Kakashi. I think so in any case, you have done well to win your 3 fights, and you deserve your place in the final, he said. It's not that I disagree or anything like that. Naruto began carefully because I'm totally convinced that he should be in the final, but it was that last fight. Really so important, I mean, in reality, I didn't fight against anyone, the blonde pointed out, that's why. If you had lost, you wouldn't have deserved to be in the final or become a tuner, Obito explained. Well, yes, but what would happen in that case, whoever won next? Fight would have a break for the final, or that fight would automatically be the final, asked Naruto. Do you know? I don't know, confessed Obito. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about that since you have been successful in your fight against the elusive break, said Obito seriously. You are having too much fun with this, Naruto said. Bluntly, what am I supposed to do, asked Orbit. Just stay here, prevent them from making too obvious traps or killing each other unnecessarily, the Uchiha questioned. That sounds like the job description of an exam supervisor. Yes, he agreed. Naruto, well, what a pity anyway, those are more like guidelines, Obito insisted. Now hurry up and go back to your friends, it's time for Sasuke to face Gaara. Who is riding, asked Kakashi, looking at the cafe that was scribbling furiously on paper. Now it's the second match of the semifinals, explained the Kazekage. By now we've all gotten a pretty clear idea of who should advance and who should try again in 6 months. I'm just making my recommendations and listing my reasons why or why not, the man explained. However, there are still 2 more fights, Minato pointed out, and since they are between Sasuke and Gaara and then the winner of that fight against Naruto, I'm sure they will be spectacular, said the blonde. Shit, it's true, the coffee shit admitted, but I can always edit my recommendations later. I'm just trying to write it all down while it's fresh in my mind. It's already done. The Kazekage folded the paper into quarters and handed it to him. Kakashi, are you saving this for me, he asked. I guess, Kakashi answered, taking the paper. Any particular reason why you can't keep it yourself or because you want me to do it, I asked Kakashi. Well, as you know, Tsunade of the Sunny has recently won a bet. I haven't met her personally, but her reputation precedes her, and in the event of the cataclysmic disaster that usually follows anything that can reasonably be considered good luck for anyone else before the new chunins of this exam, doesn't I want to see how all the time and effort I've put into my choices is wasted, the Kazekage explained. That makes sense, Kakashi conceded, but what makes you think that it would be safer with me as a bodyguard? I would face any natural or unnatural disaster that I would face. If it happened before you, I should, Sama, asked Kakashi, the Kazekage snorted. You also have a reputation. I'm sure that if you put my recommendations within the pages of the book, nothing will happen to it, the man said. There you have it, Kakashi, said Minato with a smile. Well, Kakashi sighed, putting the paper inside the pages of his beautiful novel, talking about Tsunade and bets. Did she make any other bet that I should know about, asked Minato. Please tell me no one would be stupid enough to let her do did another bet after having already won once, asked Minato. Indeed, did Hokage-sama, replied Itachi. Normally I don't think they would have allowed her to make another bet without her having to threaten them first, but in this case, it seemed so crazy to them that they agreed with her that it would compensate for her victory, Itachi said. What does she bet? Minato pressed. She suggested that the exams would end in an invasion, Itachi informed him. The Kazekage immediately started coughing. Is he okay? Minato asked, turning to his classmate. I'm shit. Well, said the Kazekage, that's such a horrible thing to bet, said the man. I'm not so sure about that. Kakashi is discreet after all. That's how this fight is supposed to end, said Kakashi. Minato stared at him. Why did he finally ask? Kakashi shrugged. I couldn't resist, besides what are the odds? I've never liked subtleties, so I'm going to go straight to ask, Sasuke told him as they both headed down to begin their fight. Are you going to try to kill me? The Uchiha asked. Shook his head after what your cousin told Sakura about how killing you would hurt his chances of advancing. I think it would be a bad idea. After all, there is only one thing. Twice more I need to avoid killing people. I don't want to kill Naruto, and not becoming a chunin would make this whole month of refraining from killing yourself totally useless, Gaara explained. If I were Naruto, I probably would have said something about how it's going. I would surely live a happier life, and if he wasn't going around killing people indiscriminately and maybe even waxing poetic about becoming a cadet, he would have tried to convince Gaara to aspire to that too. Sakura probably would have tried to convince him that mass murder is not usually the solution. Sasuke, however, latched onto a different part of Gaara's statement, which then is it okay to kill me, but not Naruto, asked Sasuke. Gaara looked at him strangely. Yes, I think Naruto is probably the last person I would want to kill, Gaara pointed out. Sasuke groaned. So you like him more than Sakura and I? Well, I can't say I'm surprised you didn't tell him this, right? He asked. Sasuke blinked at the sudden urgency in Sasuke's voice. I haven't said. Well, said Sasuke, sighing with relief, because God knows he would never let us live that. He said, do you have any intention of trying to kill me? Gaara inquired. You wouldn't succeed, of course, but it would be good to know your intentions, said the Reed. I wouldn't even think of it, answered Sasuke sincerely. After all, Yes, will kill you that would like me to win the match by default, and my subsequent fight with Naruto, it would be much more about morality, and much less about our epic rivalry. Seriously, have you ever fought Naruto? Well, I insisted on giving you a lecture, it really takes the fun out of it, said Sasuke. I'll keep that in mind when I try not to kill you, Gaara said solemnly. He said he was his best friend, so he'd probably take your death harder than most, said Sasuke. Shook his head regretfully. I still can't believing that after all this time, he's still insisting that I'm his best friend, just because I called him my best friend right before I tried to kill him is no reason to be his best friend, because you said it right before I tried to kill him. Try to kill him? Gaara asked, confused, realizing that line of thought wouldn't end well. Sasuke quickly amended his previous statement. He was having some problems, and we were mostly already best friends, we just hadn't verbalized it. Naruto is different from the others, and that's why it wouldn't work with him. It wouldn't even work with Naruto since I came first, and he only has enough room in his life to obsess over just one best friend. Sasuke corrected. Gaara didn't respond, since they had reached death in the stadium, ready to start announced habit. Immediately the sand began to come out of Gaara's pumpkin. Sasuke, knowing very well that Gaara could wait longer than him, he decided to start things by throwing a couple of shurikens at the future Kasekage, as a wall was foreseen. The shield of sand rose to block the blow to Gaara's head. Well, the boy did not move an inch, not content with letting the shuriken fall harmlessly to the ground. The shield of sand became a sand clone, with Sasuke's shuriken closed in his fist. Ranged attacks were very rarely good against Gaara, so the best thing was to advance. Of course the sand clone was not going to let that happen, and he moved forward to stop him. Sasuke directed a high kick to the clone's head that this block with his arm, of course being made of sand. The hand came off, but quickly reformed. Annoyed Sasuke made sure to punch through it with his next blow and continued quickly towards Claw. The sand shield went up to protect him, so Sasuke moved back and punched Gaara in the face, which was something he had wanted to do for years. Naruto claimed that Gaara wasn't. He was trying to be his new best friend, but Sasuke wasn't convinced and never let it be said that he was not possessive. Gaara blinked in surprise, but quickly came to his senses and stood up again. He was once again forming his sand shield around him when Sasuke opted to press his advantage and hit him. A powerful kick to the throat that sent the other boy flying backwards. God knows if he had kicked a civilian in the throat at that speed and with that level of force, he would have an investigation to deal with, so it was lucky it wasn't more than a slight inconvenience for a ninja. When Gaara got back to his feet, he quickly called out to his sand and it began to form a shield completely around him. Sasuke looked at the sand dome and tried to remember if he had seen it before as he hit it experimentally. She was rock hard. Sasuke didn't really know what he was trying to achieve. Sasuke couldn't win if he couldn't get to Gaara, but it's not like Gaara could get to him when he was stuck in that cocoon of sand. Surely he wasn't about to really transform. He didn't have much control over it. From what Sasuke remembered, that was part of the reason he had been so homicidal in the first place. However, letting Gaara finish what he was doing would probably fall straight into category of not good, so Sasuke decided to use his signature move. He moved towards the edge of the arena and then ran straight towards Gaara. Once when he hit the sand barrier he used a Chidori. This fight is boring, Naruto complained. Face, he hasn't even tried to crush to Sasuke. He once said, well, that usually ends in death, so we should be glad that he seems to be avoiding that, said Sakura. Naruto looked at her. Does this mean you don't want to kill him anymore? Asked Naruto. Sakura shrugged her shoulders. Furthermore, Gaara has worked very hard to meet his minimum requirement of sanity, she said. Yes, I guess. Naruto broke off as he let his eyes scan the stadium looking for something more interesting. His eyes widened in horror. No, what's wrong? He asked. What? I was distracted. The people in the crowd are still falling asleep. I'd say half of them are already knocked out. Either they agree with me that this is boring, or someone gave them a genjutsu, Naruto announced, because someone would give them a big thumbs up. Yuxu in the crowd asked Temari, I mean, if something is happening, the civilians are not going to do anything but get in the way. Oh my god, said the blonde from Sunagakur, who asked Shikamaru, forcing himself to pay attention. Now that it seemed like something shady was happening, Gaara's impenetrable defense, it was simply penetrated. Temari ended up. There is no such thing as an impenetrable defense, said Naruto. If you apply enough strength and speed it will break, said Naruto. But this has never happened to Gaara, said Temari with the eyes wide open. Well, he has never faced the Chider. And before Sakura answered, be it, why isn't the kangaroo up here? Temari demanded. Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders. There is no reason why he shouldn't be, and he wasn't up here. Yell at me before, and Kiba. Sakura, you. And I haven't felt the need to go out since we lost, the Nara said, because you need the puppet guy. Get out of Gaara's sand shield and try to crush Sasuke, Temari exclaimed. I'll be scared of you, Naruto said magnanimously. It would probably be more interesting anyway. I probably understand what happens during a transformation better than anyone else here anyway, the blonde said. That would be well. Thank you, Temari said. I always feel stupid when I was scared alone, he said. Suddenly the sand melted to reveal Gaara, looking completely human but holding his arm. What have you done to me? Irideed asked, I made you bleed, Sasuke replied indifferently, that's what he said to me. Gaara didn't insist, his eyes closed suddenly, and he put a trembling hand to his forehead. Are you okay, boy? He asked, a little worried. I'm fine, Gaara lied, just a big headache. He commented suddenly the world was filled with feathers. What did he ask what was going on before he fainted? Everyone else in the stadium box dispelled the genjutsu with relative ease, and Sakura woke up. Kiba, you know, Naruto said with his eyes twitching. Someone is going to have he would die to stop me from facing him, he said. What should we do, asked Sakura. Sasuke should be fine. But who knows what is going on in the street box, asked the girl. We can't do anything about it, Naruto pointed out. I'm sure he's a little out of our league scope. I'm going to go look for Sasuke. You have to go look for him and tell him about the imposter, said Naruto. But he's an imposter, asked Sakura. Who knows, answered Naruto, but he's the loudest person I know, and if anyone can spread the word it's him, she said. The blonde agreed. Sakura nodded. I'll also try to wake up the others, he said. We'll go with you, he said he was going. Shikamaru nodded. Everyone looked expectantly at Temari today, having grabbed it really seems like he needs me right now, she said, however grumbled. Naruto as he prepared to move. If there wasn't sworn revenge, he said. Don't worry, Sakura assured her. Sasuke seems just as upset. I'm sure he'll seek revenge 10 times more than you could wish for, and Kakashi is actually up there, and this could affect our chances of promotion. It could even help because now I have to deal with both of them. Well, you sulk about this, Sakura explained. Thank you, Sakura. Naruto smiled at her. You're the best, he said. What have we gotten ourselves into? Temari asked. Not for the first time. Minato turned. He stood up to see why someone had placed a large-scale genjutsu on the crowd. When someone put his arm around him, he immediately pulled out a kunai and stabbed the offending arm before breaking free. Turning towards his attacker, he saw the hand of the bleeding Kazekage. Is there any reason why you grabbed me? Minato asked a cafe cage, a little embarrassed, because the only reasons I can think of for your actions are that you were trying to kidnap me or trying to grope me. Minato said the relationships between shits wouldn't really end well, said Kakashi, and anyway, I've never seen him interested in anyone other than Kushina. He said, I wasn't trying to get hold of you, the coffee insisted. One of these days people are going to realize that I'm not a stalker, and if I were you would be too old for me, said the Kazekage. So he was trying to kidnap me, asked Minato raising an eyebrow. Would you try to steal the Hokage from the heart of Konoha? That is the height of stupidity, Minato pointed out. Actually I was trying to take you to the roof to being able to kill you, the Kazekage explained, and we couldn't fight here because Minato asked. It's a bit tight, the Kazekage explained, not to mention it would be difficult to place the barrier, he said. It's not like I'm going to run away from a fight with you, Kazekage. Minato assured him. That would endanger my shinobi, and taking care of you is my responsibility. What do you sincerely hope to achieve with this attack, asked Minato. Is it not obvious, answered the coffee. I am trying to start a war, said a war. Minato repeated. Why the wind? Demito has been favoring Konoha lately and cutting his Nagakure's forces, asked the shithead Rubio. The Kazekage laughed. That's the rhetoric I used to convince the old fools on the council, but no, I just want to destroy in fact, I even joined a club dedicated to that very purpose, said the Kazekage. You know, Kakashi said nonchalantly, deciding to see once and for all if things had changed or not, since the invasion was still going on and had started during the same period. Combat, I understand that you are bitter, but if you had worn that damn necklace, you would have had a better chance. You really shot yourself in the foot there, said Kakashi. Minato's eyes opened wide. Necklace, you mean Orochimaru, asked the blonde shit. A dark laugh was heard. Who else can I think of? A good 12.5 people who could do something like that off the top of my head, Kakashi offered. Be that as it may, I'm the legitimate fourth Hokage, the Kazekage declared, tearing off his face to reveal that it was in fact Orochimaru. I could be wrong, Minato said doubtfully. But I'm pretty sure that one of the requirements of the position of Kage is to not feel like killing your people and destroying your village. Minato said. I knew I was missing something, Orochimaru said with a deadpan tone. When Naruto and Temari arrived at Sasuke and Gaara, Baki and Kankura were already there. Thank you very much for leaving me alone up there so I could go crazy because Gaara didn't follow the plan, he threw a Matamari, hitting his puppet-obsessed brother in the head. It's not me. Lame, she protested. Kankulo, I didn't make it to the final, you remember, she asked, which was totally your fault for not taking this seriously, reminded him of Temari, and little details like they don't belong in the box didn't really stop her from winning with Sheet. She said, well, to be fair, those people are crazy, replied Kangaroo. Hey object Naruto, do you still think I'm evil, asked Kankulus. Turning to him, I forgot, confessed Naruto. Kankuro turned to his sister Case in Point. Gora, do you remember the plan, asked Baki with urgency. Baki tried again. Obito, he sighed. Wait, he stepped between the couple who were still fighting. Can you stop fighting? The Chunin exam is over, said the Uchiha. Okay, Gaara said, because I swear this headache is getting very bad, said the boy. I won. Sasuke demanded because if I didn't win the fight it just ended so I refuse to acknowledge it, said Sasuke. Obito rolled his eyes. Well if you won because it's a Gakure, it seems to be invading an Itagakure and a couple of Angus, but they're probably spies if not direct invaders who stole Angus masks, Obito said with a shrug. Do you remember the plan? Gorobody asked again. Gaara felt yes it was to finish off the shinobi of Itagakure, right? Asked Did Gaara did he just defect? Asked stunned Temari. Sighed. He probably said I don't understand, muttered Kangaroo. He has always hated Asuna, and now he loves Konoha. Asked Kankulus. No wonder this has been coming since Naruto decided you were the evil one. Temari told him. I'm almost sure he hadn't defected when we got up today, why not you stopped him? He asked Calculation accusingly. He didn't say anything until just before Sasuke's fight, and Sakura defended Temari, and how was he going to stop it? Be nice to him, try to get him to leave, so as not to be influenced. It wouldn't work, since we can't force to do nothing, and it would only serve to further contrast our behavior with that of the Konoha shinobi that we know and push him even more to his side, Temari explained. Baki shook his head. No, the plan is to finish off the Konoha shinobi, those who have the blade shape in his forehead protectors. Instead the random musical note said to Baki. Gaara cocked his head seriously, because I could have sworn that when I found out about the plan it was against Itagakure shinobis. If the Konoha thing is a last minute change you should know. Those don't suit me, Gaara said. It wasn't always about killing the Konoha shinobi, he tried to convince Baki. Sunagakure's not so secret. Alarm. You can take care of that. We'll get it aborted. Your mission? Baki asked. I assure you that I am perfectly prepared and willing to kill the shinobi. From Itagakure, answered Gaara. Turned to Obito. Would that negatively affect my chances of becoming Chunin? Asked the surprised boy. Obito shook his head. As long as you don't start killing people indiscriminately and just go after the invaders, no. It should be a problem, said Obito. Yes, it would be a very big problem, Baki replied, seeing that those from Itagakure are ours, in which you are saying that the ageless heartless Orochimaru murdered the cacique and took his place to deceive his Naruto to invade it and start a useless and destructive war, shouted Guy, surprised and horrified. They automatically turned towards their Kazekage, only to see a pale man with black hair standing in his robe. Is Orochimaru gesture of bad mood? Yes it is. He made a pause. Also killed my family, said Naruto. Groaned. So now is not the time, Sasuke commented. Naruto. Looks like they have set a trap for us, growled Baki. Gaara, if you are sure you can handle it, go kill all the Itagakure shinobi you find. We have to run the risk. Voice over the Kasekage. We will not throw away our lives for the petty revenge fantasy of a Konoha ninja, ordered Baki. Sasuke, no matter how much he knows that you like to side with anyone who seeks revenge, you already tried, and it would get in the way of your own need for revenge against Orochimaru, so don't even think about it, warned Naruto. I won't do it, Sasuke promised. After all, even if some don't think that preventing us from fighting is enough cause to kill someone, I've sought revenge for less, said the Uchiha Sakura. I'm impressed that you've already managed to kill 10 Itagakure shinobi, congratulated him. Gay, you seem very young in your desire to help keep Leaf safe, said the man. I couldn't vent all my frustration with Sasuke during our fight, explained Sakura, and ruining the tournament just so he could invade would have really killed him to wait. Now I'm going to have to deal with a couple of annoying teenage triads, she said. I'm not sure I can sympathize properly since the adorable legends aren't really the ones to bother. He told him. Gay, but anything that helps you keep our home safe. If it's true about Orochimaru, do you think Hokage-sama will be fine? This is really serious, he asked. Gay, he survived Naruto's upbringing with his sanity more or less intact, isn't it? Thus Sakura responded with a smile. That is not a task for the faint of heart, and besides, the leader of the Konoha village is not going to fall easily. She said, well, we have woken up the others. She announced that she was running towards them, followed by Inuchoji. Another Chinese and the gay team. You mean I woke them up? Shikamaru corrected, lazily making his way back. I also helped. He was going, he insisted. I made sure no one will attack you. Well, you revived them, he said. What a pain, he muttered. I should have followed my original plan to pretend he was unconscious. He might even have gotten a nap out of the deal, said the nothing. Then why didn't you do it? Challenge Kiba. Is because you realize that you really want to help protect with Leaf after all? Asked the Imizuka. No, Shikamaru shook his head, and he yawned. I just realized that since there are 3 other people with me who can also dispel their Gemetsu, he probably would have tried to wake me up. Probably Naruto, since he is the most troublesome, said Shikamaru. They have all shown that they are ready to become Chunins, or that they are on their way, Gay told them seriously. Although right now they are just games, we need you to help defend with Blade. You can do it? The man asked. The gaming players nodded with determination. I have to go back to my team, he said. Sakura apologizing. I'm sure you guys can handle things up here, and I'm also equally sure you're going to do something stupid like God knows I'm somehow responsible. I need to make sure they don't kill each other, said the gay girl looked at her carefully before nodding okay. Be careful when you go down now the rest of you listen I must confess said Orochimaru, I would rather face the third Hokage, so I can kill him for his betrayal he said his betrayal Minato no, I could believe it. You were the one who experimented not only on Konoha citizens but on children, even babies, Minato accused, he should have been Hokage, Orochimaru growled, he took away my rightful position. I can't blame Jiraiya. I guess for wanting me. Her student becomes Hokage that was her goal before she met him, Tsunade might need later not to seek revenge on her however, if it weren't for you, Saruto Vi-sensei would have had no choice but to choose me the Sunny accused in Snake and then which Minato replied, you wouldn't know destroyed in your mad quest for power, said maybe not said Orochimaru with contempt, I didn't come here to talk. About the past he said he could have fooled me muttered Kakashi, I may not have the battlefield ideal, but still I don't want any interference now put up the barrier Orochimaru ordered the four of the sound Minato reflexively looked around the shitbox, only to see that the shinobi who were with Orochimaru were lying on the ground motionless, why aren't they putting the barrier up? Barrier Orochimaru demanded Itachi killed them 10 minutes ago, Kakashi informed them sounding bored it would have helped, but the younger shinobi seemed to have it well under control, and it seemed somewhat poetic that Itachi would kill those who in another life had tempted him. Sasuke to leave the relative safety of Konoha and head to train with a seriously disturbed Orochimaru and finally finish off the Akatsuki anyway, Itachi had always been better at killing silently than him, maybe if you were less involved in your little fight of grudge, you would have noticed Kakashi said, never mind finally decided Orochimaru I will kill them either way, said Minato responded with. A decidedly hostile shuriken cage boom without Nijutsu a shuriken turned into dozens and everyone they flew directly towards Orochimaru, he couldn't avoid them all Orochimaru clapped his hands and asked have you seen Fear Tensei it took me a long time to master it, but I consider it to have been worth it, it may have cost me some sacrifices, but its uselessness has failed me anyway, and maybe now. We can show Sarutobi sensei which of us deserves the title of Hokage the most, he said, and a coffin appeared in front of him. You know just the fact that if Minato-sensei had lost, he wouldn't be throwing a tantrum. Epic and trying to kill everyone makes him a better candidate, even if you win this fight, Kakashi couldn't resist pointing out Orochimaru glared at him, no one has asked you he said no, but if you plan to ask the third Hokage, he will tell you what Kakashi replied, although he will be much sadder and disappointed than me, he said, a second coffin rose and then a third. But Minato quickly made some seals with his hand. The first and third coffins opened with a squeak, while the second remained motionless. The reactivation of the first Hokage did not work, Orochimaru complained, and he wanted so much to see the Mokuton in action after all. I sacrificed 59 infantry for the opportunities oh well at least the second and the third are always there he said effectively. When the two coffins functional they opened completely they revealed here is in Shiratobi a man that Minato recognized from his portrait as Tobirama Senju, so you are the fourth Hokage said Tobirama, I may not know you, but I have what if has chosen you, you must be a worthy successor, especially if you consider the other candidate, he threw a look of displeasure at Orochimaru. Orochimaru snorted, please. As if he needed your approval, he said, well, you won't have mine either, he informed him, said hello, and emphatically turned to his face. Successor it's been a long time Minato I'm glad to see that you're doing so well, even though this isn't exactly the best of circumstances, said the old man I didn't expect to see you again, Minato confessed, I'm sorry to have to fight with you, but Orochimaru doesn't leave me any other option excuse me Minato, don't blame yourself for doing what needs to be done, Sarutobi said softly. That's what it means to be Hokage after all, and I hope you've stopped blaming yourself for my death, the Kyuubi had to be stopped, and with Leaf and Naruto, they needed you. I was an old man and it was time for me to step aside, said Here's in Shanghai Masama Minato was left speechless since he here and Orochimaru still hasn't done anything to try to control him. Can you answer a question for me? Kakashi spoke Sarutobi seemed surprised certainly Kakashi, what do you want to know? The man asked. Does he somehow blame me for his death? Kakashi demanded no. Of course, I didn't assure him of health if you hadn't told me about Minato's plan. It's true that he probably would have died in my place, but what I did was what I did. Better and it was my decision Hiruzen explained, they will kill you once you are done, but by all means appease your guilt, said the Sunin Kakashi's eye widened as he took out his book, I don't feel guilty, no matter what they say well, Iriyama signed the cover, so I could mention that no, he blames me in the back, Kakashi asked. Maybe it's just because I've been dead. For the last 12 years, Sarutobi said as he obligatorily absorbed Kakashi's guilt. But I don't understand you anymore, the old man said, thank you again for doing this, he told him. Kakashi to the third Hokage, seriously, you just saved me a lot of accusations of murder. He said okay, he assured him health, and I really don't think he wants to understand. He said if they're done with it it's time to move on, announced. Orochimaru took out 2 kunai that had seals attached to them and stuck one in on the back of the head of each of the former Hokes. Feel free to resume your true appearance now, he said. They look cleaner, Minato pointed out, but other than that more or less the same. What have you done, asked Minato. The seal I put on, it puts them directly under my control, Orochimaru boasted, and the good thing about this resurrection technique is that it is a form of immortality. Until I stop giving them power, they will continue to exist here no matter what you do. If you remove a limb from them, it will grow back every time. Knockdowns will just get back up again. You can't win, explained Orochimaru. So you're saying we have to kill you first? Minato said, flatly staring at his former compatriots. Orochimaru laughed, as if you could. The dear Sarutobi-sensei, they wouldn't let you get close to me, and even if you did, I've already seen you in action. Do you really think I would come here if I were going to risk dying? Orochimaru asked. Are you? Kakashi stopped in disbelief before starting again. You're honestly telling us that if any of us, if the 2 former Hokage had bothered to move instead of being right in front of you, you wouldn't have taken over them and we could have avoided all of this? I guess I agree, Orochimaru. It's a shame they didn't do it for you, he said. Itachi. Kakashi, Minato said quietly, I want you two to go. I can handle myself against my predecessors. And if something goes wrong, killing Orochimaru should destroy the incarnations of Sandai Nizama and Midei Misama. We don't know what steps Orochimaru has taken to try to achieve immortality. So yes. Itachi is necessary, use that sword, Minato ordered. Itachi nodded, understanding. Hokage said, don't die. Minato-sensei, Kakashi said. Knowing very well that that battle had cost Sarutobi his life, although he was not clear about the consequences. Don't even dream about it, Minato promised. I won't fall to someone like Orochimaru, he said. Oh, so you two are going to face me now, Orochimaru asked, arching an eyebrow at them. He was so interested in seeing Minato die. But I guess this will at least give me something to remember. Well, he realizes that resistance is useless and abandons all hope of survival. If I hurry I may even finish in time to see death, Misama said. Orochimaru, you have confidence, Itachi said quietly. Immortals usually have it, he replied. Orochimaru, and I mean real immortality, not those Jiren parlor tricks. I don't understand why we're considering letting him join, it would be a lot easier if he learned. The self-control, snorted Orochimaru. If you're immortal and you don't care in the slightest that Minato-sensei I kicked your ass, then why did you feel the need to summon 2 dead people to come between us? Kakashi asked innocently. I don't need to explain myself to people like you, Kakashi snorted Orochimaru. And you know who are you, really, said Itachi, asked Itachi rhetorically. Are you the one who has foisted your massacre on me? Exclaimed Orochimaru. My massacre, Itachi repeated. I'm afraid, lest you mean, said the Uchiha. I was not near Konoha that night, and yet everyone blames me for it. Having ended such an honorable and distinguished clan, if Orochimaru, the acclaim was appreciated, but being responsible for ending such a powerful bloodline, I have come to think that it is not worth it, said the man. I don't see how that is my fault, Itachi told him. Anko was the one who identified you that night, said. I'm sure she did, said Orochimaru condescendingly. That girl never liked me after I left. I think she might have abandonment issues. Still, I wonder what dear Sasuke-kun would have to say about everything. This was a charm when we met in the forest, said Orochimaru. Itachi's eyes shone. I will kill you before I allow you to get close to my brother again. He said you can try it, invited Orochimaru. The Sharingan may be much rarer than expected what it was before, but that only increases its value. I have always wanted an Uchiha, you know, and now it seems that fate has seen fit to grant me one, commented Orochimaru. Do you mean like a pet? Kakashi felt obliged to ask. Or do you mean more like a toy? Said Itachi. He looked reproachfully at his fellow Konoha shinobi, but he didn't say anything, at least not now, although after the invasion ended well, it could be a different story than not. Orochimaru insisted. I'm not a door thing, I just want his body, said Elsanen. There was an awkward silence. Are you sure you're not one? Kakashi finally asked, because from what it seems, yes, I'm sure. Orochimaru cut him off. He opened his mouth wide and a snake extended out of it. Or is that just disgusting? Kakashi exclaimed. Now you've eaten one. Snake lives one in your intestines. Thinking about it, I really don't want to know, said the man. If you're going to complain every time Orochimaru does something annoying, this is going to last twice as long, Itachi told him. And once this battle is over they'll still need us to deal with the rest of the invasion, he said. I know. Kakashi was cut off as the snake's mouth opened to reveal a sword that shot out in his general direction. Once the sword disappeared, the snake retreated into Orochimaru's throat. And he closed his mouth, jumping out of the way. Kakashi continued, if he was just going to use the snake to keep the sword, why bother with that? Is he trying to be creepy? I know you can swallow swords without the help of reptiles, because God knows I've seen Anko do it often, the man commented. Kakashi felt that even now he was still no match for Orochimaru. Minato definitely was, but he was a little busy at the moment. Even Sasuke had only managed to beat him because the Sunan snake was already suffering the effects of his borrowed body's decomposition. Although Sasuke usually denied it, it wasn't that it really reflected on either of them, except that Sasuke really should have put himself in a position in which he was so close to being assimilated, since Orochimaru had proven to be capable of facing Naruto when he used four tails. In reality, the only person he knew who had defeated Orochimaru in something resembling a fair fight was Itachi, and he had achieved it at the age of 13 or so. Kakashi was perfectly content to leave the fight against the snakes to the Uchiha and deal with the legendary sword himself. Unfortunately, said legendary sword had that annoying tendency to able to cut through anything except the chakra of the many-tailed Jinchuriki, and Kakashi was sadly devoid of it. Fortunately for him, to throw random kunai, explosive tags, or even YouTube at the sword, it was enough to slow him down, since, although in essence he was limited to doing nothing but running away would be really embarrassing, he could even convince Orochimaru not to waste his precious sword on him and withdraw it, which would mean he wouldn't be of any help. Kakashi stopped suddenly and was almost impaled as a result when he saw a gigantic flaming humanoid spirit surrounding Itachi. It must be the Susanoo. Orochimaru stopped for a second to whisper in amazement, the Totsuka sword all these years, and you've had it? He knew there was a reason for hate you, Elsanen hissed almost before Orochimaru finished his astonished statement. The Susanologist stabbed him with the perfect counter of Kusanagi almost immediately. Orochimaru seemed to merge with the sword, but Orochimaru to guide him, the Kusanagi fell lifeless to the ground. I've always wanted to have an unbreakable sword, Kakashi reflected, picking it up. Or at least I have since that thing started chasing me. Although Sasuke will probably steal it from me the first chance he gets. After the whole fact that he keeps calling his sword Kusanagi suggests an active interest on his part, Kakashi said. Itachi quickly dispelled the Susanoo and elite almost. They turned in unison to see how Minato was. Minato stayed back and watched as two clones his hands were holding the third and second Hokage, one arm extended from the abdomen of each clone to that of each former Hokage. I'm sorry, John de Misama. The second apologized with a wry smile on his face. We've caused him a lot of trouble. He said, you're doing a great job. Work, Minato said. Sarutobi softly. He knew he had made the right decision. He said, I'm sorry. The Minato, who was watching the exchange, told them rest in peace. With it, the arms took out the souls of the two dead leaders and they collapsed to the ground in a pile of ashes. Healthy shinobi, so much disregard for the lives of his followers, Minato said, regretfully shaking his head. Hey, if Sande Misama's soul was basically devoured by a Shinigami, and then Orochimaru brought him here, does that mean that Orochimaru inadvertently saved him essentially from the eternal suffering? Kakashi asked. Minato head. I don't know, that would be incredibly ironic if that were the case. So Orochimaru is gone? Minato asked. Itachi nodded yes. Hokage missealed him with the Totsuka sword. I didn't know the clones could be used for that type of sealing, Itachi began. Minato nodded. For the people, yes, if you have enough chakra. For the viruses, they are too powerful for that and need a sacrifice in life, or we would all have saved ourselves a lot of trouble, said the man. Should have known that Orochimaru, it would be useless, a cold voice commented. He almost turned to see Madara looking very much like his avatar Toby, leaning cosily against a wall, but still his fanatically devoted cannon fodder helped make it. This invasion is possible, Malara said. Itachi finally said, hello. Itachi greeted Malara cordially. It's been years, right? I think I haven't seen you since the massacre. You've forgotten our deal, right? I'm helping you brutally murder all of our brothers, except for little Sasuke and you. You join me in Akatsuki, said Madara. Things changed, replied Itachi. Orochimaru was blamed, and I didn't have to leave. He said, whatever it is, Itachi, a promise is a promise, and I really would have thought they would have educated you to respect that, Madara scoffed. Still, it's not too late to join me, the man offered. I'll never betray Leaf, Itachi stated. We'll see, Madara said. Sounding amused, Kakashi, Minato said quietly, leave this to Itachi and me, he said. Kakashi protested, but go ahead. Look for Naruto, Minato ordered. Sakura and Sasuke are probably with him, and knowing them they're probably getting in trouble. Keep my son alive, Kakashi, Minato ordered reluctantly. Kakashi nodded. Don't leave him, his brother Minato sensei, and the last thing you need, do what it means to lose more members of your family, you know, for an invasion. This is really a bit boring, Sasuke complained as he cut down another Itagakure shinobi. They had to face some Sunagakure shinobi at the beginning of the fight, but the message that Orochimaru gave them had betrayed and killed his Kasukage seemed to have spread through the ranks of Sunagakure at that moment. It can be a bit monotonous, since we were only facing the grump, Sakura acknowledged, but you can't honestly say, are you bored? She said. I mentioned that when that man I was trying to see how close I was to being ready to be possessed by him. He made me fight a Tagakura shinobi, and I took them down without killing any of them or getting a scratch. Sasuke asked. Is that it? Cool Sasuke. Naruto smiled. Sasuke shrugged honestly. I don't mean maybe they were Chunin level shinobi I'm talking about. Do you remember when Shikamaru came to Chunin? Okay, he was brilliant, but if you stayed out of the shadow range, wasn't much of a challenge back then. Sasuke said he pretended to be unconscious, so he wouldn't have to do anything during the invasion. Sakura conceded. That's true. Naruto admitted, but he was actually talking about how great it was that you didn't kill them. Naruto said, even if they were a Tagakura shinobi and therefore evil by default. Sasuke asked innocently. Naruto hesitated before nodding firmly. Even then he said, you know, from what I can tell Naruto, most of the Tagakura shinobi were so bad. As Sasuke pointed out Sakura, so when I see Orochimaru, I think well a lot of things, really none of them positive, but one of those things is a Pied Piper. Most of those kids didn't really have loving friends or a big support network. In case of that they would have decided to use her as saw, but other than that it was more or less the same situation, she said. Naruto groaned. Don't make me start seeing them as victims, Sakura, you are going to make me be forced to save them all. Said the blonde. Sasuke snorted. While Orochimaru is alive so they can become obsessed, you can't save any of them, said the Uchiha. So it's a good thing Itachi just killed Orochimaru? No, asked Kakashi coming towards them. I know Itachi is incredibly impressive and all that, Naruto said confused, but I thought Orochimaru was something like, you know, immortal, commented the blonde. By killing I meant sealing them for all eternity and Mindano. Kakashi much better than when Sasuke tried to seal Orochimaru inside him. God knows what would have happened if Itachi didn't. I would have been there when he got loose, said Kakashi. He had it under control, Sasuke said, so he's gone. I would have liked to have been there. But I guess I've already beaten him and the Susanoo is the most effective way to get rid of him. He used the Susanoo. Right, Sasuke asked. Did he do it? Kakashi agreed, and right now he and your father Naruto are facing Madara. Kakashi explained. Sasuke's head snapped up where he asked, aren't you going on another suicide quest? Sakura said firmly. Let the two incredibly powerful shinobi take care of you, would only get in the way, said Kakashi. I promised I wouldn't go looking for him, but he's here now, Sasuke burst out, and he's fighting my brother. You can't expect me not to do anything, he said. I can and I do, Kakashi said seriously. Any of them would kill me if I let them get close to him. That fight said killing him once wasn't enough. Grumpy that Madara did everything in his power to have your clan annihilated, agreed Naruto, but you're not the only one who suffered from that decision. Let Itachi take revenge this time. Maybe. Okay, the blonde asked. But if he doesn't even want revenge, Sasuke protested. Helping kill Mater would still mean avenging the Uchiha, Naruto insisted. Sasuke thought about it for a long, terrible moment in which his companions wondered if they would have to incapacitate him to fight. But he should stay out of a fight that he was not at all prepared for, and what to do with him if they did. Finally Sasuke spoke. Well, but I'm going to need to kill something in the next 2 minutes, so help me, Sasuke said. A noise was heard. Dark laughter a few feet away. Isn't he a good boy? A quick glance showed that the speaker was Kisame Sasori and Kaku were standing with him, so Akatsuki was there after all. They are doing here? Naruto asked. I didn't think destroying villages out of style, he said. No, it's not, Kisame accepted, but there's nothing wrong with having a little fun while hunting Jinchurikis, right? The man asked. Our sources say you're one of our targets, little one, Sasori said from inside. His puppet armor. Naruto Nami right? Asked Naruto. Looked defiantly. Alone try it, said. Oh, that's what we mean. Serbian. Kisame suddenly stabbed his sword into the ground. I hate snakes, said by way of explanation. They remind me of that snake, said. What is this? Asked Gay appearing on the scene. A Kisame head kick mode 3. Members of the diabolical and anti-youth group that Orochimaru belonged to are plotting against my modern rival, and his young students. Asked Gay. Am I not your rival? Kakashi insisted, but as usual Gay didn't seem to hear him. The excessive youth really seemed to give you a selective ear. Kisame stood up after that. And what the hell was that? You come out of nowhere and kick me in the head, isn't that unyouthful or whatever? Asked Kisame. No, said Gay cheerfully. That's my way of saying I'll take care of you in a juvenile manner to give my companions a better chance, said. Be careful. Sakura warned. Her sword absorbs chakra, said Gay. Instantly returned to his characteristic boy pose. Well, then it's a good thing I intend to get through this fight using only Taijutsu. You see, this is a perfect example of when it is not only possible but actually useful and not relying on chakra when fighting, said Gay from some pretty trees. The other gamers who were left with Gay were standing with him and didn't get in the way, Gay added. It would be very unyouthful if one of you were injured in this very youthful fight. He said. For me, it's fine. Shikamaru accepted, sounding almost satisfied. This whole invasion is too troublesome for my taste anyway, said witnesses. Muttered Sasuke with a murderous look. Of all the moments for us to have witnesses choose now to appear, said Sasuke. At least we don't have to fight Kisame, whispered Naruto. I think I just fought against Kisame once, and I've gotten my ass kicked. Well, Gay has defeated him twice. Plus what do you want me to do, carry his fight and his burdens and get out of hearing range, asked Naruto. That would be fine, he nodded. Sasuke, that's exactly what I want, he said. That's very wrong, Sakura told them flatly. They couldn't really come up with a decent excuse, and I refused to let them stoop so low as to tell him that this place is unyouthful, she said. Okay. Kakashi said quietly. Loud to get their attention before lowering my voice again to levels of let's not let our enemies hear everything we're doing. Naruto and I have fought Kaku before and Sakura has defeated Sasori. I know you had Chilo with you last time and as their grandma, I'm sure it was a great help, but at least you'll have Sasuke with you, said Kakashi. I can change him for Naruto. Sakura asked immediately. Why do you want Naruto, asked Sasuke indignantly. I'm sorry Sakura, Kakashi apologized. We need Naruto against Kakuzu for his improved Rasengan, said the man. Not to mention my debilitating fear of puppets, added Naruto. Don't tell me you've already forgotten about that, he asked. So can I change? Sakura changed her tactics. You know I might be able to do this alone, she said. Come on, said Sasuke impatiently, rolling his eyes as he dragged his teammate to face Sasori. So you two are my opponents, huh? Kaku asked his rhetorically. Kakashi haddock, I haven't checked, but I'm willing to bet you have a huge reward for you. I am looking forward to collecting it, and you Jinchuriki try not to let me kill you, because otherwise our leader will be very upset, said the man. You Sasori, kiss him. Orochimaru, Kakashi listed that is at least 5 members of the Akatsuki here today. It's not possible for everyone to be here for Naruto, said Kakashi. Didn't admit he wanted to come, and there was no way to persuade him otherwise. He said I hate it, maybe he called me, looking up from his brave attempt to decapitate Guy. It's like he didn't have a purpose. Off switch, I swear, why couldn't I have a calm companion? No, I should be the stoic one all the time. It's not natural, Kisum complained. It's because you're too unyouthful, Gay explained as he unleashed a well-placed kick on Kisum and sent him flying. And this was all Orochimaru's doing, so Sasori had to come, he admitted. And I'm here because there was a rumor that his Kaku is here too. Do you know anything about that, he asked. Nothing, Naruto lied. And believe me, I would know, I have senses, he said. Yes, everyone seems to have companions. Where is yours? Kakashi asked, looking around suspiciously for Jiren. Kaku shrugged. The damn boy wouldn't shut up. So I killed him about 20 minutes ago. Let me tell you, Toby is very lucky. But our leader does not let him be alone with me under any circumstances. He suddenly stiffened as a Porokiri-infused punch passed through him. He asked, yes, I am that impressive, Kakashi said triumphantly before dispersing. The real Kakashi was standing behind Kaku with his arm piercing the chest of the ancient renegade ninja. Kaku waited for Kakashi to remove his invader appendage before saying, with a satisfied smile, do you really think it will be so easy to defeat me? I wouldn't have come so far if it was, said Kakuzu. Maybe that won't be enough to kill you, Kakashi agreed. But if giving truly lethal blows is that easy, this won't take long, said the man. You won't have the element of surprise twice, Kakashi promised Kakuzu. He tore off his cloak and he tossed unceremoniously aside. You may have broken one of my masks, but I still have 3 more waiting to destroy you. He closed his eyes and groaned. Are you in trouble out there? Naruto asked kindly. I don't think I'm okay, he replied. However, you won't be at that moment. 4 more expensive furry creatures came out of his back and landed behind him. The one Kakashi had hit quickly fell to his death, but the other 3 looked quite impressive, although a little disgusting. One of the masks opened its mouth and a blue beam came out towards Naruto, who quickly jumped out of the way. A second mask shot a yellow beam towards Naruto the moment he landed and hit him squarely. Hey, why do you hate me so much? Kakashi is the one who broke your stupid mask, monster, complained Naruto. You can take more damage than me, Kakashi pointed out. That doesn't mean doing so, replied Naruto. The red mask took advantage of that moment to fire a burst of red a few meters in front of her. The red of course became fire that quickly headed in Kakashi's direction. Thank you very much for that, Naruto, said Kakashi dryly as he hurried to escape the flames. Hey, don't look at me, Kaku did it. He defended himself. Naruto, you gave him the idea, Kakashi accused Naruto. Crossed his arms. Oh please, he's a renegade ninja who's practically as old as Madara. I'm sure he's adopted some good idea of killing people on his own. You know, before I was born, Naruto said. We still have to destroy 4 more hearts before killing him, Kakashi reminded Naruto. I will do what I can with my Vikiri, and then you have to take care of the rest, but you can't use Sage mode, so be careful. Kakashi warned. I will do it, Naruto nodded. But why do we have to take out his hearts? Why can't we just destroy his lungs or his brain or something? I'm pretty sure he only has 1 brain, said Naruto. That could actually be a plan, said Kakashi. Sounding surprised, he looked quickly at Kaku. I don't think he heard us, which is good. That would never work since you've been sitting here watching, and you're so much better with shadow clones than I could ever hope to be. I'll keep playing by their rules, and you'll try to use 1 or 2 clones to sneak up on me from behind and blow his head off, said Kakashi. Okay, Naruto nodded. It would be very helpful if you make sure he's facing the opposite direction so he can't see what I'm doing in his peripheral vision, and I'll make sure to mask the chakra of my Clone, said Naruto. Make sure you aim the brain, ordered Kakashi. May have more lungs, and you are proof, Vivi, that a destroyed lung is not necessarily a death sentence, and you have to destroy the brain, not just remove the head, because if the stitches on its neck they are an indication been there done that, and it turned out well, said Kakashi. Kakashi stood behind Kakuzu. Don't tell me you fell asleep on. Be seriously, I know you're old and full of old pride or whatever, but when you can't keep up awake for your fights, and those fights don't involve Shikamaru, it's really time to consider retirement, said Kakashi. Kaku turned sensibly to avoid having another heart destroyed. I'm torn between ripping out your still beating heart to replace the one you stole or just kill you. Now do you have a preference? Kaku asked. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. Not really, but it doesn't matter because you're not going to kill me, Kakashi said. Are you so sure? Kaku mocked as another tower of fire headed towards Kakashi. Kakashi jumped back and used a wall of fire. Water to try to calm the flames doesn't work, muttered Kakashi. Must have combined with the wind, said. A thread shot out of Kaku's arm and wrapped tightly around Kakashi's leg, pulling him towards the ground. Well, it's uncomfortable, he observed, almost as Kaku stood over him. I've decided, Kakuzu announced, your heart is mine now. He suddenly stopped when he felt two hands grab the back of his neck. Naruto threw a Rengen Raz at point-blank range. The three remaining masked monsters shook and fell. Immobile, and Kaku himself was missing the upper third of his body. I think I have it, Naruto said with a smile. Well, Naruto was right there, Kakashi complained as he stood up. Seriously, he could have killed me. And what did I tell you about using the Sage mode? I asked Kakashi. I'm sorry, Naruto apologized, allowing himself to get out of Sage mode, but he wasn't sure the Rasengan was powerful enough, and the Rasen Shuriken is too loud. He would have been on alert, and maybe he wouldn't have been able to hit it, said Naruto, but now the people will be able to perceive that you used that chakra, and if there is no one else, Araya will realize what it means and will have many questions for you about how you did it without going to see the toads, Kakashi pointed out. You know, considering that I just saved your life, I might be a little more grateful, Naruto snorted. Kakashi rolled his eyes. I could have handled it, and now we have to deal with telling people about us, the man said, and Naruto shrugged. We probably should have done it from the start. At first, said the blonde. Kakashi sighed. You and the others can claim that they took an example from me, but I have to explain why I haven't bothered to explain this for the last 15 years, said Kakashi. It sucks to be you, said Naruto with lightness. Your empathy is touching, said Kakashi with sarcasm. I try it, said Naruto with modesty, but really how bad can it be? Who needs to be told? Asked Naruto. Their Behi, of course, said Kakashi, because he will be able to realize that something is wrong, because of the chakra of Sage will insist on telling Minato. So there are two, said Kakashi. To whom we tell? He asked Sakura, jumping towards him, followed by Sasuke. Naruto used Sage chakra, so now we have to confess at least they're Araya and Minato, summarized. Kakashi, you're an idiot, Sasuke said bluntly. I thought you weren't going to use that, he said. I wasn't going to do it, Naruto admitted, but he seemed even more efficient, he said. But now we have to tell people, Sakura grumbled, running a hand through her hair. Definitely not. My parents will never understand it, nor will they be happier without knowing it, that is to say. Return because the world ended because Naruto or Sasuke died. It could scare them, but they could understand it. Return more or less because yes, not so much, she said. It wasn't just for fun. Kakashi protested. My life is 1,000 times better now than at the same point in the other timeline, the man said. Mine was also quick to say, Naruto, and mine, Sasuke added. Well, I was fine with the way things turned out, Sakura informed them. So I couldn't make them understand, he said. We could lie and say that the world ended, Kakashi suggested. That seems more responsible of us, he said. But then there's always the problem of why didn't we tell anyone if the situation was so serious, Sasuke pointed out, and I don't like lying to my father. Naruto confessed, and to the Hokage he also said. Well, Kakashi agreed, we'll tell Minato, and there the truth was someone else, asked Kakashi. Wouldn't it be right not to tell Tsunade-sensei, Sakura offered. I mean, she was our Hokage when we left after everything and it's in the council, Sakura pointed out. Any objection, Kakashi asked. When there was none he continued. Fine, there are 3 people so far. Someone else asked the man. We can't tell Obito, and Rin. Sasuke declared. They probably wouldn't like to hear. They just died, and nobly a long time ago, and there's no way they can stand that the Hokage had our family killed through Itachi, but speaking of, he sighed, he's always worried that I'll find out the truth and hate him, although I really don't want to. Probably, I should let him know that I forgive him, and I can't do it if he doesn't know, said Sasuke. And I guess if I'm going to spend the rest of my life with her, I should know too, Kakashi decided reluctantly. So they are Jiraiya, Minato, Tsunade, Itachi, Yonko. 5 people. That seems good, Kakashi asked. Yes, that should be good. Naruto agreed. You realize that if this makes us the least bit uncomfortable, we're going to kill you, right? Sakura asked. You can try. Naruto told her, but I have an army of shadow clones and a collection of friends. At my disposal so you can start discarding the idea, so both of you have finished your most youthful fights, asked Gay approaching them, followed by his protege. Did any of you capture your opponent, or were you forced to kill him, asked the man. Kaku was an incredibly dangerous enemy with a penchant for stealing hearts. So we decided it was best to just kill him, Kakashi replied. Not to mention that it's quite difficult not to kill someone with a Rasengan, Naruto added, and if we tried it would have involved a lot of unnecessary attacks on people. The poor annoying creatures in the mask, said the blonde. We could have tried to capture Sasori alive, said Sakura, but it was difficult to get close to him due to his use of a very powerful poison, so Sasuke ended up using Amaterasu on him, Sakura explained. To be fair, Sasuke defended himself. Apparently it was a real puppet and he had no way of knowing it, the Uchiha said. Like that, Naruto asked, shaking. Thank goodness I then fought the guy with the mask. The last thing this world needs are sentient puppets. Paused. Well, the penultimate thing, the last thing we need is more revenge-obsessed morons, but that goes without saying, right? Sasuke asked Naruto. I'm quite okay, said Sasuke with a nod. Idiots ruin everything, said the Uchiha. I was referring more to the revenge part, Naruto corrected. You know, since you were using the damn Amaterasu, I think he would have burned him alive. Even if he hadn't turned into a puppet, Sakura pointed out, but he wasn't. So I didn't, Sasuke replied. How was your gay fight? Kakashi asked, hoping to avoid an argument about semantics. It was very juvenile, Guy replied, as if it could have been something else. He seemed a little unsure of what to do since his sword couldn't absorb the heat. Chakra that I didn't use, and he ended up summoning a lake in the middle of our battle, but my youth prevailed and I left him unconscious and tied up, he said. Gay. I had never felt so inspired in my life, he exclaimed. Now I see without a doubt that working without chakra not only it is possible, but it can be an advantage, said the boy. It all depends on how hard you work, he accepted. Gay, and I know that. You, my adorable student, will work harder than anyone else. Turning to Kakashi he continued, as the other two are dead, Hokage-sama can't have Kisame interrogated. When this is all over, Gay suggested. Good plan, Kakashi responded. Now let's finish ridding the village of the shinobi of Itagakure. Naruto called Minato, seeing his son. The invasion was over, and the ninjas who were not too seriously injured were gathering again. The ruins of the stadium. Hello father, Naruto greeted with a smile. The rest of his team was a few meters away, trying to pretend that they weren't spying. Did you kill the bad guys? Naruto asked. I did, Minato acknowledged, and unlike most cases. This time I can objectively and diplomatically declare that they are the bad guys, Minato said. Yes, Sasuke really wanted to go fight him once. Kakashi said that they were facing Madara, who apparently hated his family and abandoned them a long time ago, however we didn't let him. Naruto informed him, hoping his father wouldn't ask him about his doubts. Minato, who had been glaring at Kakashi for mentioning that, relaxed. That's good. He was a very dangerous opponent and Sasuke would only have hurt him, Minato said. Of all. Anyway, we had our own problems to deal with. Continued Gay. Naruto was fighting a sushi man. Sasuke and Sakura took out a possessed puppet and Kakashi and I killed a guy in a mask who claimed to have fought the first Hokage. Apparently they were friends of Orochimaru who secretly hated him, said Naruto. What did? Minato exclaimed, bending down to check if his son was hurt. You're not hurt, right? He asked. Naruto obediently endured the exam with just an exasperated roll of his eyes. No, I'm fine. Kakashi made me stay back while he fought because apparently it was dangerous and he didn't want to be lectured to death about the uselessness of irresponsibility or some other nonsense like that, but it didn't matter because then I could sneak up on him from behind and blow his head off with my version of the Rasengan, said Naruto. Baking soda seemed a little alarmed at that. You have literally blown someone's head off. You're just a gaming, said the good man. Technically it was more like the upper third of his body, but really it's the same thing, Naruto admitted, and I hope my gaming status doesn't last long, or else I swear to God he ran away day. Blackyear, said Naruto. Are you threatening me to get a promotion? Minato asked incredulously and a little worried, because you know the last thing I want is for you to get killed, but gamers can't go around alone, Minato said. It's not a threat, Naruto assured his father, it's just the only appropriate response to the prospect of a spring year of youth. Sakura and Sasuke, they would probably agree to come with me if it came to that. Anyway, Sasuke is always more than willing to have a change of scenery, said Naruto. We'll take care of your lack of promotion if it comes to that, Minato promised. Meanwhile, don't even think about leaving. And Sasuke and Sakura, are they okay? Minato asked. Oh yeah, they're okay actually. I trust Naruto. I heard Sasuke congratulating Sakura on her one-hit puppet destruction. I should probably say something about that too, because the two of them really liked him. They did the world a favor tonight, said Naruto. Minato sighed and shook his head. We have to find you some therapy for this puppet thing of yours, or maybe Obito could talk to you about it, said Minato. Are you sure it's necessary? Asked Naruto. Didn't really feel like it. The prospect of seeing a therapist now that his problems were mostly resolved, I mean after what happened with that Sasori guy, I feel totally vindicated, pointed out Naruto. We'll talk about it later. For now, I have to have a quick meeting with the daimyo and the other judges before they leave to see who gets promoted. After that I have to organize the reconstruction, so you might be free for a while. Said Minato. Or Minato-sensei, said Kakashi, abandoning any pretense of not having been paying attention to their conversation. I still have the recommendation sheet that Orochimaru used earlier. Do you want it? Kakashi asked. Minato blinked. The truth is that I had completely forgotten about that. I can see why. Would give before Sasuke and Gaara's fight, but why would he write one if he was trying to kill me? The blonde shit questioned. Maybe it was a contingency plan in case he lost, considering he had to sit through all those fights. Maybe he wanted to get at least something out of it, suggested Kakashi. So do you want it, or should I continue using it as a marker? Asked Kakashi. Can we take it into account, given that although he was not really the Kazekage he was the leader of, or that he has been recognized as legitimate enough to send candidates? Minato decided, and honestly, I'm a little curious to know who did he think should make the cut. He said, is there something else? Minato-sensei asked Kakashi. Just one more thing. Do you have any reservations about your team's promotion? Asked Minato. I understand that you have some reservations. For tell me that you think your students are crazy in front of them, so if you want to let me know later, that's fine, Minato said. On the contrary, Kakashi lied through his teeth. He had never met such happy and well-adjusted individuals before. Said Kakashi. Thank you very much for that, Naruto, said Kakashi sarcastically. Once Team 7 was alone, they had naturally decided not to help deal with the aftermath of the invasion until they had a chance to compare notes, and they were sitting in the middle of their old training ground. Fortunately, they hadn't been harmed by the invasion. Don't mention it, anyone who isn't a revenge-obsessed idiot would have done the same, Naruto answered automatically. But what did I do? Naruto asked. Did you tell your father? I had told you about Madara, Kakashi reminded her. Yes, it was a bad idea, Sakura agreed. I was waiting for you to shut up, but I couldn't do anything because I was too far away to hit you, and I couldn't say anything because I couldn't explain myself, and I don't want them to think that we are not fit to pass the minimum sanity requirement, said Sakura. Probably not, said Sasuke. Don't say that, Naruto shouted. We will pass it and avoid the gay training, he said. And you, Sasuke challenged. Well, you see, Naruto doubted if he did. I probably wouldn't have threatened to run away from home, Sakura pointed out. Do you think that will affect us negatively? Sasuke wondered out loud. I didn't exactly threaten him, Naruto corrected, and I hope it's not supposed to have the opposite effect, she said, and it's hyperbole, right, Naruto? Kakashi asked in response to Kakashi. There was only silence. Right, Naruto repeated Kakashi louder this time. Because if you leave and your father kills me, I will plague your dreams with visions of me eating ramen and not letting you eat anything for the rest of your life. I am no longer in his good side for telling you about Malaga, said Kakashi. You can always come with me, Naruto with a weak smile. And I forgot that we weren't supposed to know about him, yet I panicked a little when I realized that even if you mention him, Sasuke would need a reason to want to go look for him, said Naruto, especially because I don't have the reputation of wanting to complete my family massacre like last time. Sasuke accepted, and I fully recognize that there are better times and places than a high-level fight in the middle of an invasion for a meeting. Familiar said. Then what happened? Did you say something about the taxi sealing Orochimaru forever? Sakura asked curiously. Oh sure, well Orochimaru gave me a list of names of who he thought should be Chunin. Kakashi started. We're there, Naruto interrupted. Kakashi gave her an annoyed look. I didn't. I know, I haven't read it, the man said. Well, I should know, Naruto muttered, crossing his arms. Considering, I've managed to beat him. I've probably made the list, Sasuke stated confidently. Sakura rolled her eyes. Considering he's in love with you, you're probably the smart one, said Sakura. Be careful, Sakura warned Sasuke. You sound jealous, he said about you. Sakura made a face. I'd rather date Hino, said. That wasn't exactly what she meant, Sasuke replied. It's a nice thought though, said Naruto. Dreamily, the only reason I don't slap you for being a pervert is because I was the one who brought it up, Sakura informed him matter-of-factly. I made a note, swallowed Naruto. Yes, they're done, said Kakashi quickly. I could tell you how Orochimaru posed as the Kafukade and summoned Minato-sensei's predecessors. Fortunately, Minato-sensei managed to do something to prevent the first Hokage, but he still had to face the second and the third, said Kakashi. Who you killed? Team 7 intoned. All in all, Kakashi's eyes crinkled with excitement and he took out his book. I thought they would say that that's why I brought this, he said. You brought porn to show us that you didn't kill the third Hokage. Sakura was decidedly unimpressed. No, Kakashi shook his head and looked at the back cover. Read this. Me. Here is in Saratobi being relatively healthy in mind, although with a makeshift body. I absolve Kakashi Haddock of any possible guilt in my death. Without his information I could still be among the living, but my successor cannot. I would be, and I made my own decisions, although I still don't see why this is so important that I have to do it now. Sakura read obediently, and for that matter I didn't say Either Sakura you made Naruto couldn't believe it and Orochimaru let you do it, asked Kakashi shrugged his shoulders he seemed confused, but quite apathetic about the whole thing. Actually said Kakashi, you realize this doesn't change anything right, Sasuke asked him seriously. What did Kakashi shout come on I have a dead man to give proof written that it does not hold me responsible, what more do you want? Asked the man. The third was brought back to life by the Edo Tensei Orochimaru that could well have unintentional side effects, such as biased judgments, replied Sasuke, and even if he doesn't, he could have forged his handwriting, or he could just be trying to appease your guilt, or it could be that since he doesn't really know that you come from a different timeline where he died today he doesn't appreciate to what extent his death is his fault. Yours explained Sasuke. Those are all excellent suggestions Sasuke smiled Sakura. I think I'm leaning towards the last one, said Naruto nodded. I said too. Kakashi lowered his head I achieved the impossible. And it's still not enough for you he complained the man is your guilt for telling us that you are the reason my father is alive and the old Hokage didn't tell him Naruto without compassion if you had said something about how Obito or they rebooted something, then things would be different, said the blonde then you wouldn't keep accusing me to kill him, Kakashi asked hopefully oh no, we would still do it Sakura corrected, but then it would be involuntary less murder and more homicide if you want she said, I hate you all said Kakashi. Emphatically yes, Naruto said impatiently we are horrible people for making you responsible for your actions, said Naruto. I know it agreed Kakashi, especially because you never blamed Sasuke for anything he said, that's because the Uchiha are immune to the consequences of their actions, Sasuke explained, unless of course the person in charge of the consequences are another Uchiha, Sasuke said. It's not the truth, Sakura murmured. But seriously, go ahead with it, she said, agreeing, she accepted almost reluctantly. Minato-sensei faced the second and third and managed to seal them by sacrificing a clone of Shadow, while Itachi used his Susanoo on Orochimaru, and I well distracted Orochimaru's sword, said Kakashi. Are you referring to this sword asked Sasuke raising Orochimaru's Kusanagi. Sword that when you took the Kakashi demanded a while ago answered Sasuke without being able to avoid it. Why did Kakashi press Sasuke he shrugged his shoulders. It made me get into the habit of collecting swords. He said by way of explanation. Well, anyway, I also took the Kisame one, but it's quite bulky. And I might want to get it back at some point. Like this. But I'm hiding it in a storage scroll until everything is settled with him, said Sasuke. Naruto started laughing. You had to fight a sword he said. Hey Kisame has beaten you up replied Kakashi, and Naruto didn't see the relevance chakra robot said Orochimaru also kicked your butt, well you were transformed into your four-tailed form, Kakashi continued Naruto made a face good point he said after that. Madara showed up he mentioned that he was upset because Itachi never joined Katsuki as I had promised and Minato-sensei sent me after you seemed to think you would do something stupid, concluded Kakashi like confronting the members of the Akatsuki Sakura asked. I think that would definitely fit Kakashi agreed, although in our defense, they found us not the other way around said Kakashi, and we won. Naruto felt obliged to add that is very important he said. Of course it is Sasuke said naturally. I always win the Uchiha boasted. I don't know Sasuke said Naruto slowly. I seem to remember that you lost to a legally blind man who was literally drowning in his own blood and who tried to let you win, pointed out Naruto. Sasuke glared at him. I won that fight he said of course, if by winning you mean that. Your opponent died just when he had you cornered he scoffed Naruto was lucky to do it in addition, or else I would have had to give explanations, said Naruto yes, even though you have spent most of the exams calling me useless, I can honestly say that that has never happened to me replied Sakura, I hate you all it was done Sasuke's echo of Kakashi's earlier sentiment, at least we still like each other, Naruto said to Sakura, our friendship has put us through many mood swings, Sakura said. What were they doing? Before I found them, Kakashi inquired, I heard someone yelling something about Orochimaru having been killed and replaced. The Kasekage and that's why I assume it was you, but how did you know Kakashi asked we didn't know Sakura answered, but Naruto thought it was a valid possibility and that it could unbalance some of Tsunagakure's forces, we didn't expect that the entirety of Tsunagakure's shinobi realized we were right and changed sides in the middle of the invasion, said Sakura, although it certainly made things easier commented Naruto and Gaara had almost defected at that point anyway, so I think Baki and his brothers were glad they could still be on the same side said. I'm still not happy that the invasion couldn't wait until after the exam frowned Sasuke and Naruto, and I will definitely need to have our meeting he soon paused, but for the record, I completely defeated Gaara. 3 days after the invasion, the results of the exams were finally ready, so the Chunin candidates and their sensei were gathered in Minato's office, which had not suffered any great damage and had been quickly repaired. Why are we all called here? Sakura whispered there was a ceremony after they made me Uchiha no Oke, but after the original invasion I was with Shikamaru when he received the news, basically one of the Chunins who worked in the Hokage tower, just threw him a vest, congratulated him and left, she said, I'm sure they didn't throw it at her just like that. Naruto said with skepticism. He had a lot of faith in the ninja he wanted to one day rule. But he knew that Sakura would know better than anyone, since it had never really happened to anyone who hadn't been traveling back in time. Sasuke and Kakashi had been put into a coma by Itachi, and he himself was off trying to convince Tsunade to come back and take the mantle of Hokage. Decided it was too annoying to bend over and the zipper hit his forehead and left a red mark for days, Sakura informed him, although she later said that he should have gotten out of the way, because having to explain to everyone because he had a zipper-shaped slit in his head, it was even more annoying. She said last time they probably kept things more discreet because the third one was dead. Itachi snuck back into Konoha and managed to have a good time lunch and do God knows what else before he was detected, and then he took on 3 Onins at once and won, and Kakashi and I were in the hospital, Sasuke replied, plus Tsunagakure's change of heart means he did a lot less damage than he could have been done, said the Uchiha. I know they were in the exam and all that, but why are they here? He asked what was going out loud, pointing to Temari Baki. Why are you asking me those questions? Chinese complained. You just answered yourself, he said, but they betrayed us by allying themselves with that snake guy, and they helped invade, yelled Kiva. Yes, for about 2 minutes, Temari scoffed, then we realized we had been betrayed too, and we helped save your precious one with a blade, said Temari. It's still weird, he insisted. He was crossing his arms. No, you have no idea, she said, unconsciously looking at her little brother. You know, when I first signed up for this exam, I thought it would be a good opportunity to test my power of youth and hard work against the plethora of geniuses that they were also in the exam, and I thought I was excited. I trust Ali, but now I see that I was absolutely apathetic. Compared to how excited I am now, I must confess that I never really believed that an S-class renegade ninja could be taken down with Taijutsu alone. I won't do it again. Out, said Lee enthusiastically. Oh great, Hermione, just what I needed, more enthusiasm. If Tenten wasn't on my team, I would seriously consider joining the masters. I really would do it, said Mei Lil. My adorable student. That it's the spirit, shouted Gay, overwhelmed with tears running down his cheeks. Kakasito's me to get Guy's attention without having to touch his partner me in incense, lest the other man take it as a signal to start a bonding session. Maybe you should save your spirits for after the results. You will be very happy or very disappointed, and in any case you should save all your youth for that, said Kakashi. Excellent idea, my rival, smiled Gay. However, I wanted to ask, have you seen what was from the sword from Kisame? And Vicky thought it might be useful during the interrogation, he said. His sword, repeated Kakashi innocently. No, I haven't seen it. It's disappeared or something, he asked. So you're telling me that Shikamaru has devised a foolproof plan to get out of doing any more rank missions, and you intend to use it right after things return to normal around here? Asked Kurenai with envy, trying to sound carefree. She continued, well, don't hide it from me, said the woman. I'm sorry, Kurenai, she apologized to some without seeming very sorry, but it will only work the first time, and Shikamaru barely thought it was worth his time to come up with a plan to get Team 10 out. I don't even want to know what it would take to come up with another one, although of course you're welcome to try, he said. Why do you want to know about real estate in Konoha? Asked Batty, confused and a little apprehensive. Gaara had always been strange, but before they left his Nagakure at least he had been quite unpredictable. I'm trying to broaden my horizons, Gaara answered in brief, without mentioning his plans to buy a vacation home. His fellow Tsunagakure shinobi were already worried about his fondness for Konoha, so there was no point in worrying them until it was too late for them to interfere. Because I need to be here, Shikamaru was wondering. Is it so troublesome, isn't it? Could someone have given Suma the vest or something like that, he said. Your companions, I feel obliged to warn you that if you arrive at Chunin with that attitude we will not have problems, warned Temari Violent. I guess. Shikamaru yawned. How annoying, he said. There was a yellow flash that announced the arrival of the Hokage. I'm sorry, I'm late, he apologized. I had to assure some citizens. We were worried that there was very little chance that Orochimaru would have some leftover summons running around, and therefore it is quite unnecessary to kill them all. Although I have never liked snakes, and I can understand the desire for them to disappear. Who knows what kind of ecological problems it would cause in the future, Minato said. Minato took a deep breath and took out an envelope from a pocket of his vest. Are you all ready to hear the results, he asked. Several murmurs of agreement confirmed yes. Well, Minato, he took out the paper that presumably contained the names of the new Chunins from the envelope and unfolded it. He spoke. Now remember, each of you demonstrated very clearly that you have the potential to one day be Chunin, even if you don't make it here today. So my advice is not to give up, go in hard and work on some of your personal problems, he said. I promise you that I will convince you that destiny does not control your life, even if it is the last thing Niji does. Lee closed his eyes tightly but did not respond. First of all, from his Nagakure, I am pleased to say that both Temari and Gaara have qualified to be tuning. Minato began. Kangaroo is going to kill us, smiled Temari. Can try it, answered Gaara briefly. Anyway, he should have taken his fight more seriously, Baki pointed out. Maybe this will convince him to do it in the future. Underestimating your opponents is The quickest way to die during a fight, said of Team 9. Lilia has advanced to Chunin, continued Minato. Team 9, Naruto repeated, bewildered. I thought they were the gay team, Sakura said. She rolled her eyes. It's like when they started calling Team Kakashi when we reformed our team. I've never heard of them calling Team 9. But I guess they must have been assigned a number and the number. The fact that a Team 9 was active would explain why we had a Team 7, a Team 8 and a Team 10 in our promotion, said Sakura. And does it matter? Sasuke interrupted. Well, Naruto didn't concede, but since when has lack of relevance stopped me? Asked the blonde Lee. Meanwhile he was crying. I passed, he asked. Did you do it? Lily Guy cheered him. The flames of your youth burn brightly. He stopped when he remembered that he had another student in the room who didn't pass. I'm sure you'll make it next time, Neji. You have very talented, said Gay. Neji didn't look at him. Sakura and Naruto shuddered. Do you think you made him overcome his destiny problems only to develop a bad case of Sasukeism? Asked Naruto frantically. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Sasukeism? Questioned Naruto. Nodded yes. You already know a refusal to speak, combined with a deep and abiding hatred for happy people, and an insatiable appetite for revenge, Sasuke said, rolling his eyes and hoping Naruto didn't actually use that term on a regular basis, but knowing Naruto, who knew? He even mentions his insistence on advising his opponents. What do they have there to seek revenge anyway? Didn't Kakashi save that relative of his that he was angry about? Sasuke asked. I don't know, Sakura said. Being born in the branch family, having Lee on his team to serve Hinata because his father was born a few minutes after his uncle. His father may not be dead, but I can think of a few reasons why he might have problems, explained Sakura from Team 10. Shikamaru is now a Chunin. Minato continued. Despite the frequent interruptions, people who couldn't wait for him to get past the 8 candidates. I did it, he asked Shikamaru. Does that mean I'm going to have to do something? Because if that's the case then no thanks, he said. Nothing, you can't refuse him. Temari insisted honestly. Because, are you a shinobi? She asked. I thought it would be less troublesome than being a civilian, Shikamaru replied. Although now I suspect I was wrong all those years at the academy when I refused to graduate early. They were excellent for putting them to sleep, and this and watching the cloud said. Actually I'm starting to feel sorry for that girl I beat, commented Temari. She was on your team? She didn't ask. Don't bother, answered Shikamaru, tilting his head slightly to confirm that Ino was indeed there on her team. She's still looking for revenge, she said. I know, said Temari sadly. She's tried to jump on me twice since the invasion. It's lucky Sakura is such a good doctor, or maybe not so good, since once she's fine start looking for me again, said Temari. Thank God, shouted Asuma. After all the problems this exam has caused, I don't know how I would have convinced him to take another one, said the man from Team 8 was going, and yes, they have passed him to Shunin, announced Minato. This is incredible, Kiba exclaimed. He stopped when something important occurred to him. Wait, Kamaru is also promoted? Kiba asked. Minato seemed surprised. I guess your dog is really a shinobi, asked Minato. Got a better grade than half the class on the graduation exam, said I was going on the defensive, and there's really no point in asking why he did it, because I don't know, I just wanted to do it, he said. It's a good Chinese, declared all. This waiting is killing me, muttered Sasuke. Passed, and I won't be joining your trip to his Naruto. Naruto, Sasuke said. And finally Team 7, Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto passed. Minato concluded. Tsunade owes me 500 Rever. Kakashi cheered up, and I have officially trained the most talented team since the Shanin themselves, said the man. Well, at least Tsunade's winning streak has been broken, he commented. Guranila, last time he won they invaded us, he said. I guess we don't have to flee to his Naruto after all, Naruto said, pretending to be discouraged. You were planning on going to Alakir if you didn't become Chunin? Gaara asked with wide eyes. More or less, Naruto admitted. But don't worry, we'll still go visit you, said Naruto. That's not really necessary, right? Topic. He said with a slight wince of pain. But if you insist, make sure you don't take Shikamaru with you, he said. She won't agree to make the trip until her hormones calm down. Demand it, said Naruto happily. Let's hope it goes better than our first trip to Sunagakure, said Sakura, crossing her fingers. Because of what I've heard, I'd almost have to do it, Sasuke commented. Have I ever told you that you're the best sensei that ever existed? Kakashi asked that same afternoon when the two of them were alone in Minato's office. Because anyway, I feel like it would be remiss of me not to mention it again, Kakashi said. You may have done it a few times since you became Jonin, Minato told him, sounding clearly funny. More and more often since he was born, Naruto said. The good man is still true, declared Kakashi. Then why not say it, he asked. Are you just glad that all your students have reached Chunin, something that has not happened for more than 40 years, accused Minato. Kakashi shrugged. Maybe he expected it to happen, but things got a little difficult towards the end with the invasion and all that. Did Orochimaru pick, or was his grade something else entirely? Kakashi asked. Minato shook his head. Head didn't do what he said he would do and gave his recommendations. The first name on his list took up half the page, and it was Sasuke's. That's a little worrying, but I think it was just because of his interest in the Sharingan. He also wanted it in her, he would prove because he is skilled with The Byakugan that Naruto and Garaba would approve because they are cool, and that Sakura would approve because she faced two very powerful bears, said Minato. So basically Orochimaru wanted him to achieve the same reputation as a teacher that the Professor Kakashi boasted. Maybe we misjudged it, Minato said snorted. I doubt it, normally we don't pass that many people, but as I have said from the beginning, this was a group with exceptional talent. I just hope it doesn't cause problems that 7 of the 8 candidates have passed, but no nay I don't want them. Hiashi complains that I'm biased, Minato said. I'm sure he's grateful enough that in her and he kept quiet about fate for 2 seconds to overlook the possible slight, Kakashi assured him, and one thing is more. Stand up in the middle of a fight to start ranting if you're going to use it to effectively neutralize an opponent and possibly turn them into an ally like Naruto does with his therapy jutsu, but stand up to tell people to give up because they're losers. There are so many ways that can backfire, not the least of which is angering your opponent enough to break his limits, Kakashi said. That's true, Minato acknowledged. It's not often that the minimum requirement of sanity makes someone fail, and not a lack of ability, because it really is not that difficult to pass, but it happens. However, it is good that Lil has qualified now, because in a few years I see him more youthful than his mentor, and Shikamaru almost had to pass because Asuma said. He is almost absurdly unmotivated, and the best way to counteract him is by forcing him to take some responsibility, Minato said. There was some concern with my minions, Kakashi asked curiously. Students, Kakashi, Minato corrected. I was idly a little worried about how desperate they were to pass, but then again I knew what was at stake, and in some ways I feel like it's enough to have a demon sealed in my son if it made him deal with Kai every morning until I got you. There was since him and you appear then no one will believe that I don't hate Naruto, Minato pointed out. And what about the others? Kakashi asked. That Kiba talking to his dog was a little complicated because the dog was not a summon that could really talk, Minato confessed, but it actually seemed to give him information that he had no other way to be aware of, so maybe it's just an Inusuka thing. Plus I really don't want to start an incident accusing a highly respected clan of being crazy, Minato said, even though they totally are Kakashi about everything. If they are totally confirmed Minato, there were no real problems with Shino, and although Temari was initially part of the invasion, he thought it was an order from his Kasekage, so I guess I can't hold that against him. As for Gaara, showing signs of the demon in him trying to break free during his fight with Sasuke, but he did an admirable job of containing it, and although his sand coffin looks like it would be an all-purpose move that he could use to finish any fight, he actually had to strategize with his sand during his fights. Hiding, explained Minato. Minato-sensei. Kakashi seemed inexplicably nervous. What's wrong? Asked Minato, frowning. Is everything okay? Asked Kakashi. Nodded. Everything is okay, it's just that there's something I need to tell you tomorrow. The next day Minato, Anko, Jiraiya, Tsunade and Itachi were waiting in Minato's office for the incredibly important and slightly secret news that Team 7 had for them. Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto were pacing outside the office and Kakashi hadn't shown up yet, although they weren't sure if whether that was a regression to their former tardiness or an attempt to avoid having to participate in the long-awaited revelation of secrets. The newly promoted Chunins were blatantly listening to see if any of the 5 who thought they should know their secret had some idea of what they were about to tell them, but at the moment it didn't seem like they had it. So I heard you lost a bet with Kakashi about whether his entire team would pass or not, say Jiraiya. What happened to all that about having faith in your students that you told me? Before she asked, I have a lot of faith in Sakura, answered Tsunade, and in Naruto, by the way. He is such a determined and hard-working individual, she said. That's what Minato smiled fondly. He's a really good boy, he said. So no, you have faith in Sasuke? Itachi inquired, staring at the slug princess. It's nothing personal, Tsunade explained. I've met the boy and he seems pretty decent. And Naruto and Sakura seem to like him a lot. It's just that something in him screams vengeance will be mine, and that's pretty disturbing, he said. Tsunade was quite in favor of revenge after the massacre, Anko reflected, but then a year or so ago she seemed to decide against it, or at least decided to keep silent about it. A shame, she said. A shame, Itachi repeated, raising an eyebrow. Do you think that's a bad thing? He asked. He shook his head. Not exactly. It's probably better for him and will leave him happier and saner in the long run. But I kind of miss those arguments we used to have, he said. Anko, the slightly disturbing ones where you described everything. Great detail, all the ways you wanted to torture Orochimaru before killing him, Itachi asked with a wistful smile. Yes, those were the times. You probably don't want to hear this, but your brother had some very ideas creative on the subject, said. She's right, I'd rather not find out, Itachi said in a few words. However, in the end it was you who took revenge, Anko pointed out wistfully. Itachi seemed surprised that I took revenge, asked the Uchiha. Anko nodded. Sealing it forever, which is probably for the best. What could I know, given his long interest in cheating death? You got revenge for me, for Sasuke, for all those he has experimented on and killed, and for yourself, he said. Anko, I have never sought Revenge, Itachi told him, and yet you got it anyway, Anko responded with a shrug, lucky bastard, he said. Apparently, Kakashi had considered that he had made them wait long enough since he chose this moment to stroll nonchalantly toward the Hokage's office, and well, he asked cheerfully. How did it go? The man asked. We haven't really gotten around to telling you yet, Naruto told him bluntly. Since the reason we are in this situation is because of you, we thought the right thing to do would be to wait for you, Sasuke added. You'll probably want to have the chance to tell your side of the story too, Sakura told him. Because if it's just up to us, you might have to steal Naruto's idea and go directly to his Nerakure, she said. What did Kakashi ask with a horrified face? Well, in that case. Good luck and I'll be back in 20 minutes, said Kakashi. It's not going to happen, said Sasuke, pushing the door while Naruto and Sakura pushed their teacher. It's great that you've joined us, Kakashi, Minato said dryly and with only 2.5 hours to spare. Delay also said I greatly underestimated the patience of my students, said Kakashi by way of explanation. So what did you want to tell us? Jiraiya wanted to know. Does it have something to do with Naruto knowing Senjutsu when I know that you don't know it? Asked Elsanen, and why only you tell us? Ask his ship. Minato looked stunned. Naruto, do you know on YouTube? Since when did he? Ask. Jiraiya shrugged. I don't know, but he was using it the night of the invasion. I guess that means you didn't know. He questioned the Sunning. I can answer all your questions, Kakashi promised. Looking at his team, he continued, frankly, I would prefer someone else to do it, but since it seems I've run out of options, answer me this. Does any of you believe in time travel? Kakashi asked. He didn't respond immediately. His ship didn't accept. Jiraiya. No, Minato said, I didn't agree. Itachi didn't finish the denials. Well, yes, Kakashi said, I believe in time travel. I didn't used to do it. But then I found a scroll to travel in time in 4 years, and I got it. That Naruto powered it up, and here we are, said Kakashi. You say that you have traveled in time, he repeated his ship. I'm not drunk enough to have this conversation, neither are you by the way, he said. Does that mean that Naruto also came with you? Asked Minato. Where have you gone back? Asked the man. No. Only Naruto, Kakashi responded, but also Sasuke and Sakura said. I'm still not sure I believe you, he said, if things were serious enough to have to travel back in time because you didn't tell him beforehand. Even if you wanted to keep it in secret, you should have at least told the Hokage unless you already did. He looked at Minato for confirmation. Minato shook his head. This is the first time I've heard of it, not to mention that they are terribly arrogant to have the world destroyed, said Minato. We never said the world was destroyed, said Sakura. Actually, when things calmed down they were pretty good, although everything was a disaster for a few years, she said. If everything was fine, then why in the world would they have traveled back in time? Jiraiya asked. We were dissatisfied with our lives, Sasuke replied. Well, except Sakura, we're not really sure why she wanted to leave, the Uchiha said. I told you, I wasn't going to be left behind again, Sakura said fiercely. They always left me behind, she said. Let's say we believe you, Itachi addressed him. Kakashi, we can resolve whether we really do it or not later if your story is true and the future was okay. Have you changed again? Itachi asked. I can only speak for myself, Kakashi began. I returned more or less the day after Make Me Nini said. So far back? Anko's eyes opened wide. That means you have to be 10 more years old. What? I exclaimed the woman. Mentally may be allowed. Kakashi is going to be a problem. Asked. Would it have been good to know? Anko said sincerely. That's why I'm saying it now, answered Kakashi. Minato sensei. He went to help our forces on the front. He was in charge of destroying some bridge. I don't even remember what her name was. Rin was captured by the enemy, and Obito wanted to come back for her. I didn't do it. He said that was years ago. Minato said. She gently forgave you a long time ago for your doubts, and in the end you came out ahead for her, commented Minato. Kakashi swallowed this time before. I didn't want to listen. I was stupid and arrogant, and I refused to consider the possibility that Obito was right, that anything could be. More importantly, the mission didn't want to end like my father. So I let Obito go alone. In the end, I changed my mind and caught up with him. Kakashi explained. It seemed like he was desperate for people to believe him. Surely he did, Minato assured him. What happened? Then what? It went wrong, he asked. Just as I arrived, someone snuck up behind Obito. I saved him, but it cost me my eye, Kakashi continued, unconsciously touching the eye he should have lost that day. Obito and I went in anyway and rescued Rin. Our teamwork was better than ever, but when I came out there was a rock. I wasn't paying attention to the enemy that we had knocked down but not killed, and I should have. That rock should have crushed me. It didn't, Kakashi said. That seems like a good thing, Tsunade pointed out. It would have been Kakashi's combination if the reason I was fine hadn't been that Obito pushed me out of the way at the last second and crushed himself. He gave me his Sharingan that he had awakened less than half an hour ago to make up for the eye he was losing at the time. Saving him, he called it a jounin gift since he hadn't given me one before. I didn't realize what the kunai that Minato-sensei gave me really was, and that's why when I used it he called it, and it saved Rin and me from the reinforcements from Iwakure, explained Kakashi, such like I did years ago, Minato said quietly. Obito said, exactly, nodding. Kakashi, we went to destroy the bridge and end the war. I've always been a genius, so you can imagine the things I could do with a Sharingan. I may not be an Uchiha, but I could handle it better than most of them. I earned a reputation as Kakashi of the Sharingan, which I must confess, I preferred my current nickname of Fallen Man, but beggars can't choose, and I wasn't desperate enough to go steal corpses. Ring died a little more late, and although not, I came back. The save her things had changed enough by that time for her to live, said Kakashi. Don't forget to mention the big topic Naruto incited, because you know he bet me 500 Ryo that it wouldn't turn out like the last 3 times the game has come out. Topic, said Kakashi, rolled his eyes. And sensei, you never told anyone how you planned to have the Kyuubi all those years ago, when we discovered it too late. You were dead and Naruto was an orphan. No one other than Jiraiya-sama and the third Hokage really knew what it was. The seal. The third chose to try to protect Naruto from your enemies by not revealing who he was, and that's why he had the last name Kushina. Although no one felt the need to mention that he was the son of a hero. The third decided to inform everyone of Naruto's condition. Naruto's Jinchuriki, explained Kakashi, and Anko was baffled. Now everyone knows, and that's okay. I mean, maybe he wouldn't get special treatment for being the Hokage's son if no one knew, but still, she said. Naruto snorted, that's just for the sake of it. My son's dad is a hero campaign with a dead man and the old Hokage, pretending not to know who I was. Good with the fact that no one seemed to know anything about my parentage. Many people just assumed I was the Kyuubi sealed in human form. I'd rather not go into details, but my childhood was not idyllic at all. I didn't even know why everyone hated me until I was 12 years old, and someone who tried to betray the village decided to let me know, since there was a law that prevented telling anyone, including me. But he wouldn't find out about my Jinchuriki status from the official announcement. Naruto explained. Minato's eyes shone. I can't believe they spit out your sacrifice like that. You haven't had any problems in this timeline, right? Minato asked. None at all, Naruto assured his father. It's actually a little disturbing how little hate I'm getting. Before I needed to defeat the guy he destroyed with blade and convince him to bring half the village back to life before being so universally accepted, he said. Naruto, I'm going to need to hear everything about it. You realize, Minato said seriously. Whoever drove that sounds like a threat, he said. I'm going to need to hear everything about it too, although more than anything because it sounds like a great story, the man said. That's what you were referring to when you were saying that Sand Eye loves them's claim that you were not responsible for his death would save you from many murder accusations, Itachi asked suddenly. And why did you need written proof? He asked. For all the good he did me. Kakashi muttered. Wait, Minato said slowly, does this mean that you've killed the third one? Asked Minato. Kakashi just groaned. Naruto blinked. Wait. Did he ask if that's the case instead of assuming that it is that? Naruto questioned. I don't know, Sasuke admitted. Sakura asked. Sakura smiled. I think so. And if you really wanted me to prove you right, maybe you shouldn't have given me a hard time during the exam, he said. I don't know what you're talking about, as he reluctantly put his hand into one of the pockets of his new vest from Chunin and took out 500 Ryo. You are the best, Sakura-chan cheered Naruto as he pocketed his winnings. Minato was confused. What did he ask? So that's it, Tsunade asked, returning them to the topic. Kakashi thought again about everything important. I think wait, not when Hinata was 3 years old and that ambassador from Kumagakura tried to kidnap her, he is and had to kill him, and when as Gakure he demanded blood, perhaps he was killed and sent in his place so that the Byakugan would be out of Kugakure's hands. Mei had even more problems for that, Kakashi explained. Minato looked slightly horrified. Even more trouble than what already made him fail the minimum sanity requirement. You did what you had to do, Kakashi said. Minato, so that's basically it, ended Kakashi, and finding out that they would have died before they had the chance to meet Sasuke. Naruto was part of the reason I didn't want them here today. Said only one part, asked Itachi slyly. Naruto nodded, figuring it was his turn. The other part has to see with when and why I came back. Everyone already knows except Grandma and Anko, I think, but it doesn't really matter if Grandma knows, and we can't really make Anko leave the room now. Right, Naruto asked. Don't call me that, Tsunade yelled. We've already talked about this before. Naruto reminded her. If you want me to stop calling you grandma, then you have to stop being old, she said. I'm not old, Tsunade insisted, but you call Arisen old, and you're the same age, Naruto pointed out. Tsunade closed her eyes and took a deep breath, trying to kill the brat in front of his father probably wasn't the way to go. Tell us whatever you came for, said the woman. Keep in mind that this was before I realized we had ended up in the same timelines. Naruto told them he knew that Sasuke had some revenge issues when he grew up, and that's why he intended to be there for him after the massacre started. Naruto just pretended? Jiraiya asked curiously. I knew Kakashi on a double date with Anko, Obito and Rin, and I realized I realized something was wrong, and we both ended up realizing that we had both traveled back in time, Naruto explained. So I decided I remember. Anko interrupted. You couldn't believe we were dating. I think your words were something like Anko of all people, said the woman. To be fair, Kakashi was a confirmed bachelor before returning, Naruto defended himself, and as I was saying, after finding out that Sasuke was also going to return, I decided that I didn't want my return trip to be in vain. So I decided. You decided? Itachi asked quietly without looking at Sasuke. He never did it when the topic of the destruction of the Uchiha clan came up. Naruto gathered his courage. I decided to pretend to be Orochimaru. I made Kakashi gather a crowd and provide many witnesses that it was him who killed everyone, Tsunade said. She didn't seem surprised. She had probably realized that killing a Keikin Genka and being so powerful and versatile was not the style of her former Anko companions. However, she was quite surprised. Do you want to say that's not what happened? Then who did it? Anko asked. There was a silence for a moment before Sasuke finally broke it by answering. My brother said. But why, and why is he still here? And he was only 13. No, Anko fired off the questions in quick, since no one else seemed to want to deal with those questions. Sasuke answered yes he did, but he didn't do it alone. Madara also participated in the massacre. As to why my family was planning a coup d'etat, it took me years to actually make peace with it, so to speak, but now that Madara is dead and Danzo Koharu Homura have been dead for a long time, I consider that all debts are settled, said Sasuke. When you have returned, Minato asked with wide eyes. Shortly before hearing the news of Danzo's murder-suicide, said Sasuke neutrally. What happened to the three in their timeline? Minato asked seriously. Did you have anything to do with it? The man in our timeline questioned. Danzo didn't commit suicide or kill them when we were 11, Naruto said immediately, not caring why. The moment he was lying to Haki and his father. I think the difference between Khonshin must have moved up his schedule when he was 16 or so, and Danzo was faced with the results of his machinations, decided to take himself and the council. Naruto said. Then, why are you back? Asked his ship. If it's not for revenge, I wanted to have a year to readjust to being a child again, so I could hopefully handle everything better than before, Sasuke replied carefully. Last time I blamed everyone for what I did. It happened even though I knew it wasn't really his fault. I didn't care. I just wanted. I don't know what I wanted. I had been in the revenge business for a long time, and I wasn't sure what to do once I found out Itachi wasn't bad after all. I wish I had discovered before he died, said Sasuke. Sasuke, his brother muttered, even though he had known for years that that day could come. Although not the details, since he had never given much thought to the fantastic concept of time travel. Itachi didn't really know what to say. During years you have me lied, you know, Sasuke said, trying to sound nonchalant, and I don't mean that Orochimaru had done it before. There was no one else to take the blame, so you officially became a rogue ninja. That was the plan before Naruto and Kakashi intervened, right? You waited until that I came home and you told me that you had killed everyone to prove your ability, that you weren't going to kill me because you wanted to see if I could ever pose a challenge to you, and that if I wanted to kill you, I would need the Mangekyo Sharingan. I looked from Naruto to my best friend. He didn't like that idea, but once you died I got it anyway despite all that, or whatever reasons I shouldn't have. I forgave you as soon as I found out it wasn't true, said Sasuke. You shouldn't, confirmed Itachi. But thank you, he said. We can talk more after that, Sasuke offered. I mean, I really don't want to, and I doubt you don't either, but it's one of those things that has to be done, Sasuke said. I agree, Itachi said briefly. What have you changed? Sakura asked Tsunade, trying to get them to leave aside the Uchiha cluster. Naruto, he started coughing immediately. Sakura glared at him. Not a word, or I'll take it back. The bet won, and Kakashi is the winner, said Sakura. I've always thought that Sakura had valid reasons for joining us, and we benefit a lot from her not having trauma problems, said immediately Kakashi. Sasuke rolled his eyes. He may not have had big problems that he wanted to change, but Sakura admitted mostly because the boys took care of their own problems. She just wanted to try to prevent Team 7. He self-destructed again. He paused and then stared at Sasuke. And not being useless, said Sasuke sighed. What you finally accomplished, conceded the Uchiha. For the record, that's why we don't tell my parents, Sakura informed everyone. They wouldn't understand the lack of a reason real to come back, especially because in the end we managed to solve many of the team's problems, said Sakura. You were my student last time, asked her ship. Sakura nodded. You agreed to train me after Sasuke tried to kill Naruto and fled to live with Orochimaru and Itachi, replied Sakura. Stop making it sound like we were having an affair, Sasuke ordered. You know, for someone who claims that didn't happen, you are very defensive about it, commented Naruto. So Kakashi said happily. Any questions? Not to mention there was quite a few questions, took a while to answer them all. But once they were done, the added details were enough to erode much of the non-time travelers' skepticism about the whole situation. Although that didn't stop everyone from dragging one of the time travelers to continue their discussion in private. Anko wanted to talk to Kakashi. Minato needed to misunderstand how things had gone for Naruto without him. Sasuke and Itachi had some issues to resolve, and Jiraiya, really, they had nothing better to do than bother Sakura. For more information, then when were you planning to tell me exactly that you were a time traveler from an almost ridiculously different timeline in which the Sunday has been in charge of me all this time? Tsunade would become Hokage. As soon as Naruto and Jirai found her dead and Rin were dead, we all thought Itachi was evil and we barely knew each other, she asked sweetly as soon as they were safe inside her apartment. I was thinking of mentioning it to you right after my students became Chunins, so that the story about us traveling in time wouldn't prevent them from passing the minimum sanity requirement. I can't why I never did, Kakashi, he interrupted. Or wait, yes, I told you literally the day after Team 7 was promoted, just like I said I would, said Kakashi. True, he acknowledged Anko, but you also said that the only reason you were going to tell us was because Naruto had a slip and you couldn't cover how I knew how to enter Sage mode. Besides, the only reason you were there for the explanation is because your students made us wait more than 2 hours until you finally decided to show up, Anko replied. The truth is that it's my fault, Kakashi said sadly. Never, I had to get them used to waiting for me for hours and hours, or else they would have cracked and told you themselves. Of course, taking into account that this was years and years ago, and that presumably their later instructors would not have had my tendency to be late. The fact that they managed to keep practicing is pretty impressive, Kakashi said. But I would never have told you if Naruto had used a different technique, Anko asked. Kakashi jumped. Possibly, he said. I understand why. What don't you want to tell yourself? Which world of truth assured him that people are not going to believe you, or they are not going to know how to act. If they think that you are telling them the truth, they will look at you, and suddenly everything they thought they knew about you will be questioned, and it will be strange. And taking into account that the world had not ended when you returned, and that from what I see you have done enough to neutralize or kill many of the people who would have caused problems in your future, there is no need to warn anyone about anything, Anko said. Suddenly everything they thought they knew about you comes into play. I doubt, Kakashi repeated. Is that how you feel? He asked. Anko took a moment before answering a little. You have this whole separate story that I will never be able to understand. I know how attached you are to death. I can imagine, or it would kill you to lose him. Then he will lose the room on top. I can imagine it, but never. I'm going to understand because from what I've seen, you've never done it. You say that we barely knew each other, and if so I have to wonder why you were going to go after me, he asked. But I lost everyone who was close to me in a very short time, Kakashi explained. Quietly, I was a prodigy who graduated at age 5, as you know, what never does anyone any favors. My father fell from grace and committed suicide, and I overcompensated, but it still wasn't enough to save anyone. I had a lot of problems, and honestly the prospect of entering into a romantic relationship, it just wasn't going to happen, but Guy was always there to make sure I didn't completely shy away from human contact. And then my students came along, and although there were many times that I thought they were more trouble than they were worth, about all of Sasuke, when he was going through his year of madness after technically killing Itachi, did their part to return me to the land of the living, Kakashi explained, and Anko pressed, not knowing what exactly I wanted to hear. Once my old team was saved, and I knew that even if they weren't necessarily the same people I remembered, I would get my new equipment back. Things were different. I had been through hell. I had come back in one piece, and I highly doubted that I would be able to make things worse than they had been, isn't it? But he planned what we had, it just happened, Kakashi said seriously. He smiled wryly. However horribly cliché it is, sometimes love just happens. Are you going to stare at me all day? Naruto asked, moving a little while looking at his father, who had been looking at him for a long time. The other side of his kitchen table, because it's getting a little creepy, he said. I'm sorry, Minato apologized, shaking his head as if to clear it. I just can't believe, well, none of this, he admitted. The man, the time travel part, asked Naruto, because while I hoped Kakashi would have already told you once I realized he had spent a good decade living in the past, I can also somewhat understand why he wouldn't want to. Or even how to convince everyone that it was true, for that matter, said Naruto. I don't think I'm starting to believe you. I trust Minato. You know too much, both as a newly arrived Chunin and as my son, the one I wanted to keep away from some of the less proud moments from Konoha, said Minato. Then what is the mental spectacle? Naruto wanted to know how bad your childhood was asked. Minato knew it wouldn't be easy and that there was great resistance to having become the hero that you are in those early days, but when you were old enough to remember something, the villagers had already come to their senses, Minato said. Naruto remembered that the ninjas themselves were always professional. Although unhelpful were the citizens, who understood even less than the ninjas and lacked their discipline, those who they caused most of my problems, Naruto explained. How bad was Naruto? Minato asked again, staring at his son. Naruto just shook his head. You love this village, father. I love this village. Even though no one understands how I did it before the exams when things started to change, I don't want you to have to be nervous about things that have never happened, said Naruto. Minato sighed. You're right, I still guess how they were able to get out of things so bad. I was in the middle of telling Shanda and Misama that I wanted them to. They saw you as a hero when Kakashi burst in, informing him of what he planned to do, and from what I understand in the other timeline, if I made my wishes clear, add that to the fact that Jiraiya was apparently alive and well. Why couldn't he have taken you in like that? Is your godfather? Asked Minato. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I really don't know, he never got around to mentioning that he was my godfather, because if he had, he would have had to explain why he couldn't be bothered to be a responsible adult and take me in and also tell me who it was my father, which I didn't know until after his death, yet I think it was mostly the fact that it bothered us. Naruto said what he was doing, that he couldn't take in his own godson until you were ready to be his apprentice. Minato wondered what. He was already planning to shout at his mentor later, although the Jirai would remain, he was one who was never called to take in his orphan son and was looking for ammunition. I think he was keeping an eye on Orochimaru, and after the flower-cloaked assassins were enlisted, Naruto informed him, and although I'm not sure because I didn't find out about Itachi's true allegiance until both he and Hirosenin were dead, I think he was also Itachi's contact. Naruto said, why are you still calling the Akatsuki flower cloak assassins? Minato asked with truth curious. Their cloaks at clouds, if I remember correctly. He said, why I bother them and they bother me, Naruto said bluntly, but again, since they kidnapped Gaara and tortured him to death and then proceeded to hunt down all the other Jinchurikis including me, maybe it's not surprising that I've never been very fond of them, said Naruto. I see, said Minato, but what about now? Have we killed or taken down all of them, or are there's still members out there? Asked Minato. I'm not sure about all the missing children in the original list they have joined, Naruto answered, because of what Kakuzu was saying. I don't think Haiden was a member. For example, 2 people that I know were involved and were not neutralized are Konan and Nagato. Naruto explained. Konan and Nagato, Minato repeated. Who they are? He asked. Were they the official leaders of Akatsuki? Although Madara was really the one pulling the strings, Naruto revealed, of course, there really is nothing you can do to them legally, since they are the legitimate rulers of a megacure after a coup d'etat and a civil war. I think Nagato hates us because the Konoha ninjas accidentally killed his parents once, and I think Danzo ruined his life once. Konan only hates us because nothing does everything, so if we try hard to at least not annoy them anymore and possibly offer them some kind of help, we should be able to neutralize it, said Naruto. That might be something to consider, agreed Minato, although of course I will have to investigate the situation further. Said, don't bother sending a spy. Naruto warned him at Mega Cure 9 all the time, and the rain warns them when someone arrives who shouldn't be there. The last time it was Iraya and Nagato killed him. Of course he calls himself Pain, but I think it's a very crude name, so I call him Nagato, explained Naruto. I think I heard the Nagato's name before, mused Minato out loud. He was once Iraya's student, explained Naruto. Fun fact, he's the guy my namesake is based on in Orochimaru's only children's book, said Naruto, and he managed to kill Jiraiya. Minato looked extremely worried. Anyone that powerful was definitely someone to watch out for. Nagato is incredibly powerful, yes, he confirmed. Naruto does some kind of cheating since he uses reanimated corpses and stays away from combat, but doing so seems to take a toll on his real body. He has the Rinnegan, you see, and he was able to take on me until I got out of control and took out 8 tails of the Kyuubi. It wasn't the best idea, but I enjoyed scaring him, said Naruto. That solves it. I'm definitely going to look into this very closely as soon as we finish rebuilding and making sure there is no lasting damage to our alliance with his Nagakure, Minato decided, or do you have problems with that since we were half betrayed? Naruto asked, intrigued. Minato nodded. Between other things, thought that the best way to ensure peace was a political marriage between you and the daughter of the previous Kaseka Tamari. Minato explained. All the color drained from Naruto's face. You said no, right? Asked Naruto. Of course I said no, assured Minato to his son. They are the ones who have betrayed us, half because they were going to be able to demand the man. Questioned Naruto let out a huge sigh of relief. Oh thank God, I thought the future Shikamaru would find out somehow and then he would also come back in the time and he would kill me. Itachi and Sasuke didn't go to his house since they didn't want to risk Ringabito coming in at the wrong time. Instead they headed to the unpopulated but preserved Uchiha district and walked in silence for some time. So you've known it all the time? Itachi finally said. Depends on what you mean by that, really, Sasuke replied. Originally, there was no Naruto to make an exaggerated cover-up and blame it on someone he sincerely believes is a stalker, and there was no Kakashi to back it up. It was just me coming back from training to find a district full of dead bodies and you standing next to mom and dad doing everything you could to convince me that you were a psychopath and to try to push me to get stronger apparently. So I could get revenge on you. Madara said that you always planned to die by my hand, both so that I could obtain the Mangekyo Sharingan to better protect myself and so that I could avenge our clan and to be hailed as a hero. Is that true? Sasuke asked. The truth is that no, I had the rest of my life mapped out so completely, but I can certainly see it as a viable option, Itachi answered. Probably the Best option said how Sasuke demanded how is it possible that hating you and killing you is the best option, asked Sasuke. Itachi answered the question with one of his own. Do you understand that I had to leave with correct sheet? The clan could not be destroyed without a culprit, everyone would panic due to the security breach, with a lack of convenient culprits the person responsible would have to. Imi Kakashi explained, and Madara Sasuke challenged he was involved I know, and letting people know he was alive, wouldn't he know saved a lot of trouble in the end, Sasuke said. How would he know he was alive, asked Itachi, why hadn't he mentioned it before, as he knew it was from really done to him, especially because he never took off his mask was pretty incredible, but everyone knew he existed and that provided the perfect opportunity for Blade to place one of his own in Akatsuki. We knew very little about him, but yes it was really led by Madara. I'm sure Leaf was going to feel his wrath at some point, Itachi said, but what's wrong with me? Sasuke pressed. Itachi shook his head. You were 8 years old, Sasuke. Do you really think you would have been better off if you had grown up running away surrounded by ninjas? Forsaken sometimes. People become rogue ninja for political reasons, but they are usually violent, amoral people that children should not spend large periods of time with, Itachi said. I would have been better off with you, Sasuke insisted stubbornly. You would have been, Itachi wondered aloud. Somehow, I doubted. Forsaken ninjas have no future. You know, a group like them, although I'm not the expert I seem to have been in your first timeline, would provide you with more direction and a better chance of success. Survival by joining with other powerful Forsaken ninjas, but I would still have no options. I wasn't going to destroy your future any more than killing the clan already had, Itachi said, but they wanted to kill me, Sasuke pointed out. Danzo just wanted to kill you, Itachi replied, and it's clear that he didn't. Did the council see the benefits of keeping the Sharingan in existence, and you were young enough to not be a threat or even remotely involved in the coup? I don't remember much about Soon, but if he was anything like Hokage-sama I would be more than willing to let you live, since you were clearly innocent, Itachi suggested. Okay, maybe staying with the blade out would be best. Sasuke reluctantly conceded. But why was it so important that I hate you? I mean, I can understand that you really can't answer why you would go so to make sure I did since you haven't, but you must have had a plan for when I showed up ready to put me on the path you wanted, since it was going to be the last I would see of you for years, it was too important to leave it to improvisation said. Sasuke had just ruined your life Sasuke explained Itachi, and you were 8 years old you were too young to be left alone, but the clan had to be stopped and I couldn't stay you needed a purpose, or I was afraid you would waste away you were in danger, even if you didn't realize it, not only was everyone who wanted a Sharingan going to realize that between the two options they knew. You were easily the most practical option, but Madara was out there and I knew he would come for you as soon as I left. You needed to get stronger and if your hatred for me and your desire to avenge the clan saved you then so be it Itachi said. You know I think dying allowing me to hate you is the only thing I can't forgive you, Sasuke said quietly you killed our family but they used both our clan and the Konoha higher-ups used you and you knew it and it was a bad situation that should never have happened however it did and it is very possible that it was unavoidable. Once I found out the truth I was already completely fed up with. I didn't hate you, but you had always been so careful to never give me a reason not to. Once I found a reason I really don't see how I couldn't have forgiven you, Sasuke said. So instead you took it out on me with a blade, Itachi sounded with slight disapproval. Sasuke shuddered. That was the year I had a lot of problems. Suffice it to say that everything was solved in the end and that I prefer not to talk about it, Sasuke declared. It's clear that before you had problems if you abandoned the blade for people like Orochimaru, Itachi pointed out. Sasuke frowned. And he crossed his arms in my defense. He had a curse seal that accentuated all my denials. Naruto had just single-handedly knocked down transformed Ungar, while I could barely move you just showed up because the Shanghai had me dead to warn the Danzo not to get close. To me and you ended up putting me in a Tsukiyomi-induced coma, and to top it off Kakashi had just asked me to give up revenge. Those Atogakure ninjas caught me at a very good time, declared Sasuke. You still shouldn't have gone, Itachi insisted. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders, although I agree that the less time I spend with Orochimaru, the better I have gotten to where I am today by the path I took then. And also everything has been solved. And returning to your question original in this timeline, I believed that Orochimaru was responsible for the massacre until I turned 11 and came back the day Danzo and the council died, said Sasuke. Have you killed them? Asked Itachi sharply. Would you really want to know if I did? Replied Sasuke. Keep in mind that when I found out that they had died, I still hadn't recovered my memories of this timeline before I came back and I had no idea that you were still in Konoha, Sasuke said. Itachi was silent for a moment. I don't prefer not to know, Itachi conceded. So Jiraiya and Naruto forced me to become the 5th Hokage, Tsunade asked the moment the three of them were alone in his office. I guess Sakura confirmed. I personally wasn't. I was there, but Jiraiya said it was all him, then Naruto said the only thing What he did was get poisoned and therefore he was the one who really did all the work. All I know is that it was about kicking Orochimaru's ass," said Sakura. "Poison never should be poisoned. It's bad form. I'm going to blame Tsunade for that, since you obviously don't know," said the Tsunen. "I kicked Orochimaru's ass. I guess it couldn't be that bad." Then he decided, "Tsunade's still Hokage. My great uncle warned me about that position. That talk gave me nightmares about endless piles of paperwork for a year," he said. The real blonde asked Jiraiya, surprised. "I thought you didn't want the position because of Dan and Nahuatl." Jiraiya said no. Tsunade shook her head. "It was definitely listening to all the paperwork since Annie's Nahuatl dreams of becoming Hokage. No, they turned out well. That only increased my determination. Thank you very much, Sakura, for saving me from the horrors of the Hokage condition." She paused and then continued nervously. "You think I would be safe from being Hokage, right? Because if not, I can resign from the council and the hospital and leave now." Tsunade himself, said Hokage-sama, is much younger than Shanda, and Misama was quick to remind Sakura to her mentor, so he probably won't drop dead of old age anytime soon. And Shantai Mesa was killed by Orochimaru more or less, and Orochimaru was neutralized by Itachi, so that won't be a problem. With a little luck, Hokage-sama will be able to remain in charge for a while, and Naruto will become the fifth, but if he does Kakashi trust me, he has experience and Naruto likes the idea of being better sixth. Anyway, Sakura said, "If you say so," Tsunade said suspiciously, making a note to herself that she should have a life plan prepared in case of need, just as she had done when it seemed that Minato might die during the Kyuubi's attack. "Hey, me. I have been asking something," Jiraiya said. "Since Naruto basically joined in and saved the entire ninja world, that makes him the child of the prophecy he was supposed to teach. I always thought he would have been nothing cat. I mean, he had the Rinnegan I didn't even think that existed really before I met him, although I heard that he died." He asked Jiraiya. "He didn't die." Sakura informed him that he went crazy and set himself up as Pain, the leader of Omegakura and Akatsuki, and mainly speaks through the dead body of his Yaik friend that he controls, but he's not here, nor is Konan, by the way, and I think the consensus on the prophecy thing was basically that both he and Naruto were the children of the prophecy, but you should probably ask him about that," Sakura said. There was silence for a moment, "And that's exactly why I keep telling you that taking on apprentices and then abandoning them to go research is a bad idea," Tsunade said triumphantly. "Exactly?" Jiraiya asked skeptically, raising his eyebrows. Tsunade nodded. "Exactly," he said. "Maybe I should have listened to Orochimaru and just killed them," Jiraiya said with sarcasm. "It certainly seems like it would have saved a lot of trouble," he said. "I'm not sure I would go that far." Tsunade objects. "If all this trouble has taught us anything, it's that listening to Orochimaru is a bad idea, and we should try to avoid it whenever we can," said the woman. "You haven't answered my questions," Jiraiya pointed out. "Do you think I should have done that if Orochimaru hadn't been the one who suggested it?" Jiraiya asked. "If this whole problem has taught us anything, it's that listening to Orochimaru is a bad idea, and we should try to avoid it whenever we can." 3 weeks passed, and everything was gradually returning to normal after the invasion, although the effects of the secret of the time travel that had been done still lingered. Tsunade refused to put one foot in the Hokage's tower. Jiraiya had sent a missive to Megacure, telling Nagato and Konan that he had found out that they ran the village and informing them that he would have kept in contact, but that they were believed dead. Minato had entered into a dialogue with the Omegakure leaders, who couldn't be more surprised. Itachi seemed more relaxed, now that he no longer had to fear that Sasuke would discover the truth, but he didn't like that his brother knew, and he had also added blaming Kakashi for not mentioning that it was a time traveler to his rather long list of ways to make Kakashi appear in places in time. Minato had also begun to look askance at some of the villagers, but at Naruto's request, he tried to remember that his son had never been condemned to tracism in this timeline. Not that that stopped him from yelling at Jiraiya, of course, almost without giving the day of Anko's wedding, and Kakashi was on top, as Kakashi was much more animated in this timeline than in the previous one, and due to his close relationship with the Hokage, all the children knew him, and the majority showed up at the ceremony, to the surprise of almost everyone present. Kakashi showed up 15 minutes before the ceremony began of his own volition, that is, if his own volition is understood. Because he was terrified of what Anko would do to him if he was late. However, he was there. He got married without a problem, and that was the only thing that mattered. Then of course there was the reception. Alcohol was provided, and perhaps foolishly, no one had thought to set a drink limit or a minimum age, so anyone who had graduated from the academy and made it to gaming could drink as much as they wanted. "I can't believe you finally got married," commented Obito while drinking another drink. "Not yet. I was drunk, but at the pace I was going I would feel it in the morning." "Your Yanko, they were for what, 5 years? I honestly thought you were going to die single at the speed you were going," pointed out Obito. "He didn't want to rush things," stated Kakashi. "Jinko didn't care when we got married as long as he didn't think that I didn't take our relationship seriously," said Kakashi. "And did he ever think that?" Obito felt the need to ask. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. "I'm still alive and I have no stain. Isn't that right?" the man asked. "Good point," he conceded. Obito, your new wife is a little crazy, you know that right? Obito asked. Kakashi rolled his eyes if he didn't know. Don't you think it's a little late to tell me about this now? Asked Kakashi. If you didn't realize after 5 years of dating you deserve to completely discover it on your own, said Obito. We are girls, veterans, Kakashi pointed out. We are a little crazy or a lot or disturbingly. The thing is that there is a reason why there is no minimum sanity requirement to become a jounin, in addition to the madness. It's half the fun, Kakashi said. I don't know, Obito said slowly, despite his old crush on you. For my part, I appreciate that I'm too sane for your taste, Obito laughed, and I, for my part, am starting to feel officially old, Minato announced, approaching them. My 3 former students are now happily married, and I'm still single, said the man Obito. I smile, and you're here because they didn't like that you talked about being old when you're 15 years or younger than them, and what's the deal? You really don't have to worry about feeling old until Naruto's wedding, said Death. Minato sighed. Naruto's wedding, I know that he's only 13, but I've heard so many things about his possible love interests that I'm already starting to have nightmares about it, Minato confessed. You mean, no one can decide if he's going to marry Sakura, and you'll have pink-haired grandchildren with Hinata, and you'll have to deal with Hyuga tradition at every turn, with Gaara, and Naruto will be the only Hokage who has ever lived in his Nagakure or with Sasuke, and they will probably bother us at a wedding, but we'll just live in sin for the rest of their lives. Kakashi asked innocently. Minato, he groaned. Yes, I have to stop talking to Kurenai or I won't be able to sleep until she gets engaged, Minato said. Or not, if it's Asuka, Kakashi added helpfully. Of course, then Itachi might as well kill him for corrupting his little brother, Kakashi said. So it doesn't help, Minato complained, shaking his head and deciding to keep a closer eye on his son and his interaction with the 4 supposed main contenders for his heart. From now on, I can't believe it only takes 2 shots for him to read and be completely drunk, they were complaining there. How did he manage to pass the minimum sanity requirement and not? I asked the Hyuga. I suspect that the lack of alcohol present in the exam may have had something to do with it, he answered Tenten dryly. And what if he has a bit extreme reaction to alcohol that doesn't necessarily call into question her sanity, said the girl. Is fighting imaginary opponents, pointed out Niji, and 2 drinks is not enough alcohol to start hallucinating, so either she is seeing things on her own, which calls into question his sanity, or he legitimately believes that he is fighting against invisible opponents, which also coincidentally calls into question his sanity, Nell pointed out. 2 drinks could be enough alcohol for that last one, she told him. Try it thoughtfully. I can always call him and ask her if her enemy is invisible or not. If you want, she said. No, Niji shouted. She cleared her throat. It's not necessary. You'll probably do less damage fighting her invisible enemies, the boy said. True, let's try it, so I guess we should be grateful that it worked. So, however, remind me to never let lie near alcohol again. Sooner or later he would do some collateral damage or start looking for real opponents, Tenten said. I agree, Niji said sadly. Where is Guy-sensei anyway? Should he be putting an end to this or something? Asked Niji. Is he right there? Tenten said, pointing to his teacher who was standing a few meters away from Lily, partially hidden by some. I think he is taking notes, he said. Taking notes, he repeated. In, you don't think she means seeing if she can get Lily to use her drunken strength in battle, right? Niji asked. You'd be the least bit surprised if she did. Exactly that, Tenten asked rhetorically, mellow. And he sighed deeply. I guess that means we're going to have to hide the alcohol from Guy-sensei too and think that apparently I'm the unbalanced one, Niji muttered. Ending that she wouldn't have won if you hadn't wasted so much time ranting it or didn't help at all. Maybe if you had won they could have overlooked that, but as it is, she suggested try it really was all I could so as not to start lecturing her about how inappropriate her hair color was for a ninja, Niji said honestly. I mean seriously. Rosa can't be taken seriously and she's horrible for stealth, however I figured that wouldn't turn out very well, and I opted. For me, sermon of support, said Mealy. It was probably a good idea, decided to try, but it still cost you the Chunin status. But don't worry, I'm sure we'll get it in the next exam in 6 months, he said. Try. Then Hinata asked what was going. You know your cousin gives much fear. Asked what was going. What cousin would he be? Asked Hinata. I have a lot of relatives after all, he said. I think he means Niji. He told him Chinese. If the way he jumps when Niji looks at him is any indication, he said. I don't jump. He was going. He frowned. Although yes, I mean, Niji pointed out the Imizuka. I have never been afraid of him, Hinata replied, so I'm not sorry, but I couldn't really tell you. Said Hinata. Well, pretend that you know it, instructed Kiba. He is bothered by the fact that he is considered a prodigy and that he is a year older than us with 1 more year of experience as a gaming, and yet he has not managed to reach Chunin, but that everyone else in the finals has achieved it without problems, asked Kiba. I think so a little, Hinata confessed, although I think it is more than anything because Luigi Noel did it. They are rivals, and things tend to get complicated when it seems that one of them is superior to the other. In something Hinata pointed out, at least Tenten is with him. He declared that he was going. I know she will calm him down, he said. What do you mean? Asked Chinese. No wait, I'm almost sure not. I want to know, he said. You're too late, he said. You ask him, he said, they're so clearly interested in each other that it's inevitable that they'll start dating sooner or later. Especially since they have no real reason not to, since neither of them, the two of them, deny their preferences, nor do they have a single obsession that prevents them from committing to a relationship. He explained that he was going to think that they like each other. Hinata asked, surprised. How is that? She asked. I couldn't know for sure. Of course, but I think they came together because of their need to find a little sanity among the madness that is Lee, Kiba theorized, which is quite ironic, given that he passed the minimum sanity requirement and didn't Tenten not have to face the minimum sanity requirement. So. I don't know how I would do it, maybe I'm wrong, and they are too sane for them, of course that is in itself a very scary thought. He said he was going. Why do you have to try to play matchmaker with everyone you know? Asked Chinese. Sometimes it turns out very tired, he said. I'm not a matchmaker, he insisted that he was offended. I'm just pointing out the obvious, and speaking of that. I saw Kurenai-sensei at Sumsensen holding hands last week. So I'd like it to be known that he was absolutely right about that, he said. Was he going? If he matched everyone sooner or later he would get closer, one said. Chinese shortly. He didn't match everyone, he said he was really going, Hinata asked surprised. Although it really seems like it, he said. Clearly the most obvious secret love is the one between Sasuke and Naruto, and no, and that guy with the shirt in his navel that I thought would be good together. They talked for most of 2 hours tonight. Temari and Shikamaru look like they could even out when he grows up. Tenten and Niji are practically already dating. Cullen appears to be a few away, rejecting more than one opportunity with Tsunade and Kangaroo. Too much time with his puppets is no reason to think that I am obsessive or anything like that. He stated that he was going to say that we were wrong about you. Chinese wondered out loud, and it's too late to reverse the damage. She asked, hey, it's not like Kurenai-sensei doesn't? She also said she was going defensive, although her history isn't 100%. Did you know she thought Kakashi and Iruka had something? Before Anko came into the picture it took a while, years, to convince himself that Anko was not just Kakashi's beard, and talking about Sakura Kiba started. No one from Team 7 has shown interest in the others or in anyone. Hinata objected with some sadness, so I don't think that Sasuke or Naruto are using Sakura in that sense, said the Hyuga. Kiba snorted without interest. In fact, and Sakura is difficult to pin down. I can't tell if she feels something for Naruto. Sasuke Leo, and no, who knows, maybe she can't make up her mind either, and that's why I'm getting these confusing signals. She pointed out that she was just going to decide what she was going to do. Sakura could be in love with me and I with Saidi wondered, and not sitting next to Shikamaru and Sho, and in the grass. Kiba believes that everyone is in love with each other, answered Shikamaru, stretching his arms. The whole thing is quite problematic, said the Naruto. To think that, since he thinks that you are going to end up with a violent and bossy girl with 2 brothers who are either psychotic or a gene. Chirikas pointed out. Choli, at least he didn't put me with him, muttered Shikamaru. He knows I narrowed. Sorry, keep in mind that I prefer to stab myself to go out with you, but why are you so against the idea of going out with someone as beautiful as me? He asked. And no, although I think Temari could be even more problematic than you. She lives in her Narakura, and you are my teammate, so yes, we go out, and things will end badly. More troublesome that it was you and not her, explained Shikamaru. Of course the girls are too troublesome to bother them anyway, said Shikamaru. Better not tell her. Here goes, warned Choli. She will just decide that you are gay, and before you know it she will go around insisting on we're in love. He asked, and Michi would at least be less problematic, Shikamaru reflected, and without children don't seem to be problematic either. Temari said. She's right, Ino said, rolling her eyes. We really could replace you with a button that said problematic, and no one would know the difference, of course, since I haven't gotten revenge on her yet and she has bravely fled to her Narakura. If she decided she likes you, she might be willing to bite the bullet and date you first so I can get revenge on you, she said. In that way, Ino, you are such an admirable person, and she didn't, say Shikamaru with sarcasm, and she didn't smile happily. I know it's a gift, she said. I don't think she's referring to that, she said. Sho, and in a low voice. But who is that Sai guy? Do we know him? She asked Choli. Or is it the boy I was talking to before? Explained. And he is not handsome and looks a bit like Sasuke, but there is no way I would go out with him. He still has problems, said Hino. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. Problems? Maybe he doesn't have them, asked him. Nothing, problems like that he was in a secret illegal branch of Anbu that tried to turn him into an emotionless zombie until their leader died less than 2 years ago, he clarified, and doesn't say that he has made much progress, which is a little disconcerting, but I'm sure that he will do more in the next few years. Besides, unlike other people I could mention, he always calls me beautiful, he said, and not telling you what you obviously want to hear, said Shikamaru wryly. That's absolutely incredible. Really? He said nothing. That's Temari. I should want to have your babies before I even remotely considered getting involved with you, he declared, and non-dramatically. Thank God for small mercies, he mumbled. What did you say? He exclaimed, and no, if Kiba thinks Hostility is secretly a sign of hidden affection because he doesn't believe that Ino and Shikamaru could do it. Choli wondered, do you ever have the feeling that all our friends are crazy? Naruto wondered out loud all the time, answered Sasuke promptly, and considering all that's really saying something coming from the three of us, said the Uchiha. Well, it's not that they don't think we're crazy. Sakura said, too. But at least we have the excuse of having to survive at least a few years of our lives. Which one is theirs? Sakura asked. Madness is contagious. Naruto suggested seriously. Minus Melly ruminating and Sasuke having enough common sense to keep his problems to himself. What to do to get serious? Everyone was pretty light-hearted, unless they had deep dark pasts that he had to personally help them overcome until after Orochimaru's anyway, Naruto said. It's a little sad that the person who took the longest to personally change his entire view of the world is the one who was on the same team as you and the one you spent the most time with, Sakura commented. That's because. Clearly I had a very traumatic past, stated Sasuke. Sakura rolled her eyes. Keep thinking that she said. What do you know? You never had a sad story, snorted Sasuke, and Naruto only acted like him once or twice, although it was possibly worse than most, he pointed out. Sasuke, but not worse than yours, right? Naruto asked, smiling. Of course Sasuke didn't accept. The only person whose life I'm willing to admit could have been worse than mine is Itachi's, Sasuke said. That's love, Sakura declared, pretending to clean a tear from his eye. Seriously though, despite all the madness we've caused, especially since Sakura-chama has returned, I really think things have turned out well, Naruto told them seriously. I mean the Akatsuki are mostly gone, Sasuke, Obito, Rin, and my father are still here. Kakashi married the scariest woman I've ever met, Jiraiya, and by her hand they have to die. Itachi is still here and he's not trying to convince us all that he's evil. Sakura still has us, she finished. Naruto reluctantly. Sakura's eyes narrowed. You two? No, seriously, I hope they weren't in a horrible way, Sakura snorted. I guess he's become the new you, Naruto said to Sasuke. You'd better be careful then, so he doesn't decide to seek revenge, he warned Sasuke. How am I supposed to do that? Naruto asked. Have me killed before she can get to me? Asked. Could that work? Sasuke agreed. Or possibly me, if he makes me responsible for this. Or maybe. Naruto interrupted. The head. You think it would work? I don't think she's been on the receiving end of one before, said the blonde. Sasuke shrugged. Why hasn't it worked with everyone else who's tried it? Even with me eventually, said Sasuke. Sakura was starting to get nervous. To what are you talking about? He asked. Naruto and Sasuke's matching smiles were decidedly malign. I'm going to give you a gospel speech about friendship, Naruto said cheerfully. And I hope you have enjoyed the video and want more videos like this. Turn on the notification bell. And until then, wait for my next video. And I'll see you all very soon. And goodbye, everyone.